Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite guy wearing a skull on his t-shirt playing a harmonica, Adam
Very,
Frenier.
very creative of you.
I
Boy,
know. Look, I just zoomed in right there. Okay, I just zoomed in.
how is everybody doing today? What are we covering today, Sitch?
Well, today I thought we would take a break. Everyone's probably wants to take a break every once in a while from the all Trump news, all Trump time.
Really?
Right? It seems to be dominating all political spaces. So let's talk about something else. Let's talk about the future, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh,
Where
wow.
is the left going to go? Is the
Mm-hmm.
left going to find a shining hill, or a shining city on a hilltop somewhere where it can regain sanity and become a balanced, sane party? Or is it going to descend into the depths and hell of wokeness and terrible ideas?
Well,
That's the
that second
question.
option seems likely.
I listen, I hope not, right? Like right now, it seems like we had like the left was taken over by internet like nonsense. Now I'm worried the right is going to get taken over by internet nonsense. So we'll see. I'm going to try to be optimistic. I'm going to try to be hopeful. But I think there could be some good news for the Democrats here. So we have Bill Maher here talking to this guy, this host of Pod Save America, and I feel like they kind of represent the two different factions. So Bill Maher is trying to represent sort of this like slap the sanity, this wake up and get back to being the sane Democrat Party, the sane left. And the Pod Save America guy is like kind of the wishy-washy, like just believes everything that he reads in the newspaper that says everything that any Republican says is bad and stupid and evil.
Yeah, the problem is the Republicans can completely go insane, and the Democrats are still not even close to a viable party, especially with all the trans stuff, which I think this dips into
Yes.
heavily. Yeah.
Yes. Well, we're not gonna watch the whole thing. We're just gonna watch the part where they start like debating
Oh,
that kind
really?
of
Oh,
issues.
okay.
I mean, I don't know if you wanted to watch the whole
No, it's
thing,
okay. Look, we'll
right?
watch whatever you want.
And then also, there's a very interesting clip of James Carville and Pierce Morgan. I don't know if you saw it. I'll play like a couple minutes from that where he basically just lays out exactly what I'm talking about, exactly what the future of the left should look like. And there's also a very funny. Majin actually sent this to me. Our good friend Steve Shives. Remember
Hmm.
Steve Shives? Remember our good friend Steve Shives from like a million years ago?
Now, good
Okay,
friend, that's hyperbole, right?
guy who we've never talked to and probably hates our guts.
Sarcasm.
Steve Shives. Yes,
Oh,
Steve
there you go.
Shives. Yeah, if you've been in this space for a long time, okay, from
Hmm.
like the beginning, the Gamergate days, you might remember the classic Steve Shives, Christy Winters combo. These were like,
Yeah.
Steve Shives was this male feminist. I think he was one of the atheism plus guys. And
Didn't
there,
he? I think he started Atheism Plus. I think he made the
did
first
he's the
Atheism Plus.
progenitor?
Yeah, he made the
Oh
first
my
Atheist
God.
Plus video that everyone
Oh
like
my
was like,
God.
"Fuck you."
Oh my God. That's so hilarious. That's so
Yes.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
He
he's,
won TJ over. It took like 5 years, but he won the Amazing Atheist over
I
to the
know, finally.
to the Atheist Plus side.
Steve Shives, quintessential like soy, leftist, socialist kind of,
Yeah.
meme jack guy. Um, there was this interesting article that Politico put out a few days ago that was all about. I'm confident, or I'm not confident, but I'm optimistic, I should say. I'm optimistic that the woke is going to lose the battle. Even
Hmm.
even if Trump crashes and burns, whether Trump's second term is the best thing ever or the worst thing ever, I think woke might die because,
Really? Wow.
well, I'm seeing
Optimistic.
more and more mainstream things push back against it or blame it essentially for Trump winning in the second term in the first place.
Well, that's
And
true.
there's an interesting article from Politico that's all about this center left Democrat group that's laying out what they think the direction the Democrats should go in the future. And it's like the dream. It's like drop identity politics, drop, all the woke garbage in the trash, talk about, actual economic issues that people care about. Don't be racist. Don't judge people by their skin color. Appeal to everyone. Don't be, appeal to men. Stop being, shitting on men. It's just like, it's like perfect. It's like perfect. It's the best
Right.
document ever. And of course, Steve Shives reads it and he's just triggered. He's just insanely livid.
I
that his psychotically terrible, far left ideas are just, going in the trash can, and he can see it coming. So we can watch that video. And then also on Pierce Morgan, there's this guy that Adam kind of got me onto named Gary, who has a channel called Gary's Economics.
Got you onto, okay.
Yes. Oh yeah. Adam really got me,
Got me going
hot
with
and
this
bothered
guy.
on Gary's Economics. But no, this guy, he's very interesting. He used to be a trader, and
The
he has
best
this.
trader in the world, Sitch. What are you talking
Well,
about?
supposedly, I don't know about the validity of that trade, but he's this trader, and he quit basically out of disgust of how he was essentially just betting against his country being successful, or rather the middle class being successful in, reading the market correctly and winning money from that. And he's on Pierce Morgan, and he's talking to, like, it's actually really kind of depressing because he's saying things that I think are very interesting and I think would be very helpful for the left to kind of understand it, because he's talking about the problems of wealth inequality without like he's not saying rich people bad at all. At least in the video, at least on Pierce Morgan, he's not saying rich people bad. He's just explaining the actual mathematical mechanics of why wealth inequality keeps expanding and why it will continue to expand unless something changes. And it's kind of sad because, again, he's not like moralizing it. I mean, he's moralizing the fact that, like, obviously a lot of people can't feed themselves, but he's not like hating on rich people. And it's sad because like Dave Rubin is his interlocutor, and Dave Rubin, like, he all he can do is just say like talking points. He can't actually engage in anything he's saying. He's just going talking point, talking point, talking point, talking point, talking point. It's really sad. But he says interesting stuff, so we should definitely watch that.
Yeah, the left and the right have both a problem engaging on these things. It's funny because I don't like the left's strategy has been just call everyone racist, which any tard can do, right?
Right.
How are they going to gain some substance? So I guess we'll see.
Right. And then and the right has to watch out of the pitfall of just being like, well, everything is socialist.
Yes,
Because
totally.
even like I don't know if it was Dave Rubin or Pierce Morgan, one of them's like, are you
This is
advocating for
socialism.
socialism? And he's
Yeah,
like, what? No, 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 I'm not. Like, I'm a capitalist. What are you talking about? So,
right.
but anyway, let's start here. This is Bill Maher on Pod Save America. Okay.
Is it just, and I don't mean this I'm like genuinely asking, is it really just the social questions? I mean, it's not about like the Inflation Reduction Act and like monetary policy when you say
No.
it's just about.
I mean, it's like if you name so many, I can name so many issues where I will give you what the old school liberal, which is what I mostly align with, position was. Although even I can show you from back in the politically incorrect days, places where I was with somebody who would think more conservatively on certain things. I was always hard to pin down, and that's the way I like it. Everything is I don't want to be captured ideologically, but mostly that's what I was. Let's take, we're talking about Israel. What has been the old school liberal position forever on Israel? Two-state solution.
Right.
That is not the position of the woke. Their position is from the river to the sea.
It's not the position
That
of the
is
far
not-
left.
Excuse me.
Right.
From the river to the sea. That's their position. That's what they're chanting on campus. That's the woke position. And it goes a lot further than just the kids on campus. That is not the two-state solution. That is, I don't know, the Jews moved to Greenland. I'm not sure what it is, and I don't think they think it through because they're living in this world, as many people have pointed out, of oppressor and oppressed. They don't really think past that. The Jews in Israel, I mean, they talk about them like they have no, standing in that country, when actually they're the Indians. Okay, but they've been always from 19.
What's up? Don't pause your. I mean,
I don't like the whole like they're Indians framing, because obviously you're talking about like 4,000 years ago or 5,000
they're
years
the
ago.
Native
But
Americans.
right, like it's like, okay, is this a time limit on these things? But anyway, putting that aside, I mean, Bill's right in 100% right in terms of the fact that this is a widespread ideology, the from the river to the sea thing. It's not just like, oh, it's just like this. Remember when like the woke stuff first started to form, it was like, these are just random groups of college kids on college campuses. Like nothing, they're just nobody. They're nobody. They're nobody. I kept hearing that. They're nobody. It's not happening. It's like the little chart. I'm sure you guys seen the meme chart. It's not happening. And it's like, well, it's happening, but it's good.
Right.
Right. And that was exactly what's going on with all this stuff. And it really, and I said this when it started to happen, when all the a lot of the anti-Israel protests, which a lot of them kind of dipped in, not all of them, but a lot of them dipped into anti-Semitism. I said this was going to be one of the first really big blows against wokeness, is people in the center left and Jews looking at this and going, what are we doing here? What are we doing? And there's that completely insane congressional hearing where they had the Ivy League college heads of the colleges presidents of the colleges come
laughing
and just say,
giggling about all the death of all the Israelis.
Right. Yeah. Laughing and giggling about and being smug about the fact that there are kids on college campuses that are, calling for, Israelis and Jews to be killed and all this other stuff. And they were like, oh, we're not sure if that actually violates our policy. Yeah. It's like, what? Like, this is like ridiculous. Everyone knows this.
Yes. Yeah.
And I mean, it's kind of, this guy, I'm not a big fan of the interviewer right here. And it's like, it's annoying because this is the same guy who a few months ago, he interviewed Hassan Piker. And
right. Oh,
he doesn't ask Hassan any like tough questions, any challenging questions. I listened to it again before this, and it's just like, Hassan, why do you think the left is losing? Why do you think this, blah, blah, blah? And obviously, Hassan, you kind of like, whenever he's in these like more public spaces like this or CNN or something, he'll put on like a little bit nicer face, so he seems like a more moderate progressive, but he's still saying all the like, oh, so the Democrats didn't go far left enough. Democrats didn't go far left enough. Blah 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 blah. And this guy doesn't push back. He's not like, oh, why are you interviewing Houthi terrorists and asking them questions about anime and fast food?
Yeah, I mean, you can make an argument that this is why Kamala Harris lost the election, because the Palestinian people stayed home. Yeah. So sooner or later, the Democratic Party is going to have to say, they're going to have to make an argument why that's bad politics, why they should change their position, because that's going to stand in their way. I don't know.
Yes.
They got to do it.
100%. 100%. And it's like in that interview with Hassan, he's like, because like right after the election, right after Trump wins, he's asking about like, well, didn't Biden go pretty, Biden might have run as like a moderate, but when he was president, he actually like shifted pretty far to the left, pretty progressive. And Hassan even agrees with that. But then it's like, well, why didn't the kids show up? Why didn't the progressives show up? And it's like, you're talking to the guy who's like radicalizing them to not show up. And you don't challenge it. You don't ask that question.
Yeah. He told them not to show up. What are you talking about?
Yes.
Hassan was no help.
No.
Hassan called Kamala Harris a genocider and whatnot. So
yes.
Yeah.
Laughed about, when Kamala Harris described people being attacked or raped or whatever on October 7th.
So look, they all hate Donald Trump. Obviously, they think Donald Trump is a big fat buffoon. But look, Donald Trump came out and said, listen, guys, we got to soften up on this abortion thing. Otherwise, we're never going to be competitive. We have to win some moderate voters in order to win this election, right? He came out and did the thing. He's like, well, we need to tamp it down a bit. Jeez. So at least he understands what you have to do to your more zealous partisans, right? Did the Democrats do anything like that? Did Kamala Harris come out and say, listen, we need to think about this Palestine thing for a minute if we want to be competitive?
Well, like Harris or rather her campaign, like they understood that optically she couldn't win if she ran as a super far left progressive. That's why they tried to have her like pivot to the center.
Right.
But the problem is that since she ran as the super far left woke candidate 4 years ago, like no one's going to buy that whatsoever unless you actually provide some sort of pushback, some distance on that group of people. Like one of the things that James Carville brings up, that's a great point in the clip that we'll watch. He says, all the people that are saying, oh, Harris ran as a moderate, like those people don't know what they're talking about because politics isn't a single player sport. Okay. There's two teams here and one team's going to attack you and you need to be able to defend yourself. And if your defense is just to try to ignore their attacks and pretend they don't exist, then they're going to start landing. You're not
That's
actually
exactly right. Yeah.
You're not actually, reacting to them. And there's a poll, maybe I'll find it, that showed it showed like where average voters would put themselves on a left, right, like political spectrum and where they'd put like Trump and Harris. And the majority of people put Harris like way to the left of themselves, and they put themselves like in the middle essentially.
That's the ad right there.
Yes.
The they them ad.
Right.
47 on. Now, of course, you leave a deal on the table for 75 years. People do get a little tired of having the deal not taken. But traditionally, Israel has tried to make that happen for a very long time. It accepted the idea of a partition and a two-state solution, and the other side never did. And somehow the woke found themselves. They do this all the time. They're so progressive that they do things that are completely anti-progressive. Yes, let's align with the people who give women no rights because we're the liberal people. Let's align with the river to the sea, no partition. So again, I'm where it always was, two-state solution.
But the reason
other
I
people
hear that,
have gone to a different place.
There's always been a center left, and a left. That's always been the case. There were things that the Vietnam protesters said that was anathema to what was mainstream for Democrats at the time. But put aside the specific of the issue. Joe Biden was for a two.
I think the difference is that, yeah, there was a bunch of kids that were, obviously there's a lot of socialists. There's a big socialist push. That's kind of where a lot of the wokes have started, around the Vietnam War protest. But the adults came into the room and they said, shut the fuck up. We're not listening to this communist gobbledygook, pound sand over there, right? Go back to the kiddie table. And they were sent back to the kiddie table where they resided. Unfortunately, they basically wormed their way into a bunch of schools and other institutions and lay dormant for, decades and decades and decades until they kind of sprouted up in 2014. But that's not what the Democrats did now. That's not what the adults in the room did now. What they did now is they bent over backwards for these fucking people.
Yeah.
And only now finally starting to wake up and say, okay, you need to throw this stuff out.
Yeah. I just keep going back to the Trump example. Trump didn't bend over backwards for the abortion people.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
it's interesting because he also, we'll see, because he knew enough to say he wasn't going to cut, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. I don't know if that might not actually happen though. Republicans seem like they want to cut those things. So.
Two-state solution. Kamala Harris was for a two-state solution. Most mainstream Democrats are for a two-state solution. Donald Trump has embraced Benjamin Netanyahu and no two-state solution, no deal on the table.
I agree, but that's not what we were talking about.
But what I'm trying to understand is,
to always bring in Trump.
Well, I'm not trying to bring in Trump.
We're going to agree that we don't like Trump.
Then
I
great.
didn't vote for
Asked
him.
and answered.
Okay.
Asked and answered.
But
This is a perfect example too, because this is what the
Right.
Democrats could have said. They're like, look, there's a more moderate position here. If you don't show up to vote, you're going to get so far from what you want that you should really consider voting for the Democratic Party. But they never did that. They never made that argument.
Well, it's weird. I don't know. Some people kind of made it, but obviously the extreme, the Sounds didn't really make that argument, right?
No.
The moderate liberals, or the libtards or whatever you want to call
They
them,
avoided
they made
it.
that argument. No, I think they did. On the more moderate political commentators would say things like that.
Well,
It just
I
wasn't.
mean, Kamala Harris avoided it.
Well, I guess she couldn't say it directly. What she would just say is she'd have to just say oh, Donald Trump is gonna, level Gaza and pave over and put a Trump hotel, right?
I
You
don't
wouldn't
know
say
that she said
oh, vote
that.
for me because I'm the less bad option. You have to frame that a little bit better. And obviously Harris had, she was one of the worst politicians I've ever seen. So I don't know if she could pull it off, but
I think she was just saying we have to support Israel and hoping everything would be fine.
I guess she was very vague about the Israel
She
stuff.
was like, look, I'm Trump light.
Well,
but
it's because she didn't the Democrats. They didn't know where to go with Israel stuff at all. They were totally cowards about the whole situation. They didn't want to stake out a position, really.
Yeah, they didn't. No.
question
But
is
you're
then
not
about-
addressing the question that you find more difficult to answer,
is the
which is what
question?
I put to you. It's like the woke position, and it's, again, not just kids on campus. I could quote you things from do you know who PEN is? The organization,
Yeah.
PEN? It's a free
Free
speech
speech
organization
organization, yeah.
that doesn't understand free speech, that Same with the ACLU in some cases. Now.
But the reason Pod Save America, I've taken a lot of shit for what I've said about Israel, my belief in a two-state solution, my horror at what Benjamin Netanyahu has done, but my belief that we ought to be critical of Israel, not just because of what it's doing.
That's him saying his audience is attacking him for having a reasonable position. They're all a bunch of from the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free people.
Well, and it's so weird because, yeah, he says that in one breath, but the other breath, he's still trying to downplay like these people are not prominent in the conversation. And he's like,
Right.
and yet his own audience is attacking him over this belief.
He's like, I get the attacks too. All you got to do is knuckle down and shut up.
Right, right.
Yeah, that's not going to help in the next election. Maybe you could try to win some of those people over, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not just because of what it has done in Gaza, and not just what it has done to the Palestinians, but because it is not in the interest of Israel to create the conditions that they're creating. I am not what you would call woke on this topic, but
More
neither
woke
are
than me.
But not what elected Democrats are saying, which I think represent like the people that would ultimately be wielding power. So like, what are the like? Are there issues where you see like the mainstream Democrats, elected figures, not people on college campus?
I always hate this argument because
Right.
sooner or later, what the populace wants translates into the elected leaders. That's how democracy works. So just to ignore the fact that there's this huge popular demand for something, but somehow think that that popular demand is not going to be expressed in actual elected leaders sooner or later is just naive, completely naive.
Yeah. And everyone's has the memory of a goldfish because it's like, it was only a few years ago that you had the massive BLM protests that turned into riots across the country.
Oh, of course.
You had a
Perfect
couple
example. Yeah.
Like, how insane is it that there were multiple places in America that got taken over by leftists and became these like autonomous zones for a week or a month or however long, 2 months, however long they were. And like the community, the local government was too scared to break up these socialist, takeovers of areas of the country, right? That's what they take over like a mile or something. Like if it was the reverse, if there was some like white nationalist group that's like, we're taking over a square mile of some random place in America, we're going to say like, this is the whites only zone. The police would have been there, broken it up within an hour, right? It's because they were so terrified of this shit. They were so scared of this stuff. You had Nancy Pelosi, the other Democrats, they did that photo op that everyone saw where they put on the kente cloth and, kneeled for the BLM stuff. Right. It's just like, it was insane. It's so detached from reality to pretend like this wasn't this bizarre religious fervor that swept, the Democrat Party. But this is what's going to happen. This is what happens. It's like, if that stuff becomes not, favorable anymore and people say it was terrible and they all say that, oh, we lost the second election against Donald Trump because of it. They're all just going to throw in the trash can and everyone's going to like get amnesia and pretend like they weren't part of it. It was just some radical group. Right. And the same thing's going to happen. Like if Donald Trump second term is like fantastic, everyone's gonna be like, oh my God, he was like, say the Republican Party. But if it goes down and, crashes in flames, say the Ukraine stuff goes bad, say the economy goes bad, everyone's going to like get amnesia and be like, oh, I wasn't part of that.
Yeah, of course. I'm not sure. I mean, they envision it as if the far left group gains enough prominence in the party, they will win far left candidates. When I don't see it like that at all. You've got to take the opposition party into account. What you're going to do is you're just going to elect the Republicans.
Right. Yeah. For now. Yeah. For now.
Or organizations that have moved left because they're captured by whatever lefty part of their staff or whatever.
I know where you're going, and I agree mostly, which is that the Democratic politician is generally not a crazy person. The crazy, if you're talking about crazies, I used to say the difference between the parties is that the Republicans have found a place for their crazies. Unfortunately, that place is elected government. And it's kind of true. Like there's no equivalent quite of Marjorie Taylor Greene on the left, although there are people like Ilhan Omar and AOC who I don't agree with on a lot of stuff and I think are crazy on a lot of stuff and say things that are real eye rolls.
Fair enough. I don't agree with that, but
and hide in closets.
I just don't. But
Heel shoes.
I'm not saying I just said they're not as bad, but they are eye rolly. Absolutely.
There are things you disagree
and
with.
I disagree with, and also just I mean, it's one thing to be have interest in another country. It's another thing to sort of be the Palestinian representative in the Congress as opposed to representing Michigan.
Yeah, well, maybe she feels an obligation, a moral obligation, that the best way that she can represent her values is to be this one voice.
But she's in the American government.
Right, there's 434 other members of the House.
So one should be from Palestine?
I'm not saying one should be from Palestine. I'm saying
that's
she
what it
can in
seems
an
like.
important debate. Well, it's what it seems like and what it is.
What this is like such a insane. Like that's how she feels, she has to represent. What? No, fuck you. This is America. What are you talking about?
Yeah, she's supposed to
What?
represent her constituents.
Yes, her American constituents. Yeah, get
Yes.
the fuck out of here. This is like crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy. This is madness.
This is the
She
guy
obviously-
representing the moderates too. The moderate liberal perspective, right?
Well, it's funny because like all the socialists, all the internet socialists, Hassan, they point to Pod Save America as like the moderate left, but it's like it's only the moderate left in their ecosystem, right?
Yeah, of
I mean,
course.
Bill Maher is like the moderate left and has been the moderate left for decades.
Yeah, yeah.
Representing her constituents. She has a lot of Palestinian constituents,
I think
but
that-
also feeling like that is a role that she can play in an important debate, that she is not just a member of Congress for one district, but she is representing a point of view that she doesn't feel like is often represented. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, even when, by the way, I have been extremely critical of what she has said. But back to elected Democrats, I think the reason I'm bringing this up is sometimes I feel like you have Democrats, there is an entire Republican apparatus that exists to lift up the dumbest, most extreme campus professors, organizations, also mainstream politicians who say something stupid that comes off terribly, and have that represent Democrats, and that it actually has an impact. And then we end up in
I want to pause for the irony of this. Let's consider the Democratic candidate for president. Just for a second here.
I think that's why so many people, besides the trans ad and all the other stuff, and the fact that I think, a lot of people on the left were really biting for any chance to get rid of Rogness when they finally could. I think that they all saw the choice of Harris to be, they don't want to say it, but they all saw her as a DEI pick.
Of course.
And they're
Yes.
like, this person should never have been chosen to be the VP. She never should have been chosen to be the nomination.
And they couldn't get
terrible
rid of her
politician.
because of DEI.
Yeah.
They were
Exactly.
stuck with her because of DEI. And look, he's talking about the Republican Party having this apparatus to thrust people who are completely unprepared and stupid and into the public spotlight. What the fuck was Kamala Harris, dude?
Right.
You
Yeah.
clean
Exactly.
clean your own house.
Right.
Dipshit.
Well, and also, I mean, this is literally the Sitch and Adams law of politics. That's literally what both sides are always trying to do. Find the crazies on the other side and then paint everyone as that. And
Yes.
yes, the right does that. They're going to find every screaming blue-haired college person and say that everyone that on the left is a socialist, and then everyone on the left is going to find some, Nick Fuentes, some racist person, and be like, this is everyone on the right. That's the way it works. And what you got to do is, instead of ignoring it or downplay it, you actually have to say, no, these people suck. Fuck them. And the left, at least until recently, seemed like they had a real big problem, real big fear of doing that, of shitting all over the leftists,
Right.
being the adults in the room.
Got to be the adults. It sucks.
It's interesting in sort of that same vein now on the right. It's very fascinating to see finally some really big, I mean, there's always been pushback, but to finally see some like really seems like significant pushback on Andrew Tate for the first time.
Yeah, it's
from the
great.
right, which is great. I guess it's because, there was obviously that story where it seemed like maybe someone in the Trump administration, maybe it's not maybe, it seemed like someone in the Trump administration definitely leaned on the Romanian government to let Tate go. And then Tate flew to Florida. And I think every Republican who's not retarded all of a sudden got flashes of just terrifying fear of seeing Andrew Tate shaking Donald Trump's hand at Mar-a-Lago and going, no, God, no.
Yeah, someone got smart. That would be a
Right.
nightmare.
And they're like, oh my God, we have to come out hard against Andrew Tate.
Yeah, that would be so stupid politically. Why would he do
Yes.
that?
I don't know. Doing a lot of stupid things politically recently, so.
Yeah.
Do you think that's true?
I think it's true, but I also think it's their obligation to squawk back at those people, and they don't do it enough. To your point, which I think is correct, about the mainstream Democratic politician, take something like defund the police.
Mm-hmm.
The Republicans thought they could catch the Democrats on that, and they put it up to a vote. I don't remember what the exact vote was or what the bill was. They didn't get any. I think they got one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Democratic politician did not take the bait on defund the police. And yet, the public, if you just ask the man on the street, probably thinks that a lot of Democratic politicians did sign on to that.
Yeah.
So that's a good example of something that was put out there by, like you say, organizations and the fringe and college professors and people in the media. But did the Democratic congressman from your district sign on to that? No, they did not, at least not in a bill. So, but, you know, they'll put up a quote from Kamala Harris at the time in 2020 that it makes it look that, and people did go overboard in 2020.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the problem, is that the Democratic politician did not make it clear to the voter, yeah, we're not for defunding the police. We think that's stupid. The police are important, and they're especially important in neighborhoods with a lot of people of color who did not want to defund the police.
So I largely agree with that, but I think sometimes we lay the blame.
Largely agrees with it. Disagrees with it in minute ways.
yes.
At the feet of Democrats for two reasons. One, there's bias in the media, but one of the ways the media is biased is that it treats Democrats as the protagonist and Republicans as the antagonist. So Democrats have agency. They're people you can reach. They're people you can persuade. They're people you believe will try to do the right thing. And they're people that'll actually respond to you.
Wait, are you saying they are, or that's how they're portrayed?
I think that's how I think when people feel that there's a liberal bias in a lot of mainstream coverage, one of the manifestations of it is that they are treated like the protagonist. Republicans are, if not villains, they're kind of other and removed.
Correct.
And
Yes.
and Democrats are meant to be the people
Well, it's
that
just-
respond.
In the New York Times, it's just like assumed we are the good people. We are the good people who know the right answers to everything, and they are the people who are not good. Yes, that assumption and that attitude is something that very much fosters resentment, and I don't blame the people. Like I always say, you can hate Trump. You can't hate everybody who voted for him. It's half the country.
But one of the
and
things
that's
that
a lot of the reason why they do.
Well, one of the
So
I think-
true.
Yeah. And I think what the Pod Save America guy is talking about is, like, he's kind of trying to lay out this attitude that people on the left, and I don't think this is true, but he's trying to lay out the argument that people on the left are sort of taking the madman Putin approach to the right, where they're like, oh, well, you can't actually convince the right of anything. They're like the bear in the woods, right? That's not what I see at all when I look at a lot of left-wing media. I think there's some truth to the idea that, yes, left-wing media, mainstream media does look at the Democrats as protagonists, but that's because that's their ideological side. Like, if you watch Fox News or One American News or Newsmax or any of these other things, they view the Republicans as the protagonists, right? That's just how people perceive information through whatever ideological lens they're looking through.
Yes. Yeah.
And they always get into this thing, and to me, it's like this really pathetically whiny thing when people on the left go, oh, why does the left always push back on its, it always complains and pushbacks on its radicals. It doesn't try to push back on the Republicans. And it's like, what are you fucking talking about? People just perceive it. And I've heard people on the right say the same thing too, which is like, even more insane. But people only see that because to them, the attacks on the right are just like an objective fact in their minds if you're on the left, or vice versa if you're on the right. And so, like, they don't even perceive them as attacks. They just perceive them as like telling the truth. And so then when they see someone pushing back on their own side, it just like really sticks out in their mind, and that's all they actually remember. I mean,
Right.
there was like a endless seas of articles pushing back on the right for the last 6 years from all mainstream media. for the last 8 years. And that's part of what got a lot of people to not really to lose so much faith in mainstream media, is because there was such these, they'd go over the board with the Covington kids, overboard with attacks on Trump that weren't warranted, overboard on the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff, overboard on the BLM stuff, overboard on the trans stuff, overboard on the COVID stuff. It's just like again and again and again going way too far in one direction on these issues.
Yeah.
And then they're like, well, why is the left never attacked the right? And you're like, what world do you live in?
Well, they specifically attack the voters all the time. That's why what Bill Maher is saying is important. He's like, yeah, you attack Trump all you want, but as soon as you start attacking Trump supporters, you're going to pay for it the next election. Those people are not going to, they're going to have been Trump supporters way into the future. So it's time to start making friends.
The other things it does, though, is it means Republicans aren't held as much accountable for their own decisions.
Not at all.
And I think part of it, too, the other piece of it is that people are just uncomfortable with saying, hold on a second, there's a...
Republicans are never held responsible for their decisions, right? I don't know. I think like the abortion thing, I think that hurt them in the elections, especially in the midterm elections. So,
well, no, I think what he means is
what he's
like
talking about.
He means like, as I said, like that the left views Republican voters as like bears in the woods, like they don't have agency, like they're just like animals you have to react to, which I don't think is true. Some people do, but I think that's the minority of people on the left. Because what do you hear from the left? They always say like, oh, we need better education, right? We need to educate people to vote the correct way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Steve Shives even says that in the video where he's complaining about the centrist Democrats. He's like, we just need to better educate people to be leftists.
We need better indoctrination.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, Democrats should do a better job of tamping down misinformation and lies, but we're drowning in it. Yeah, I wish Democrats were better at pushing back against this bullshit, but we're kind of asking them to solve for a society problem.
Yeah.
Like
ironic considering the debate they're going to get over on trans issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. And
very ironic.
And it's like, yeah, Donald Trump will tell like 20 million lies, and the fact checkers will say, look, here's the 20 million lies that Donald Trump told for every speech he gives. But people just kind of roll their eyes and poo-poo that because the left and the mainstream media shot its credibility into the
they
trash
lie all
can,
the time. Exactly.
Right, by distorting the truth. And it's like, yeah, that's part of the reason why we're drowning in so much misinformation, is because the mainstream news institutions that we're supposed to trust to tell us, what is objectively true, completely and utterly failed to do so for the last 8 years. And so now people don't trust them. So what do? They trust social media. Well, who's on social media? A bunch of fucking random, keyboard warriors and bots who are probably getting paid by foreign governments who just say a bunch of bullshit.
A bunch of other lies.
Great. Yeah. So it's like, great. We've moved from one system of like, oh, a bunch of people like, not telling us what's true, to another system where it's like even worse for people aren't telling us what's true.
Yeah.
You got like Jerry Connolly in the as the minority leader in this House committee, raising his hand to beg Nancy Mace to stop saying a slur, and it's like we can't win a fight that way. We're not going to be able to. These people don't care what you have to say. They don't. They want the fight. They want you to yell at them for saying the wrong thing. They don't care what you have to say about any of this.
Yeah. And don't take the bait.
Listen, the Dems need to grow a pair of balls, and they need to be like, listen, Nancy, you're soy cucking out in the middle of this congressional hearing, okay? Just screaming tranny again and again, like you're 13 and you're on, you're playing Overwatch and you're screaming the N-word because you think it makes you cool. Like, no one cares, okay? We're trying to do adult serious business here. Instead of being like, no, you said something offensive.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a better response than the response that they have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what a lot of Democrats are coming around to. I think I was talking about this on my show last Friday about, wasn't it, people you've probably worked with, I think David Axelrod and somebody else like that said, on USA. Oh, I know. We had on Congressman Tim Ryan, and I was quoting Axelrod and somebody else who said, on USA Aid, that's not a hill I'm going to die on. I think that was his exact. And I just read a list of things to Congressman Ryan, who I think is going to run for governor of Ohio, saying, tell me what else is a hill you will or won't die on. That's what the Democrats, I think, should be talking about with each other. What are the hills we're going to die on, and what are the hills we're not? And it was kind of interesting to hear his response to this list. Yeah.
And I think there are, like, those are the political questions, the strategic questions we have to ask. But I think it's also worth saying, hold on a second. The Trump administration is illegally shutting down a government agency that is our counterweight to China around the world.
Yeah, true.
And we all kind of understand that it's hard to tell people why it's important, and nobody's going to understand, is you got to let that one go.
I made that point. I said, what's about leadership? What about saying the people aren't here, and it's our duty to that as politics. That's what we're supposed to do, is lead them to a place, because the Republicans never shrink from leading people to a place where the people aren't. That never intimidates them. The people were for a public option for a very long time with the healthcare debate, and they were like, "Yeah, we had 20 points in the polls. We could flip that." So there is that argument. But you know what? Do you want to win another election? Is there even going to be another election? I mean, that was my original thing about Trump when everyone was saying I was crazy. He doesn't. I said he's never going to concede an election. I just feel like that we probably have already crossed the Rubicon on this. I just don't see this crowd ever really giving up power, because they really believe in their bones. And again, I could go through a lot of things that make me understand why they think that way, although I'm not with them, of course, on it. But they think that the left is so crazy and so dangerous, and some of their ideas are so aggressively anti-common sense, and they are. They think that it is their duty to preserve power, to just not ever let those people near the levers of power, because it's just too crazy.
Yeah, it's so dangerous. That's what they
dangerous.
Say they believe. But come on, Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries and Kamala Harris, these are mainstream figures that are not dangerous at all. They either are lying to themselves or persuading themselves to believe that Democrats pose a threat, because it is part of the project of denying the legitimacy of democratic politics in full.
Well, we could argue about a
Well, I mean, two things. On this, it's funny because, as I said, when he's talking to Hassan, he was praising how Biden went much further to the left than how he ran. And it is, I mean, this is, it's interesting. This is what Bill Barr said. Bill Barr, who quit, the first term Trump administration because he thought Trump had been unmoored from reality, who said, I don't know where he's at now, but he said he was still going to vote for Trump a second time just because he had that exact mentality that Bill Maher was saying, where he said, well, the Democrats have been basically taken over by this far left ideology. And that's, even though I think Trump was like unhinged with the election denial stuff, the far left is worse, was his argument.
Yeah.
And so,
obviously he's a partisan.
Right. And it totally breeds in. And I don't, again, this does not justify anyone saying, oh, we should get rid of democracy, or we should have, let the president do whatever he wants. But I do think that definitely feeds into that energy, that motivation. If one side is crazy or is not pushing back against its crazies and allowing the crazy to get consumed, it's going to allow people to just make very anti-democratic proclamations. I think the right has to be worried about that going forward too. I don't know. On one hand, I'm so thankful. I am literally thanking God that wokeness is getting attacked so much by the Democrats, is getting beat up by the Democrats so much, it seems like nowadays, because, it would be so easy, I feel like, for the Democrats to just start, pivoting very far to the left in response to everything that Donald Trump does. And says Donald Trump is trying to destroy the country, he's unhinged, blah, 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 blah. And they just pivot super far left. I could just see that happening very clearly. And so far, it's not really happening, which I'm very thankful for.
Do you think that's a successful electoral strategy, though?
I don't think so. I don't know if it's a successful electoral strategy. I think it would be bad for the country, obviously.
I think there are kind of two groups. Definitely on the left. I haven't really thought about it on the right, but on the left, there's like the far left that is motivated and votes basically on the stereotype of the right being like a greedy, racist, redneck.
Right.
And then there's the moderate left, who I think is more less tribal and more trying to come up with public policy that's going to be appealing to like a large group of people. They're more about
Right.
economic populism, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't, if you want to empower the economic populace on the left, I don't know why you're not looking at moderates and saying, what could the Democratic Party do that would appeal to moderate voters, instead of looking at the partisan right and saying, we need to convert some of them. Like, just, you're never going to convert them. Like, why are you even
Right.
interested in them? But the Democrats, and look, this is what's happening on this Pod Save America thing. He's completely consumed with the Republicans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, all he's thinking about is what are the Republicans doing? Like, how do the
Right.
Republicans work? Like, what's going on with the Republicans? And it just seems like such a waste of energy. Like, if you want to make the Democratic Party successful, why aren't you looking at moderate voters, moderate
Right.
center left voters, moderate center right voters, and saying, what can we do to appeal to you as voters?
Well, there's some people that, and I don't know if this is where he's at, there's some people who are far on the left or the far right, and they're just like, oh, if the left or my side loses, it's because they didn't go far enough. So they'll just bang that drum until the end of time.
Of course.
So
yes.
that's part of it. Part of it is just like,
I think
that-
that's wrong, though.
no,
That's
I agree. It
completely
is
wrong.
completely wrong. But some of it, and I think a lot of it, is just this sort of innate tribal defense mechanism where, and I'm sure everyone's been in this situation. Many of you probably, have been on the other side of this situation where, you're talking to someone and you're like, oh, the left is doing something bad, or the right is doing something bad. And you're talking to someone who's on the left or the right, and their immediate reaction is to snap at you and say, yeah, but the other side is just much worse. Look at what
I
they're
know.
doing.
Yeah, they
And you're like,
whataboutism immediately.
Right. Goes immediately to whataboutism, that's the clearest example of someone who's caught in sort of like an NPC dialogue tribal loop. It was just they snap to the whataboutism immediately. So
Yeah. Both sides have like a zealous far right and far left component that think that they're the majority, but in reality they don't have enough electoral advantage to win any
Right.
election. Yeah, exactly.
Right. But I guess when I was talking earlier about like being afraid of the far left making a comeback because of, like, in reaction to Trump, I guess I'm not really talking about like the far left in terms of ideologically like socialists. I mean in terms of, because like I don't think Trump is far right ideologically by any marker, but he is like doesn't give a shit about norms like at all. He's like, oh, I'm gonna basically try to seize as much power as possible. I'm gonna try to cancel all these programs that were authorized by Congress, and it's very questionable whether I have the authority to do any stuff. He's going to start doing stuff left and right, essentially. He's going to, push the boundaries. Who knows, if, what the courts are going to decide any of these things. But I guess, and all this, the justification for doing all this from the right, who's supposed to be the party that was all very like, we're all about rules and, procedure and, stricter interpretations of the Constitution. Right. Yeah. Like the justification for all that is, well, the left was so crazy and so unhinged and so authoritarian that they did all this bad stuff. So essentially it justifies us basically breaking the rules, bending the rules to do, to bring things back in like a good direction. And what I guess I'm afraid of is the Democrats or the left adopting the same attitude towards Trump, saying, well, Trump was so unhinged. He was so authoritarian that like we have to break all the rules now. We have to bend all the rules now, essentially, to bring things back, into focus. That's what
It's already started. It's already started. This is why Biden did all his pardons. Oh, I just need to protect these people.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, the pardons were a good example of like that. Yeah, that reacting to like that way. So, but now obviously that Trump's president, it potentially could get worse. I don't know, because we haven't really heard people there yet because the Democrats have no power. So no one's really having that conversation. But we'll see what happens in the midterms if that attitude starts to creep up.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's another thing that I want to say too, which was, I was listening to Cenk from the Young Turks the other day. He had a very good point, I thought, regarding what the Democrats should be doing.
Okay.
And even though we're going to watch James Carville and his position as Democrats should just lay dead, I don't know if that's the correct strategy. Obviously, Cenk does not agree with it, but he had I thought, a good alternative strategy, which is, the the Republican idea right now with Doge and everything is we need to cut all this waste, fraud, and abuse from the government. We need to do all these cuts. And he's like, why don't the Democrats use this to suggest a bunch of things that Doge should be cutting? Suggest,
Yeah.
actually
That's
be like,
smart.
oh, yeah, why are we paying like oil companies massive subsidies, right? For them to just, get oil in America and ship it
Oh,
overseas,
he's
right?
so right. He's so
Yes,
right. They're playing
right.
this all wrong.
Yes, he's like the Democrats should be looking at this as like, okay, now we should use this to push the cuts that we want, to get rid of all the, corporate welfare money that they're always talking about. And I was like, oh my God, that's so smart. If that they're just pushing this, like, why isn't Doge looking at this? Why isn't Doge looking at this? Because I think, you have this kind of unique time, at least unique in, my lifetime, where it seems like the Republicans are actually on board with, cutting a lot of government corporate welfare stuff that's going on.
Oh, that would totally put the thumb screws to him too.
Yes.
Yeah. Instead of coming out and saying, oh my God, Elon's going to steal your social security number, they could actually come out and say, we have a list of cuts as well.
Right.
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 Here.
Exactly. Be like, look,
let's work together.
Right. Instead of, just saying like, oh, instead of cutting Social Security or Medicaid or something, why don't you cut, if you're looking for millions or billions of dollars, cut it from the oil subsidies, cut it from the corn, subsidies. We don't need all this. Like nobody needs to force farmers to fucking, farm corn anymore. Like this is ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's so good. They'll never do it though.
They haven't figured it out yet, but we'll see.
A lot of it, argue about a lot of issues.
He should tell Hassan, and then Hassan can tell someone. Hassan's the one that they want to listen to, right?
Yeah.
Hassan will never do that though.
I don't know.
Maybe he would. I don't know.
I'm wondering if all this stuff I feel like Hassan's just digging the hole deeper of pushing himself away from mainstream acceptance, especially after the Rick Scott stuff. So.
Right. He's peaked.
There, but I'm sorry. Joe Biden, I think, never stood up to the far, far fringe of his party. From day one, he was just like too feeble, too old. These people are too mean, too powerful. I don't want to even have the fight.
What was something he did? But like, I'm not. What's something he did
like we are an outlier in the trans.
So let's talk about that
with other countries. I mean, the UK, the Nordic countries, all pulled back on that as far as like puberty blockers and operations for kids under 18, letting children self-diagnose, keeping it from parents. All this stuff has gone on and still goes on in America. If it's something like that and you're a parent, which I am not, and I'm glad I'm not, that issue is a lot closer to home to you than Ukraine.
So let's talk about.
I didn't even know where it was 5 years ago, and now I care more about that than this issue.
I want to talk about the trans issue, but let's talk about it. But before we do, are there?
This is where I'm talking about. Like, if they just listen to moderate voters, like the mistake that they're making here is that they believe the far right Republicans are just making this issue up. This issue just exists in their heads, and it's really not an issue at all. But if they actually talk to moderate, like center left, center right people, they might be able to understand that perspective that Bill Maher is articulating here about the trans issues. Yeah.
Well, it's a weird
that parents have.
They say, whenever pressed, they'll say, and I mean, this guy's saying it, oh, that's just the far right categorization, right? And I mean, they say that. I don't know if they actually believe that, because it seems more like to me they're just cowed into fear of the left activists on social media.
Right, that are going to cancel them, calling them transphobes and
right. Which the left, I think too many of the Democrat politicians became too terminally online.
Yeah.
I'm worried the right's basically going the same direction. And I think a lot of that is because there used to be this like way of thinking that the boomers had, which was, every letter you got from someone, if you were like a TV station or if you were, elected official, every letter you got represented like 10,000 people's opinions. Because there's kind of like, well, only one of 10,000 people would actually, they might feel that way, but only one is actually going to take the time to like write you a little letter or something. And so I think that mentality was wrongly projected onto social media, because now social media, you get like this instant feedback where you just get flooded with all these people telling you that you suck or you're wrong, because you're not woke enough or you're too woke or whatever. And it's like, it's so just psychologically easy for people to think, oh, that's indicative of some large swath of the country. I'm getting instant feedback on what people think. It's like, no, you're getting instant feedback from like what a bunch of crazy fucking people think.
Yeah, and the moderate people, the reasonable people, they aren't on social media.
Or they are, but they're looking at cat videos. They're not sending, angry messages to their elected official.
Right, exactly. So their perspective, which is probably the majority perspective, is never really articulated.
Exactly. The
Yeah.
just want to grill perspective is just lost.
Yeah, yeah. If they stood up to those crazy people, I think things would change. So
Mm-hmm.
That's the one people come to. Is there another example in your mind of Joe Biden that somehow was super woke, too
DEI,
lefty?
race. I mean, they put that in every department immediately, like day one. That was the most important thing. And now you see a lot of corporations pulling back from it. I mean, like everything does go too far. I mean, a university having 200 DEI officers, a university which is already one of the most liberal places in the world, it's one of those jobs where you'd have to admit there was progress, or else the answer is, well, maybe I shouldn't have this job anymore. And whoever does that.
So let's talk about. I got to my card that says trans. Let's.
I mean, first of all, I'm so glad Bill said that. That's the perfect point. Obviously, that is one of the biggest problems with all this DI nonsense is none of these people whose jobs it is to point out racism are financially incentivized to ever say anything gets better, because then they lose money. So they're never going to, surprise, nothing ever gets better. It only gets worse and worse, despite more and more DI people, existing in terms of, these stupid workshops and everything. Right.
yeah, perfect example.
Right.
Biden picked his vice president for DEI reasons. He said, I believe he was going to pick a woman for the Supreme Court or a black woman for the
He specifically
Supreme
said,
Court.
I'm going,
Yeah.
like that was such a turning point. That's such a perfect example.
Yeah.
Like he says, he doesn't say, I'm going to pick the
best person,
smartest,
yes.
the smartest judge you've ever seen. Right. And then,
No.
oh, look, it turns out to be a black woman. And he's like, well, listen, she's just the best for the job. No. He's like, I'm going to pick a black woman specifically. Okay.
Right.
And you're
And
like,
I don't
wait
care
a
if they're
minute.
the dumbest person on the fucking
Right.
planet.
Right. You're like, wait a minute. What the fuck? Like that was such a turning point. I was like, oh man, this is bad.
Huge turning point.
Yeah.
Now I haven't actually fact checked this, but I hear that the broadband initiative that never got going, they never really spent the money.
Right.
In order to hire broadband companies, they had to meet all of these diversity quotas. So nobody could actually meet the diversity quotas and get the money to do the broadband. You think that's good?
I mean,
you think that's a good
insane,
policy?
Yeah. If that's the case,
so
insane.
basically shoehorning all of these DEI policies into everything so nothing can get done. Not great. Not a good example of governance.
Nope.
So it's ridiculous.
Let's talk about it. The position, look, other countries have national health services. The Democratic position is leave it up to parents, doctors. Just leave. It's not the government's decision. That's the Democratic position. What's wrong with that position?
Wait, say that again?
The Democratic position, right? Joe Biden.
The Democratic position in this state has been that the school has the right to hide it from the parents. That is something that is not going to go well with the average voter. And again, I'm not even a parent, and I get it. Okay? I think the governor here used the word snitch. Now, if I'm wrong, I didn't say it.
So
I think I read that.
So there are delicate problems here. But wait, there's delicate problems here, and there's a delicate problem where you have a kid, all right, who is either non-binary or trans, who feels scared at home, feels unsafe at home. Those things do happen in the world. There are things that happen in the world. But for the most part, that's not what we're talking about. For the most part, what we're talking about is...
Yeah, but you make the policy catering to that situation. So all the 90% of people who are normal people get fucked because of your fucking policy. God, it's so infuriating. These people are so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, we got to make the policy around this situation that's 0.00001%. so that we can avoid that one situation. Well, everyone else kind of gets thrown under the bus with that situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know, but what are we going to do? It's like, well, don't do the policy. It's pretty simple.
Right.
Maybe, look, that's how democracy works. Maybe you listen to the majority.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God, it's so infuriating. This is how they always lose. They just have this whole, like, I have a niche issue that everyone should care about.
A teenager who has felt that they are, they have a gender dysmorphia.
Look, and now he's going to articulate the whole situation. And you don't understand. And Republicans are evil, okay? We all know that. We all agree on that.
Right. Here, I sent you a tweet. This is this little video we can watch. It's Gavin Newsom talking to Charlie Kirk recently.
Oh, yeah.
And Charlie Kirk is kind of pressing him about this issue.
He completely, look, Gavin Newsom is running for president, okay?
Yes.
He's like, I got to get ahead of this early. It's going to take me 4 years to do this turn.
I mean, he's this answer here that I sent you. It's like the Kamala Harris, not as bad, but it's close to Kamala Harris, like transgender, prisoners like answer.
Is it really?
It's not good.
Oh,
it's like the
okay,
answer, not
okay.
answer. It's like what are you doing?
He's scared
Actually,
of his voters.
I think I can find it on YouTube actually.
That's
I was
cool.
putting the watch together. Okay.
Should I press play on this or?
No, hold on. We'll come back to this. We're at. Wait, let me just put this time code down here for a second.
1:04:46.
Okay.
For those of you paying attention at home. For those amateur numerologists.
Okay, everybody.
Yeah, what does that number represent?
Yeah, tell us.
Yes.
How does that affect the security guarantees?
Some talks all about this assembly bill about
What?
What's going on with Charlie Kirk's face? I don't understand it.
It's funny. I was literally gonna say to you, "What's up with his face?" And I just like, nah, I'm not gonna say that. You said it. You read my mind and you said the thing.
Yeah,
He's got a small face. Okay, he's got a little small face.
I've tried to tell Sitch that it's more attractive to have your eyes further apart than closer together. I think Charlie Kirk is like Charlie Kirk's eyes are standard eye width is one eye width in the middle. That's what looks normal, but
I don't
Charlie
think that's
Kirk,
true. I don't think that's true.
Charlie Kirk has like a pupil in the middle there.
I feel like Adam likes the fisheye.
the most radical
women.
elements.
You like the fisheye women, okay? You like like the girl from Little Mermaid, yeah.
No,
she's got the eyes on the
It's
hammerhead look, the
hammerhead.
the sloth from Ice Age look. That's what you're like in favor of.
The hammerhead shark, yeah.
Right.
Oh my God.
Anyway, let's actually watch this.
In our country when it comes to parental notification and kids' well-being and children's well-being.
I love that he's wearing a Gulf of America t-shirt.
God.
I really do. It could be that we get to the end of Trump's presidency and people are saying, I voted for Donald Trump and all I got was the Gulf of America.
Gulf of America t-shirt.
Exactly. Well, no, all they got was the Gulf of America.
Right, I understand. I got the joke.
Like if the economy collapses, none of the policies work out.
Right.
They get jack fucking shit. At least you guys got the Gulf of America.
It was worth it, right? It was worth it.
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, we could go back to $3 eggs. I kind of like Gulf of Mexico.
Listen, being able to go to the, the west coast of Florida, look out on the ocean and take a big, deep breath of that saltwater air and go, America, instead of Mexico.
Right.
Like, that's worth the price of eggs being $12.
Okay. Well, look, I'm kidding about the eggs. I don't blame the eggs on Trump, but
I do. Obviously, Donald Trump should have sent RFK to vaccinate every single chicken from bird flu.
When Ukraine is occupied by Russia and has a Ukrainian insurgency going off as badly as Iraq, are you going to say, Gulf of America, thank goodness.
I mean, I'm gonna cope about it and say that. Yeah, sure. At
Okay. At least I got the Gulf of America.
least I got the Gulf.
Right.
They
Oh my God.
Isn't that like the biggest cope? It's like, well, I'm not saying they're not supposed to. I'm just saying if they don't, they won't get in trouble for it. You're like, wait a minute. What?
That's ridiculous.
I know.
That is
it's
ridiculous.
Such a cope.
You signed a law that said that teachers could have sex with their students. No, I didn't. I said if they did, they wouldn't get in trouble. Oh, big difference. Big difference,
Huge
Gavin.
difference. Big difference. Yeah, huge. I guess he did use the word snitch. That was his
Snitching.
verbiage. Yeah, snitching.
Parental information is actually snitching now.
Like, listen, if a teacher catches a kid, smoking or doing, coke in the bathroom, and you tell the parents, that's
Shooting up
obviously it's
heroin.
snitching. Yeah. Oh, why you got to snitch to the parents, right? You just caught the kid, doing drugs in the bathroom, right? What
Right.
a snitcher. God,
Yeah.
terrible.
You should give them drug money and needles.
Yeah. Why don't you give the kids clean needles? Okay. That's obviously the solution.
Bailey with homosexuality. They always think the trans thing and homosexuality are the same, but they're such
Right.
different categorically.
Well, and it's
Yeah.
funny because even the Florida bill, which everyone was attacking on the left, it said if the teacher or the school thinks that notifying the parents of the child's, being trans or whatever is going to lead to child abuse, they don't have to do it. Right. So even the Florida bill had that stipulation of protection. They thought there's like some abuse situation.
Interesting.
The New York Times article, right? So you have the right-wing New York Times. This is from last year. It says California becomes the first state to ban student gender notification policies. Governor Gavin Newsom signed a bill that prevents educators from having to notify parents if their child asks to switch their names or pronouns.
Yeah, that's a
Okay.
trans thing. That's not a gay thing.
Right. But also because the way, I mean, I guess this shows, sort of Gavin Newsom doing the, some Texas two-step, politicking right here with the whole like, well, you want the teachers to like, he's making it sound like the teachers are supposed to place like bugs on every student's desk and like listen in on recording devices into like what their conversations are saying. Like, oh my God, I think this kid, while talking to their friends said that they were trans. I have to like phone up the authorities. When it's like, no, at least this is according to New York Times. It's like, no, if the kid asks the teacher, hey, even though my name is Billy, I want you to start calling me Jane.
Right. Yeah.
Directly. And then they're like, I should probably notify the parents, like, hey, did you know your kid is like changing their gender in class? Like maybe the parents should know. Just want to make sure you guys know what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Gavin Newsom is a prophetic liar. So this just seems like
Prophetic?
more of the same.
Like his lies
Prolific.
tell the future.
Prolific
Lies
liar.
are so powerful, they tell the future.
Prolific liar. Thank you for the correction. That is right.
Right.
Not a prophetic liar, but a
No.
prolific liar.
No. Okay, we can go back to Bill Maher here.
This is
Yeah.
just let's go a little bit more because
The reason the Florida bill came into existence is because that actually happened, and the kid, tried to
commit suicide. Yeah, exactly.
right in the bathroom at school, and the parents were not even aware that this was even going on.
Not even notified. Exactly.
Right.
He
So
just
I don't think it's,
dismisses it out of hand. Yeah.
Well, and also-
this doesn't happen that much. So, well, yeah, murder doesn't happen so much, but we have a whole fucking homicide division devoted to solving it when it does. What a dipshit.
Well, and also, if it doesn't happen, why did you create a law to protect it if it does happen?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, saying it doesn't happen much defeats you passing a law to allow it to happen in the first place. So what's the point?
Right.
If it's doesn't happen so much that it's not even worth talking about, why would you literally spend the time to
Protect
craft
it.
legislation to
Yeah.
protect it when it does happen? It's a ridiculous argument.
God, Gavin's so bad.
But you guys will lose on these topics.
I hate this guy, Sitch. I totally hate this guy. What's all this fucking hand
You didn't like the effeminate hand gesturing?
what's going on here?
It was
What's
weird.
happening?
It was weird. It was very strange. hand
Appreciate
gesturing.
you, bro. Appreciate you.
It was very Southern California. Like what?
Hang 10
representing.
there, buddy. Appreciate you.
He's representing, your people, Adam.
I know. Thank goodness. If we could pawn him off. Actually, pawning him off on Washington doesn't seem like it would be a good deal for America, though.
No, then everyone has to deal
How
with
do
him.
we pawn him off on Canada? That's really what I want.
Listen, maybe Canada be like, okay, Trump is like, he wants to annex Canada. Counter offer, we annex California. California joins Canada.
If he gets anywhere in the Democratic primary, Republicans are going to run that tape of him lying to the people about the California wildfires just over and over and over again, where he says, I'm on the phone with Biden right now. And she's like, I want to listen to the call. And he's like, I called him 5 times and I'm still trying to get through.
I can't hear you. I'm in a tunnel. He like walks away.
I know. He's just such a bold-faced liar.
I know. Well, I mean, fortunately, I think that obviously he's going to run, but I think in a primary, I do think he's going to get clobbered by like Shapiro or some other people that are probably going to enter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Everything he says is just obviously a lie. Like even that last thing he said about, I didn't do that. I said wouldn't get in trouble if they did it.
I know.
You're lying.
He has like, I'm kind of shocked that he even won in California because he has, to me, he has comes off, he's always had like massive, slimy politician, used car salesman mixed with American Psycho vibes.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, how do people like this?
I have no idea. But California did go considerably redder. I mean, now who knows what's going to happen with Trump as president, especially with all the Ukraine stuff. They're going to be like, what the fuck?
I guess with me, I'm not even like with Newsom, I am talking about like his policies. I'm just saying his vibe alone, devoid of policies, is just so bad.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I have my principles. Fuck these parents. Okay, dude. You run on those principles. Anyway, I think you want to try to just hit the back button or?
No, I'll put it back in.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm
When they default to the principles, I just roll my eyes. Like, look, I have principles.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah, so do I. I have principles. Parents should be able to know what's going on in their kid's life. They're the ones that have the biggest investment in their children.
Right.
I mean, they make it sound like parents are some sort of reptile. They just have the kid and just ignore it. It's like, okay, I've had this kid now.
Right.
I've abandoned it.
God's joke, thanks so much for the $20. Says, can someone explain to me why wealth inequality is bad? The only explanation I hear is Elon Musk having more assets is taking away stuff from me, as if I couldn't make my own stuff independent from his. Well, we'll talk about that when we watch the part with Gary, because he talks about that pretty extensively. So otherwise, we'll just repeat ourselves.
Yep.
But thank you. TB for 100 Ronins, sexy Ronin warriors. Says, Adam, where's my comic? Laughing emoji. Anyway, happy Sunday, everyone. Have a great week. S-Class is a badass.
Look, most of the comics have gone out. So if you didn't get one or you didn't get a tracking number, you can message me. My email is friended2157.
Did you send the international ones out yet?
Yes. Well,
okay.
I'm still working on them, so
right,
not
so
all of those.
So you might have not, because
yes.
I'm assuming TB is in Romania, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if we've sent any Romanian out, so.
Right. So Adam's working on it.
But look, you can message me. Yes.
Right. Fast and Bulbous, thanks so much for the $20. Says, did you guys tell chat yet that Adam isn't an artist, but an MIT graduate that created the first AI with sentience? He doesn't have dyslexia either. The AI reads the super chats for him. Hello, Sitch.
Yes, that's right. Sitch is my sentient AI.
I'm going to be real. I don't know. I have no clue what you're referencing. Fast and Bulbous.
Yes.
I don't know what's being referenced here. But it's all true. I mean, it's all entirely true.
How do you know it's a reference?
You're right. It's not a reference. It's just accurate. Okay, let's get back to this.
They have a gender dysmorphia. So what they feel like is that they feel deeply unhappy, depression, all really rampant.
Yes,
and they go to their parents.
They feel that, and then they blame it on the thing that has been put in their mind way too much. That it may be because of you're in the wrong body, to put it probably wrongly, but
Sure.
that we understand what that means. Okay. Now, it could be that case. When Trump said there's only two sexes, again, pendulum swinging way too far to stupidity. Okay. Obviously, sex is more complicated than just two sexes. There are people who absolutely, are quote unquote in the wrong body. But when you're a kid, when even a teenager,
I mean, listen, I like Bill, and he's obviously against a lot of the trans child stuff and the transport stuff, which I'm a favor of. But he's like, the way he phrased that is obviously incorrect, because even if, and I think gender dysphoria is real, I think some people do have gender dysphoria, and even if you want to classify it as like you think or you feel like you're born in the wrong body, like that wouldn't have anything to do with whether there's more than one sex or not at all, because that's not how you define sex.
Right.
So, sex is
There are
defined by
also
the-
cases of body dysmorphia. There are people that think I should cut off my right arm, right? Are they
Sure.
born in the wrong body? Should they have been born in a body with one arm?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
It's
Well,
like-
that's the thing. Yeah, because we don't really understand. I don't think they really understand body dysmorphia. They don't really understand gender dysphoria either. So,
Yes,
yeah.
it's some kind of mental illness, right?
right, it's some kind of mental illness. That's all.
Which people don't want you to say because they're like, but that's what we said about gay people, it being a mental illness, right?
right.
We've
It's so
evolved on the gay situation, but you
right.
can't just fucking change your body, okay?
Yeah, exactly. And it's also dumb too, because like there was a time period, from my parents and especially my grandparents, where if someone's like, "Oh, you have a mental illness," it was like such a black mark, against you as a person. It was like literally the black
Now
mark
it's a
from
perk.
Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, it's like, oh, he's got a mental illness. He's crazy. Stay away from him. Right. I remember once, like, I took vitamins in front of like my grandma, and she was like, "What are you doing? What are you taking?" Like, it's a vitamin, and she was like freaked out. Like, what's wrong with you? Why are you taking a vitamin? And so like, but now, yeah, exactly as you said, now it's a perk. Now everyone's like, oh, it's part of my pros is that I have like, a mental illness, that I suffer from depression, anxiety, ADD, the list goes
Yeah.
on. So
ADHD, depression, PTSD.
right, exactly. Now it's I cast my spell of mental illnesses that makes you have to behave differently. So like the whole
Exactly.
argument is just BS. That's like, oh, calling a mental illness is offensive. It's like, is it? Is it?
Right.
and you're that confused about everything and you have no idea and you're upset for many other reasons, the idea that they put it, let me just finish.
I'm not saying it.
I know. I could see you were ready. I could see you pulling back the bow. And the fact that they put this in their head too much, that's my thing. Should you tell a kid, look, there's a default setting for humans, male and female, but there are variations. That's absolutely true. Some people are attracted to people of their own sex, and some people are actually in the quote-unquote wrong body, and that does happen. But the amount that they emphasize this, I compared it once on my show to entrapment.
So
See, there you go.
I disagree. I'm sorry. Is that
Notice that big heavy sigh?
I know. I know.
Entrapment. Oh my God. Are you telling me that children are impressionable? What a fucking idiot.
Mm-hmm.
not the end? Is it?
No,
I
but
thought entrapment had a period at
could
the
I
end.
explain it?
Yes,
though?
explain. I mean, I think we all get it, but yeah, explain it. Entrapment.
I don't think everybody does get it.
Okay, explain it.
Okay. Well, what is entrapment? Entrapment is when you suggest something to people that they weren't ordinarily going to do. I used the example of after 9/11, the FBI got caught basically entrapping some people, which is what they went to people who
Yeah,
were,
I think-
excuse me, I'm not done.
All right, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. Honestly,
And
that
you're-
was rude.
and you're
That was
har-
rude. That was rude. Bill, finish. You're explaining how
gotta read
being
the-
trans is like being recruited into Al Qaeda.
Well, that's glib and
Absolutely, 100%
and
glib.
stupid.
It is a good analogy, though, I think. Obviously, some people will thrive in Al Qaeda and most will be used as cannon fodder. So I don't think it's a bad example.
Right. Right.
Look, it's insane to me. Obviously, it's an evolutionary advantage for children to be majorly susceptible to everything because we have all of this cultural knowledge out in the world that they need to absorb to be able to live in the society, right? So if you're putting this cultural knowledge into their heads, they're going to fucking just drink it down and believe it all.
Mm-hmm.
People used to understand this, right? This is why they wanted to keep Christianity out of public schools. Now it's like, no, let's put this transgender stuff into public schools. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
It's so weird that we went from like kids are so impressionable, you have to be careful what you teach them too. Kids
Yeah.
know their innate truth deep inside.
Yeah.
Okay. And you just
Yes.
have to affirm whatever they say, but also teach them about all this confusing shit that's going to, influence them in their behavior going forward.
Kids know what's going to get them attention. And
Yes.
that's what they try to do. Right.
Yes.
What gets them a
obviously.
lot of attention?
Right. Coming out.
Yeah. I'm trans.
It's really weird. Kids are like simultaneously very observant and stupid at the same time. Like kids will be stupid in terms of like they obviously don't understand a lot of like complicated things that are like happening around them, but they'll be very observant in terms of what you're saying, like very like, oh, someone came out as gay or trans in class and everyone like clapped for them. I want everyone to clap for me, right?
Yeah. How do I do it? How do I do it,
that?
Sitch?
Yeah, right.
14 people already came out as gay. I got to do something different. I know. I'm trans.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So, but anyway, this guy believes it.
Stupid and glib.
It is.
Yes.
Because it's not true. And
Right.
you didn't even let me get through the
You're
thing.
right.
And now I got to go.
You're just going to leave? We're in the middle of a debate.
Yeah. No. Okay. I'll finish this. Entrapment. Like, okay. So they go to somebody. They go to a group of guys. They did this in a group of poor black guys in Miami, and were unhappy with America. And hey, wouldn't it be great if we blew up the Sears Tower in Chicago? And these guys didn't even have a gun. And it's like, yeah, I hate America, or I got problems with America. That does sound kind of cool. And hey, well, we can get you the explosives. And that's entrapment. Okay, you put an idea in people's heads that wouldn't have been there otherwise. Do I think in most of America they did that in schools? I don't. But I think in enough of them, in enough far left places, they did constantly have this idea in the minds of children that maybe you're not in the right body. I mean, the New England Journal of Medicine advocated for taking sex off of a birth certificate, I believe. It was like you're assigned sex at
Assigned sex at birth.
Assigned.
Yeah.
You're assigned.
I think that's right.
I was assigned it by my dick, okay, when I was born. Yes, and again, to tell kids it doesn't always have to be and isn't always the default setting, but that's a different mentality than they put in the minds of kids. And that's why this debate goes on. And the fact that you think, or a lot of people on the left think that even if you just have this debate, it makes you a bigot, you just have to roll over. That was, you asked about the Biden administration. That was their position. If you even question this, you're some sort of a bigot. And this is new science, and it has to do with children, and it's not going to look good in the future, that position.
Can I just respond to something?
Now you can.
Now I can respond? All right. Can
I
you
gotta
just All right.
I don't think he responds at all to this. You literally had health organizations buying into all this nonsense about putting, assigned sex at birth on your birth certificate or any of this stuff. And the problem is, like, I understand the argument is kind of funny coming from some people, but I understand the argument of like, okay, the government shouldn't be involved. It should be between, the parents and the doctors and all that stuff. That's like all fine and good, except unless you have the medical community for whatever reason, whether it's ideological capture, whether it's a more cynical money grab, because obviously it's very expensive for people to transition, is completely parroting just bullshit information and is completely captured by this bullshit information, right? Like, we do have, there are government organizations that say, okay, in order for a medicine to come on the market, it has to be tested appropriately, right? You can't just have some drug company come out and say, oh, this pill is going to make you grow your hair back, get all your erections forever, and it's going to, cure every ailment, and then just pay a bunch of doctors to just promote this to everyone, right? This shit is supposed to be regulated. So, like, why is this exempt from anything like that?
Yeah. All right. Let's just
I want to say it's just funny that he's like, he immediately pivots to it's up to the parents that the school is not obligated to inform. So
right.
It's like, is it really up to the parents? I guess it's only up to the parents if they make the correct decision, right?
Right.
Like if they decide to go complete gender affirming care, then of course it's up to the parents.
Of course.
If they don't make that decision, then it's child abuse. So they're
Right.
such fucking hypocrites. They don't really hold that position.
Right.
It's up to the parents. Their
And
position is it's up to us to
Yes,
decide what the
exactly.
parents should do. Yes.
Exactly. And like, this isn't even, you had that weird situation with CRT where I'm pretty sure every single mainstream publication either lied intentionally about CRT or just whoever wrote the article was a
Didn't
lazy
know.
fuck
Yeah.
who just read the Wikipedia like entry for it, didn't understand it because a lot of it's written in like obnoxious academic jargon and just regurgitated the same talking points, right? And so with CRT, I'm a little more permissive of people. You come across like the normie person left.
It's just Black History.
Yeah,
Sitch.
like they've literally just been indoctrinated. Like it's not like I'm like, okay, where are they going to hear the correct information about this? Like they've just been indoctrinated about it. But with a lot of the trans stuff, I mean, you've even had, as you brought up, you've even had the New York Times has written several op-eds or just I think even several articles where they're like talking
Yes.
about how a lot of this stuff on children is experimental and doesn't actually match the science, and there's not a lot of good data behind it and all this stuff.
Yeah, they all like jizz their minds out for Nordic countries, anything Nordic countries do. But as soon as you tell them, look, the Nordic countries have reversed course on the transgender stuff, they're like, what? No.
And they were the ones that came up with it in the first place.
Yeah, how dare you?
It was called the Dutch Protocol. And they were like, oh, maybe this is wrong. Maybe this is a bad idea.
Just in his mind, like in his unconscious mind, okay? Obviously, I don't think this guy has a lot of free will. I think his mind has been completely taken over by leftist media. So I don't think he does much thinking for himself. He believes whatever the leftist media tells him, and that's his worldview. But yeah, it's just
well, so much of it is like because everyone looks at things through the team playing lens, it's so psychologically, emotionally damaging to be like, oh, the right was correct on the trans stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
And my team was just blatantly wrong. Like that's just so psychologically, emotionally damaging for someone on the left to acknowledge that the right was correct and their side was like basically just insane.
That's exactly what I was going to say. He's just that we've been using this to beat up on the right for so long that they're like, what? That all that was incorrect? We got a lot invested in this.
Yeah. But it's interesting because like after time passes, you can have someone can change it, but it has to be someone from like your team. Like maybe it's still a little too fresh because it was the same thing with Bush. And like, remember, like, the left have been saying Bush sucks. Bush was a terrible fucking president. He was the worst president ever. He got us into these two fucking disastrous wars. That was a huge mistake. Iraq was this huge fucking mistake, blah, 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 blah. And like people on the right for most of my life just stuck their fingers in their ears and said, nanny, nanny, boo, boo, you're stupid, blah, 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 blah. Right.
Democracy.
Weapons of mass destruction, democracy, blah, 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 blah. And then Donald Trump says it and they're like, oh my God, a genius. He's so brave. No one's ever said this before. And I was like, oh, it's like,
they
wow,
all
it's very
believed it.
interesting.
They just didn't want to say it. Yeah,
Right,
look, it's painful because you don't want to let the other side have a win. The left doesn't want to let the right have a win on this.
Exactly, right.
They don't want Charlie Kirk to say, oh yeah, I was right. Gavin Newsom was wrong.
Yes. So like, 10 years from now, someone on the left is be like, oh, that trans stuff was crazy. And they'll be like, yeah, yes, applause. Yes, it was crazy. And you're like, oh God.
A lot. You definitely said your piece.
Just say your bullshit while I'm in the bathroom.
Just stay for 1 second.
Okay, I'm kidding.
Unbelievable.
I'm kidding.
All right, no, I know. Okay, a lot of things there. First of all, this is going to sound confrontational. For a long
go fuck yourself. Oh,
time, people said, "Oh, older gay people are recruiting kids to be gay." And they wouldn't really be gay. It was they were being recruited, they were being groomed, that they were being drawn. That was their conservative position. The Christian right position for a long time was the reason you didn't want to have gay teachers is they're going to recruit That the gay lifestyle is going to look so enticing and so exciting that it's going to bring these poor defenseless boys, they mostly boys, into the gay lifestyle and destroy their lives. But of course that wasn't true. Really, all gay teachers were an example.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
This is such a stupid, stupid argument, because as a young person is going through adolescence, like they're literally in a constant identity crisis. That's the norm. And if you're going to come in here and start pitching transgenderism as an identity, many of them are going to pick it up, even though they have no gender dysphoria, and will live a far better life if they just adopt the biological sex that they were born with. So this is insane, this argument that he's making here.
Well,
It completely ignores the facts of the situation.
right. You can make the now, he's not making this argument. You can make the argument that this, like, the right, cried wolf on this issue. It's kind of the same way the right cried wolf about excuse me, the right cried wolf about communism and socialism for so long, that like once the socialists showed up, a lot of people on the left were just completely deaf to it. And basically, because the right was crying wolf about like the gays, poisoning children's mind to turn them gay, essentially argument, like a lot of people, when the trans question came up, and then the people on the left said, "Oh, you're just making the same argument," and like it slotted perfectly into a pre-existing like slot in their mind, essentially.
Yeah, so they didn't have to build new brain architecture.
Exactly right.
They
So,
could do the fucking lazy thing and be like,
yes.
this is exactly the same argument.
right. And so yeah, it's a total cry wolf situation here.
Look, there is a test that you can do to find out if someone is same-sex attracted, okay? It's called, you pull out a picture and say, hey, do you want to have sex with us? Like, it's fucking easy, okay?
Mhm.
The gender stuff is not, there's no test for that kind of stuff.
Right.
There's no ironclad test for it like there is for homosexuality.
Right.
So I just,
Well, also, if
it's
like,
stupid to say that they're the same thing.
right. And also, if you kiss someone of the same sex to see if you're into it, that's, not going to change your life the way taking hormones or getting surgery or something.
Yeah,
Change
exactly.
your life forever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You kiss someone of the same sex and find out it's not great, you can always not do that.
I'm not really
again,
into a
right?
guy's beard prickling me, it seems a little off.
Right. Now, when you have bottom surgery, it's not as easy to go back, right?
Right.
It's crazy that they say, look, if you have top surgery, oh, you just can go back, no problem. We just do reconstructive surgery.
I know, it's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, these people are insane. They're totally insane. But anyway,
look, there are a few examples of people getting older and realizing that they shouldn't have transitioned. That happens. It's real. That's real.
Yeah, more than a few.
But there are also really important surgeries that people get for their heart, and they go wrong, and somebody dies, and nobody.
No, they all go to the same fucking dumb ass arguments.
Yeah.
Nobody says we must stop the cardiologists. No one says we must stop the surgeons. We say let's.
That's your analogy?
Well, my analogy.
I love it. I love it. He's like, yeah, look, I saw this argument on Twitter too. You fucking dumbass.
Well, the analogy would be like, if there was some kind of heart condition, and 80 to 90% of the people who had the heart condition would be totally fine and
If they
need no
didn't do
surgery.
anything. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it would just heal on its own, whatever. And maybe 10 to 20% would actually need to get the surgery or something down the road. And then all of a sudden the medical community is like, hey, we should start getting children who have this condition to just get these surgeries, preemptively.
Yeah.
And you're like, and it has like a complication rate. And you're like, well, is that a good idea? Even if it's like 5% complication rate? I mean, that's a lot of people dying for no reason.
Probably not. Yeah, they never stop to think about, well, would it be bad if they didn't transition and they just live their life normally? Why is that the position that's the end of the world? Oh my God.
Because they've been indoctrinated. They don't have the information. They don't know that, like, well, the same science that you're holding up, that you're saying, not same science, but the same communities that you're holding up and trusting, they used to have science that said 89% of these kids are going to go through puberty and they're not going to
resolve. Yeah.
Yeah. They're not going to have gender dysphoria anymore. It's going to completely go away. And that's never, ever been addressed by any research, ever,
Nope.
so far, right?
Nope.
There's never been any sort of double blind, I guess you can do double blind. There's never been any sort of like, blind study where, people say that they feel like they're gender dysphoric and you give some kids, this childhood treatment, you give some kids nothing to see the outcomes. That's never, ever occurred. We did that with fucking vaccines, with viruses, we did it with everything. But for some reason, when you have this amorphous, hard to pin down, mental illness, that all goes out the window. You just have to affirm. It makes no sense.
Right. Yeah. They're just doing it because everyone else is doing it and they want to be cool. It's
Right.
not cool anymore, man. Society's changed.
Technology is only that. Wait, let me finish.
I'm just
Can I finish?
yes.
Is it my turn to talk?
No, you're right.
And what you say is, let's make sure that this version of it is being practiced well. We don't get rid of the specific surgery. We don't throw out a whole field of medicine. We say, let's make sure we're doing it in a way that's healthy. The science, the research, all right, makes clear that yes, there are exceptions. Yes, there are people practicing it in ways that maybe go too far. But for the most part, study after study shows that gender affirming care saves. Wait, I'm talking. It's my turn. I was so quiet for so long after I interrupted a few times.
But okay.
But once I stopped,
Look, if it was some Bible beater that was going too far, he's like, just a few Bible beaters are going too far. He'd lose his fucking mind. He would lose his fucking mind.
I know.
But it's like, it's just, half a dozen kids cutting their willies off and for regretting it. But what do we care?
Yeah.
talking, boy, I was good at it. And that gender affirming care saves a lot of lives.
Lie. Fucking, wasn't he talking about misinformation before? We're just swimming in this misinformation here.
Right.
And the truth is, we talk about these edge cases, talk about athletes, talk about locker rooms, but for the most part, what we're talking about is a very small group of
Locker room edge case, right? Fucking every single woman in women's sports. Oh, just an edge case.
people.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I love edging in locker rooms.
Oh yeah. Get that, ladies. Sitch loves edging in women's locker rooms, okay? And you wonder why women don't want ding-dongs in their locker rooms.
Listen, I'm going to put on a wig. I'm going to edge all day in locker rooms, okay?
It's just completely ridiculous. This is why the left has lost all fucking credibility, okay? 50% of the population uses the women's locker room, okay? They're called women, you dumbass, and you're calling it an edge case. God, they're so stupid, Sitch. How are they this stupid? Look, I would honestly like a left-wing party with some semblance of credibility, just so we had a choice in elections, right?
Right.
We have extremists on both sides. Make it stop, Sitch.
That just want the opportunity to live and express themselves. And there is a war on that group of people from the right to make
They just want in your locker rooms, ladies. They just want to express themselves by waving their willy in your face, okay? Suck it up.
salient extreme cases, edge cases, not for the purposes of stopping those, but for doing what the Trump administration is doing entirely, which is stopping all gender affirming care altogether and making trans people fucking nervous when they have to pee at the airport. Right? Which is the end result of all this.
And of course, that's awful, and I agree with all that, except the part about the studies. There was a very big story this year. It was in the front page of the New York.
The trans people would have such an easier time peeing in the airport if they didn't become the fucking human shields of the left and their principled stance here. All of this reached a head because you guys decided you wanted to make it some sort of electoral advantage.
Times. A woman, I forget her name, and she had done, like, it was a 10-year study, did not release it on purpose because she said it would weaponize the argument from the other side. So in other words, it came out not the way you wanted the study to come out.
Yeah.
Not what you said, that it's, all the studies show that. No, it is a mixed bag. That's true.
Okay.
Some people, yes, it's the right thing. But to take that risk at that age before you know shit about anything, yes, sometimes it's pretty obvious that this should, it's a very hard call to make. And again, this was a very long study very thorough, and they wouldn't release it because it came out with the wrong
But
conclusion.
the reason but because it is a hard question, because
Right.
it is a serious question.
Right.
It is a personal question. I don't want Donald Trump deciding. I want parents and doctors.
Well, you just said parents can get shut out.
Well, I don't think parents should get shut out. There are rare exceptions to that. Look, we all believe that parents should have the decisions over their children, but we also recognize that some parents do such a bad fucking job that the kids are in danger.
What he's really saying is some parents come to the wrong conclusion. That's what
Mhm.
he's saying. He's saying parents that don't come to my leftist conclusion, my authoritarian leftist conclusion, are evil.
Mhm.
That's exactly what he's saying, Sitch.
happens in
Exactly.
outside
What's that?
That's exactly what he said. I heard it.
Yeah.
of trans issues. That happens all the time. It's terrible.
I
Some
know,
parents are
but
fucking terrible.
but-
Somehow the fact that there are terrible parents in the
Yes,
world
I know.
gets erased on these questions. Do I think that schools should, as a baseline, be keeping a secret from parents? Of fucking course not. No one thinks that.
Well,
no one thinks that.
Apparently,
Well, then why did they make a law saying they could keep their jobs if they do that?
Right.
That makes absolutely no sense. Nobody thinks that. I guess the teachers who want to be able to do this and not lose their jobs think that.
that's not true. People do think that, and there is no perfect answer to this. It's as
Look, he's so
Many-
fucking he's so fucking salty. He's
I
so
know.
salty.
I
Why
know.
don't people why do all these people disagree with me?
I
He's
know.
like, I'm a genius.
So I found the article that Bill Maher was talking about. Again, this is in the New York Times, right? Big right-wing publication
Oh my God.
from last October, so recently. It says U.S. study on puberty blockers goes unpublished because of politics, doctor says. The leader of the long-running study said that the drugs did not improve mental health in children with gender distress, and the finding might be weaponized by opponents of care. An influential doctor and advocate of adolescent gender treatment said she had not published a long-awaited study on puberty-blocking drugs because of the charged American political environment. The doctor, Joanna Olson Kennedy, began the study in 2015 as part of a broader multi-million-dollar federal project on transgender youth. She and the colleagues recruited 95 children from across the country and gave them puberty blockers, which stave off permanent physical changes like breast or a deepening voice that could exacerbate their gender distress, known as gender dysphoria. The researchers
Or
followed-
resolve it.
Right. Yeah. The researchers followed the children for 2 years to see if the treatments improved their health, as an older Dutch study had found that puberty blockers improved well-being, results that inspire clinics around the world to regularly prescribe medications as part of what is now called gender-affirming care. However, the American trial did not find a similar trend. Dr. Olson Kennedy said in a wide-ranging interview, puberty blockers did not lead to mental health improvements, she said, most likely because the children were already doing well when the study began. See, that was the quote. Her quote was, they're really in good shape when they come in, and they're really in good shape after 2 years. So she's saying like, oh, well, obviously the drugs didn't improve because they were already doing well. Yeah, but so doesn't that mean that you wouldn't need to give them the drugs, that they would do fine without them? Isn't that what that would mean?
Yeah, you would think.
Right.
Who knows? Maybe they'd be doing 10 times better.
Yes. It's almost like you get that result to say, maybe we should have a cohort of children who we don't do anything to, and
Right.
a cohort of children that we give puberty blockers and see if there's a difference, right? It's almost like that's generally how science and medicine has been practiced in these sorts of clinical trials for I don't know how many decades exactly.
Yeah, where's the 95 kids that had this distress and they did nothing to, right?
Right. To compare
Yeah.
to, right. It's kind of
They
the whole
won't do
point
it
of the
because
thing.
they fully believe. They're like, that's child abuse. We can't deny them life-saving medicine. Oh my God, what Sitch? They might be fine.
Right. In the
Well,
9 years,
just pitching it as life-saving medicine is such bullshit.
I know. In the 9 years since the study was funded by the National Institute of Health as a medical care for this small group of adolescents became a searing issue in American politics, Dr. Olson's Kennedy team has not published the data. When asked why, she said the findings might fuel the kind of political attacks that have led to bans of the youth gender treatment in more than 20 states.
Oh my
Quote,
God.
I do not want our work to be weaponized. She said it has to be exactly on point, clear, and concise, and that takes time. Yeah, it takes 9 years, right, to create the cope so that she can finally release the data that would go against the thing that she wanted to.
Just so weak.
Dr.
They
Olson,
don't
and here,
care.
of course, and also look at the financial entanglement she has. Dr. Olson Kennedy is one of the country's most vocal advocates for adolescent gender treatments and has served as an expert witness in many legal challenges to state bans.
Yeah, look, she is the one that's caused all of these kids to do these treatments.
Right.
Do you think she wants to go to bed and think, oh my God, I made a complete mistake with the last 10 years of my life?
Well, yeah, there's that. And then there's also just like how she's supposed to go in court and make some sort of argument when the other side can be like, ma'am, you did a study that actually disproves
You're
what you're
right.
saying yourself. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
She'd become unemployable.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, these expert witnesses make bank too.
Oh, of course. Of course. Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, great. This is who Pod Save America is basically taking the side of.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Which in any other context, he'd be like, capitalism, fuck that.
Yeah. It's good. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Right.
Naughty questions, the least bad answer.
And the least bad answer
is
is to not have the government decide from above. It's just to leave it up to people and parents and the kids and the doctors. Right? You want the government to ban gender-affirming care for kids?
Do you want the government to step in when people are abusing their children? What are you, crazy? Yeah, I want the government to step in.
I mean,
you fucking knucklehead.
That's, it's kind of what they already do, right?
Look, at one time, if a boy had a good singing voice, their parents would cut their fucking balls off so that they could be a famous opera singer, okay?
Right.
Should it just be up to the parents and the fucking kid? I don't think the kid has a lot of power in this situation.
Right. Or, I mean, they have these issues with, there's certain groups like the Christian Scientists and stuff who,
yes,
they don't want to give their kids blood transfusions if they get in accidents and stuff. And the hospitals are like, no, we're going to give them a blood transfusion.
It's just this issue is so funny because it completely causes people to reverse themselves on something that they're in favor of. So he is 1,000% in favor of government intervention in cases of child abuse. But he's like, in this case, is it really child abuse?
Mm-hmm.
Well, some studies say yes, but unfortunately they've been buried.
You want to lose every election, just keep coming down on the side of parents coming in second in a who gets to decide what goes on with my kid contest.
First of all, I'm not talking about winning or losing election. I agree.
Okay, I gotta.
He's like, I don't care if I lose the election. My principles.
I gotta go let Sammy in. So I'll be right back.
All right, I'll just listen to the video for a bit.
I agree with all that, but I'm just talking about the issue itself. What did that card say?
Can I take this one home as a souvenir? I'm going to put it in my scrapbook.
Let me see if I hit all my points that I wanted to make about this.
Okay. Boy, like
he's like, I'm going to put this in my scrapbook, and in my Another Idiot Leftist podcast, I had to walk out on scrapbook. God, I love the fact that he leaves because he's like, why am I lending my reputation to this piece of shit podcast? Why am I even here?
They don't even see. Couldn't they have started? It says, my guest this week is Suffering House Political Content, Sitting and Bill Maher. Bill, couldn't they have started this on the next card? Don't you think that word Bill should have been started on the next card?
No.
I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble.
Let's
right.
You got to go. That's good. That's it. You're just leaving?
Go. Yeah, I'm just leaving.
Bill Maher, everybody.
Thank you.
Oh my God, the greatest podcast ending of all time. You're just leaving? Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm out of here. So let me see. Should I read a super chat? What's going on in the chat? Wouldn't it be great if Sitch decided to give actually trusted Sammy G with a key? I don't know. Does she know how keys work? Is she not tall enough to reach the lock? What's the situation? We've got Moonlight for $20 says trans women want us to call them women because colloquially we interchange women and female. They say gender does not equal sex, but if we call them feminine male, it's not good enough. It's not a gender desire. It's wanting to be actually females. Yes.
I'll go pay millions of dollars.
Are you back?
I'm back. The cat has been let in.
Does Sammy G not know how locks work? What's the deal?
Well, listen,
It's
I mean,
very, it's
listen,
very strange. You don't
she-
trust her with a key. You think she's
she-
going to come and steal your stuff?
no. Listen. She's very short. Okay, the locks are very
That's what I
high up.
said. That's what I said.
You can't reach.
You look, you put a little step stool next to the door. Come on.
You know, sometimes you just gotta let her in.
It'll be
right?
great.
Yeah.
So I read one of the Moonlight. I read Moonlight Super Chat. If you have anything to say about before we put the trans issue to bed, there might be some super chats here. Moonlight.
Trans women wants to call them women because colloquially we interchange women and female. They say gender equals / so it doesn't equal sex. But if we call them feminine male, it's not good enough. It's not a gender desire. It's wanting to be actual females.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. JV for $20 says you would think the safest choice would be not giving children drugs, but no, this guy thinks the default position should be drugging children.
Bad news.
I mean, usually the default is don't do anything until you can actually, do a study that shows it's like helpful, not hurtful. But again, the science and the studies on this has been so corrupted for either ideological reasons or financial reasons. It's just crap. It's just trash.
The trans stuff is the one place where one of the places, there's probably a few that I actually agree with the Trump administration. I just wish that they would teach Donald Trump to use the proper terminology, because he's all over the place when it comes to the separation of gender and sex. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, the woman versus female. I mean, the right thing to do is to say female or male, because it's hard. It's like hard to. Their whole movement has been the trans women are women, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you say, well, trans women are males, that's technically correct. So
yes, yeah.
They get around. It's funny because they've completely abandoned this separation of gender and biological sex. It used to be a big thing. They used to be like, oh, well, let me educate you here. There's a huge difference between biological sex and gender, right? Gender is like something that's like your expression of your biological sex in the world, right? Whether or not you dress feminine or masculine. I would always point to birds and I'd be like, look at this red cardinal here. Is that red an expression of his gender?
It's performative. Like Judith Butler said, that cardinal's performing cardinal masculinity by being
Is
red.
he? Is he? Is that what's going on there? That bright red and the female is all dull brown? That's her expressing her gender?
Well, first of all, the fact that you think red is bright and brown is dull is part of your social,
of course,
racist, cultural normative values. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I don't know if you noticed, but occasionally, very occasionally, in very, very statistically unlikely scenarios, male cardinals can be yellow instead of red. So therefore, that means that it's performative, that it's not actually biological.
Okay, interesting.
Kiwi Farmer for $20 says, afternoon, gentlemen. Have you heard of the creators at Shun Films, Knowing Better, or The Cynical Historian? They're all history tubers and intelligent people. However, they're woke ideologues.
Ouch. That sucks. I haven't heard of them.
I've heard of two of them. At Shun Films, I've only seen his videos about pushing back on the whole, like, what is it called? The people that kind of like defend the South in the Civil War. There's a name for it. That's
Lost Causers.
The Lost Causers. Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, I saw those videos. They don't have anything to do, obviously, with like contemporary woke politics, and they all seem to be good to me. So I don't know what other content he's done. And then with Knowing Better, we actually responded to one of his videos. I don't remember which one.
We did. You're right. Yeah.
I think was it an Anthony Jordan Peterson video? I don't know. He had
probably.
It was weird because he had because I remember we reacted. I don't remember which one. He had some video that we reacted to. It was like super woke and terrible. And then another video later that was like pretty reasonable. And I was like, oh, interesting. So I don't know where he's at nowadays. But as for Cynical Historian, like I'm aware of him, but I don't think I've ever seen any of his content. So Fondue, thanks so much for the $20. Says, thanks a bunch. Adam, the comic came in this week and it's great. The high section was my favorite, and specifically the paperwork scene was cool. I'm looking forward to the next one, but relax and slay the princess first.
What was the section? The high section?
The heist section.
The heist section. Okay. Awesome. Yes.
Like the paperwork scene where we're very dramatically filling out paperwork
Yes, yeah.
in the comic.
Sitch and I argued about that scene for a long time, so it was great.
We
I
argued
think
about every scene for a very long time.
Yes, yeah. It's awesome, though. That's how you get the good stuff.
There's a reference in there where
Mhm.
like Adam reads the very fault. He has like his little robot like arm project the small print, but I read it because everyone knows I have to read everything.
Yes.
So.
Little meme from the show.
Little meme from the show. And yes, Slay the Princess is great. I'd be kind of curious. I don't know what Adam's interpretation of that game would be. It's a visual novel. It's all like storytelling and choices. It's very interesting. I really like that game. That game makes me feel weird things when I play it, like weird existential things. So I'm a big fan of it. Okay, so I just want to watch a little bit of this, just like a minute or two of this. I don't have the exact time code. This is kind of fascinating. So Pierce Morgan is talking to James Carville about where the Democrats are going wrong about things. I think James Carville, if this is correct timestamp, I think he lays it out very nicely here.
I can't think of a Democrat, I doubt if you can too, that has spoken out more against identitarian politics, more against faculty lounge, goofy academic language than I have. So we went through that phase. We lost the election. So the answer of the identitarian left is, well, it didn't matter because no one ran on it, famously by Jon Stewart. Oh, look, somebody did run on it. See, in politics, the other side gets to play.
Correct.
If you're in comedy and you tell a bad joke, you just throw it away. In politics, all that. And Harris was for taxpayer transition surgery for prisoners, okay?
So I'm glad, he brings this up because Jon Stewart championed this really stupid position. Like, oh, she didn't run on the woke issue, so that can't be the problem. And it's just, you doesn't matter, okay? If the party is inculcated with this stuff and the candidate who's running is terrified to speak out against it, everyone is going to assume the worst, especially when the other side, the other team, is punching you in the face saying, how do you feel about, the crazies on your team? How do you feel about the crazies on your team? And you're just sitting there like, no comment, no comment,
what
no comment.
Crazies?
Yeah. Pivot. I'm not going to answer that question because everyone's going to be looking around saying, scratching their head like, well, why are they afraid to speak up against this stuff? I mean, they used to be for this stuff 4 years ago. It's going to seem pretty sus.
Yeah, even Donald Trump was smart enough to say, I don't know what this Project 2025 is. I hear some of it's good, some of it's bad, but I haven't read any of it, right?
Right. Even Donald Trump was smart enough to basically just lie. Why didn't she just lie? Why did you just feel like, oh, listen, I'm just going to lie and say that stuff's crazy. I don't know anything about that, right?
Yeah.
So, it's so funny.
Got to say something.
Yeah.
I researched myself. That's not my number one thing. Honestly, I don't think about it that much. In terms of the border, all of that is because Biden listened to the idiotic far left. And by the time that he left office, the border was a very orderly place. A lot of good it did us, but it's really true if you look at the crossing statistics. Every person in history that has listened, not just to the far left in the United States, but anybody in the West that pays attention to the far left has lived to regret it. These people have never been right about a single thing.
Oh, so
Is that true?
So true.
It's hard.
Of course it's true.
Nothing?
Fact check true. Not a single thing. Name a single thing. When they said
look,
water was good, it was
trying.
bad. Okay. Actually,
I'm trying to think of something.
Right.
But I can't think of anything. Yeah.
No,
nothing.
I mean, nothing. And I'm glad he also brought up the border too, because yeah, obviously, Biden's handling the border was horribly inept.
Obnoxious,
and,
yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of that had to do with, the fear of being labeled as racist and getting hit with a racist stick because they were, they wanted to hit Trump with a racist stick for years. They were afraid of the kids.
For 4 years.
Yeah. And they were afraid of the kids in cages accusation getting slammed on Biden if they, did good border control measures once COVID ended. So
you guys said borders were racist.
Right.
Absolutely.
Nothing.
You're completely right.
And they keep running their mouths. And the only
Yeah, shut up. Shut up, you socialist. You haven't won a single election. You haven't done anything right. All your policies bring doom and destruction to every country. Okay, shut up, socialist.
Yeah. God, this is great. He's not a Republican?
No, this is the famous Democrat strategist, James Carville.
I'm reading this book on, and you should get this guy, Why Nothing Works. And the only thing progressive ever successfully killed is progress.
Right.
That's it.
Which is very ironic.
Signature achievement. Yeah, it is. And I'm, I consider myself very much a liberal Democrat. People ask me how does it feel to be a moderate. I don't know, because I'm not. I'm very liberal. I believe we ought to use opportunity to help people. We should never discriminate anybody. I even believe that there are certain groups who've been historically left out that we ought to give more of a helping hand to. I'm completely fine with that. But the idea that we were going to change dictionaries, we're going to change the world by changing dictionaries, is historically stupid. To put it mildly.
I mean, I thought it was very.
We need that on a little soundboard. Historically stupid.
Nice.
Yes, it's Billy. I want to see. I would love to see Hassan have a conversation with James Carville.
Oh, that'd be great.
Oh my god.
You just slap him around.
Yes.
Interesting. That, I mean, look, your views are echoed by Bill Maher. I would position myself, actually, historically, with my own political views, pretty similar to you guys. Joe Rogan was certainly in that camp. Elon Musk was in that camp. Tulsi Gabbard, RFK. I mean, a lot of the people now in this cabinet around Trump were people who would have identified as Democrats previously. And it seemed to me that the Democrats, as they moved far left and into this more so-called progressive world, they lost a lot of people who thought this lacked any common sense.
James Carville looks wasted.
I mean,
wasted.
He always looks like that. That's how he always looks. He always looks like he's, out of it, right?
Yeah, I don't even know.
Anyway, but we can. That was the only part I want to show you. We just that. The rest of it's kind of. I mean, it's interesting. You guys should watch it on your own, but no, it's not super relevant.
Okay.
I don't know if I would, personally. I don't know if. I mean, I think Joe Rogan. You could say probably that happened to. I mean, I think Joe Rogan has kind of gone in like weird directions that I'm not in favor of now. But I don't know enough about RFK to say that. I think with Tulsi, I don't think that's what happened with Tulsi. She just had like the weird America bad perspective.
I think she still does.
No, I know, but I'm saying she did then, and somehow that translated, into the right wing area because now it's like that. Because it used to be the left was like the home of the America bad perspective. Everything the American government does is bad. Everything the American government does in terms of foreign countries is bad. And that used to be like the left was like, that was what's his name? Oh my God, what's the manufacturer consent guy?
Noam Chomsky?
That was like the Noam, yes, that was like the Noam Chomsky, special that everyone on the far left kind of adopted. And it's weird because now the sort of, you have Tucker Carlson and the right, some factions of the right have sort of adopted that. So I don't know if Tulsi would be a good example of that. Or Elon Musk, because I don't know what's up with him, but he's just kind of gone crazy. Okay. Should we watch Steve Shives first or Gary first?
Steve Shives.
Okay. Steve Shives.
What's Steve Shives talk about?
Here's a story that was
politics, right?
So yeah. So Steve Shives is talking about there was this group of like moderate Democrats who kind of wrote a big plan on basically how the Democrats should move forward. They should abandon all the woke crap. They should abandon the far left nonsense. Politico wrote a big article about it, and Steve Shives is going to read it to you, and you're going to hear things that sound really good, and then he's going to be really mad about them. And it's kind of funny to watch.
The video is called "How Not to Fix the Democratic Party," huh?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, Majin sent me this video. Thank you, Majin.
It was published several days ago on Politico by Adam Wren. Headline, Centrist Dem Group Rails Against Leftist Identity Politics and Purity Tests. When several dozen Democratic political operatives and elected officials gathered at a Tony resort off the Potomac River last month, frustration boiled over at the left wing of their party. Democrats had become too obsessed with ideological purity tests and should push back against far-left staffers and groups that exert a disproportionate influence on policy and messaging.
Oh my God. Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear like an angel, an angelic choir, like coming down from the heavens. Like, oh, someone's getting it. Someone's finally getting it.
Was this in Politico?
Yes.
The government should pay for this. We should fund.
Yeah, what the fuck? Bring back, government needs to start funding Politico again. What the fuck? Why would you do that? Why would you cancel Politico Pro or whatever that shit was? Yes. Bring it back. Elon, you fool.
According to a document of takeaways from the gathering produced by the center-left group Third Way and obtained by Politico. The group of...
Listen. They should probably get rid of that name, though. It's a really bad name. Third Way, right? Is that what like the Nazis called themselves or the fascists? Third Way.
The Third Way.
That's not a great
I thought
name.
it was the Third Reich.
I think they did both.
But
Yeah,
Reich
it was a
means
Third
way?
Reich. No, it doesn't. But I believe maybe I'm thinking fascism was like the Third Way or something. So it was the third. Yeah, fascism was like it's called the third position.
What's up with Loudoun County, Virginia, man?
Why does everything happen in Loudoun County, Virginia? What's up? Yeah, what is up with that?
It's ridiculous.
That's like
defund Loudoun County. That's what I say.
It's like whenever there's like a TV show, like and all the monsters are in this one town, and you're like, what is up with this one town? Like in Buffy the Vampire, Slayer. Like what is up with Sunnydale? All the monsters, they all go to this one place, right?
Yeah.
Loudoun County is obviously where the hellmouth of politics is located.
It's the Transylvania of politics.
Yes.
Moderate Democratic consultants, campaign staffers, elected officials, and party leaders who gathered in Loudoun County, Virginia for a day-and-a-half retreat where they plotted their party's comeback, searched for why the party lost in November and what to do about it. Much of what they focused their ire on centered on the kind of identity politics that they believed lost them races up and down the ballot. And Politico also published the actual 5-page document that was produced by Third Way, and I want to go over a couple of things from it in a moment. But first, let's be clear about what this all is. Third Way is a group representing centrist and moderate Democrats. And their solution, after their big meeting, to make the Democratic Party more successful is to make it more moderate and more centrist.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that good? That's a great idea. I like
Sounds
that
like
idea.
a good idea to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like a winning strategy.
Right. I was gonna say I like Steve's backdrop here, but I think it's a green screen. I don't think that's actually the way his room looks.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm looking at his other
you
videos.
think it is a green screen?
His other videos, they're like all different backgrounds. So I'm assuming he's not rearranging his office every time he talks. He also has that kind of flat look. Anyway, we're gonna be jumping around here because obviously I don't watch this whole video, but let me jump around to the good bits.
Connecting with the working class. Here are some of their ideas. There's an overemphasis on identity politics.
Yes.
They say many working class voters feel Democrats prioritize niche identity-based groups with overbroad, unifying messages, making them feel excluded rather than included.
Oh my God, hire whoever wrote this, all the Democrats that wrote this, hire them and put them in charge of the Democratic Party immediately. Stat. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
If you want to win the midterms.
Yes. I can hear Steve like seething as he's saying this though.
Coping and seething.
Niche identity. I can hear his teeth just grating.
Niche.
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 There's the faculty lounge problem. Democrats are often viewed as judgmental, out of touch, and dismissive of those without elite education or progressive views. This makes the party seem disconnected from everyday people. Isn't it rich, by the way, that the people diagnosing this problem diagnosed it while they were at a day-and-a-half retreat at what is described in the Political article on the subject as a Tony resort? Failure to prioritize.
So I like that he doesn't actually push back. I mean, obviously it's true. He can't even push back on it. He just has to be like, well, you're a hypocrite because you were at a resort and you came up with this. So nanny nanny boo boo.
How dare
Stick
you?
your head in doo doo.
You're supposed to have a relaxing environment so you can think straight.
I mean, I always like to go to, you know, where there's a lot of like criminal activity and gang violence where
Oh yeah,
where I'm
that's a
gonna
good.
hold my brainstorming sessions on how to fix the Democrat Party, right?
Yeah, like an
gotta
old
be in, like, the
burnout
thick of it.
crack house.
Yeah, oh, that's the best place, right? You
It's
go, you find some
perfect, isn't it?
you find some abandoned building where there's like
Yeah.
a bunch of people that are addicted to crack or fentanyl
Yeah.
or like sleeping on the floor.
Yeah,
You know, that's where you go.
a lot of homeless people starting fires.
Right. That's it, because that's your base, right? Those
Oh,
are the
yeah.
people's votes you want.
Great.
Economic concerns. While voters struggle with jobs, wages, and inflation, Democrats are seen as more focused on cultural and social issues than on economic progress and opportunity.
True.
Oh my God. These people are geniuses.
What's going
He-
on here? Steve
give
doesn't
them-
get it.
Give them some US aid grant funding, a stat. Okay.
Weak messaging and communication. Now, this one I'll give them. This is absolutely true. The party's
Agreed with this
language
one.
is often vague, politically correct. Well, I don't think that's a problem so much. And
He's like, it is weak. Oh, wait, they mean weak in a completely different way than I mean. You know, he means weak like they're not calling Trump a fascist enough. They're not calling them racist enough.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
overly intellectual, making it hard for working class voters to connect with Democratic policies because you know how fucking dumb working class voters are. You have to explain it to them like they're 3 years old.
Oh my God, the condescension.
I can't tell. I think he's trying to be sarcastic here. I'm not sure.
He thinks that they really are dum-dums. This
I
is
can't
what you
tell.
really want to do. You want to be condescending to
Right.
voters and call them stupid. That's the way to win them over. That's the way to bring them into the Democratic Party. Just call them all idiots.
I don't know.
Idiots.
I think he's trying to be sarcastic, but it's like very unclear. He's not making it clear,
Really?
right? I don't know because
No,
he's kind of
come on.
smiling when he says it. So, but I'm not sure.
Does he? So you think he thinks they're smart? He's like, the electorate is very intelligent. They understand.
I think he's trying to criticize moderate Democrats for saying that, or he's like strawmanning them, saying, "Oh, you're saying that working class people are retards." I think that's what he's trying to say.
Oh, okay.
Not sure though. Maybe he just thinks they're retards. I can't tell.
I do, in general, though, I do agree with that point, that Democratic messaging is not good. Fear of
Okay, so maybe he does agree with it.
fear of dissent within the party. Democrats are perceived as intolerant of internal debate, where questioning progressive orthodoxy results in backlash rather than open discussion. Candidates and operatives need to feel more comfortable just saying no to activist groups and unpalatable far-left ideas. What far-left ideas has the party said yes to recently?
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
dude. I mean, we just went through the whole thing. Bill Maher, Pod to America. So I guess we don't have to repeat ourselves, but it's just the irony. The irony. Unless he's like, you see, he said recently. Did you catch that? He threw the little recently in there, like. It's like the meme, like what have you ever done for me? And it's like, oh, I did all this thing for you. What have you done for me recently? It's like, oh, what do you mean?
The congressional hearings with the Palestinian stuff after October 7th was relatively recently, right? I mean, and that's a
Yes.
good example of the far left basically getting out of control.
Yes.
I mean, the far left got out of control on all the Ivy League campuses enough that they literally had to bring in the president of those universities to Congress and like
Right.
wag their fingers at them.
Yes.
So to say the far left doesn't have any power in America is just, I mean, you're snorting your own supply there, Steve.
Right. Well, I mean, you had Harris was too. Not only did she pivot hyper woke in 2020, but then she was too afraid to pivot anti woke in
Away.
2024, and so she had to
Yep.
give these BS like non-answers. So
Yeah. They're running the show.
Seriously, like, what are they talking about? And also, what is this fear of dissent? Since when do the progressives and the far leftists run the party?
Oh my God.
I know it's just all so silly.
Okay.
It's like as long as the Democratic Party is not just overt socialist, then they're not controlling anything in the minds of the extremists.
I mean, just watch Rachel Maddow for a couple nights in a row.
Joy Reid got fired. How could you say that we run anything?
I know. Well, look at Joy Reid. I mean, they just fired her, right?
Right.
But she was pretty much running things.
Yep.
Talking about? It's people like this that run the party. Like they're saying, put us in charge. They're already in charge. Who are these far leftists and progressives that are so in charge of the Democratic Party that they're kicking people like this out or making people like this afraid to voice their concerns? Where is this happening? Here's a note.
I mean, first of all, look at that soy face. Secondly, if it was true, as he's putting forward, that the people that wrote this document are the people in charge of the Democrat Party and have been in charge the whole time, then none of this woke bullshit would have ever been able to spread. It would have got smushed down the second it started to breathe life in 2014, 2015, 2016. It wouldn't have taken over so much of our institutions.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the
Here's
George
another-
Floyd stuff had a lot to do with it. The Trayvon Martin stuff had a lot to do with it.
Right.
Yeah.
One, attachment to unpopular institutions. Democrats are seen as defending elite institutions, academia, media, government bureaucracy, while being critical of institutions working class people value, churches, small business, police. They really can't get over that defund the police thing, can they?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God. He steps in it again and again and again. Steve stepping on rake shives constantly.
Does he? What's he saying? That we should have done defund the police? It's not really clear.
We should have leaned into defund the police harder, obviously.
Right. Well, he could have mean defund the police was a giant mistake, but everyone just needs to get over it. So I don't know.
No, I mean, I think he's in favor of it. Because he says something later about, are we just supposed to ignore like the police are bad?
Republicans are never going to get over defund the police because it's such an effective weapon, in the same way that Democrats are never going to get over racism because it's such an effective weapon. So
right, exactly.
It is. Sorry.
7,
Sorry.
allowing the far left to define the party. Activist groups and progressive staffers push unpopular cultural positions, making it seem like Democrats are more extreme than they actually are. Operatives and campaigns must remember that activist groups exist to promote their single issue and raise money around it, not to make Democrats electable. Now,
True. Yeah.
Factually, we look at the fact
Sounds
check.
like he's going to agree with it, though.
True. Yeah, his answer is kind of boring, so I'm just gonna pass it.
party. Act number 7.
That's the one agreeable answer, and you're like, let's just.
He doesn't really agree. He's like, you just say is like, yeah, that's true, but that's like a good thing sometimes. Right. It's like, okay.
Activist groups and progressive staffers push unpopular cultural positions, making it seem like Democrats are more extreme than they actually are. It's not the far left that's doing that. At least not to the point that it is taking hold in the culture and in the media and in the broader conversation. If people say that the Democrats are Marxists and radical leftists and socialists and communists, that's not because far leftists are making people think that. Ask any far leftist. Nobody fucking listens to them. And I'm not saying that's a good thing, by the way. I'm just saying that's the way it is. The far left does not have a loud enough voice in this conversation. The far left in general, never mind individual groups on the far left, they do not have nearly the influence or the audience or the platform to define the Democratic Party the way they are being accused of defining it. And
it's, well, first of all, it's kind of funny because, like, yeah, it's not the far left pushing that narrative because they want to keep gaining more and more power. And so they have to keep saying, we don't have any power. You're not listening to us. Like, that's the tactic in which they gain power in the first place. So obviously they're not going to say, oh, we've taken over everything, right? Because it's never enough. It's never enough.
Yeah.
Let me jump ahead a little.
It just seems like they have a lot of power when they can dictate academia, Hollywood. I mean, it's just, this seems completely naive to the situation.
Yeah.
Nobody listens to them. What are you talking about?
I mean,
they're in every fucking Hollywood meeting.
And we had that weird, you know, the Oscars are like, oh, in order for your movie to even be, you know, eligible for an Oscar, you have to fulfill a DEI quota requirement.
Yeah, nobody ever listens to them. Well, in order to hook up broadband in the country, you've got to have at least 50% of your workforce black lesbians in wheelchairs.
Right. But obviously from Steve's view, because he's so extreme, like all these things that we look at, he thinks those are like nothing. Those are all just drops in the bucket.
Oh, that's normal. Yeah, exactly.
Right, yeah. You're like, well, obviously.
Progressives who have nothing to do with it. Moving on. Over-reliance on buzzwords and political correctness. Terms like pregnant people and Latinx alienate working-class voters who see them as out of touch with real-world terms and vocabulary.
Bro.
And number 10, finally, the last item on this list.
He doesn't even respond. He's like, I'm in favor of the pregnant people.
It is interesting the number of things he just skips right past, because I guess he's just in favor of it, and he doesn't want to just say like, well, they're wrong. You should use Latinx. You should use pregnant people.
Right.
Birthing person.
Of positive national identity message. Democrats focus too much on America's flaws, racism, sexism, inequality, without acknowledging the country's progress and potential, making them seem pessimistic and unpatriotic. Let's see.
Oh my God.
All right, we gotta go. We gotta get that face.
Inequality.
I'll do it.
Go ahead.
Inequality, without acknowledging the country's progress and potential, making them seem pessimistic and unpatriotic.
Oh my God.
Wait, take a picture. Get a screenshot.
He does a duck face.
Wait, this should be like
totally the duck face.
We gotta make this an emote.
Oh my God, it's so.
We gotta make this a chat emote.
It's so wrong.
This is amazing.
I'm on it.
You're on it. Okay, like look at that face. Look at that face.
It's so
perfect.
wrong.
It's so beautiful.
No, it's super cringe.
That's what makes it beautiful. Okay, it's like beautifully cringe.
Premium cringe, caviar.
It's premium
cringe.
grade A cringe. Yes.
Oh, so evil.
Our grassroots hegemon, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you. Says maybe you guys already got this, but you guys should cover P.F. Young's conversation with FD signifier. It was bizarrely civil and strangely hilarious. Actually, I saw.
Finally talked to him. That's great.
I saw that they talked. I haven't got a chance to watch it yet. I mean, I'm not surprised it's civil. Whenever we talk to the FD signifier, is always civil. I mean, he's a very civil guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he has radical beliefs, but he's a very civil guy when you talk to him. So, but yeah, I'm very interested to check it out to see what they talk about.
And congratulations to P.F. Young. I know he was working on getting
Right.
some conversation with him for a long time. So
Yes.
good for him.
JV for $20. Thank you. Says, would you think the safest choice would be not giving children? Oh, no, I read that one. JV for $20 says he's attacking the idea that Democrats use sophistry instead of actually trying to explain their positions. He's saying, quote, people are smart enough to understand how brilliant my position is. Maybe that's what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, that's all sophistry.
Duckface has been saved.
Fuck yeah.
Ladies. That face just say it. Ladies. Ladies, let me tell you about my feminist values. Ladies, let me tell you how you're being oppressed by the patriarchy. Ladies, let me tell you about the on-demand abortions I want to give you.
Exactly. Look, if you're going out with Steve Shives, you got to be pro-abortion. That's for sure.
Yes. Well, listen, I mean. You know,
Oh my God.
I'm not gonna say it, but you
What,
know
what are you not going to say?
everyone knows.
Everyone knows what.
Let's see what the third wave folks have to say in the rest of their document. Takeaways on why Democrats are not trusted by the working class on the economy.
This should be
Vilification
good.
of wealth. Oh, the Democrats, they're vilifying wealth, making it seem like it's bad to be rich. Can't do that. No, it's terrible. And they definitely do that. Disconnected messaging. Democrats focus on broad economic indicators instead of acknowledging real struggles like high prices and stagnant wages. Are Democrats not talking about these things? I feel like Democrats talk about these things. No.
I mean, it's weird because I would have thought he would have agreed with that one, because that is true. I think that was one of Kamala's big fail. It was weird because they were like the Democrats in this weird position because they simultaneously wanted to say the economy was like okay because Joe Biden was president, right? So it's kind of like, presidents always get charged with being the stewards of the economy, regardless of whether they deserve it or not. So they want to but then people don't feel that the economy is doing good for them. And so it's like this.
Great.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, because remember, there was like that weird, there's all these weird articles that were like totally fucking crazy. And I forget who's that economist, is like that New York Times economist who's on the left.
Paul Krugman.
Paul Krugman. Yeah. Who I feel like he always just regurgitates like some really stupid shit. Cause then he writes some article about how like, oh, there isn't actually inflation under the Biden administration or something, right? That was him. And it was like, what? It was like, what are you talking about? Like, this is crazy.
Inflation came down, but prices were still way high. So they kept wanting to point like, well, the prices aren't getting any higher. And everyone's like, bitch, I can't fucking afford groceries.
That was the thing. It was all like, oh, there's an inflation. It's like, yeah, inflation numbers are going down, but the prices are still high. So, like it's better than nothing, but it's still pretty bad. And no one's really talking about fixing it. Like, wake up.
Prices have gotten unaffordably excessive, right?
Yeah.
But it's not getting any worse. Well, yes, it is. I mean, I can't afford groceries now.
Mm-hmm.
It is getting worse. Every month I can't afford groceries.
It was Paul Krugman. There's even Business Insider made an article making fun of him. Nobel economist Paul Krugman gets trolled for saying inflation is over if you just exclude most of what people buy. That's the headline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they take out food and energy.
Oh,
they're like, we take out volatile food and energy.
Oh my God. Yeah. So yeah, he posted on X. This was in 2023. He posted on X that says the war on inflation is over. We won at very little cost. And it's a chart of the inflation rate going down.
Right.
But then it says excluding food, energy, shelter, and used cars.
Oh, look. Excluding where you live and your transportation to work.
And how you power your shit. I know. It's like the three of the most important things you need, right?
So ridiculous, isn't it?
Of course.
What are people buying beyond these things, right?
Listen, your iPhone's
what else are you
gone
buying?
Down in price, so that's
your
good,
timeshare in Mexico is just totally affordable.
TVs are dirt cheap, so you just eat that.
EVs are not dirt cheap. EVs are like the most expensive vehicle.
Oh, really? I haven't bought a TV in forever, and my parents.
Oh, I thought you said EV.
Oh no, TVs.
Yeah.
I haven't bought a TV in forever, and my parents, they just bought TV, and they were like, "Oh my God, it's so cheap!" And I was like, "Oh, really?"
Yeah.
So, just eat the TVs, okay? Just change over to a silicon-based diet.
Yeah.
Clear economic vision. Democrats lack a cohesive, inspiring economic agenda and often present a laundry list of policies rather than a unifying vision. Hey, you know what would be a really good unifying vision, especially in this day and age with the many challenges that we face economically and environmentally? How about the fucking Green New Deal? Oh, you don't like that though, do you? Centrists, moderates, we can't do that. Fuck, no, we can't. Green New Deal, are you crazy? We can't do that. Come up with something else. Prioritization of social issues.
People are worried about expensive groceries. He's like, we need a climate bill.
Yeah. He doesn't get it because what they're saying and what they're saying is completely true is the Democrats need a narrative of like an explanation of why things are bad and how to fix them. Like, here's the story of why things are bad. And here's how I'm going to fix it. Trump had that story. Now, you can either agree with the story, disagree with the story, or not, but he had a story he was telling. And the Democrats didn't have a story whatsoever. And that's what they're talking about. And the Green New Deal is not that story. The Green New Deal, I mean, people don't even know, like, it just sounds like you're saying, it just sounds like a climate change initiative. People are not going to like perceive it as like fixing the economy.
People are going to perceive it as making energy more expensive. I mean, that's the way they do perceive it. So,
right.
Come up with something else. Over prioritization of social issues. Have they not made this point 2 or 3 times already? We're not even on page 5 yet. We're only on page 2. Over prioritization of social issues. Economic policy is often framed through the lens of identity politics rather than broad-based prosperity, making working class voters feel overlooked. Just don't even talk about trans people. Just pretend they're not there.
oh my
I mean,
God.
yeah, that would probably go a long way.
That would be
unironically.
useful. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they're not just talking about trans. They're talking about like making everything about race and gender. That's also identity issues that people want to be like, hey, how are you going to help me? And if I'm white and I'm working class, and you're saying, oh, we're only going to care about, black people or, gay Latinos or whatever, you're going to feel a little excluded.
Yeah, of course. You can't pretend trans people are 90% of the population and expect to have good electoral results. Come on, man.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people, like, I think everyone in America is starting to get fed up with this. Even if you're, if you're black and you're working class, like, you're not stupid. You hear like the kind of bullshit rhetoric and you're like, okay, like, you're going to speak to me about a bunch of nonsense about fighting racism, but like, is my paycheck getting better, or is the job market getting better, or is it getting worse? Right. That's what most people care about at the end of the day. Is the price of food going up or is it going down?
Yeah. You're like, I got more in common with the white working class guys at work than I do your dumb fucking academic ass.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Who's trying to pretend like inflation doesn't exist.
Well, and trying to pretend like racism is my biggest problem in the whole fucking world. Right.
Yeah. It's like, also, I'm trying to like feed my family and you're going on about like systemic oppression of, unconscious bias that apparently everyone's walking around having.
Yeah. When half the people, I work in a mixed race working place, right?
Right.
It's like not really a problem.
Yeah.
Most of this stuff just brings conflict into the workplace. Nobody really likes us in the workplace. So
yes, of course.
Bullshit.
That'll make everybody happy, right?
Hey, they're like, let's focus on making our wages higher, not diversity and inclusion in the workplace. So,
right.
Did you want to say something?
No, you pressed the button.
Let's just pretend the queer people aren't even there.
Oh my God, they're so obsessed with this gay stuff. They think all Republicans care about is gay people. This is what I was talking about. It's just the far left only is fixated on the far right. Like they ignore that a moderate right even exists.
Mm-hmm.
Because being reminded that they are there, that's upsetting to working class people.
Well, that's another great face. Look at that. God, Steve is like the meme face master of cringe.
It seems so delusional because, God, it's like I've never had a job that there hasn't been some gay person at that job, and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, that guy's gay," or that chick's gay, or is it a big deal? I mean, I even lived in New Orleans, and everyone was like, "Yeah, this guy's gay." Nobody cares. He does a good job. It's
Perceived
so
government overreach. Voters see Democrats as favoring excessive regulations, inefficient spending, and programs that don't directly benefit them. Again, who's telling that story? Republicans. Who's telling people that Democrats are the excessive regulation party? The Democrats just want to regulate people out of business. The Democrats just want to tax businesses out of business. The Democrats are all about tax and spend and running up deficits. Who says that about the Democrats? Republicans. Does it say in here?
Well, I mean, but Democrats do that as well, obviously.
Yeah, but it's exactly...
AOC says that. Elizabeth Warren constantly says that. Those people are Democrats.
Right. But I mean, that's exactly what James Carville was talking about, which is probably why I wanted to play that clip first, is politics is a team sport. It's a competitive team sport. It's not a single player game. Yes, the other side is going to attack you, and you need to be able to address the attacks, obviously.
To respond.
Yes.
In order to fix that perceived problem that Democrats are the party of government overreach, they should address and answer and correct that false narrative being perpetuated by Republicans? Does it say that? No, it doesn't. Failure to own mistakes.
I mean, how do you do that, though?
Well, first of all, this isn't even whatever this document is reading. It's just saying, at least in this section of the document, it's just saying what the issues are. It's not providing
prescribed solutions. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
It's just saying like these are issues.
This is a problem.
Right.
Democrats defend flawed policies and institutions instead of acknowledging failures and committing to reforms that would improve economic trust. So we're supposed to acknowledge and commit to reforming flawed institutions, but we're also supposed to love the police and not challenge the police.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So yeah, it tells you it comes back to the defund the police thing.
He's like, look, they made a contradiction.
I know. What's this? Not a contradiction it's at all. Yeah.
As it says earlier, one of the problems is we challenge beloved institutions like the police, but then again, we fail to attempt to reform flawed institutions. So I guess implicitly the argument from these people is that
getting rid of a flawed institution is not reforming an institution.
No.
Defund the police is
Right.
like getting rid of the police.
Right. Exactly. It's like, well, it's actually worse. I mean, it's not even as bad as the CFPB thing, because even that was all based on a lie. But even if theoretically CFPB was doing something bad, right? And you're like, oh, well, it does a bunch of good stuff too. You're like, nope, get rid of it. Just get rid of the whole thing.
It's not reform. Defund the police wasn't about reform.
No, and it was retarded, and everyone hated it except for people like Steve Shives.
Right.
policing in America does not constitute a flawed institution. Number 7, Republic.
You're loving those faces, aren't you?
I mean, he's like the master of cringe.
Does not constitute a flawed institution.
Okay.
Number
No,
7.
oh wait. No.
You can't get it. You can't get it.
It's like, wait, it's like right in between the frames here. Hold
It's
on.
so corny.
We're gonna get this. There it is.
Oh my God.
There it is. That's why. Listen, at the game
on,
stream, I described Steve as like a living.
He's a meme.
Like a living Wojak, because he is like he just craps out these faces with such ease. It's incredible. Like Steve, listen, Steve, we might be a little hard on you, but you are a comedic genius. Okay, you are the genius of comedy. Far more funny than Dave Rubin. When Dave Rubin is Steve isn't even trying to be funny, and he's outclassing Dave Rubin.
We have cringe and cringe too.
Yes,
cringe and cringier.
Oh my God.
Number 7, Republicans as the aspirational party. GOP messaging suggests they want voters to be rich, while Democrats are seen as focusing on redistribution rather than wealth creation. At least this time they say GOP messaging. Because a lot of these things are the result of GOP messaging, of the Republican Party spreading false narratives about the Democratic Party. At least in this one, randomly, they acknowledge that this is due to Republicans lying on Democrats. That it's.
Well, I mean, again, team sport. You can complain about this all you want, Steve, but you got to. If the extremists in one party are holding you back, you got to deal with it.
Economic anxiety. Are we talking about real economic anxiety or the name that they give to racism because they're not comfortable calling it racism?
Oh my God.
Let me just read this to you. Failure to address economic anxiety. Voters believe Democrats care more about the very poor than the struggling middle class and fail to provide a clear path to economic security. Voters often believe they are wealthier than the people Democrats talk about. And so Steve interprets that in his mind. He's like, are they talking about, is that like a racism? Did they just do a racism right there? That's a racism, right? Oh my God.
Poor
That's
means
wild.
black people. Is that what
I
he's
guess that's what he's thinking.
How the Democratic Party can reconnect with the working class. I cannot wait to hear what they have to say. Move away from identity politics. Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Based.
Stop talking about trans people. Stop talking about immigrants. Definitely stop talking about Palestinians. Don't.
I have a question.
Oh my God.
Is, when like Stephen Michael Davis does his like little voice.
Stephen Michael Davis.
Yeah, he does his little voice, right? He does the same voice as Steve Shives. Is he making fun of Steve Shives this whole time when he does
Probably
like
so.
the
Yeah.
little mocking voice, the little mocking left voice?
He hates Steve Shives.
That's funny. I didn't know if that was. I didn't realize it was a Steve Shives impression this whole time.
You got another cringe face. Look at you.
Listen, I'm like the master at catching these. Okay,
I have cringe 3 now. Holy shit. The
I'm
cringe
telling you,
just keeps coming.
Steve Shives. Well, first of all, Steve Michael Davis should hate him because he's like besmirching the name of Steve. Okay, or Steven. But Steve Shives here is like he's just a living meme. Every face, he just moves through it. He just moves through the phases of memeness.
It's ridiculous. Holy shit, that's ridiculous.
Ever talk about Palestinians, ever. Stop addressing voters as identity blocks and instead focus on shared American values like equality, maybe? Like justice? Use plain language and avoid jargon or abbreviations that can alienate.
Oh, yeah, you should bring up on stream. You should have like all the like the 3 faces. Like you should be building out like a little tapestry as we watch this video. Like put them on the side.
What do
Put
you
them on the
mean?
side of the screen. Like put the faces on the side of the screen.
I got them.
Are they up there?
I mean, I put one up there.
No, you should put all 3 of them up there. Okay. Put them all up there. Get to work.
Viewers, yeah. Again, we're trying to speak to people at like a first grade level. Acknowledge that people have multiple identities, e.g. black and a veteran, rather than reducing them to one label. Now, again, I agree with this. In fact, you know what we should do in order to educate people about the fact that people have multiple identities? We should really focus on educating people about the real meaning of the concept intersectionality.
I knew he was going to do this. I knew he was going to do this.
Yes.
Oh, big opportunity. Intersectionality.
Yep.
Is veteran on the intersectional chart?
It is. It is.
No,
Look,
it can't be.
You got another face, Adam.
Like, I know.
You got another face. He's almost making the Andrew Tate soy jack face. Yes.
Look, veteran isn't on the oppression Olympics. There's no way veteran is.
Right.
They're like, they see veteran as evil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's jargon. That's jargon.
It
Even
is.
though that might be an incredibly useful concept to inform people about.
No.
And it's exactly what is being talked about in that bullet point. But no, it's intersectionality, and it's academic. And academia is one of those elite institutions that we're not supposed to be in favor of anymore. So we can't. Sorry, I guess this is just an unsolvable problem.
Is intersectionality popular on the left now? Is that like intersectionality is like a big deal?
It's weird because there were like phases of arguments where these arguments become super popular and then they like die out.
Right.
You know, the sex and gender thing you're talking about, like that used to be everywhere and then it kind of went away. Then you had the P plus P equals R for racism and that kind of went away. Intersectionality was like huge for a while and then it went away. So it's not popular anymore. And also, like, doesn't even make sense that their whole position is obviously moving away from identity politics. And Steve is like, well, the solution to moving away from identity politics is to insert more identity politics through intersectionality. Obviously.
Right. Exactly.
Obviously, that's the solution. Grassroots Hegemon, thanks so much for the other $20. Says the bizarre part of the PF Young FD signifier conversation is that didn't go off the rails. The 12th time PF Young insisted that, quote, no one loves the blacks more than me.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty funny.
Really selling it there.
He went full on Jesse Lee Peterson.
Yeah, we've had FT signifier on a few times. He's a black conservative.
Which, yeah, well, I think a lot of leftists who are not white are really super conservative.
Yeah, exactly.
It just appears that they're on the far left because of the demographics.
Emphasize shared values and cultural alignment.
Oh, wait, let me jump ahead here.
Jump ahead?
Yeah.
Are we going to miss one of the faces?
There, look, there's your face. It's the constipated face. Okay, it's like the It's like he's like smelling a fart and he's trying to determine if it's his fart or someone else's fart
Oh
in the
yeah,
elevator. He's like, is
that's
that
a
me?
terrible one.
Is that me?
Did I do that?
Yeah.
Even talk about it. Fuck it. Don't even talk about it. Avoid overly moralistic or condescending messaging. Speak plainly and directly. How do you do
See this video. Example, this video. Right? I mean, this
Right,
is the king
perfect.
of condescending messaging.
It is.
Here you go. Here's some condescension for you.
both of those if you're talking about racism or transphobia or xenophobia against immigrants? How do you both speak plainly and directly and avoid sounding moralistic when you're talking about people who are racist or bigoted against queer people? Oh, I forgot, we're not supposed to do that. We're supposed to avoid identity politics. Sorry.
No, I think you should dive into this, Steve. Keep calling everyone transphobic and bigoted.
Right.
It's working great. Keep up the good work.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see you in the midterms.
Reduce far-left influence and infrastructure. Build a moderate democratic infrastructure. Yes, finally.
Yes, finally.
Let's finally build a moderate Democratic Party infrastructure.
See, he gets it. He understands.
Yeah. Look, he's totally
He's getting
changed.
it. It's starting to change his mind. It's trying to wham him.
Wouldn't it be about time? Aren't you so tired of the far-left Democratic Party?
Yes.
Aren't you just sick of it?
I am, yeah.
I am. Oh,
Good.
boy. I can't wait for the Democratic Party to finally move to the center, push back against far-left staffers and groups that exert a disproportionate influence on policy and messaging. Who are they?
You.
Ban-
You.
Wait, we got another face here.
Policy and
What? No, you didn't get another face.
Oh, it's not going back.
exert a disproportionate influence on policy and messaging. Who are they?
Wait. There it is.
Oh,
There
you
it
like
is.
that one?
I like that. That's a good one.
Okay.
Good one. It's funny too, because like these people who he's railing about, like Steve Shives, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Okay. I'm gonna guess here. I'm gonna do some guessing. I don't think Steve Shives has been in any room or meeting that was important in a Democrat office, in government ever, where he's been in a room where people have been discussing strategy or policy and their staffers are there. I don't think Steve Shives has ever stepped foot in a room like that ever in his entire life. And yet,
Not even just a bunch of friends talking about policy.
no. Right. Yeah, I don't think he leaves his house. Okay, I'm not sure his wife lets him out of the house, right? He's in a little cage. But so it's interesting because he's just attacking these people who, like, that's literally their job, is that they interact with politicians, they interact with their staff all day. And he's just like, no, their perception of reality is just on the fact completely devoid of, of anything true or real.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows this. Steve Shives knows this from his, vast experience and knowledge.
When you put it that way, it sounds completely reasonable.
I mean, this is what Brianna Wu was talking about. She's like, she was like very far on the left. She was very similar, probably aligned with Steve Shives. And then she gets into actual politics and she's like, this shit doesn't work. This stuff is terrible. Nobody likes this shit.
Yeah, you can't win a campaign on it. That's for sure.
Ban far-left candidate questionnaires and refuse to participate in forums that create ideological purity tests.
These completely bombed Kamala Harris's campaign.
They did.
Yeah.
That's why they put it in there. They're like, oh my God, listen, we can never make that mistake again.
Totally.
Okay.
Failures of democratic governance in large cities and commit to improving local government. Just admit that the Republicans are right and there's too many immigrants and that the immigrants are responsible for all the violence and it's black people who are responsible for all the crime. Own your democratic failures. Just admit that the Republicans were right. Show up in unfriendly.
So they're just saying, like, listen, a lot of these obviously far left policies, that like soft on crime policies, obviously did not work and have made the cities worse. And he's like, well, you're just racist. It's like, oh, okay.
Right.
Interesting.
All these policies that we can't go after criminals that are black. Come on.
Right.
Yeah.
Friendly media spaces and engage with voters outside traditional democratic strongholds, but not leftists.
Yeah.
Engage
Not
with
them.
people who aren't traditional Democratic voters, but as long as they're Republicans, not if they're progressives and Democrats. Fuck those people.
Yes. Yes.
My
I ain't getting
God.
it. Fuck those people. They haven't won anything ever, and they're not
I
gonna
think
win.
this is a green screen.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it is. I mean, it looks flat. It looks too flat. But...
Well, I saw some green haloing around that
Oh, you
hand.
did.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Suggestion, but I agree with that 100%. Embrace moderation, individualism.
I gotta go back.
This group of people is
Why?
making that suggestion.
the
but I
face.
agree with that 100%. Embrace moderation.
Okay.
What does that
Okay.
face tell you? What does that face say to you? What is it speaking to you? Okay.
It says "fuck you."
That's the face that says to me, let's see. The face you make.
It's the really face. Really?
It's the face you make when your wife's boyfriend eats all the chicken nuggies before you get in it.
Oh my God. Yes. He's mad. He's got to sit in the cuck chair again.
I know. That's the face.
He's like, really? The cuck chair again tonight?
Again.
Individualism and masculinity. That's another problem with they're too feminine. They're too feminine. You know what else? They're not saying this. But you know what? They're too fucking gay. You Democrats. That's why you're not winning elections on the national level. You're too fucking gay.
We need that as like a clip.
They do.
We need that as a clip.
They do keep wanting to make Pete Buttigieg a thing, which I'm just like, oh my God.
Right.
Really? You think Pete Buttigieg is going to be commander in chief?
I've never, ever understood people fawning over Pete Buttigieg. Because didn't he enter the scene like 2012 or something? Or was it 2016? I feel like he's been in politics for a while.
Oh yeah, he ran. He ran for...
He like first entered the scene and I was like, this guy sounds just like the most stereotypical empty suit politician imaginable, right? He inspires nothing in me. Like, it had nothing to do with like, oh my God, he's gay, he sounds effeminate. No, he like, to me, he doesn't read that way. I'm just like, he just sounds like every other like stereotypical empty suit politician I've ever heard. Like kind of like Gavin Newsom. Not as like slimy as Gavin Newsom, but like similar. And people are like, oh my God, he's just so smart. He just comes off so like charisma. I'm like, what? I'm just sitting here like, am I taking crazy pills? I don't know what people are talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the same thing with Harris. I'm listening to her. I'm like, this person sounds like a retard. And everyone's like, no, you don't understand, Sitch. She's very intelligent. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what's happening.
Whenever I see Pete Buttigieg, I think of Master Billy Quiz Boy on Venture Brothers. You know what I'm talking about? The like little.
That's mean. That's
tiny
so
little
mean.
kid.
He's got a young face. Okay, he doesn't look like he doesn't look like Billy. Billy's got the.
I
big,
brought up a picture. You guys, you can see for yourselves.
What's it
He's
called?
like
The
the spitting
hydrocephalic head when you have like the giant head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Master Billy Quiz Boy.
Right. He doesn't talk like Billy. Billy has like the murder face.
Oh, I
voice
know.
Almost. Yeah.
Totally. That's exactly it.
You're like,
That's
God
Pete
damn
Buttigieg.
Damn it, Professor Venture. I keep doing the murder face. I can't quite do Billy, but it's got that same kind of like lispy.
I'm the transportation secretary.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yes, exactly it.
But anyway, yeah. Look, just Steve saying this makes me think, well, they are kind of obsessed with Pete Buttigieg. So
I know.
At least like Richie Torres, I think he's gay and he is like screams masculine energy. So I mean, if you got to pick a gay guy,
right?
Why not pick a masculine one?
I think Steve says that. He's like, oh, they only want like the butch.
Does he really?
I think he does.
There's hope. He does get it.
And not gay in the lumberjack way either.
Yeah, see, that's
no,
okay.
He's against that. He's against
the lumberjack. It's fine, Listen, you have a big gay bear run for president. I think people could be down for that, right?
You just don't want Master Billy Quiz Boy. That's what you want to avoid.
Billy's not even gay. God, you're so mean to Billy here. Okay.
gay in the hairdresser way. That's your problem, Democrats. If you're going to be gay like Nick Offerman was in that Last of Us episode. Be gay like him, but not the gay parts. Reconnect with values like hard work.
I mean, it's kind of weird because, I mean, I know he didn't mean to phrase it that way, but saying it kind of implies that like that to be not masculine is inherently tied into being gay, the way he framed that. So very offensive, Steve.
It is, yeah. Very bigoted. All those masculine gay people out there are just completely thrown under the bus.
I know. Terrible.
Individualism and entrepreneurialism. Be more accepting of masculinity and male voters who feel alienated from the party. The masculine voters are alienated from the Democratic Party.
There's your face.
I wonder why they're alienated.
There's your face.
I wonder. You want another one? I don't even.
I want another one. We're making a tapestry.
I'm not sure I saved
a tapestry of Steve Shive faces. Okay.
He's like,
I want to collage. No, listen, we're gonna get so many Steve Shive cringe face. We're gonna make like, you know, the collages where it's like zoomed out and it's like one giant like picture. We're gonna have like a collage of like Steve Shive, like it's gonna be zoomed out like the soyest Steve Shive's face, and when you zoom in, each one
Steve Jives,
yeah. When you zoom in, each individual face is like a different like soy face.
Why won't they embrace my masculinity? Say the really masculine people. Shift focus from progressive.
I mean, I don't think they're crying. They're just saying like, fuck you, I'm not going to vote for you because why are you shitting on men so much?
He's literally demonizing masculinity in this video.
I know.
He's doing exactly what they're saying not to do.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, he doesn't get it. But anyway, keep it up. I'm telling you.
Yes.
Mission creep to core democratic issues that resonate broadly. What progressive mission creep? Where is the progressive? I would love for there to be some progressive mission creep in the Democratic Party. I've been yelling about it for years. Can we please start acting like a fucking progressive party? Please. But these people think that it's too progressive already. Can you fucking imagine? Revised Democratic fundraising.
Isn't the mission creep like being skeptical of Israel as a position, mission creeping into complete hatred of Jewish people?
Yes.
Oh my God.
I did it again.
He looks insane. This looks crazy.
This looks like he's like 5 drinks in at the bar. Okay.
He does. Let me talk to you about democratic politics.
Let me tell you about the Jews.
Exactly.
You're like, oh, I think Steve's had enough. Okay.
He has. Look, he's going
talking about the
Palestine
Jews.
rant.
Yeah. He's talking about, he's bringing up the Candace Owen talking points.
Terrible.
The Jews and Epstein are blackmailing America. Okay.
Making things happen.
I labeled the mission creep, though.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, no,
that's a real thing.
Malik for $20, thank you so much, says they love Mayor Pete because he's like a Democrat candidate created in a lab. Young, white, gay man from Indiana who can talk without his brain melting into a puddle. Most of the time, he also does everything the DNC says. Yeah, maybe the things that like I sense as like being empty and hollow, like they are like, oh, he's like the perfect candidate. He's like the perfectly created in a lab, like milquetoast, boring politician. So
Republicans have such an advantage that they can just kind of lean back and take in the whole picture and see it from like the normie perspective. Like they just kind of get a feel, an intuition for a candidate. And they're like, yeah, this will work, right? Democrats, they got none of that. They can't do it. They can't see why Pete Buttigieg is just not ever going to be a viable candidate for president. They couldn't see it with Kamala Harris.
Right.
It's just nuts.
I mean, I don't know if it's like I I don't know if it's like a left-right thing, because even before, like when Trump first entered the scene, obviously everyone in the Republican Party like laughed him off as a joke. They thought he had no chance, and they were, I mean, because remember they were rallying around Jeb of all people, fucking
Right.
Jeb. So, and
Hmm.
you know, it's interesting because right now, you know, it seems like there's, you know, I'm wondering. A lot of people seem like the word is that there's a lot of concerns over a lot of the things that Elon is doing, and that's why you have, you know, the Trump's cabinet heads pushing back. You have Republican House and senators finally like being like, "Hey, let's not cut everything." Okay, maybe my state needs this, you know, government funded factory that makes ammunition or makes whatever the fuck is made in that state that the government's paying for, right? Like suddenly now it's coming, you know, some of these chickens are coming home to roost. So
I'm trying to think of like a Republican nominee though that just is like, you just look at him and you go, oh, there's no way this person can win. I can't believe they nominated him. But I can think of lots of Democratic nominees like Mondale, Dukakis, John Kerry. I'm like, what? I'm so many.
well,
I'm
as I
just
said,
like, what the fuck?
I would say Jeb is definitely
But Jeb never
Marco.
got nominated. That's the thing.
Yeah, but I'm saying he was in, yeah, but he was in the
Well,
I
he
see-
didn't even
I
make
see
it
what you're
very
saying.
far in the. He
Right.
didn't make it even very far. Like, I'm talking about people who, like Mondale made it all the way to the fucking end.
Well, okay, I'll say like Mitt Romney. I think he didn't stand a chance.
But Mitt Romney, I mean, at least looked like a president. Like, you were like, okay.
Yeah, he looked the part.
And
I mean,
not
but
only that, look, I also think if the Democrats have a competitive, like
Mhm.
obviously Clinton is going to beat, who's the guy?
Bob Dole.
Bob Dole. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Bob Dole.
So,
I mean, I don't think Bob Dole stood a chance.
but you put Bob Dole up against Kamala Harris, and you're like, oh
Yeah,
my
well,
God, Bob Dole's
sure.
going to slaughter.
Well, you're. I
Right.
mean, listen, the Democrats have really lowered the bar. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
they'll
true.
pick any.
They have-
That's
yeah.
look. All I'm saying is they seem to have the inability to just step back
Yes.
and analyze it from a completely gut level, intuitive. Like, okay, people are gonna cringe at this person.
Well, no,
They,
yeah, no.
they can't
actually,
go. This woman sounds drunk. They can't
You've-
go. Oh, this
you've-
guy looks like Lurch.
Right. You've convinced me. No, I think definitely, yeah, modern Democrats have totally lost that. I think it's a total evidence of all the things that Steve here is complaining about is that the people who are making these decisions, or the people in the upper echelons of the party, are all, you know, completely sheltered into a more woke space where they don't get all the cringe vibes that like the average normie person gets
Right.
from Harris or for some of these other people.
And this paper is trying to educate them on how you
Yes, right.
do that.
Right.
And it's completely going over his head. They don't look at Pete Buttigieg and see Master Billy Quizboy. They're like,
Right. Right.
oh my God, he could be president. He's 4 foot tall. We haven't had a 4 foot tall president. Oh, well, I wonder why.
Right. Right.
I wonder what's going on there. Why we haven't had our first little person president.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know who's my fucking hero this week? Al Green.
Oh, please make it stop. Sitch. Al Green is the perfect example of what I'm talking about. He looks like he belongs under a bridge, dude. They're probably going to nominate him to be the presidential candidate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Because he stood up during Trump's not a State of the Union speech on
Because he was drunk off his ass. Everyone saw it. He had a flask in his hand.
Tuesday.
Most people are probably not going to get this reference, but when he was standing there, like I haven't seen Al Green, I don't know what he normally looks like, but he was giving off major Riley Martin, whack pack Howard Stern vibes.
Oh, of course. He
Yeah, I
was.
just like,
yeah.
oh my God.
You're like, whoa, how drunk is this guy?
Yes.
Is he sleepwalking? How did he get in there?
Yeah, exactly. Who let this homeless man into the Congress?
Look, and this is the hero of the left. They're like, oh my
I know.
God, he should be president.
Yes.
He didn't sit down and he didn't shut up and he made them drag his ass out of there. He's my fucking hero. Did he really accomplish anything? No, it was all symbolic.
Oh my God.
Is it that like the perfect encapsulation of the
Perfect.
far left?
It is.
Did
It
they
is.
accomplish anything? No, but it
No.
was symbolic. The far left in a nutshell. Okay.
We nominated a woman for president. Did she
Yes.
win? No.
Right. God.
Does it matter? No.
Mm-hmm.
But at least he did something. At least he did that. He stood up and he raised his voice and he made them listen to him, and he didn't stop. He forced them to drag him out. It was an
I mean, first of all, I don't know if Steve's aware of this, but we watched it live.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming the camera, I mean, we were just watching like, I don't know, C-SPAN or something, whatever. And on at least what we were watching, you couldn't understand or hear anything he was saying. You just saw a man yelling silently. And
Incoherently.
and incoherently because you can't understand what he's saying. And you're like, what? And and then it turned out he was complaining about Trump saying that he had a mandate, which was the lamest thing to complain about. You're like, really? That's the trigger point there? Him saying he had a mandate?
Right.
And Steve is like, that man was my hero because at least he did something. But this is really, again, this is the perfect symbol of like the far left delusion is you have, and it's exactly what you're saying. Their aesthetics are so divorced from the average person.
Totally.
That they
That's
look
a
at
great
this
way to put it.
Yeah, they look at this and they're like, oh my God, it's so based. They're clapping. And it's like, no, it was like hyper cringe. Everyone thought it was lame as shit. I mean, it was fucking super cringe when Marjorie Taylor Greene and Boebert were screaming at Biden. It's so cringe whenever anyone does this shit. When someone is like an elected politician is speaking and you have some like person screaming at them in the crowd, it just looks stupid. It never looks good. It always looks retarded.
Yep.
And it's better if they were just people just sat there, they clapped when they're supposed to clap, they didn't clap when they're not supposed to clap, and then they go and do effective politics. Okay, instead of making a scene like a retard.
Is it Caitlin Collins? That's a CNN trans suspect.
No, stop.
She did a talk with a kid who's in the Secret Service, a brain cancer kid in the Secret Service now, which was pretty funny. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where he was talking about how Elon Musk gave him a Tesla. And I gave her points because she was hamming it up with that kid, and it made her seem far more human than she ever seems when she's on CNN.
Not a fucking retard. She's like, oh, it's some small kid that people think is cute, and she probably thought he was cute too, and she's fine with it. Yeah,
right. I only bring the clip up because I imagine Steve Shives. He sees that kid with brain cancer, and he's gonna go kick him in the teeth, right?
Yeah, he's like, how dare Caitlin Collins of CNN be nice to this kid? Look, that kid is wearing a police. He's wearing a police outfit, okay? We should be defunding the police, not getting these black kids to join the police and become race traitors.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He's going to give him a tongue lashing, which just optically is not good. Caitlin Collins knows. She's like, yeah, this kid's adorable.
Yeah.
Good politics. You win.
Active protest.
Oh, my God. Now, look, the angry face. We don't want that one. Ugh. Oh my God. He's auditioning for police officer. Have you been drinking?
No, that's the face when you learn that your wife's boyfriend's not coming over, so you have to spend time with your wife instead of playing Xbox.
Oh my God.
And he's a goddamn hero for doing it. And I admire him and I applaud him for doing it. You know who I don't admire? You know who I don't applaud? Every single motherfucker in that chamber who just sat there and watched. Why wasn't every Democrat out of their seat joining in? When that sergeant at arms came in to take him out, why wasn't every single Democrat out of their seat yelling and hollering and doing the exact same thing? Why didn't they say, you know what? Throw us all out.
Because they read this report and they realized, oh, this is good stuff. We need to do this shit instead of what Steve Shives says.
Right. Yeah. They said, that's cringe. They knew.
Yeah.
They knew it was cringe.
They knew. They didn't want to get caught on the cringe
they want to get
hamster wheel.
Okay. Jimmy765 for 2,000 yen. Thank you so much. Says, super excited to receive the comic. Thanks for dealing with international shipping. A-team for life.
Nice. Look at that.
There you go.
Glad to see.
JV for
those international shipping is expensive as fuck. It's like $32 a package. So,
oh my God.
look, the worst thing is man, a lot of packages got lost in the mail doing shipping in the United States. So just having to reship, it's like, I can't reship at $32 a pop. So
Right.
the shipping we charged was only $25. So we're out $7 just doing the
Oof.
international shipping. But
Well, you know whose fault that is, right? You know why international shipping is so much more expensive?
because of Trump, is that what you're going to say?
No.
Because of Biden?
The fucking
Bidenomics?
Houthis.
Oh.
Fucking Hassan and fucking Luffy over here making international shipping more expensive. Okay.
We did start the campaign before the whole inflation stuff hit. And the whole time I'm working on the comic, I'm like, I'm just gonna get fucked by this inflation, aren't I? I'm just gonna get totally fucked.
Yep.
It hasn't been too bad, so look, and I obviously I don't mind if fans obviously, bust a deal, face the wheel, right? So gotta send them out.
Exactly.
It is what it is. We'll make it up. We'll make it up on the second book.
Yes. JV for $20 says, anyone else having a hard time figuring out which was dumber? Silently sitting with a little sign or screaming out stuff no one will hear before being forced out? I can't decide. I think they're both really stupid. It's funny because even Steve Shives correctly calls out sitting there with a little Wile E. Coyote signs was stupid. So even he realized that was dumb. But yeah, that was dumb. It was cringe. But I think standing up and shouting at Crazy Man is more cringe. I'd say that was worse. I don't know if you agree or disagree on that, but
What was that? I was looking at the chat. What was
the what's worse, the Al Green standing up and shouting like a hobo, or the people with the little Looney Tune signs?
Man, that's like, it's pretty close.
Right.
Maybe a tie.
Okay.
What is I guess the problem is Steve Shives is going to lose his mind if they actually act like normal people. Like if Steve Shives is basically saying, no, don't cater to independent voters that can actually help you win an election. Cater to me, the guy that's fucking may or may not vote.
Mm-hmm.
Based on millions of dollars how much you suck off Palestine.
Right. Thanks so much, our Circuit Fire Daddy J-Mac, for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
and
you so
welcome
much.
new members. Yeah.
Okay, so let's watch. This is Gary Stevenson. This is the first video I've seen of him that you sent me, talking to kind of Dave Rubin and Pierce Morgan. I think
Look
he
at
brings
this.
up.
Ethan Van Skyver's in the chat. Comic
what's up,
artist, pro
Ethan?
seeker. Yeah. What's up? Nice to see you.
I think Gary brings up a lot of good points in terms of not just economic points, but I think the direction that some of the left needs to like go and think about in terms of messaging going forward here, if they want to be competitive with the right.
Of course. Yeah. Look, there's so many places in this that he totally blundered.
Yeah, like the way that he communicates, especially in the beginning, because right in the beginning, he basically calls Dave Rubin a fucking retard, which, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with, but I mean, maybe you should, you should be a little nicer at least at first. But he does, but after that, I think he communicates his ideas, fairly well for the most part.
Yeah.
So.
No, I think he does a good job. One of the reasons why I wanted to watch it was because I do think, I mean, obviously we probably agree with a lot of this stuff, but there's better ways to message it. You can't come out and be like reflexively anti-rich. Otherwise you get into the same kind of problems he falls into here. So we'll get into it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I think it's interesting because I don't think he's trying to be anti-rich.
But they can feel it. They can sense it.
Yeah, but I think it's that I don't think they're sensing it because he's like trying to hide it. I think they're just sensing it because usually whenever anyone on the left or in anything talks about, wealth inequality or anything like this, it's like people automatically, they have like the response points like ready to go. Like they're not, because I feel like a lot of this, Dave Rubin and Pierce Morgan are not actually listening to what he's saying and responding to it. I feel like they're responding to something else.
It's a super complicated argument, but we'll try to simplify it.
I don't think it's complicated. I don't think it's super complicated. I mean, I'm not some big finance guy to understand all the ins and outs of finance. And when I heard it, I said, "Oh, that's a smart point." Like I never thought about that. I think it's a good idea. It's a
But
very
look,
good point.
you and I have gone into economics far more than the average person, right?
I guess.
Like they're starting from a no experience at all whatsoever.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Zero
Yeah.
economic experience.
Right.
So I do think you are more knowledgeable than the average person is.
Yes, I don't know. I'm down.
Okay.
There are redistribution of wealth and resource, or the whole thing will collapse. So, starting with you, how much did that resonate with you? What Bill Burr was saying?
Well, you know, I come from a poor background. I come from a poor background in East London. My friends.
First of all, I'm sorry to pause it so quickly. I don't know why Gary decided to come on Piers Morgan wearing Frogan on his sweatshirt. Okay, that was probably a bad move. Okay, don't wear Frogan's face on your sweatshirt.
This is the thing too.
My family's still living.
Yeah.
It's so interesting because so many times people on the left, they don't give any respect to optics at all. Which, I mean, this is kind of a Silicon Valley thing, though, where
No, I don't. Him wearing a sweatshirt's fine. I was just joking because I would call Frogan no face. I was legit making a reference, but
well, no, I get
Sweatshirt.
I get the reference.
okay.
At the same time, you've got to, for those of you who are just listening, Gary is wearing a black hoodie, and the guy, both of his interlocutors are wearing suits and ties. Okay. So
Right.
the optics here is I'm a schoolboy going up against respected people, right?
Well, I think on one hand, you're right. On the other hand, the optics are also kind of like, I'm an average person and these are the elites. Right?
Yes.
That's another way you can kind of look at it.
Sure. Yeah. I do think the elite dress wear, though, is more persuasive. He does say, I'm a powerful trader. Like I was the world's best trader for 2 years in a row at Citibank. So
Right.
that gives him some cred. I started watching his videos before I knew he had any of that cred. So I kind of came to the realization that he had that cred before I really had watched a lot of his videos.
Right.
Live in that background. So, these stories of mum skipping meals so the kids can eat, people not being able to put the heating on in the winter, that's common. That's really, really, and I think it's important that we say that in spaces like these, because now I exist in these media spaces, and I've been to these fancy universities, I've worked in the banks. A lot of wealthy people don't see that's happening. In this country, I'm talking to you right now, half the country struggles to simultaneously feed the kids and turn the heating on. That's the truth. And I know it's getting that way in America as well. So of course it resonates with me, Of course it resonates with me. The poverty is out of control.
I mean, Dave, the argument will be, I'll let you espouse the argument.
I think that was one of the big problems with Harris was that there wasn't, people did not feel like Harris was addressing how people felt about their living conditions and their economic conditions.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the economic conditions. I think elections are always a good indicator of the economic conditions. But there's a stat that the left always throws around, something like, I don't know, let's be hyperbolic. 95% of people are just, can't take some $400 tragedy in their life. I don't know if that's actually true or not. I've heard people fight back against that statistic. So just whether or not people in general, like most people, have trouble deciding whether or not they're going to pay for heating or food, I'm not sure if that's true. So is it 5%? Is it 10%? Is it 50%? I don't know.
But one of the big arguments, of course, is that what billionaires like Elon Musk have done, for example, is they build tremendous businesses which generate tremendous amount of jobs for people to then earn good money and do exactly what a lot of people here can't afford to do. So therefore, they can be a force for good, albeit obviously you're going to get bad apples. How do you see it?
Sure. Well, first, let me jump to the part that I agree with, which is that, of course, there is inequality. And would we all like to see poor people have more? And is it possible that some people have, quote unquote, too much? It's hard to agree what that might be, but I'm sympathetic to that argument for sure. And that's in my country, and that's across the pond right here. That's number one. The question really is the method that is going to free the most people and free the markets and allow people to flourish. I believe in free market capitalism. I want there to be as much competition as possible. I don't have a problem with billionaires because, generally speaking, billionaires have built things. I mean, the idea that Elon Musk is devoting this amount of time to working for the government to help make sure that the government is more efficient is pretty spectacular. If I could jump back to the Bill Burr clip for just a moment.
Well, first of all, fuck Bill Burr, he's a retard. But so I looked up the stat you're talking about. There's a stat from last year that says 37% of Americans can't afford an unexpected expense over $400. And then there's a stat from this year claiming that 59% of Americans can't deal with an unexpected expense of over $1,000.
Okay.
I mean, if that's true, that's definitely very great. Like, that's definitely a big red flag for
Yeah,
the direction things are going.
59% of Americans with zero savings.
Or savings that could cover $1,000, emergency expense.
Right.
So,
I mean, yeah, that's basically zero savings, right?
right.
Yeah.
And
Less than $1,000 in savings.
I will say though, it's like, to me, it's like super cringy and dumb whenever someone's like, "Oh, Elon Musk is so rich and he's so noble, dedicating his time to being in government." And it's like, I don't know. It's just like, okay, like, who doesn't want to be near the levers of power? Who doesn't want to have a profound impact on the country? Who doesn't want to possibly, be in a position where other companies and the government contracts are going to roll their way because they're right next to the president? I mean, it's like, to me, it's a kind of a ridiculous argument.
Who doesn't want to peek behind the curtain?
Right, exactly.
Who doesn't
Like,
want to see the Epstein list that they're never going to release?
right, like, it's such a high status marker for Elon too. I mean,
Of
assuming it goes
course.
well. Obviously, if it goes poorly, it's a complete disaster for him. But if it goes well, it's such a high status marker for him. So I just think it's like it's a cringy argument.
I know Bill a little bit, where we've traveled in some of the same circles. I mean, he's surrounded by all millionaires. It used to be that Bernie Sanders was always complaining about millionaires. Then Bernie Sanders became a millionaire and he started complaining about billionaires.
And he gets everything in. He doesn't miss one talking point.
Listen, I mean, Dave Rubin has spent many years saying these talking points. He's got it down to science. He's very good. He's very precise.
Right.
The idea that if you just somehow magically took out, well, he also made a violent threat there, but let's put that aside for a moment. But if you somehow took these people out, or if you took 10 billionaires and you took all of Jeff Bezos' money and you took all of Peter Thiel's money and Mark Zuckerberg, et cetera, you took all of their money and you redistributed it throughout the system, that somehow 3 years later things would be better, I think is a completely faulty argument. There's way more things as it pertains to education and teaching people proper value of money and what economics really is that I think is way more important than just demonizing the billionaire class or any other class. Class warfare does not work and will ultimately lead to kind of what his bad joke was about, which was violence against these people.
I mean, I would spend my cut on lottery tickets. I'm not sure about you, Sitch. I like to invest.
I don't think that's a good
in the lottery.
investment. I don't think it's a good investment.
Really?
Yeah.
Look, you're bound to win. I mean, I'm going to buy if I buy 1 billion lottery tickets, come on. Of course I'm going to win.
Well, you're not going to get $1 billion.
How do you know? I mean, what's the lottery up to?
No. I mean, to spend on if each ticket is $1 or whatever it is, you're not going to get 1 billion chances.
Why not?
Because you don't have because there's not going to be enough money from that wealth redistribution hypothetical. Anyway,
I'm not going to have $1 billion.
No,
it would be an interesting. I mean, that would completely show how skewed the lottery is. If a billionaire was like, I buy 1 billion lottery tickets and doesn't win, everyone would be like, wow, the lottery really is fucked.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have to look at whatever the odds are for each one. So
right. Well, it's like 10 trillion or something.
Yeah, right. So it's like, oh, okay, you bought 1 billion tickets, good for you, right? So I know it says like a lot of them are like in the 1 to 300 million. So I guess I'm sure there are limitations like about how many tickets you can buy. So like if you're a billionaire, you can't buy 300 million tickets and just do every number like combination or something. But
Mhm.
anyway, in a more important
I fast
context
forwarded.
here. Okay, you got through the ad.
Mhm.
Is yeah, like obviously the idea of like taking all of Elon Musk and Facebook kid and Bill Gates, all these people, taking all their money and just redistributing it would be like retarded. I'm not advocating for that. You're not advocating for that. I don't think Gary's advocating for that.
Hell
Like
no.
there's some people obviously on the left that are like, or the far left that are advocating for that. But I mean, it's like, I think most of us here acknowledge that this is a stupid.
Yeah,
it's
they
a
want
stupid
to
position.
abolish billionaires. I do not
Right.
want to abolish billionaires. Not
Yes.
remotely. Yes.
Right. You basically want people to be spending money or making money in a way that helps the rest of society. That's what you want.
There's two ways that you can make money. There is innovation. You come up with a new product or service that people want, right? And you buy, you make the world a better place. A better mousetrap, as they used to say, right? You build a better mousetrap. Or you can do it through rent seeking, right? I'm going to buy up all the houses in Springfield, Illinois, and monopolize the housing market and force people to rent from me, right? I'm going to monopolize a water source, and I'm going to charge people up the wazoo for water, right? Those ways tend to not be productive. So in the West, we've developed a lot of institutions that are about creating value, like the win-win situation. And we even make monopolies illegal, right? Which shows, look, we're not in favor of monopolizing water sources and gouging people either, right? I mean, there's even anti-gouging laws. So we recognize the difference.
Right. Well, I mean, most people, they're not going to do either of those things. Most people are going to make money by just having a job.
Right.
Which, at one point in American society, that used to be enough. So unfortunately, it seems like we're rapidly approaching a time where that's not enough for anyone.
Sure, but that job is
money.
working for a company, and that company is could be rent.
Yeah, the company's doing something. That's true.
Right.
Yes, right.
A lot of people are talking now about the capping of credit card interest rates, right?
Right.
Like predatory loans, I think are a way. Yeah, I think that's rent seeking, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when it's funny. A lot of these, you would see the payday loan places that popped up everywhere when interest rates were at 0% because people could borrow money for 0% and loan it to poor people at 30%, right? Like that's a viable business when interest rates are at 0%, because even if they don't pay it back, you make enough on the people who do pay it back that you're not really going to lose a lot of money. But as soon as interest rates went up to 5%, all of those places went out of business. Like all the places that were the payday lending places in Los Angeles are all gone now.
Interesting. Well,
yeah, because the business model evaporated.
I wouldn't be surprised because I know a lot of states heavily regulate payday loans. I know in Florida they're heavily regulated.
It's funny that California doesn't. Well, you'd think they would, right? Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
Well, maybe they do regulate them, but they don't regulate them out of existence.
Right. No, most states don't regulate them out of existence, but they like heavily cap stuff. Because I know, because Sammy always watches, Caleb, the finance guy, and I forget, there was some video that I was like overhearing, and this person had he was like yelling at them because they had like a payday loan thing, and I think they had something like 300 or like 500% interest on their payday loans, and I was like, what the fuck? And I was like looking it up. And like he's in Texas, and I think in Texas it's like no holds bars. Apparently, you can just do whatever the fuck you want with payday loans. So get these insane interest rates of payday loans in Texas. But I think in Florida it's like pretty heavily regulated to like you can't get that crazy.
Yeah.
/peers. That's PIERS.
Get that ExpressVPN, everybody.
Gary?
Oh, okay. So wait. So here. Listen, I like Gary. At least I like his showing from this video, but I don't think this is a good start. Okay, I'm gonna say that.
Okay.
I was a trader for a long time, and I worked with a much older trader. In the book, he's called JB. He had a good quote about these kinds of opinions. He said, "Opinions are like arseholes. Everybody's got one."
I mean, listen.
I've only heard that for 100 years, right?
I know we've all heard that before. I mean, Dave Rubin gave you just the talking points. Like, it's fine. It's fine. Right. But
Now listen, I don't get paid to have opinions, okay? I was one of the best paid and most successful traders in the world for one of the biggest banks in the world. I put bets. I place bets. And I've been betting for 14 years that the working class in my country and the working class in your country will collapse into desperate, worsening poverty year after year. I'm a multimillionaire from doing that, from betting on that. Traders message me every day. They say what's going to happen. I say it's going to get worse. I've been betting on it since the beginning of COVID. I've made millions on it. All the best traders know. Let me explain to you how economics works, all right? You guys work in media, all right? I work for Citibank. You call up Citibank and you say, I want an opinion on what's going to happen to the economy. They pay me £2 million a year. Do they give me the phone? No, they don't. Kids like me don't get the phone. We get the money, okay? I shouldn't be here. Doesn't make no sense for me to have a YouTube channel. Doesn't make no sense for me to be here. I got paid millions of dollars a year to bet on the collapse of your working class, okay? I've walked away to come here on this show for free because I want to tell the public, the American people, this gets worse. This gets worse. Well, I'm not just saying it, I'm betting on it.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
So explain what you mean. So when you say you've been...
So you're completely correct. This is like a horrible.
yeah,
He
very bad
seems manic.
introduction.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not. Because later in the conversation, you know, he says, which we're going to watch, he says,
He does
I
better,
think
yeah.
he says very intelligent things in a way that makes sense, at least to me. But in this, it's not like the intro is bad just because it's like, it's not an argument. He's just basically saying like, I know what I'm
my
talking
shit.
about.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're talking about, which, I mean, if you don't know this guy, you're just like, okay, I get, I mean, it's just an appeal to authority.
I got the
essentially.
bona fides. You got
Right.
shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're rich, Dave Rubin. I
Right.
suspect not from that
Well, first
suit.
of all, we all know Dave Rubin's rich because we all know Russia paid him like a shit ton of
yeah,
money
yeah.
to get like 10 views on YouTube. So
He didn't get that much money, though.
he got, what do you mean? Didn't he get like a few million
Just look
dollars
it
or
up.
something? Am I crazy?
What's Dave Rubin worth?
Dave Rubin.
There's got to be. What does the internet think Dave Rubin's worth? I mean, those internet things are always wrong, but
He got didn't he get, I think it said he got $400,000 a month for his videos, and it's for like a year, wasn't it?
yeah, but for like 3 months, maybe. I don't know.
No. It was like a year, wasn't it?
So he got $1 million from Russia?
I thought so.
Wow.
He got a lot because I remember him and Tim got like the giant bulk of the money, and people were like, it was super weird. I mean, obviously a lot of people were focusing on Tim, but for like him, for Dave, it was even worse because his videos were getting like no fucking views on that channel.
Of course.
And he was
Like,
getting
why
this
would they?
insane amount of money.
Dave Rubin's net worth. Well, that didn't say. What is this, a Facebook link?
Don't worry about it.
betting on it.
Okay, right. So I started
explain to people who don't know the system.
I started working in 2008, which, as you all know, is the Lehman crisis.
Right.
The collapse of the economy. And my job
Too big to fail.
My job was betting on interest rates.
The internet says 14 million. So,
okay,
just so you know,
richer than me, much richer than me.
I read Gary Stevens' book, and in his book, I think he walked away with like 5 million. But it's been a few years. Like, obviously, he has 5 million to invest to build into more wealth.
Right, yeah.
As you'll know, in 2008, all the interest rates went to zero. Then my job is, when will the interest rates come back up? Which is kind of a proxy for when will the economy recover. I'll give you a history lesson on it, right? In 2008, everybody said 2009. In 2009, they said 2010. In 2010, they said 2011. Every single year, up until 2020, they said rates will recover next year, until 2020, when they finally said rates will stay zero forever. We're bad at this. We're bad at this, okay? I'm fucking good at this, all right? Why did interest rates not recover after 2008? Because people weren't spending money. Zero interest rates are supposed to get people spending. Why did zero interest rates not get people spending? I had the radical idea of going out and asking people, what do you think people say when I ask them, why aren't you spending more money? What do you think people say?
They're not spending more money because they probably don't have more money.
Yeah. And when I looked at their financial situations, what I saw, this is in early 2010s, I was in my mid-20s, I saw a generation of people, my parents' generation, who owned property, and another generation of people, their kids, my generation, who will never own property. The middle class are losing their homes, the middle class are losing their wealth. Where is that wealth going? Where is that wealth
And your
going?
argument is it's going just to the
And that's, I mean, I think that's the reality, that a lot of the a lot of people my age, a lot of people younger, feel is just the sort of mounting inability to own a home. And then, this has a lot of downstream effects of not being able to start a family, not being able to, generate wealth, because for most people, property is how they generate wealth. So, and it seems like a lot of the old generation is sort of ignorant to this, right?
I kept thinking of the private taxi for my burrito meme. Like most of the wealth went to DoorDash.
Well, listen, there's a lot of people who obviously spend money on like stupid shit,
Right,
That
yeah.
like that, private burrito for my
The Caleb, the
right.
people
Caleb
Caleb
always,
interviews. Yeah,
Caleb always,
exactly.
tax people for wasting a lot of money who don't have money. Like if you have the money, so you could spend it on Uber Eats or whatever. But if you don't have the money, obviously you shouldn't be buying Uber Eats or DoorDash or any of this shit.
Sure.
Right.
And we're
But
talking
even
about people who don't have the
right.
money for Uber Eats.
But I would wager, and I don't believe. Some people believe this.
Mhm.
Okay. I don't believe this. I don't believe that if all the people just stop spending money on Uber Eats or whatever, that like they'd all be fine and be able to buy homes and do all this other shit that they can't do. I don't think that's the case. I think people in these situations where it looks like impossible to ever reach that goal, so it makes it easier for them, even though it's wrong, makes it easier for them to psychologically spend money on like a bunch of bullshit they don't need, because it like owning the home just seems so far away. Seems
That's a
so
great
impossible.
point. Yeah, that's a great point. They're like resigned to their fate. They're like,
Exactly,
I'm
right.
never going to own a home. I'm never going to be able to afford a family or a girlfriend. I'm going to get Uber Eats.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
Or I'm gonna put a bunch of money into crypto and hope I can rug pull someone or something.
Oh, yeah.
Something terrible,
Very sad.
Super rich.
Where else?
So they're getting. So Dave, I mean,
Well, I think it's important to make a distinction that first off, what's happening in your country and our country are not exactly the same, but largely over the last decade, until the last month where we now have Donald Trump, both of our countries have been going in the direction of more big government, more regulation, more of the middle management nonsense that Elon Musk is uncovering every day. So I would be for removing as much of that as possible, removing as much of the waste. I mean, we are now seeing with USAID and everything else that Elon is uncovering with Doge, that the amount of waste and absolute fraud, and I would say criminal negligence in the system is a huge root of it. So I agree.
Shocking, yeah.
So again, I agree with some of the symptoms you're talking about for sure. The question is the diagnosis. So how do you then say to the person that can't afford the house, how do you afford a house? Well, one way you might want to do it is I would, if I was in charge of your country or mine, I would lower taxes for everybody. I would do a flat tax for everybody. Make sure so whether you're a billionaire or whether you make $100,000 or 75 grand, whatever it might be, you're going to pay whatever the number is. We can all agree on the number. Let's say it's 10%. The billionaire is still paying way more in taxes. But this type of class warfare that we've been caught up in, where the common phrase always is, well, they have to pay their fair share. Well, who decides what the fair share is? And guess what? Someone will always want more of your money.
One of the questions I would have liked for Gary to ask Dave Rubin is, okay, say we do a flat tax, right? As Dave Rubin is suggesting through his talking point that we've all heard a million times.
Mhm.
How is that going to lower housing prices for anybody?
Yeah, it's completely divorced from the asset price argument.
Right. It's like, what is that going to, how is cutting government agencies going to lower housing prices? Unless, you're going to make the argument that federal home regulations, which I don't even know what they are. I think most, zoning laws and regulations for homes are done on a state or local level. How is cutting federal regulations going to make housing prices go down for people? Like, I wish he would have asked him something specific, because I am kind of tired of Dave Rubin just giving like the talking points. They're completely divorced from the issue.
Well, Gary dives into something we've talked about on the show for a long time, like how those asset prices materialize, which I don't think people think about. Like, people generally think of prices from a buyer's perspective. Like, they just think it's almost like they think prices are just randomly generated. Like, they're not involved in this. It's kind of a game, an economic game, where the price is set by whether or not a product sells, right? A manufacturer puts a product out there at a certain price, and they see how much of it they sell. And if they don't sell enough, then they lower the price and they sell more. And you kind of do an experiment, like a live experiment on where you get the most profit from how much you sell at what price point. So that plays out. I don't think people think about prices like that. So when we're talking about the price of homes or the price of cars, like this happens with the price of everything, right?
Right.
So when I think Gary starts talking about, well, the price of a home, how is that determined, right? It's determined by competitive bidders in a marketplace, right? And if you have 20 people who are bidding on a home and 19 of those people are poors, right? Can only bid around the $100,000 mark. And you have one person that's a rich and 100,000, that's like nothing. Like obviously they're going to outbid everyone, right?
Right.
Now, when you get two riches coming in or three riches coming in, such
now
what
they're bidding
happens
against each other.
What happens to the price of the home, right?
Right.
And do the poors even can they even compete now?
No.
Fuck no. They can't even come close to competing.
Right.
Yeah. So that they basically spell that out here. And Dave Rubin and Piers, I mean, they never really respond. So
No.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Look, a lot of people, and this is, I don't know that he goes into it here. Gary does go into it in his book and on other, I think on his YouTube channel as well, about, well, owning property can be a lot of work for rich people. So it's easier for rich people to just invest in a company that's going to write mortgages and the people can own the property themselves. But obviously it's a mortgage that they'll never be able to pay off because it's so expensive. It's outside their price range. And that's a way that they can make money because they're basically just turning homeowners into renters.
Right. Right.
Which, I mean, there's a lot of substance here to digest.
Right.
Yeah. There's another thing which goes against Gary's argument that I read recently, because, you know, they constantly talk about Social Security being unsustainable. But right now we are at the tip of the baby boomer top, right? Over the next 5 years, the baby boomers retiring will start declining, right? Less people. And they're saying 9 million homes of baby boomers are going to come onto the market from baby boomer downsizing. And that could dramatically affect the price of housing.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you don't fix the underlying problem, which is that you have rich people, or really you have like big companies like BlackRock and other things that are buying up a lot of the housing stock. I mean, so
yeah,
like,
they're going to buy up
good.
those 9 million homes.
Right. Yeah, it's good that you now have like this giant amount of houses entering the market, but then, they're just going to get sucked up into the same system.
We learned they produce about 1 million new homes in America a year because Kamala said she was going to produce 4 million homes over the life of her presidency, which would naturally.
Hey, that's like. Right. Yeah, the same.
But not an extra 9 million homes over 5 years.
It's a lot.
That's a big adjustment to the. I don't know how many of those homes are just going to be like given to their kids or whatever. So.
Well, probably most of them, you can imagine.
And their kids are going to sell them.
Right. Or rent them or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't like opinions. I'm not really interested in opinions. I make predictions. What you've said you want is what you're going to get, right? Because this is the policy of the new government. Do you think living standards for your average working class American are going to improve?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, that's good. Put this on YouTube. Put this on YouTube because I'll call back.
Why are you convinced they won't?
Listen, I've got a video.
Because Trump in his first 3 years before the pandemic, that was happening.
Yes, absolutely it was.
So why can't he do it again?
I've got a video, June 2020, beginning of COVID, right at the beginning of COVID, okay? What's the total US government deficit now since the beginning of COVID? Do you know? It's $13 trillion, okay? That's $40,000 for every single man, woman, and child in the entire country of the United States of America.
It's 32 trillion now.
Man, even the babies, all right? So if you're
Right. Well, he's talking about the increase, I think.
Right.
Over the 4-year period, it increased enough that every person should have $40,000 extra dollars.
Yes, it was 13. He said it was 13 trillion at the beginning of COVID. It's 32 trillion now. So
Right.
that's a big increase.
Yes.
They're watching, and you're not $40,000 richer now. Somebody's got your $40,000. Okay, who's got that money now? So the most amazing thing I've ever seen at the beginning of COVID, we all knew governments across the world were going to give these unbelievable, enormous amounts of money out. The UK number is just over £1 trillion, by the way. These enormous amounts of money being given out.
And this is where Dave Rubin steps in and says, yes, and we told him not to do that. It would cause inflation. We definitely told him, don't do it. Don't do it. But then when you talk about taxing that money back, Dave is like, no, don't do that. How dare you?
Well, that is what's, I mean, because he brings up a good way of framing it, which is like, well, if it's $40,000 in spending for every person, and if you have $40,000 richer, then congratulations, you're on the plus side.
You got the money, yeah.
Right, but if you're not, where did that money go? Is the $1 million question.
Well, look, a lot of it went to the businesses. Look, I only got a check for like $1,200, so I didn't get a
right. Well, he's not.
$40,000
He
check.
doesn't mean that like literally every person was handed a check for $40,000. He means that the amount of spending, if you were to distribute,
was $40,000 per person.
Was $40,000 per person.
Might have been better to give it out $40,000 per person, but then some people might have stood a chance of actually hanging on to it.
Right.
It's fascinating. Look, they don't need to tax it back, Sitch. They just need to start minting some meme coins. Okay, I'm telling you, if the government sells meme coins, you get all that money back immediately.
Right. Exactly. I think you're right. I think that the government under Trump should heavily create meme coins that are only targeted at like the 1%.
Oh my God.
And
that
then
would be
it's
great.
It's like a status symbol. And then the Trump administration just rug pulls all of them, right?
Right.
But instead of that money going into some 12-year-old's crypto account somewhere or something, it goes to the government.
They use it to pay off the deficit.
They use it to pay off the deficit. Surprise!
Shrink the money supply. Yes.
It's really a secret tax the whole time. You thought it was crypto, but it was a tax the whole
time.
But
it's a voluntary tax, though.
Right. There you go.
I mean, you don't have to buy the meme coin if you want to be a square, right?
Right. If you want to be a loser, if you want to be the loser, want to get your Trump coin.
Nobody asked the question, who's going to end up with that money? Nobody. This is $40,000 for every. Imagine if the government came and took $40,000 from everyone in the country. And gave it to somebody. Nobody did the analysis. I did the analysis.
Can you point, if you know your history, can you point to a period in UK history, for example, where massively punishing rich people by massively taxing them has actually benefited the country?
Listen,
because I can't really.
My dad was born in.
It's just so weird because this wealth came in the last 4 years. Like it was literally created in the last 4 years. So they, I guess, earned it in the. It's just weird using the term earn when it was just their assets appreciated in value. Okay, so it's kind of a capital gains situation.
Right, didn't Elon Musk's wealth double in like 4 years? And I thought
just because the assets went up in value, Tesla and whatnot.
Right. But that's all the rich people. I thought like the really wealthy, their assets just skyrocketed during COVID. And he talks about it. I mean, part of it's because there was a lockdown. People couldn't really buy shit. So all the people that had money, they just started shoving it into stocks and stuff.
Yeah, they bought Tesla stock.
Right.
Yeah. And they competed, driving the price up.
Exactly.
In 57, he worked for the post office, Royal Mail, 35 years, never once earned more than the average wage in the country. He was able to buy a house, support a family. My parents are retired now. They own their own property. They're financially secure. That's not possible now. He lived in an era where the top rate of tax was much, much, much higher. The 50s, the 60s, the 70s in the UK, in the US, the top rate of tax on large estates was significantly higher. And in that time period, it's not a coincidence, ordinary people could afford to buy houses. They could afford to, listen, this is not normal, okay? Read your history, right? You read Charles Dickens? In this country we're talking in right now, 150 years ago, ordinary men and women lived in desperate poverty, okay? That's gonna happen again. That is what it's not normal.
Hold on, but making the argument that 40 or 50 years.
But I mean, I think that's, I mean, obviously you can't really simplify everything down to like one thing, like government taxation, though it obviously has a big impact on everything. But that is the reality that people are living through right now, is that their parents were able to, most people's parents, not everyone's, but a lot of people's parents were able to have a job, maybe even a single family job, or even a job that doesn't require college education, their parents or grandparents, and they were able to buy a home and raise a family and, you know, live the American dream, which seems to be outside the reach for a lot of young people nowadays.
Uber Eats.
Okay, it's all the Uber, it's all the Uber Eats. You're right. It's all the Uber
Private
Eats.
taxi
It's all the
for my
private taxi.
burrito.
Yeah. I mean, what's going to happen to all those Uber Eats jobs too? All those people that did that for a job, those are all going to disappear in like the next 10 years.
Oh yeah,
So
because they'll have self-driving cars. You just go out and get your order from the car.
yeah, they'll have a self-driving car. They'll have a little fucking you won't have a chauffeur. You'll have a little helicopter that delivers your food or something.
Drops it off in your lawn.
Right. Yeah.
What if you're in an apartment building? I guess you got to come.
There'll be like
outside
there'll
and
be a
meet it.
specific loading area in the front, and you like walk outside and get your little burrito from the helicopter.
Years ago, the tax rates were higher, and somehow that made things better. First off, times change. The giant middle bureaucratic state that Donald Trump is constantly fighting was not nearly as big 50 years ago. So again, I'm talking about this from an American perspective. As we're uncovering this waste, the idea that, oh, only if we took 10% more or 20% more from this person or that person, I don't think makes sense. As it pertains to COVID, I would say, yes, COVID was a giant wealth transfer from the poor to the rich. I was against lockdowns. I was against putting people out of work. I was against virtually all of the regulations after 2 weeks to slow the spread. So again, that's giant government programs creating the conditions that create all of the economic and social and cultural problems that we have. So
well, if the government caused the problem, shouldn't they fix it just by
taxing the money back?
just as so.
We created a bunch of money during COVID, so now we got to take it all back, right?
We accidentally created all this extra money.
Right.
Sorry, we got to take it back.
Yeah, I know, it's funny. You're right, because it's like, yeah, I mean, obviously, it's like, well, once people get to like, wait a minute,
this is the thing. People just can't fathom that once money is created, they're like, it must exist forever.
Yes,
they can't fathom the fact that the government could just tax back a big pile of money and burn it.
Right, that would
Look at that.
You know, drop inflation, drop prices.
Yeah,
right.
That's how they do shrink the money supply.
I mean, but also,
they don't burn it; they just put it in their account forever.
Right, but I mean, there are reasons beyond taxation for why, you know, why people today can't live like their parents or their grandparents. I mean, obviously, you had massive increase in the job market because you had a lot of women enter the job market before when they weren't because of immigration, which is going to, you know, decrease the power of labor. You had all the unions completely get gutted completely. You had so many jobs in manufacturing all shipped overseas. I think that's actually like the thing here is that you had there was like 5 or 6 massive things over the last 60 years that all basically slammed labor's ability to have power and to generate wealth. And so it really shouldn't be a surprise when all these things are coming up, you know, for the business class and all slamming labor and weakening their power, that we're in the situation we're in.
No surprise at all.
Yeah.
Solution to that, I think, is exactly what we have seen for the last month, which is let's deregulate, let's figure out where the fraud is, let's give people more of a chance. We can deregulate the banks so that they're willing to loan again.
It's like, look, we need to make the money supply bigger. That's what we need to do. We need to make generate more money.
Yes.
It's like they don't understand any of this.
I know.
Yeah. That'll be
so
good
that people
inflation.
can buy houses again. Let's stop printing money so interest rates go down and inflation goes down so that people can actually get loans, so that America loans right now are something like 6-7%. It's very hard to buy a house at that rate.
See, look, loans are printing money, dude.
Well, yeah, that people don't realize that, and that's I think that's the problem. Yeah, when people understand that the government creates money and prints money, and that creates inflation, they don't realize that the bank, when they're loaning money, is creating money.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
The money supply basically is generated from two places: credit and government overspending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So it's ironic that in one sense, Dave is saying like you need to let the banks loan out more money, and then we need to stop the government from printing money.
Right.
Like, oh, okay.
Just it's all government bad. So
Right.
it's ironic that right now the debt, the loan portion of the economy is about 36 trillion and the debt is about 32 trillion, the government overspending. So they're roughly equal.
Wait, what is 36 trillion? The amount of money that's
Loaned
loaned
out,
out
that
to
is,
private
yes.
Americans at the moment is
Yes.
$36 trillion.
Yes, it's loaned out to the private sector. Yes.
Oh my God.
That are mortgages for houses, consumer credit card debt, like any debt that a bank loans out that they hold some sort of piece of paper that says you owe this money. Yes. That's why when I say, look, he's saying, look, we need to loan out more money. So we need to get that 36 trillion higher, right? Let's see if we can get it to 20 or
Right.
50 trillion.
So does that mean that the money supply should be conceptualized as the combination of those two numbers?
Yes.
Technically?
Yeah, totally.
So
well,
the
the
money supply is
reason
like
why
$68 trillion right now.
the reason why people don't really stress out about the 36 trillion in loaned money is because they think, well, that money, first of all, it's not going to be taxed back. It's going to be paid back, paid
By
off
individual people or
by
businesses
individual
or
people.
whatever. Yeah.
They also think, well, the people that took that money out, they are probably going to start a business or something, and that's going to be productive, right? So
Right.
usually people don't borrow money unless they think they're going to be productive enough to pay it back, right? Even if you borrow money to buy a house, you think, well, I'm going to be working for a place where I'm going to make far more money than this house is worth. I'm going to pay the money back. So people generally don't borrow money unless they're going to do something productive for society. So that's why people don't even really think about it.
One hope.
Now, when it comes to government overspending, the only way to get rid of the government overspending is to tax the money back, right?
Right.
And they think, oh, well, obviously government's completely inefficient. The government overspending is not going to do it. Like, that's not going to create any
Right. That's a
wealth.
great point. That's a great point.
Yeah. But it often does. I mean, if you think of like NASA, the space race, a lot of technology came out of that. I mean, the government does get it right from time to time, right? They spend a bunch of money on research.
Yeah.
They build roads. They build militaries that keep people safe. So people, our business people decide, look, I'm going to go do business in this other country because it's so goddamn safe over there now, right?
Right. Right.
So it does end up helping, but a lot of people, a lot of anti-government people, which I get it. I understand why people are anti-government. They get a paycheck. We all get our paychecks. We see that huge chunk of money taken out of our paychecks and we think,
Painful.
fuck these people, right?
All right. Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah. So I get it.
When I bought my house, only a couple of years ago, it was around 2.9%. Well, then it's valuable because, okay, you're going to pay a little penalty and hopefully your house goes up over time. So just removing the government and the regulations and the waste, that to me is the answer, not just I need that guy's money and I really would like it.
Could I ask a question? You've accepted there that during COVID, there was a massive transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich, and all the statistics support that. After COVID, after lockdowns, after reopening, we know there's been a massive transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. We then saw a massive fall in living standards for the middle class and for the poor. Do you think those two things are connected?
From an American perspective, I would say those things are largely connected because they decided to print money relentlessly. That's what we did. We did the Inflation Reduction Act, which was actually an inflation increase act.
He's like, it's the government caused it. Well, should we fix it? No.
Yeah. Because the only way to fix what Dave Rubin is suggesting is to tax the money back.
To take the money back
printed.
again.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Or, I mean, I guess there'd only be two options. There'd be the fastest way would be for the government to take the money back through taxation. The slower way would be that the money would be there'd be so much increased production essentially. And you probably need more people. You need more people and such an increase in production and value in business that there's just so much more stuff for people to buy, right? So many more goods and services for people to buy that it essentially devalues, or slows down the inflation or devalues the money supply.
Yeah, that's another thing a lot of people don't consider, that the money supply needs to grow. Like this is Milton Friedman. Milton, everyone uses the Milton Friedman quote out of context because when he said inflation is everywhere a monetary phenomenon, they forget half of the quote. In the second half of the quote, he says, if we can maintain a steady growth in the money supply, it won't produce utopia, but it will produce price stability and a growing economy, right? Like if you have, and you know this just playing the game Monopoly, okay? If you sit down to a Monopoly game, you probably have a money supply there for 3, maybe 4 people, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you pull out that Monopoly game and you got 20 people to sit down and play, do you have enough money supply to play with 20? No. Okay.
No, right.
So like if your economy's growing, you got 5 factories, you got a money supply for 5 factories for payroll for all these people and all these goods and services, right? Well, as soon as you get like 10 factories, 20 factories, 1,000 factories, it's like if you want price stability, prices to stay relatively the same. They like a little bit of inflation, but we won't go into that here. If you want price stability, you have to grow the money supply as the economy grows. And that's the whole job of the Federal Reserve. That's what they do. So the Federal Reserve is kind of the boom and bust cycle that happens is because if the money supply grows like super rapidly, like it did after COVID, you get a bunch of inflation, which is what we're dealing with now. So,
Right.
yeah.
Well, the money supply grew very rapidly and there was not a lot of production because everything was halted because of COVID.
Right.
So it took a while. And then everything, once the economy opened up again, still took, probably like a year or longer for things to kind of get back to where they were.
If the money supply grows too slow, you can get recessions. Yeah.
Right. But then the problem, and I mean, they kind of go into this later, this conversation. The problem is, it's either, you either need to get the money back through taxation or you just need to produce so much more stuff that it kind of, offsets that. And I think the problem is that if, the Elon Musks of the world and all these other people, and they're not wrong for doing this because it's very difficult, but if they have just a huge pile of money, they're going to be like, okay, let me just shove it in the stock market, right? And so it's like, okay, is that really for most of I don't think for most use cases, that's not going to be producing the amount of extra goods and services required in order to kind of offset the massive increase in the money supply.
It is going to drive the stock market into the stratosphere.
Yes, right, exactly.
Which is exactly what we're seeing. Yeah.
Right, which is going to price out the middle class from being able to own stocks and other things anyway.
Yes.
Which is what's happening. So
the average increase.
I paraphrased on the Milton Friedman quote. I'll see if I can look it up
okay. Well, don't worry about it. But
in U.S. billionaires' wealth in the first year of COVID was more than 100%, doubling of what?
Inflation Reduction Act, which was actually an inflation increase act.
The average increase in U.S. billionaires' wealth in the first year of COVID was more than 100%, doubling of wealth. What's the U.S. GDP rate of growth? 3%, 4%?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
At what rate does a billionaire's wealth increase? These guys doubled in 1 year.
But wasn't that maybe? But Gary, isn't that a bit disingenuous? Because the reason their wealth increased so exponentially in that period was just because stock prices flew up.
Asset prices.
I don't think it's just that.
Wasn't that how they accrued the extra wealth?
I've got a video explaining exactly this. All right, listen. You lock down the economy, okay? Ordinary family, my parents. How much their expenses decrease.
But are you arguing that the billionaires locked down the economy? I mean,
No, not all. I'm just trying to explain what happened, all right? You lock down the economy, okay?
Well, just let me pause here for a second. It is interesting. He hasn't said rich people are bad. He hasn't said any of the sort of left, kind of wealthy, bad, moral arguments yet. Those haven't escaped his lips. And you can already see like the defensiveness is like coming out so quick, the defensiveness, it's the government's fault. It's the government's fault. It's like, okay, well, hold on. I didn't even say it wasn't the government's fault. I'm just saying what's happening here, right?
Well, they keep vacillating between who's to blame and how should we solve the problem? Like if a hurricane comes and destroys the entire coastline, like, nobody fixates on, oh my God, it was the hurricane's fault. We shouldn't do anything. Right? It's like,
right.
Okay, it was the government's fault. They fucked up.
Right.
Maybe they should do something about that. Maybe they should fix it.
Right.
Oh, I found the quote. Inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon in the sense that it is and can be produced only by a more rapid increase in the quantity of money than an output. That's like production, right?
Mm-hmm.
A steady rate of monetary growth at a moderate level can provide a framework under which a country can have little inflation and much growth. It will not produce perfect stability. It will not produce heaven on earth, but it can make an important contribution to a stable economic society. That's Milton Friedman.
Right.
Now, I know you never hear all of that quote, right?
Yeah, they cut
You
off
only
right
hear
before
a
the
small
increase.
portion of that quote, right?
Right, yeah.
So they lead you to believe that Milton Friedman is not in favor of growing the money supply at all. Yeah.
Right.
They clip chimp him. They do. They totally do. The right's guilty of this. You guys got to fucking own it, man.
My parents, how much is their expenditure for? Basically nothing. Basically nothing, because their expenditure is entirely rent, mortgage, food, bills. Like, that's poor people's expenditure.
right.
Whose expenditure falls during COVID?
The people who have normally would go out and spend a lot of money.
People who have a lot of luxury
So they
spending,
were spending,
non-essential
they were
spending, right?
accumulating more money.
So if you stop, if you ban luxury...
So see, look, at first, Pierce totally gets it, which I'm kind of surprised because later in the conversation, he doesn't. At first, he's like totally understanding everything.
Yeah.
spending, and you replace it with, as you say, government printed money, what's going to happen? That printed money is going to go to people who work in the service sector. They're going to use it to pay their bills. It's going to go to the rich people who own the corporations, who own the houses, who own the debt, and they can't spend it. What you have is basically a massive cash injection from the government through the poor to the rich. Listen, we saw the biggest and fastest ever transfer of wealth and increase in inequality in the history of our nations, and it was immediately followed by an inflationary crisis and a collapsing cost of living. This is the clearest proof you will ever need. You don't need me, somebody who's made millions of pounds betting on this. The clearest proof you will ever need of the absolutely bloody obvious fact that if you massively increase inequality, you will decrease living standards for working people.
Well, it seems to me that the part we're agreeing on is that we all seem to agree that giant government spending and giant government control over the economy and over our lives ultimately is bad.
He won't stop, Sitch. He won't stop. He can't stop. He's like, but look, it was the hurricane, okay?
Right.
What are we going to do?
Right.
The hurricane of money made us all rich.
Well, it's like it's kind of like saying, listen, I told them not to give me a bunch of money, but they did. So what am I supposed to do about it? Drives away in a Ferrari, right?
I know.
Like, okay.
Yeah. No. Look, I want the hurricane of money.
Right.
Bring the hurricane to my lawn.
I don't blame.
Yeah, I don't really see the correlation between that reality, which we can all agree to, and the fact that it's the billionaires' fault for getting richer.
Exactly.
They keep wanting. Look, it's so fascinating because Gary keeps explaining it just in prescriptive terms, right?
In neutral terms. He's not saying it's
neutral terms.
He's never said the billionaires are bad and
Yes.
they've done something wrong. He doesn't say that.
Descriptive terms. That's what I'm looking for. He's just describing the reality of the situation, just like I did with the housing market, right? The various people bidding on the house. This is just the reality, right?
Right.
And they keep wanting to go, well, how did those three rich people that are outbidding all the poor people get the money?
Or how dare you say they're bad people? It's like I
didn't say they were bad people.
Right.
I just said this is the reality of the situation, right?
Right.
Like you have to understand the situation if you want to deal with the problem, right? Maybe you make houses that only the poor can bid on, that rich people are forbidden to bid on, right? I don't know. Maybe that's how you solve it. You don't have to demonize the rich to solve it, right? You don't have to say rich people gotta give up all their money. You just have to figure out a way that the poor can still compete and still get a house and a car and all the things they need to survive.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that wealth was just accrued from.
Listen, I'm not Mahatma Gandhi. I'm not Mother Teresa. I'm not a moral philosopher. I'm one of the best economists in the fucking world at this, okay? I'm here to tell you what's happening. If you massively increase inequality, these guys, they don't just sit on that $10 trillion. They don't just sit on it. They use that to buy assets. They buy the assets that ordinary American working families need. The reason why American families, their kids can't afford homes is because they're now competing with a billionaire class that is $10 trillion richer. $10 trillion, that's $40,000 for every every American man, woman, and child.
And Kamala only wanted to give first-time home buyers $25,000.
I know, what a
fucking
jerk.
joke.
Should have been 40, obviously. I do like, it's funny whenever he says something and Pierce doesn't know how to respond. He's like, Dave Rubin, what's your response to this?
Yeah, totally.
I pass it off to Dave Rubin, probably the least qualified person to have this conversation.
Oh, I know.
Right.
It's all he knows is government bad. He's like, he can't stop himself.
Say that even if we were to take that premise as true, so I'll go with you on the premise, the fault would not lie within the billion.
He keeps going to the fucking fault. Oh my God. Stop already. Stop. He's like, we cannot solve a problem unless we tell who's to blame.
Well,
Can you imagine,
yeah.
like, there's a car accident, people are dying in the street, and they're like, okay, before we call the ambulance, who is responsible here?
Right. Well, it does. I mean, that's why it's obnoxious, and it does kind of fall on Gary's shoulders here. That whenever you have a conversation that's usually a very political conversation, you have to expect people are going to instantly, emotionally, reactively go into this like defensive, offensive
Right.
posture for the talking points. So you have to be like super crystal clear to be like, I'm not saying that the rich people are bad. I'm not saying that the Republicans are bad. I'm not saying the Democrats are right. I'm not making a moral position about who is right or wrong here. Okay. I'm just telling you descriptively what is happening to the money in the country. Where is the money supply going?
Yeah.
Like you have to say it, like, and even that's probably not going to be effective for most people. But you got to at least like throw it out there, which I think he did eventually.
Look, I would just say, yes, it is the government's fault. Okay, the government got us in this position. What should we do about that now? Now that the government is fucked up so fucking massively.
Cut regulations, Adam. That's going
Look
to
at
make it better.
who spent all that money. I remember some COVID checks with Trump's name on them. I remember some COVID checks with Biden's name on it.
Right.
Seems like a bipartisan fuck up.
Did the Biden ones have his name on it? I thought they just.
They
just
did.
said United States.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember.
He didn't hold out for the name. What a.
Well, I know.
dummy.
I think I kept my Trump check because it looked cool. Like it looked like the first one. The first one looked very fancy, right? And I think the other ones didn't. They just looked kind of like generic. If I
They
recall
were signed
correctly.
by Donald Trump.
Well, like it was like signed by Donald Trump. It had like it was like on fancy stock, car stock and everything.
He's like, this needs to be on gold paper.
I mean, yes, like they probably increased the money supply, $1 billion printing the fucking checks, right?
Have you seen Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory?
Yeah, exactly. Here's your gold.
We
Yeah,
want this
literally,
to be the
here's your
magic
golden
ticket.
It's your golden ticket, right? And I think the other ones after that were just kind of boring. They're just like, whatever. Or for one of them, I don't think I ever got a physical check. It was just like in my
I didn't
account.
get a check. Yeah.
Yeah.
Direct deposit into my account. Otherwise,
Right,
I would. Look, I'm jealous of this fancy check you're talking about here.
Oh, you didn't get the first one?
I don't think I got a check.
Oh,
no.
okay. I got the first one. I think the other ones were direct deposit after that, but
I think I got a direct deposit.
wow, so
I
sad.
used it to buy GameStop.
And I did because there you go. No, because and I have like, I did the thing where I instead of, like an old person giving the check to a bank, to deposit it, I just did the take the picture of it with your phone thing.
That's what you have to do. Yeah.
Right.
You get to keep. I usually do that
Right, so I
4
get
or
to
5
keep-
times. How many times
right,
did
so I
you
get
do
to-
it?
I get the no, usually on my phone it works the first time.
Yeah, but then it works the second time too, and the third. Don't you keep going?
Oh,
You got to work these
I
banks.
see.
What are you talking about?
I see. What you're talking about is a scam and is
Oh,
illegal.
yeah.
There's actually, I forget, there was some TikTok thing where people were like, oh, look, you can do infinite money glitch by just writing bad checks. And then it's like, all people will like get fined massively by the banks, right? Because they're not stupid, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially now that there's not a consumer financial protection agency, don't try to get one over on the banks.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't take multiple pictures of
Yeah.
the same check. Yeah.
They'll
Especially-
incarcerate you for life.
Especially your government stimulus check, because that would make absolutely no sense that you'd have more than one at a time.
Mhm.
So
Millionaire doing
I never
something
said it
that is
did.
right. So,
So I
okay,
never
so if
said
we're
it
in
did.
agreement on that, I think that's
But
positive.
where does the poverty lie?
So then,
Where does the
the
poverty
issue
lie?
really is, what would you want a competent government to do? And I think what you would want a competent government to do is make sure that there is as little waste as possible, that we're not spending money on, trans comic books in Peru, which is literally what we're finding.
He's not even fucking close to the question. He's like, listen, there's this problem of inequality that creates massive increase in asset prices that the poor and middle class and working class can't even come close to competing. And you're talking about efficient government.
Well, listen,
Fuck.
if you save money
Mhm.
through not spending money on the trans comic books, right? You
Mhm.
can give a tax cut to everyone, and that will give them money back to not solve the problem.
His flat tax doesn't even address the issue because everyone's
know.
still going to be at the same equality level.
I know.
Yeah. Ah, jeez. Dave Rubin. This is a perfect face for Dave Rubin.
Out right now, and we're going to perhaps audit the Fed and find out where the trillions of dollars to Ukraine went and everything else. And if we have a
Trillions of dollars to Ukraine. This is the dumbass that they have on this show. Isn't it? It's 175 billion, and they haven't even gotten 100 billion of it. Fucking hell.
proper accounting, the same way you run your household
Sitch, where's your moral outrage?
and anyone would run their business, then we could probably address some of these issues. But I'm glad to hear that we're not really blaming the billionaires who are just playing the game as the game is set up.
Yeah, what you want to change is the system.
Yeah, look,
Gary is like writing on his hand or something. Or he's doing his nails with his pen. Gary, come on. You're being destroyed here.
I stuck
I'm
off.
not here to
I figured you did, so no
Okay,
big
I'm
deal.
back.
I only do that to make you stress out while you're off taking a whiz or something.
blame nobody. Listen, I'm a rich person. You're
Hold on, you gotta back up a second here. This
To
is
hear that we're
hilarious.
not really blaming the billionaires who are just playing the game as the game is set up.
Yeah, what you
Gary is
Just like
like
cleaning his nails. Yeah.
Oh, is that
want
what
to
he's
change
doing?
is the system.
No, he's
Oh,
like
no,
writing
he's-
on his hand.
Oh, he's doing like
taking it out.
calculations or something.
Oh God. Look, Gary's not being very persuasive at all here. He's like, I'm just going to do a couple of calculations on my
I
hand
like it.
real
Listen,
quick."
he reminds me of like the punk Spider-Man from like Into the Spider-Verse.
Oh yeah, he totally is.
Got the
He's totally.
energy. Yeah.
That's the only communist Sitch ever liked was the punk Spider-Man from Into the Spider-Verse.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
He wasn't a communist. He was an anarchist. Okay.
What was his name? Morty or something? I can't remember.
Morty.
Yeah.
No.
He had a cool name. Here we go.
What was his
Fact
name,
check.
man? It was
Yeah.
Hobie.
Hobie. That was
Hobie
close.
Brown.
Morty. Hobie.
More, not even
Hobie.
remotely close.
look, I'm not here to blame nobody. Listen, I'm a rich person. You're a rich person.
I don't know about you, bitch.
I just met you today, but you've got a very nice suit.
I'm
I
doing
see
all
you're
right.
doing all
It is a
right.
new suit. It is a
Listen,
new suit.
I'll tell you what a competent
Look, the internet said he's worth 14 million. I looked it
He
up.
doesn't know the
so-
Tenet Media story, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I wonder if that 14 million is from the Tenet Media.
I mean, a chunk of it is at least.
government would do. A competent government would.
I mean, doesn't also David Rubin's? I mean, doesn't he like own part of mines or something?
Oh yeah, and he owns locals. He did the locals.
Or locals, yeah.
So he's making money off of everyone. He got
Right,
smart.
right,
He's
yeah,
like,
so, yeah.
look, I know how to rent seek.
Yeah, listen, we're shit all over Dave here, man. He's smart, man. Locals is raking it in.
stop.
Indiegogo
massive,
is the
massive
ultimate
increase
rent seekers. Those fucking
Oh, with the tip, yeah,
bitches.
that's
Yeah.
disgusting. Yeah.
today, but you've got a very nice suit.
I'm
I see
doing
you're
all right.
doing all
It is a
right.
new suit. It is a
Listen,
new suit.
I'll tell you what a competent government would do. A competent government would stop this massive, massive increase of inequality from accelerating out of all control.
How would
Because
you do,
these
how
are-
would you do
So
it?
do you agree
It's-
with Donald Trump's policies on that? Because by lowering taxes, by lowering regulation,
Listen, okay,
by
all right.
getting rid of inefficiency, I mean, I'm with you
How
on the
rich is he
premise.
not?
all of those are completely stupid fucking policies. But obviously, Dave Rubin is brain dead. So
Well,
the biggest policy change would be
Right.
lower those fucking interest rates. Because interest rates
be-
are basically just free money for people who have money. So
Yes, 100%. Well, let me. What they're not stupid policies. They're policies that do specific things, and they don't address the issue that they're having a conversation about.
yeah, they're not going to address wealth inequality. Look, the guy
Right.
who has $100 in his bank account is not making anything off that 5% interest rate.
Well, I guess to give the most steelman-y argument, I mean, Dave isn't saying this, but I guess you could, if I was to try to make the argument, what you would try to say, you say, okay, by cutting all this government regulation and cutting all this government taxation, all the wealthy people are going to go out there and they're going to spend so much more money on creating new goods and services and businesses and products that will create that natural deflationary effect in the market, right? That would be the only way you can make the argument kind of try to make sense, right?
Well, they're probably just going to invest in stocks, and
Well,
those
that
companies
would
are
be my
probably gonna
retort to why
try. Yeah.
it wouldn't actually accomplish the goal they're suggesting, because some people will do that, but the big chunk of it, too much of a big chunk, probably majority of it, would go back into just buying stocks and assets and property, and not necessarily create new things for people to buy or to employ people.
Yeah. I mean, it is interesting. There are only a finite number of assets in America, right?
Well, that's the whole thing. You need to create more assets,
Yes, exactly.
right? I mean,
I'm telling you, meme
right.
coins.
There you go. And
We just meme it up.
I mean, this is probably the only reason why crypto even is able to exist now, is because there's almost like an asset. There's not enough assets, right? There's a dearth of assets. We need more things for people to be investing to spread it out.
Yeah.
And I mean, you don't want to get into the situation that obviously communist China does, where they're like, oh, we need assets for the middle class. Let's just like make ghost towns for people to invest in, and we'll prop them up with the government money. Like, that's a crazy way to handle the situation.
Right. Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Look,
How rich is Elon Musk?
that's because I don't think the Chinese will invest in financial assets. Like, they have a low trust society, so they don't have a lot of faith in financial assets. They have a lot of faith in like property,
Like a non-tangible financial asset.
Yeah, exactly. So that's
Right.
why they built the ghost towns, because they're
Gotcha.
like, okay, these are things that they can invest in that are tangible,
Right.
that are just as big a scam as any of the financial assets that they would
Right.
cook up
Right.
in China.
Right.
Bitcoin, look, you have to have a high trust society for Bitcoin to work. I don't. Like, I think Bitcoin is a fucking total scam. I think one day it goes to zero. The Trump administration might be able to prop it up for a while, but it's not going to last through.
Well, it's good. Listen, we're going to have
thick
our
and thin.
emergency supply of Bitcoin or whatever.
Well,
The
all of
national
that-
emergency Bitcoin.
They have 17.5 billion in Bitcoin that was confiscated in like drug raids and stuff like that. So this is Bitcoin directly from criminals. Keep in mind, I mean, that Bitcoin is obviously appreciated in value. It probably wasn't worth 17.5 billion when they appropriated it, right? Yeah. When they seized it. But why don't they just sell that Bitcoin, get the dollars back, right? And spend it on the deficit. 17 billion right there. 17 billion off the deficit.
Right. True. That'd be
Yeah.
good.
Shrink the money supply, fight inflation.
Right.
And it's a voluntary tax. You don't have to buy the Bitcoin. I mean, I know Bitcoin's going to zero someday, and those people are never going to get their money back. But what do I care? It's a fucking voluntary
Well, listen,
tax.
as long as you're not the person holding the bag, right?
Right.
Doesn't matter.
Well, look, and people pay taxes. They don't think they're ever going to get the money back anyway. At least you can dream you're going to get the money back.
Right.
Maybe it goes up and you sell it and you actually stick some other sucker with it, and they never get the money back.
Right.
Policies on that, because by lowering taxes, by lowering regulation,
Listen, okay,
by
all right.
getting rid of inefficiency, I mean, I'm with you
How
on the
rich is Elon
premise.
Musk?
I'm with you
How
on
rich is
the-
Elon Musk?
He's worth trillions. I don't know.
Okay, let's say he's worth $300 billion. Okay, what is his passive income going to be on $300 billion?
No, I understand. So you want him to
$15
be
billion a
taxed
year.
more.
$15 billion a year. Okay, what's $15 billion a year per week? We're talking about something like $300 million a week.
Well, what's your
okay?
point?
These guys have no choice but to buy up the assets. These guys will buy up all of the assets. If you allow these people to be extraordinarily rich, they're not bad people. Well, in some cases they might be, but I don't know these guys, right? They will buy up all the assets. And ordinary people will be
Gary, let me
owning
count
nothing.
you. Let's take.
It's so true. It's like,
Yeah.
what do you do when you're a monopoly and you're just dominating? You're like, I got no choice. I just got to buy the fucking assets.
Well, that's the thing that, like, when he said that, it like clicked, because I was like, I never really thought about that. It's like, yeah, if you're really wealthy, you're not going to just stick your money in a 1%
Yeah,
bank
of course.
account, right? You're like, oh, I need to invest all my money into assets. I need to buy stock. I need to buy property. I need to buy whatever.
Look, the
commodities. right?
The banks even disincentivize that because of the $250 insurance, right? If they
Yeah, right, you don't
insured a
want to.
bank account for like $6 billion, they might do that, right?
Well, maybe,
But
I don't know.
they
Right.
can't.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. And so, yeah, like it's basically Elon Musk and these other people are forced, and I think forced is the correct word. I'm not saying that they're wrong, but they're forced to put all their money in all this, stuff, which is going to bid up the price of all those things for everyone else who wants to buy stocks, who everyone else wants to buy property or commodities or whatever.
If you could earn 5% in treasuries, which I think that's the case now, you might actually get a lot of people just putting their money into treasuries because it's a safe asset, a safe return, and they wouldn't be bidding up assets. It presents a problem when you have a bunch of money that you don't want to be inflated away. That's when you're like forced into, I gotta buy assets.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that's the question is, with the ultra wealthy,
Mhm.
I mean, would they just be like, oh yeah, I'll just take like my billions of dollars and just shove it in the treasury secretaries or treasury bills and make, like whatever the interest rate is, of that the time period. Like, would they?
No,
I don't think a lot of them would be comfortable doing that.
They want a balanced portfolio. So
Of
to
course.
put all your eggs in one basket is something they definitely wouldn't do. They're like, I
Yes.
want to own a little bit of property. I want to own some. So
Right, but so that's the
different things will
problem.
happen. Yeah.
Right, but they're always going to be competing. They're always going to be bidding up the prices for
Well,
everyone.
I'm trying to. I'm with. I think the problem in the argument is that it's so easy to default to you're demonizing rich people. So you have to find a
Right.
way around that. And like I said, look, I think rich people do a lot of good in society. I do think they're job creators. I do think they're innovators. So I guess that's more of the right wing perspective. But at the same time, I can empathize with the poors that like don't stand a chance of bidding up the house or buying a house because of the reasons we stated before.
Well, first of all,
So
I think
I
you should
just
call them the poors. You should say the average person.
the poors. Why? I
The
like the
average
poors.
individual. The
I like the
poors.
poors.
Okay.
Anyway,
I love the poors. I love poor people.
I love my pores. Yeah. So you have to think of the technical challenge that exists here. And it's just Dave Rubin, the only solution Dave Rubin wants is gut the federal government. The market will work itself out. Shut the fuck up. Don't let the government do anything. Every time the government does something, it fucks something up. If the government did this and fucked it up, I feel they have some obligation to make it right.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, you got to get Jordan Peterson here,
Mhm.
like that, to talk to Dave Rubin, because Jordan Peterson, he has that famous video. Maybe we'll watch it about the Pareto distribution, where he specifically says if you have a game like a money game, where someone can end up at zero, and you're gonna automatically have a situation where you're gonna have the 80-20, you're gonna have someone suck up all the wealth. That's just the way it is. And so that's why, to me, when people just say, well, solution to everything is to just let markets do whatever the fuck they want, it's like, well, okay, that's just gonna make there's no explanation of why that would not make the situation work. It's ever given. That makes any sense. I mean, there's given, but they just are ridiculous.
There's so many of these predatory businesses though. And if the government could take over those businesses and make all taxes voluntary just by, people doing dumb shit, I think that's a step in the right direction. Buying meme coins, paying the minimum balance due on their credit card, right? That's great. Volunteer taxes.
Musk is a good example, actually, because
hold on.
Yeah.
Let's
No.
watch that video really quick here.
Which one? The
The
Elon
Jordan
Musk
Peterson
video?
video.
Okay, sure.
We're at 2222. Okay, that's a nice, good number, right?
Bring it up.
And by the time the
Classic old Jordan Peterson. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time the Soviet Revolution came around, which would be at the latter part of the 1910s, after the First World War, the peasant class had actually established farms, of course, varying productivity. Some of the peasant farmers were very, very good at being farmers and produced a huge proportion of Russia's and Ukraine's food. Because one of the things, we'll talk about this later as the class progresses, one of the things that you'll find if you look at creative production in any domain, it doesn't matter, artistic domain, food production, novels written, novels sold, money generated, number of companies generated, number of goals scored in hockey, etc. Number of paintings painted, number of compositions written, anything like that, where the fundamental underlying measure is human productivity, what you find is that a very tiny percentage of people produce almost all the output. It's called a Pareto distribution, P-A-R-E-T-O, and it was studied in detail in scientific productivity by someone named De Sola Price. It's a square root law, so here's the law fundamentally. If you look at the number of people who are in a given domain, who are producing in a given domain, the square root of the people produce half the product. So that means if you have 10 employees, 3 of them do half the work, but if you have 10,000 employees, 100 of them do half the work. Right? It's a very, very vicious statistic. And you won't learn about...
That's like it is on our podcast. Sitch does all the... Look, I do the thumbnails and stuff.
I wasn't going to say anything.
That in psychology for reasons I have no idea about, because you learn about the normal...
Listen, you made up for it for the comic, okay?
Oh, okay.
That's
good.
Distribution and not the Pareto distribution, but Pareto distributions govern, for example, the distribution of money, which is why 1% of the people in the general population have the overwhelming amount of money, and 1/10 of that 1% has almost all of that, right? So I think it's like the richest 100 people in the world have as much money as the bottom 2.5 billion. And you think, well, that's a terrible thing, and perhaps it is, but what you have to understand is that that law governs the distribution of creative production across all creative domains, right? It's something like a natural law, and we'll talk about that more, but imagine what happens when you play Monopoly. You've all played Monopoly. What happens when you play Monopoly? One person ends up with all the money, all right? Then you play another game of Monopoly. What happens? One person ends up with all the money. It's actually the inevitable consequence of multiple trades that are conducted randomly. So if you take 1,000 people and you get them to play a trading game, you each give them $100, say, or $10, and they have to trade with another person by flipping a coin. I win the coin toss, you give me $1, you win, I give you $1. If we all play that long enough, one person will end up with all the money and everyone else will end up with 0. So it's a deeply built feature of systems of creative production, and no one really knows what to do about it, because of course the danger is that all the resources get funneled to a tiny minority of people at the top, and a huge section of the population stacks up at 0.
Yeah, those people become the elites, and they basically just sap off everyone else.
Yeah.
But to blame that on the oppressive nature of a given system is to radically underestimate the complexity of the problem. No one actually knows how to effectively shovel resources from the minority that controls almost everything to the majority that has almost nothing in any consistent way, because as you shovel money down, it tends to move right back up, and it's a big problem. Anyways, the reason I'm telling you about that is because after the peasants were granted their land and started to become farmers, a tiny minority of them became extremely successful, and those people produced almost all of the food for Russia and the Ukraine. So what happened in the 1920s when bloody Lenin came along and collectivized the farms was that they defined the kulaks, who were these tiny minority of successful farmers who maybe had a brick house and were able to hire a couple of people and had some land and some livestock and were very productive people. They defined them as socially unfriendly elements, and they sent groups of intellectuals out into the towns to collectivize the farms. And so the idea was that, well, you would pool your land and everyone would farm it collectively, and the land was taken away, of course, from the tiny minority of people who were actually productive and had actually managed to own much of the land. So you have to imagine how that would occur. Okay, so it's in the 1920s. It's after World War I. Russia's in pretty bad shape. The villages are full of brutalized men who have post-traumatic stress disorder, and lots of people who are not doing well at all. And the bloody intellectuals come into the town and they say, you know those successful farmers up the street that you've always been pretty jealous about in your useless manner? Well, they're actually pigs and demons who are stealing from you, so why don't you come out, we'll form a nice little mob and we'll take everything they've got.
That's what we're trying to avoid, the pitchforks, right?
Yes.
I heard Anna Kasparian bring up on her podcast that the welfare state developed by FDR was to prevent socialism. And I was like, yes.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
Exactly.
To
That's
keep the
whole
commies at bay.
Yeah. I mean, if the system keeps going in the direction it's going, I mean, that's why
Right.
it's no surprise to me that you get the left and the right internet spheres kind of spinning off into like more and more radicalized positions.
Yeah.
So,
They both want communism now.
yeah.
Because that's what happens when you have a generation that never hopes to own a home, right?
Yep. Exactly.
They're like DoorDash and communism. They're staples.
Right.
And that's exactly what happened. And all those people were killed or raped or set off to Siberia in the middle of the bloody winter where there wasn't even anything for them to anywhere for them to live or anything for them to eat. So they all died. And then the consequence of that was a few years later, 6 million people starved to death in the Ukraine.
Oh, look, Ukraine.
Yeah. But see that's why it's kind of like frustrating in these conversations is, you know, everyone always wants to approach it from one angle. They want to say, oh, all those rich people are evil. They have all the money and all the stuff. And the other side says, well, if you just take it away, everything's going to collapse. And it's like, well, you're both right. I mean, like you shouldn't moralize it. Like if you don't do anything, then the top 1% or the top 0.1% is going to suck up everything if you do nothing. But then if you go too far in the direction you do communism, then obviously you're going to have, no one's going to know how to produce anything of value. There's going to be no incentive to work and everything collapses. And so it brings us back to the, like, everything is this balancing act of trying to find that right balance, that right ratio between these kind of two forces.
The most productive people in society do tend to have a lot of money because
of course, because they're the most productive. Right.
Productivity and money go hand in hand.
Well, if you're in a society that actually rewards productivity, then yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a good indicator that we live in a society that does reward productivity. But the problem is if you don't put some kind of cap or metric of redistribution, or people don't like those words, if you don't incentivize the most productive to invest their money in a way that's going to lead to it actually trickling down, right? You're just going to get to the situation where it's just going to all get sucked up into one area just by the natural mathematical laws of these things.
The laws of nature.
Yes. But that's why it's so insidious.
I hit the back button. Did it work?
I'm going to put it back.
I got paid millions of dollars a year.
I don't trust the back button. Okay. I never go back. Only go forward. Okay, we're at 22.
So
22.
progressive.
I know, right?
Let's take Musk as a good example, actually, because he's somebody who's created 5 companies now, or part created some of them and created others from scratch. And they're some of the most extraordinary companies in the world. Tesla is the #1 green energy car company in the Western world. And it's, where people want to take cars because it doesn't gas guzzle the way that the conventional petrol cars do. You've got Neuralink, which is trying to help paraplegic people be able to communicate. You've got Starlink, which is part of his SpaceX thing, which is an extraordinary development. It's been used in war zones and disaster zones to save lives. You've got his taking over of X, which may not seem as important, but actually restoring genuine balance of free speech to let conservatives have a voice, I think has been really important to democratic discourse in America in particular. And he's got other things that he's done. And you put it all together and you think, what's this guy done? He's created these extraordinary things. He's now planning humanoid robots to take away a lot of the drudgery of our lives. He wants to colonize Mars because he thinks that one day we're going to need another planet. He's probably right about that. He's got a massive brain. He's got all this cash. And rather than sit there and kind of do what you think he's doing, which is just, all right, I need to spend billions on making myself even richer, he's gone to work for the government for free as an unelected guy just trying to stop the ridiculous overspend of the government. And in the process, he's employing...
I mean, these are not... or situations. Both these are happening at the same time.
Yeah.
It's true. Elon Musk is involved, either created or is bought, many companies that produce a lot of value in our society through goods and services and produce a lot of jobs, and that's all wonderful and great. But it gets to a point where, like, okay, one man accumulating so much wealth, they literally don't have the physical capability to just keep creating jobs, right? It's going to reach some sort of point where you're like, okay, one person can't do all that. And so, yeah, obviously Elon Musk has shoved, tons of wealth into just assets and into the market, which creates the problem of exactly what Gary's talking about. We're just bidding up the prices for everyone else.
Elon Musk is a bad example because I don't think Elon Musk owns a bunch of stock and property and stuff like that.
Was it all just in Tesla stock and stock in businesses he owns?
Elon Musk had a son, I think, that transitioned into a daughter that
right.
was super communist.
Mm-hmm.
And he ended up selling. He had, I think, 2 mansions, but he sold like all of his property and stuff like that to kind of be less, to kind of cater to that communist son, whatever. I don't know, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
So
mm-hmm.
So I don't think he owns a bunch of property now. He did own some property and some nice cars, but he sold all of that shit. And I think the only stock he owns is stock in his own companies. So it's not like he's selling that stock and buying. I mean, he started buying stock in Twitter just because he wanted to have a say in Twitter, right? He's not buying stock as an investment. He's so this is why I don't think Elon Musk is a good person to be looking at here. Like, he's not obviously a typical rich person, typical wealthy person. I do think like I said, wealthy people can be the most productive people in society. So,
right.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. If the majority of his money is in, because I'm looking up right now, it says in 2020, he had $27 billion, and now he has $34 billion, $342 billion.
Because the Tesla stock went down. Bill Gates is a better person for the argument that
because
he's made, because he buys all kinds of different stocks.
So
Warren Buffett.
Right. So the argument would be that Elon hasn't actually bid up the asset prices because all his stuff was just in Tesla stock or in stocks and companies already, and they all got bid up by the other people investing in the stock market.
I'm sure he's bidding up the cost of rocket fuel, but that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't think he's out. I don't think
point.
Elon Musk is out there competing for his 5th house, right?
Right. That's a fair. Well, yeah, but to be clear, the problem with property is not like you don't want to fall into this trap. The problem is not rich people are going around like, I'm buying my 5th house for my summer, my summer home. That's not the problem. The problem is people either directly buying out properties to rent, or they're giving money to people that are, to a company that buys a bunch of properties to rent out or to sell to other people, right? They're not individually buying houses for themselves. That's not what's raising the price of housing for everybody.
Right.
So,
or they're investing in Capital One, who makes 50% of their profits by predatory lending practices.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Something like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's a good point that you bring up.
I mean, several 100,000 people in America, and he's a South African immigrant to America, right?
This is why they bring up Elon Musk.
Because he's like the exception.
Because he's not part of the problem. Yeah, exactly.
Right, yeah.
It's hard to think of a more positive story, and yet by your criteria, you would say, well, sorry, but I'm not going to put words in your mouth, and I don't want to miscategorize you, but...
Well, it says, according to Wikipedia, it says, in 2020, 75% of Musk's wealth was derived from Tesla stock. That fell to only 37% in 2022 after selling nearly $40 billion in company shares.
To buy Twitter. That's the missing portion of that.
Okay.
He sold a bunch of Tesla stock to actually buy Twitter. He bought Twitter for $44 billion. You remember? He massively overpaid.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that makes
sense.
So
what was how much Tesla stock did he sell?
It just says he went from 75% to 37%.
It didn't say 40 billion. He sold 40
no,
billion
and then he got
stock.
about $40 billion from that, I guess, from selling that.
From selling Tesla stock, yeah.
Right, yes.
He sold 40 billion worth of stock. I know because I owned Tesla at the time, and the pressure on this selling pressure on Tesla was immense.
Right.
And he financed, I think, $4 billion from the banks. Like the banks didn't want to give him a bunch of money for Twitter because they didn't know if it was worth $4 billion, right? They don't want to loan out more than the whatever the asset is worth because they might end up owning the asset if in the end, if the loan's not paid back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they're like, look, we'll loan you $4 billion. Twitter can be collateral. If we have to take over Twitter, we can make $4 billion.
Right. Right.
But look, he's lost. It's interesting because obviously the value in Twitter has gone down. I don't know what the value of Twitter is now, or X. What is the value? Because it's a private company now.
Mm-hmm.
In mathematics, X represents an unknown value.
Oh God, don't worry about it.
To sort of portray him as one of the bad guys, I think is probably very unfair.
I ain't here to call. I ain't never met Elon Musk.
Yeah.
I ain't never met the guy. He could be a nice. Have you met him?
I met him once last year for
Well,
a
look,
couple of
if
hours.
he wants to copy my book, I'll sign one for him. We can send it over, right? Look, listen. I'm not here to attack Elon Musk.
No, but you know my point.
I'm here to
He
protect.
can afford a copy.
I'm
He'll
here
buy
to
it.
protect my people's ability to feed and house their children, and they're losing that.
Right.
They're losing that. And listen,
But why is that Elon
we are
Musk's
not-
fault? Because he's
I ain't saying
employing
it's Elon
hundreds
Musk's
of
fault.
thousands of
This
people.
is because wealth inequality is rapidly increasing, and wealth is being sucked out
I
of the
hear
middle
you,
class.
I hear you, but why? But what can he do about it?
I don't. Listen. I don't expect Elon Musk to do anything. I'm not here to talk to Elon Musk. I'm here
I'll be right back.
to talk to the American public and to tell them I get paid millions of pounds a year to watch your class.
So what's the
and bet on
answer?
your class
Give
be
me
destroyed.
your answer. If you're now,
It can only
do
be
you-
taxed.
let me
It
make
can
you
only be-
let me make
Do
you
have
the
a problem
treasurer.
with any
Yeah.
of the things that Donald Trump's doing as per the economy or anything that we've seen in the last month? It
I don't
seems
think,
to
I don't
me
think that
he's-
they're going to work. I don't think because I am somebody who has made millions of pounds betting that growing inequality will reduce living standards, and he's cutting taxes on the rich. Listen, let me ask you a question, right? You've already accepted if we massively increase inequality, that can decrease living standards. If we massively decrease tax on the rich, people who make passive income of $200 million a year, do you think that would affect living standards of the middle class?
I don't know.
If they
I
increase
don't
their
know.
ownership
It's
of
not-
wealth, if they increase their
If Dave wants to make the argument that the answer to all these questions of fixing these problems, as he's been saying this whole time, is to say you have to cut regulations, you have to cut taxes, you have to get rid of the waste in the government, blah, 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 then he has to answer that question, yes. He has to say, yes, that would create more wealth for the middle class because then all those people could, build more businesses, invest more in companies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Him saying, I don't know, kind of betrays sort of where he's at in the conversation in terms of, is it a talking point? Is it an actual position? What is the argument that Dave has been kind of making this whole time?
Dave is the one that said, I don't know.
Yeah, he said if you do these things, if you cut the taxes for the wealthy, is that going to help, build wealth and money for the middle class? And he said, I don't know. Which is like, well, then
yeah.
why are you advocating? What are you talking about? What are you advocating for?
Yeah, I didn't want to
consumption-
miss it. They do something to Gary here that's like completely unfair. Oh God, it's so bad.
Right.
goods and services, where does it fucking come from? Listen, we have sat here in the last 5 years. We've watched the biggest ever increase in millionaire and billionaire wealth in the history of this planet, immediately followed by a collapse in living standards of the middle class, a complete collapse in the ability of ordinary people to own assets, and nobody's drawing the
But Gary,
connection.
let me ask you a hard
that's-
question. Can you point to a country in the last century where socialism has worked?
Gary's like so fucking over it. Oh
I
my
know.
God.
It's so lame. It's so
He's
lame.
like, this is socialism.
Right.
All point to a country where taxing the rich at a fair rate led to good living standards for working people, United States, 1955.
Dave?
Look, he takes it on. He's like, bitch, 1955 America.
Right.
Sit down, fucking
Yes.
Brit.
Yes. It's funny because Pierce is just like, I don't have an answer to that. Dave Rubin, do you have a response to that?
He does your trick, doesn't he? He's like,
like,
oopsie.
Dave, jump in here. Yeah. Help me out. Help her brother out.
would say again, in light of the fraud and criminal negligence that has been exposed, that is being exposed literally the second as we are recording this, the idea that we would be going in right now and saying to certain people, you should give the government more money and the government will be a good steward of those dollars, I think is completely ridiculous.
Well, we can probably all agree about the way.
Okay. See, he can't stop thinking of it as giving the money to the government so the government can spend it. No, you're just giving it to the money to the government to fucking hold forever.
Well, that's the issue. And because what Dave is saying is like, you have to address that because that is the way a huge chunk of the country, for good reasons, conceptualizes taxation, conceptualizes government waste and fraud and abuse. And that's a totally fair point, and that's a good point. And that's why I think, and I think Gary says this at some point, but it kind of gets lost in the conversation. You're right, is like the point here, like usually, and this is where I think the left fucks up. Usually when the left talks about taxing the wealthy, it's like they want to tax the wealthy and they want to like
spend all that money on
spend
something
it back.
good. Yeah.
Right. And it's like, well, I mean, you can do that, or you can just, if you want to reduce inflation, you want to reduce prices. I mean, I guess you could just tax the wealthy and then burn that fucking money, right? Use it to pay off the debt. And then
you printed the money. The money came into existence. Why can't the money cease to exist?
Well, and that's the thing. Like if I feel like if Elon Musk and Donald Trump were serious, okay, they'd be like, yeah, we're going to do the Doge stuff. We're going to cut all this shit, but we're also going to like start taxing, the wealthy people, right? And they're going to do a double whammy, right? To reduce the money supply, but they're not doing that.
No.
And of course they're not going to do that, right? So if you just cut government spending and you don't actually reduce the money supply, what is going to happen?
Look, and this is the thing. If you do the redistribution that they think Gary is talking about, you're going to get the same exact thing happening over again, right?
Yeah.
You're going to get the money going through the poor people's hands into the rich people's hands, and you're right back where you started again.
Yes.
If you don't take the money out of the economy and just hold it, right? I know it's too painful to imagine shredding it. Just put it in a bank account and let it just sit there.
Put it in Fort Knox, okay?
Yeah.
Put it next to all the gold that may or may not be there in Fort Knox. Right?
Put it in Melania coin.
There you go. Yeah, listen, buy a bunch of bullshit crypto. Well, no, it's probably a bad idea, but it's I guess. Yeah, and this is what Jordan Peterson was talking about. He's like, the problem, part of the danger of that problem is like, yeah, if you just take all the money from the rich and just give it to poor, like you basically, with COVID, they just print a bunch of money, give it to poor middle class people, and just get sucked right back up to the rich because middle class people have to spend it. Poor and middle class people have to spend that money, right? And so it's going to end up in the hands of the wealthy again. That's why I think the solution to this is you need to, through tax policy, essentially, because so much of people who have a lot of money and you go to these financial institutions, they're like, okay, our number one goal is to prevent you from getting taxed by the government. That's what they tell all the rich clients, right? That's the goal of all these financial institutions. And that's fine. And you have to use that to sort of be like, okay, like as long as your money is going towards just continually producing more things, right? Increasing the size of the economy, increasing the amounts of goods and services people can buy, right? Then it's like, okay, maybe we won't, like, you'll get taxed a little. But if it's just put in some kind of asset or something that just sits there and just accumulates wealth, but doesn't actually generate something, right? That should be heavily taxed. And I think that's the way you would try to, you need the carrot and stick approach to kind of incentivize certain behaviors and de-incentivize other behaviors. Or disincentivize, I should say.
This has been my policy for months and months and months. I said we need two tax rates. We need a tax rate that's different for rent seeking and one that's different for innovation. You basically just laid out the
right. And now obviously it would be a big fight because everyone's going to argue about what constitutes rent seeking and what doesn't. But I think that's what you have to do in the situation. I think that's would be the most effective thing to do in the situation.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny because if you look at the housing example that we brought up, where you've got the poor bidders and the rich bidders, right? The like immediately people lose their minds on price controls, but I see why people go to price controls, because they're like, without some sort of price control, you're just going to have a situation where the poors they can't compete. They cannot buy assets because they'll never be able to afford them.
Right. Right.
And it's this situation where it's just, people have this idea that markets can work everything out, and they can. But when all of the players are at a relatively equal place, the market can work it out. It's kind of the difference between men and women's sports, right? Where the markets just completely diverge. There's a reason why we separate the women's market from the men's market in sports, right? Because if you mix both the markets, what happens? The women can't fucking compete. They won't win anything.
Well, even if everyone, excuse me, even if everyone starts at the even number in a market, I mean, it's still going to get the monopoly problem that Jordan Peterson's talking
Yeah,
about.
because the wealth inequality is going to come into place. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
So it's always going, so it's like it always needs some system, some external system, whether it's government or laws or culture or something. It needs some external system that sort of corrects when there's too much, when things go, haywire in one direction. Right. And we've been sort of dying for, and this is, what I always criticize Obama for. The housing crash, the country was rife for a correction, and there never was a correction. And I think that's why we're in the situation we're in politically right now, because nothing ever changed.
I do think the example that he points out, the 1950 America example, the majority of the country was in the middle class position. There wasn't a bunch of super poors, and there wasn't a bunch of like astronomically rich, right? There were obviously rich people, but
but see, this is the thing that's crazy. It's like the 1950s, those policies, those evil socialist FDR policies, right? That created the middle class. The middle class in America didn't really exist until the 1940s, until that time period, the post World War II time period.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess
now, obviously,
right.
we can't exactly go back to that because there's a lot of environmental factors in the 1940s that just don't exist today, and I don't think we can replicate. Right. But we have to do something, try to get back there. And that's why I think, you and I are talking about this, creating the two tax policies, ones that incentivizes actually things that create more jobs and goods and services, and penalizes, rent seeking, or I don't even know if it's just rent seeking, things that are just simply, money generating, even if it's not like not even if it's, you have some money tied up in some, gold or asset or something that's just sitting there. It's not really making jobs. It's not like a rent seeking behavior, but it's not necessarily like making new jobs either. So
Brian for $5 says price controls never work. Just look at rent control. Just made it worse. I completely agree with that. I'm not in favor of price controls. I only bring it up as an example because you can see the complication of the problem, the complexity of the problem. So I mean, obviously Sitch and I are trying to come up with solutions that take all parties into consideration, or try to be respectful of all parties.
Well, it's not a question of being
the poor and the riches.
It's a question of there's two problems. There's on one hand, all the money is going to eventually get sucked up by the ultra wealthy. On the other hand, you want the most productive people to have money to do productive things.
Yeah, and you want to incentivize them to.
And you want to incentivize, yes, you want to incentivize people to do productive things. So these are, you have to, like, if you look at a scale, the rich are going to suck up everything is on the left side of the scale, and you want to incentivize productive people to be productive on the right side of the scale. And you got to figure out a way to balance it. And obviously right now, things are not balanced, and things have been going off balance for the last 40 years, probably. And everyone realizes it. That's why we're where we're at politically. And this is, and part of the reason why I think this video is interesting in today's context of the other videos we watched today is this is sort of what I think the Democrats need to pick up the mantle here and figure out how to solve this problem in some political way that's not retarded. That's not socialism. That's not, because you're right, price controls are stupid, I think, for the most part. I don't think flat price controls work in most situations.
You just don't know enough about the market to accurately assess where the price should be.
Right. And it just also feels like price controls are, I like, people want to reflexively do it because it's like a quick, because people want things to be like quick now. And unfortunately, I think whenever you're talking about like fixing the economy, these are things that are kind of like you have to like figure out a way to get the ball rolling, you know, that snowball rolling down the hill, and it's going to take time, but it's going to build and produce the desired effects, you know, after it gets larger.
Yep.
That's right. I mean, that's a given. But
sure, but
the principle of what Gary's talking about.
Well, I am for everyone keeping as much of their hard-earned money as possible. Piers, my guess is you have more money than me. I don't deserve your money, and I can't have it.
I mean, what about the money that's not hard-earned, though? That's what we're talking about here.
Right.
The asset appreciation.
Yeah, right.
The passive income.
Sincerely, I hope I do, and no, you don't.
Exactly. And I don't deserve your money either. And I think that the overall concept here, which is that somehow if we can just take from these people, it's not to say that the system is perfect.
I'm not trying to take from the rich. I'm not trying to take from the rich.
But you just said you wanted to get us back to 1950s rates of tax.
I am trying to stop the redistribution. I am trying to stop the redistribution that is happening in front of our eyes. The American middle class, the British middle class is dying. Their wealth is being sucked away and is being owned by an international super rich elite who pay no tax, while the people watching this show pay 40%, 50%, while billionaires pay nothing.
Let me ask you a difficult question.
But I don't understand.
Yes, it's just, listen, we got to just reframe it, okay? The globalist, the international globalists, Adam, they're taking all the money.
They
You got to
are.
be careful, because some people really want to say the Jews when you say that.
They're
okay?
swooping off to Davos with our money.
Right, but it's not the Jews, okay?
Right.
They're a mixed ethnic,
It's the Israelis.
racial. There you go. It's a mixed ethnic, mixed racial, mixed nationality, mixed religious group of individuals. Okay.
It's the Zionists.
Now stop, stop, Candace.
Let me ask you a difficult question.
Billionaires pay nothing.
No,
They pay all sorts of taxes.
I've got a difficult question, which is there are a lot of people watching this agreeing, and obviously people disagreeing as well. But two questions: how much money have you made in your life,
Yeah.
and how much have you given away?
I'll give you an excellent answer to that. If you want to know how much money I've made in my life, it is exactly there in my book, The Trading Game.
Well, go on.
Buy it today, and
How
you'll
much-
see it's exactly
how much is
clear.
it?
You've got to read the book.
Well, I've got time to read
I
it.
mean, this part is so stupid.
This part is so cringe. Yeah.
This part
Because
is so
look,
stupid.
in the example, the bidders on the home, you got the poors and the riches, and when the riches come in and start competing, obviously the prices of houses are going to go crazy. So they're basically making the argument, Gary, why aren't
Right.
you giving away all your money so you can go over and stand with the poors? Well, like you're not changing the situation at all.
Right, you're not changing the system. You're not fixing anything.
Right.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
Why don't you take yourself out of the game as a player and go play over there with the poors?
Right.
While we over here as the riches,
Right.
we continue to drive up asset prices. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, here, let me, because I
It's
kind of
like-
just like badgers him for a while here on this like stupid question. Let me
You don't
jump
want to
ahead a
watch it? It's pretty. I mean, it's pretty grueling.
I think it's cringe.
It's wrong. It's definitely
Yeah.
wrong.
Just like, why haven't you donated all your money away? It's like, what? That doesn't solve anything. What are you talking about?
Yes. Yeah.
Look, I've told you before, I'm not Mahatma Gandhi. I never pretended to be a good person. I was the best trader in the fucking world, one of the biggest banks in the world, and I made that money by betting the American middle class would be destroyed.
I get it.
I ain't here to be.
It was Citibank. Citibank wouldn't let him quit.
Fucking
Mahatma
you think
Gandhi. I
you-
know.
They gave him the we can make your life miserable in many different ways. They gave him the mob treatment.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
you mean?
totally. Because obviously, look, if he's making the bank $10 billion a year, they're like, fuck, we can't let this guy go.
Yeah, but he said,
They-
I want to
they
quit.
will-
And they're like, you're not allowed to quit. Like, what happened?
His manager told him a story about another guy that tried to quit, and they poured through his emails and looked for shit that he did that was suspicious, and then basically threatened him with legal litigation that for the rest of his
crazy.
life. Yeah,
What
if he
the
tried to
fuck?
leave. Yeah. Yes.
What happened?
They
I mean,
basically
obviously, he
said-
said, fuck you. I don't, try it.
He basically just he found a loophole where if he joined like a nonprofit or something, he could leave the company, right?
Mhm.
But the bank was like, well, we have to approve the nonprofit that you're going to go to. So they basically just started playing games back and forth, and he I kind of like faked a mental. Well, no, maybe he really had a mental breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Couldn't you just like suck at your job?
that
what
he
happens if you
did
just start
that. Look,
sucking? Yeah.
that he did that. He started like after. I guess he took 6 months off for like a mental breakdown,
Mm-hmm.
and then when he finally went back, he was doing the "I suck at my job" shit. I'm not really
Right.
gonna do anything.
And what
So
happened?
they kept him on. Well, eventually they ended up letting him go.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
But I think it took like a couple years.
Yeah, but see, that's the move. Okay. The move is for the very, very tiny few people that are in this this problem. Okay. The move is you have a fake mental breakdown. Okay, but you really sell it. You go off and then you come back and you're like changed. You're never quite the same because people will buy that. You're never quite the same, right? So you're always kind of you slowly just kind of suck at your job afterwards. And like, oh, he lost the spark after the break. You know?
Well, they obviously the bankers get paid on bonuses. You remember when the banking collapse happened? Everyone was mad that the bankers still got their bonuses.
Right.
Like these traders basically they don't make any money except for the bonus. They work all year
I
long,
see. I
not really
gotcha.
knowing how much they're going to make. And then they
Right.
take them into an office and they're like, here's your bonus. And the bonus is related to how much money they make.
Right.
So he asked his boss, he was like, how do I make $1 million? And his boss said, well, if you want to make $1 million, you have to. Oh, actually, maybe he didn't say $1 million. Maybe he said like $100,000, something more modest. He's like, if you want to make $100,000, you have to make the bank X amount of money. It was like $1 billion or $1 million. I can't remember the
Probably not a
specific
billion.
numbers.
Probably, yeah.
So, but he was like, okay, I'm going to do that. And he started trading, like he's basically trading interest rates the whole time he's at the bank. But he ends up doing it and he makes the bank like a lot more money. So he's thinking, I'm going to make like 200 grand, right?
Right.
He's going in there for his bonus. He's thinking his boss told him the truth. And after he gets his bonus, he's thinking, well, they must have lied to his boss. Like his boss must not have known what was going on because the bonus was like obscenely larger. It was like $2 million. He was like, fucking, what the fuck?
Right.
Yeah, he
right.
couldn't believe it. Yeah, exactly.
Right, yeah. That's funny.
So like all his friends are like he talks about how he went to like some card game with all of his friends and they were all talking about what their Christmas bonus was. And one guy's like $3,000 and he's like, mine was $2 million.
Jeez, that guy must have not done shit.
And well, no, he was probably working as a fucking air conditioner repair guy or something.
Oh, I
like,
thought this was someone working.
No, these are
at
like
the same
no, these
firm.
are just his regular Joe friends.
Gotcha,
you know,
gotcha. Right. Yeah.
I'm sure you've worked a real job where you get a
Yeah.
Christmas
You
bonus.
get a
It's
little
like
Christmas bonus.
$500.
Right.
There you
Yes.
go.
Exactly. No.
Yeah. So like everyone was just speechless. Like, oh my God, Gary's fucking made.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So yeah, this is what's in his book. I'm spoiling it for you since I've already read it.
Oh my God, you jerk.
Yeah. Well, look, come on.
Sounds interesting.
It is a fascinating book. He ends up working for the bank because he wins this game. Because he in the book he talks about how really only wealthy people get into these positions of power. Like he goes to school on a scholarship, but he's basically in some Ivy League school. It's not Ivy League, obviously. It's in Britain. I can't remember the school. But all these are super wealthy people. Like nobody goes here unless they're super wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
And one guy like gives him an in. He says, you know, all of us are basically competing to work at one of the big banks, right? He's like, there's no fucking way you're going to get in at one of these big banks. But there is this economics game that comes around that is like a contest. And if you do well in that game, people will take notice of you. So he basically sits down. He's like, I'm going to figure out how to fucking win this game. And he just destroys it. He destroys it. But I think they don't share the rules of the game with the contestants until they start the game. So this guy gives them a huge insight by telling him the rules of the game ahead of time.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
So he has a
kinda
huge
cheated.
advantage.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not. I mean, it is the game is more like poker, where there is a bluffing component to it. So it's not really straight up cheating. Like he doesn't give him the answers in the back of the book.
Well, no, but I mean, it is cheating. Like knowing the rules
to some extent. Yeah, exactly.
is cheating. But well, whatever.
Exactly. Well, look, he got dealt a shitty hand in life. So he's like, I'm going to take my advantage here.
Right. Yeah.
And it did get him in.
Nelson Mandela, like you, boss. I'm here to tell the American public what's happening.
But do you think you practice what you're preaching?
What I preach is to raise taxes and reduce the growing inequality. That's what I preach. Listen, I ain't here telling people. I didn't tell you to give your money away. I didn't tell you to give your money away.
You want the power, but you are, because you want the power of the state, which has the guns, to say to Elon.
God, I wish. This is why when the pitchforks come,
right,
I'm just like,
coming for Dave Rubin's suit.
I just look. I'm not gonna have any. Oh God, I can't stand this.
Yeah.
Anyway, he hasn't addressed any of the problem.
No, he just keeps saying the same thing. Which again, as I said earlier, like there's an argument there that you need to address, but just repeating yourself again and again and again and again and again and again on this kind of one, NPC dialogue tree point is like, which it doesn't even address the actual point that Gary is trying to make.
Right.
Is like,
he's basically saying, if you don't join the pores, you're not qualified to make this argument.
Right. Well, but he's basically
fucking bullshit.
Right. Well, but I mean, Dave's argument is basically government is dumb and evil and stupid, and the only solution is to remove as much government as possible, which that's just going to exacerbate the problem. So
they should just come out and say, look, we're closing the government. All the money you have is worthless. You guys figure it out.
There you go.
What do you think's going to happen?
I think we're going to go back to feudalism.
It's going to be one hell of a ride from there. I'm telling you.
Well, no, you should be like, listen, you need to, Dave, you toured the country with Jordan Peterson. Okay. How are you going to solve this problem that Jordan Peterson brings up all the time? The monopoly problem. How are you going to solve that?
How do we make a tax bracket that's solely for Dave Rubin? Like the Dave Rubin tax bracket. That's at 99%.
That's mean.
That's what I want.
Don't be mean to Dave.
That's ultimately what I want. Yeah.
Don't be mean to Dave. Okay.
We'll call it the idiot tax.
Wow. Be nice.
Musk and Peter Thiel and Mark Zuckerberg, we're going to take your money. We're just going to pick a number and decide how much to take. Do you give more than 1% of your money to charity?
I want this.
Oh my God. Look at the moralizing.
I know.
Do you give 1% of your money to charity?
You can voluntarily do
people
it.
from the rich.
But do you do any of that yourself?
If he could voluntarily do it and it wouldn't solve the problem, you moron.
I know.
We're talking about solving the problem here.
Well, also he's saying charity. Like we're not talking about like homeless people. You're talking about lower and middle class people.
Yeah.
We generally totally. Are not like, oh, here's the charity for you. Like it's not generally the way it works.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not here to tell anybody to give their money away. I'm here to tell people how to protect their class.
101. I mean, this is what the left
All right, listen, I'm going to go home and I'm going to bet on the collapse of the American middle class. And it's going to happen. And I'm here telling them it's going to happen. And I'm here telling them how to stop it.
Why don't you do that and donate 1% of your salary?
I never said I was a good person. Read the book, you can see. But I'm a good fucking economist and I'm going to be right. And you've made your prediction that living standards will increase in the next 3 years. And I've made my prediction that they won't. And we will see in 3 years who's right. And I will tell you right now, I haven't been wrong many times in the past. Listen, you're from my...
When the market collapsed during the Great Depression, a lot of those rich people jumped out of windows.
Right.
Because their wealth just collapsed to nothing. So, yeah, super sad.
Country, okay? People that look like me and sound like me don't get a chance to make millions of pounds betting on the economy, okay? There's a reason that I'm doing this, because I'm fucking good at it, okay? I don't need to be here. I could be on the beach in the Philippines.
I know lots of traders who come from working class backgrounds.
Who? Name one.
I know lots in the city.
Listen, I worked in Canary Wharf. I'm from East London, okay?
I worked in Canary Wharf.
A guy came up to me and he said, that's an interesting accent. Where are you from? I fucking worked in East London. Listen, Piers, I got a lot of respect for you, okay? You're an older man. Nowadays,
Whoa, that was brutal. That was brutal.
The City of London does not contain working class people. I've been there, Piers. I've been there. I was there 10 years ago.
Well, there are no working class people in the City of London. Come on.
I worked in Canary Wharf for 4 years. One kid come through once. His name was Tariq. I remember. The only working class kid I ever saw come through when I was there. One, Piers, in 4 years. In Canary Wharf.
I'm going to go ahead a little bit from the working class. I don't know what goes on in London. I don't care what's going on in London. You Brits, you Brit bongers and your cities with your weird names and your weird fuzzy police officers.
But what is your answer? I mean, if you had the chance now to run the Western world economically, give me the blueprint for how we stop going down what you think is an apocalyptic path.
Tax work less, tax wealth more. Simple as that. You can't have ordinary working people paying 40-50% while billionaires pay 5%.
But ordinary working people don't. But you mean the middle class, though? That's not working class. Working class
people pay 30, 40, 50% once you include everything. Once you include their VAT, once you include their income taxes, they do. They do. Once you include their health taxes,
what would
it's essentially
you be for a flat tax? Pick whatever the number is, 12% on
No, because it won't work. A flat tax obviously not going to work. Listen.
So what would you like to see?
I know you're an American, okay? Listen, look.
I love it. He's like, listen, you fucking dumbass. A flat tax is not going to work. You don't even understand the problem, dipshit.
Right. He doesn't. Well, he said tax work less, tax wealth more. Right. That was the answer he gave, which I don't think anyone addresses that. But
yeah, you run into the problems of unrealized gains tax, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's really,
of course.
Yeah, I don't know how to. You can't do that. That's a problem.
That's the thing. I'm not smart enough to know the answer to this question. Right.
We at least understand the problem. Okay. We're at least engaging with the problem.
Right. Like, I don't agree with the Harris Biden, like there's just a 25% unrealized gains
wealth
tax.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's stupid. I agree that was retarded. I said it, we said it was retarded in the campaign. I still think that's a dumb idea. So you need to do both. You need to do the carrot and stick. You need to incentivize people to put money in places that are going to end up helping society through creating more jobs, more services, more products.
Yeah.
Not just, generate wealth.
Of my country, okay? For hundreds and hundreds of years, a small, tiny, super wealthy elite lived the fucking dream while ordinary people live lives of desperate poverty, okay? That is what's going to happen to your country, and that is what's going to happen to my country if you do not protect the working class from the rich.
But that's exactly what we're doing right now. That's what Donald Trump.
We've made our bets.
That's what Donald Trump's entire movement is all about. It's a movement of we the people. And by the way, what you said earlier, Piers, was completely right. Pre-COVID, go to Donald Trump's State of the Union speech before COVID.
Yeah.
What does he do? He gets up there, talks about how great the economy is doing. Everyone knows
he was going to get reelected by a landslide.
Yes, and the best part of the whole thing, he talks about lowest all-time Black and Latino unemployment, and the Congressional Black Caucus sat there like this because what they cared about really was keeping Black people as Democrats more than actually freeing them.
And one of the reasons he did so well.
First of all, I'm very impressed with Dave Rubin's ability to just continually get these talking points in there, right? To just continually take shots at the Democrats, to continually make it a political issue. And no one's really making a political issue except for him. I'm really impressed by that ability to do that. But I mean, the problem is the economy was obviously doing better under Trump because it was pre-shutdown, the inflation was much lower, but we were still, if you look at the economic markers, I mean, we were still trending in the direction that we're in now. It's just obviously things rapidly exploded because of COVID and because of lockdowns, but we're still going in that direction. The wealth inequality was ballooning. Labor, even with unemployment being low, labor was still getting weaker and weaker and weaker in terms of their negotiating power.
Right. Yeah.
Well, with Black voters, with Latinos in particular, was they remembered that whatever you think of Trump and what comes out of his mouth, they were better off under him than they were after 4 years of Biden.
Yeah, I also think it's sort of interesting that generally speaking, and you can check the numbers on this, but conservatives donate way more of their money than progressives and socialists, which is why, unfortunately, he can't tell you how much he's donated while he wants to take other people's money.
I don't donate anything. I'm not here to be Mother Teresa. I'm here to tell the American public why they're going to use their house.
Wouldn't it be more effective? I mean, would it not be more effective to say, and I'm going to lead from the front by redistributing some of my own wealth? Because there'll be people watching you go, hang on, Gary, you're talking all about redistribution of wealth. You want to see higher tax rates for the rich so that they have to give away more of their money, but you don't actually think you should be giving away any of your own.
Piers, I don't need the public to believe me. You're wealthy, I'm wealthy,
I think Gary should go to random working class houses and just give them money, right? Because that's going to solve societal problems. Just give it to random working class homes.
Yeah, you should give $25,000 to first-time home buyers.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. I like it.
It's not going to help them at all, but whatever. Right. They're still not going to be home buyers.
Wealthy.
I donated plenty of money this
It's not going to be us whose kids don't have their homes. I'm here to tell the American public the truth. I use my money to support my YouTube channel, Gary's Economics, which is watched by millions of people a week, to explain what's happening. People can listen to me and they can protect their interests, but they don't have to listen, and then I'll be in the Philippines.
Okay, but a switch must have gone off on you when you were the biggest trader.
Oh my God, I forgot about this part. This is so stupid.
The world, one of the
there's like this part is so tone deaf. I don't even know if I can sit through it again. Where like Piers Morgan is talking about how like I've known very unhappy wealthy people, Garrett, and I've known very happy poor people.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe you're just an unhappy person. I'm just sitting here like, holy shit. Like it was so, it's like, I guess I'll play it because it's just, to me, it's like, holy shit. It was the lowest showing I've ever seen from Piers Morgan, who I've liked pretty generally for the last year or so in his content. And I couldn't believe he was saying that.
Nobody suffers like the poor. Granted, a lot of the suffering could be from their own bad decisions, but the poor, like if you have to choose between poor and rich, pick rich. Okay.
Every single person, except for a handful of crazy people, are going to pick the same thing, right?
Right, yeah.
Most successful guys in the world, right? You're making all this money, presumably having a great life doing it, and then something switched in you. What was the moment?
Peter, I don't know what your childhood was like, all right? I grew up poor. I grew up really poor. Small house.
I grew up in a country pub. My parents worked 7 days a week, both of them, right? We never had any money. I didn't go on a foreign holiday till I was 17.
So maybe you don't
I'm not saying I was poor, because I wasn't. But there was not a lot of money around.
Well, maybe you don't need me to tell you then, but listen, I've been poor. It's fucking hard. It's fucking hard, okay? And I worked really, really, really fucking hard, and I was the best student at one of the best universities in the best country, and I worked my tits off, and I got the best job, and I became the best trader. And what I made my money on was understanding that the British working class, the American working class, ordinary, hard-working people like my dad, like my mum, like the kids I grew up with, their kids and their grandkids would live in desperate poverty.
But what was the moment for you of self-realization that you wanted to get out of it?
It's a good question because it didn't really come in a moment. You know, I mean, you spoke in the book about me sort of having a breakdown. You know, I didn't grow up. I'm not from a political. I don't consider myself a politician. Like for me,
no, I get it.
What I see. You know, I made that money and everybody around me was like, well done, here's $2 million, you know, do it again. Like, and I got sick. But
what made you sick, do you think? Was it the pace of work or was it?
Why is he asking this question? He said it like 3 times. He doesn't like the idea that he's making money, realizing that everyone he knows in his community, his family are going in this trajectory of like poverty, and they're heading toward, like, it's like saying I'm riding a train and I'm making a bunch of money, correctly predicting that there's a fucking cliff that's coming and the train's gonna derail eventually, and I'm not stopping the train, I'm not saving the people, I'm just telling people that there's a big thing there, and a lot of wealthy people are making money off of that, and I'm making money off of that. So you're like, okay, like, you know, you can have the got mine attitude, I guess, or you could be like, maybe this feels weird.
You have to have the got mine attitude.
Right.
Like all the guys he was playing poker with, he realized none of them were going to ever own a home.
Yeah. I don't know why Pierce just keeps asking this question. It's so ridiculous.
To get a lot of money out of the young, hopeful, ambitious young men of this world into the pocket.
Oh wait, hold on. I asked about crypto or something.
I've been on it for 14 years on this, okay? It's gonna happen. And you've made your predictions, you know. And I fucking hope I'm wrong, but I haven't been wrong before.
What do you make of the whole crypto thing?
I think it's a fucking pyramid scheme.
Do you?
Yeah, listen,
I don't understand it.
I could
Well,
launch Gazcoin today and my followers would send me £500,000 and I could fuck off, you know, and that's basically how it works, you know. I think it's a very efficient way to get a lot of money out of the young, hopeful, ambitious young men of this world into the pockets of the worst San Francisco dickheads you've ever met.
Piers, I also think we just again have to make the distinction between.
This guy is so hard to dislike.
I love Gary, but
I know.
it's no, and the crypto thing really, I think, does show, you know, how a lot of people, younger people, they sense that something is off, and that they're, you know, they feel like it's going to be very difficult to achieve what they want to achieve in life and financially. And a lot of people are sort of, you know, on this idea of like, well, the only way to make it is you got to fucking roll the casino dice of a fucking cryptocurrency and try to rug pull some fucking person, so to scam someone essentially, which is terrible. Obviously, that's not really a pro-social behavior you really want, you know, people to be working towards in our society.
Yeah. You want win-win situations. Crypto is a completely zero-sum game. Anything you gain is at the expense of someone else.
Exactly.
And because look, nothing is produced. At least with stocks, you can say, "Oh, look, a new iPhone," right? A winning situation.
Right. It is disgusting to me that you have all these fucking influencers like the the Paul brothers and shit, who
they're on like their third coin and they keep rug pulling them.
Right.
Oh my God, we learned what we did wrong last time. We stole all your money. This time we're gonna get it right.
You have all these influencers who like they hawk some bullshit meme coin or whatever, and they rug pull their own fans. And I don't know what the fuck's wrong with people. I don't know if it's because they're young. I don't know if they're, you know, deluded into some kind of parasocial thing, but they'll just get rug pulled and they're like, oh, totally fine with this, right? You know, the hawk to a coin again and again and again and again. I don't know why I don't know why the Hawk Tua coin got so much press, but like all this other shit coins that these people have, you know, hawked I've gone under the radar.
Yeah. It's fascinating.
Between UK economics and history and American economics and history. In America, because we have been the home of free market capitalism, again, putting aside the fraud and corruption and things like that, every single person that has come to America has it better the next generation, right? That has worked. Anyone that's watching this from an American perspective, think about your grandparents, and guess what? Your parents had it better than them, and you have it better than them.
Hear Gary sigh. He's like, "Oh my God, that's not what I'm." What's going to happen? Look, and how is this not obvious? Like, I know so many people that are like, my kids are living at home. They're never going to move out. They can't afford anything.
Yeah.
How can you say, look, the next generation's doing so much better? They're 40 and living in my garage.
I think there's a couple problems. I think number one, obviously people get stuck into their own bubbles in terms of like, you know, I don't know what, you know, who Dave Rubin is interacting with on a daily basis in terms of like seeing what the economic values for people are. That's number one. Number two, as we learned, and it was funny because the right brought this up and they are correct, there was all these like completely wrong economic indicators that I fell for believing were correct under Joe Biden in terms of thinking things were way better, you know, whether it was for corrupt purposes or just incompetency. You know, all these organizations coming out saying, oh, look, all the economic indicators are like fine. And it was like this weird disconnect because it seemed like all the personal stories were not fine. Right.
Of course.
And then it's like, oh, sorry, we fucked up with a lot of the, you know, all these economic indicators. Things were actually not fine the whole time. It's like, oh, okay. That's, you know, that
they
makes
always
sense.
revise like a couple months later.
Right. All the, you know, the data was all wrong. And it's so fascinating to me that it's like, you know, when, you know, and it's the same, it was like the reverse thing too. It's like when Biden is president, it's like, oh, all these economic indicators are crap. Everything's bad, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, okay, now Trump's president. Everything's going to be fine, right? He's going to just cut all the government regulations, cut all the taxes. and that's going to just magically fix everything somehow, right?
Mhm.
Dave Rubin's never explained to you how, but it's going to somehow fix everything.
Magic. You
Yeah.
just gotta believe in magic.
This
Sid.
generation right now is the first generation that's actually a question. That's actually true. But the issue is not because capitalism doesn't work or free markets don't work or competition doesn't work. It's because of the bureaucratic state and the absolute control and regulation that the government has put on. So again, this is what Donald Trump is hacking away at right now. So I'm very bullish on the American economy and the ability for people who are making 50 grand, which is an awful lot of money, which by the way, if I had a flat tax, I wrote about this in my book, I would exempt people, say, under 50. You can have some sort of buffer there, but they will have a chance to succeed. The Democrats have confused everybody to think that, oh my God, if you don't earn minimum wage at McDonald's, that somehow.
Well, also, I would say whenever socialism has actually been tried,
it doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Can I talk a little bit?
It's an ideal
I just
that
want to
people
talk a
buy
little
into.
bit.
Oh my God.
It is painful,
I like
isn't it?
tax. I want to tax wealth more and tax work less. Socialism. Please stop.
Look,
Okay,
Sitch is the most virulent anti-socialist person on the internet too, so it's kind of crazy.
I know it's so frustrating, and that's why that's why he
Just a
brought the perfect example.
mischaracterization of it.
1950s
Progressive
America.
taxation is not socialism.
No, right, and then
Yeah.
that's why him saying 1950s America is like the perfect example, right? That culturally the country was like fuck socialism.
Yeah.
That was the better dead than red time period, right? So just the idea that any sort of regulation, any sort of taxation of socialism, it's retarded. It's not true.
Totally retarded.
And it's so weird how, like, again, I get it. Government sucks. Government's fucked up a lot, ways. Okay. I believe there's ways to fix it. You just throw your hands up in the air and say, oh, like, think about it this way. This is why it's like kind of fascinating to me. The same companies that just a few years ago, every single person was shitting on the right, saying these companies are all the evil elite companies that are forcing DEI woke garbage down your throat. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Every company, every bank, every large media company, basically every company on the fucking, in America had horrible woke DI shit that they were trying to shove down your throat. And you're like, I trust those companies with less regulations to do things I think would be better for society. Are you kidding me?
That's a great point. That is a great point. These are the ones that wanted to call you all transphobes and cancel you.
Yes.
Fire you for being bigots. And now you're like, less regulation. We can trust them.
The government
They're the ones that wanted to debank you motherfuckers.
Yes. The government didn't go to Bud Light and say, hey, we want you to put Mulvaney on the Bud Light can.
They
right?
did
They did not
they
do
did
that
on their own.
They did that on their own. The government didn't go to BlackRock and say, hey, why don't you start this ESG stuff?
Why don't you buy up all the fucking housing stocks?
Why don't you buy up all the housing stocks and really push ESG down everyone's throat, right? These were decisions that private companies made on their own.
Right.
So it's fascinating. And it was interesting because and this is why I was hopeful. I think there's some other people were hopeful. Is like when the right turned on business because business went woke, you're like, oh my God, maybe there'll be this turning point. But then as soon as you start talking about like economic stuff, it's like, oh, it's fucking disappears. And I guess, and I know part of it is, and you have to address what Dave Rubin is saying is there's just the government is horribly stupid and inefficient and sucks. And again, I accept that that's true in a lot of cases, right? But the solution is you have to figure out a way to make it work. That's the only solution. There's no other solution that anyone's ever talked about.
Yeah.
You can't have the pre-Gilgamesh issue where you have the one monster, which is, all the businesses running around unchecked, doing whatever the fuck they want. They're not gonna, fight each other. They're just gonna create the Gilgamesh problem and they're gonna take advantage of everyone else.
It's funny that you bring up the Gilgamesh problem because I was thinking of the book, The Narrow Corridor, where he uses the Gilgamesh problem to explain all the different formats of government.
Yes.
Were you thinking about that? Is that why you brought that up?
No. I just think,
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I always think of that in terms of like, that's why I like the narrow corridor because it kind of reinforced what I already believed, which is like, you have these different, you know, you had these different influencing forces in society. You have
Of
voters,
course,
you have
yeah.
giant, you know, big businesses, and you have the government, and they kind of
Yeah.
have to balance themselves with each other somehow.
So Gilgamesh was like a terrible tyrant, and they decided to make a second Gilgamesh to balance the
To fight him.
tyrancy.
Right.
Yeah. But two Gilgameshes decided to fucking team up, and it made the problem like twice as bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but in the book, he lays out all the different types of government, and just, oh my God, we're so lucky to live in America. You read that book and you're like, thank God we have the situation we have. And just, it's, you listen to Dave Rubin and you think, oh, Dave Rubin wants the feckless government in the book that can't do anything. That
Yeah,
is
but we did,
just
like, I don't know,
a
I just,
plague on society.
I mean, Dave Rubin, I feel like he just doesn't, I don't know if he believes this. I don't know. He just doesn't have like a deep, I feel like he's just regurgitating.
Yeah,
shit.
he's a talking point machine.
He's just hitting
That's
all
he
these
is. Yeah.
and he's very good at it. He's very, very good at it.
He doesn't
one of the best.
understand anything
Okay.
deeply.
Like, I couldn't sit here and somehow be like, remember the Black Caucus? You know, they were just looking at Trump very angrily, and they just want to hold Black people's votes. They want to make things better for Black people. Like, I wouldn't know how to tie that into this conversation unprompted, but Dave
Tying
Rubin
in the
does.
plantation. They
Right,
just want
yes.
the Black people on the
Right.
plantation. You just got to
And it's
hang
a
out with
skill.
Candace Owens for like a weekend.
And listen, so I take it back. Dave Rubin is very skilled at what he does. Okay. Now, I don't think it's helpful, but he's very skilled at it.
About the hacking away of the state, because I know we're British and we get a chance here to talk. I know there's a lot of American viewers of this show.
Yeah.
I want to send a message from the future, okay? We've had the government here that spent 14 years hacking away at the state. And my friends can't feed their kids, okay? That's what happens, you know.
Well, I know.
hope you're better. I hope
One
you're better.
example I would give you. One thing I would say,
state.
I remember when I bought my first house, I was 20, so we're talking nearly 40 years ago. And I bought it with two mates.
He bought his, oh wait.
And all you needed then to buy a reasonable place in London in the suburbs was you needed one parent to just act as a guarantor, not even put any money up, just to guarantor, and you would get 100% mortgage, right? They would just give you the money, the banks. When one of my sons, the first one to actually want to buy a property and asked me to help him out, minimum 25% deposit, minimum, as a check before you start anything else. And that was shocking to me, that in 40 years we've gone from a place where anyone could afford to get a property, really, once you got onto the working ladder, all right, diminishing size and geography and so on. You could afford to buy your own home. Most people, I'm not talking about people in the poverty trap, but now you can even come from a pretty prosperous background and life and earn good money, and it's still incredibly prohibitive. And most people are priced out of, in London certainly, of owning their own home. I find that very heartbreaking.
Sure. Well, we also made.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
he gets it.
exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, he gets that, right? But that's, I guess that's so much of the issue is people really need to, unfortunately, as flawed humans, we really have to experience something firsthand for it to really activate our almonds, you know, activate in our brain and be like, oh, okay, this is what's going on here.
Banks that were too big to fail, we made them bigger,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that was what we did. We had a certain amount of banks, and then we made the banking system smaller in that there were less banks to work with. So then what happens? There's less competition. So less banks suddenly can compete to get your mortgage. So mortgage rates go up on top.
But
of
I
the
would say,
printing in the first
also
place.
this, Gary, about money itself, right? I've interviewed.
Of course, Dave Rubin adds nothing to the conversation.
Well, everything has to be put, I mean, it's got to be exhausting. Everything has to be put through a single frame of how do I blame the government for this? Which, yeah, the government does a lot of bad things. Government is definitely responsible, partially responsible for what we're talking about. But it's like,
Yeah.
you know, we get it. Government's bad. We get it. Okay, we can move on.
How do we fix it? You can't. You just
Right.
got to get rid of it.
But see, that's why I thought, you know, and that's part of what I guess is, to me, is appealing about at least the way Gary's talking about this in this interview. I haven't watched a lot of his content, so I don't know. Goes mask off social somewhere else, but at least in this, you know, interview, he's not saying rich bad, rich bad, rich bad. Like usually you have like someone says rich bad, and the other person says government bad, and like they just butt heads, and it's like a retarded conversation. And I like that Gary's like trying to be like, no, like there's an actual tangible mathematic thing happening. So
Right. Yeah.
and
No,
you have to
he's
deal with
for
this mathematics
capitalism.
thing. So
I like capitalism.
this
I
is the
love
part
capitalism.
that makes me like crazy.
Oh, okay, good. Finally,
It's
we
like,
found something to
oh
make
my
Sitch
God.
crazy.
Thousands of people
Yeah.
in 40 years of journalism, right? Thousands. I've interviewed some of the richest people ever. I've interviewed some very poor people. I've got mates who've got money. I've got mates who've got no money. And the one common denominator I can tell you is you get happy rich people and you get miserable rich people, and you get happy poor people and you get miserable poor people. And there's no, to me, there's not a direct correlation. I remember going to South Africa, to the townships in Soweto for the first time. And the one thing that struck me, I said this to the people that were showing me around. Funny enough, I was going to interview, hopefully, Mandela. It never came off because he was too sick. But I was there to do the World Cup, and he was going to host it. But what struck me was they were joyous people in the townships, utterly joyous, singing, dancing, they had nothing. And then I thought about some of the dinner parties I've been to with a lot of rich people.
Yep.
Miserable bastards, all of them. All because they're always constantly chasing the drug of more money, more material things, more whatever. In other words, money is no guarantee whether you have it or not that you're going to be happy. There are many other criteria.
I was like, Jesus, this is so crazy. He's saying this. Oh, I've been to these fancy dinner parties and there's these rich assholes. They're so sad. They're so miserable. All they care about is their stock portfolio. And I've been to some African country where people only own a soccer ball, and they're the most joyous people I've ever met in my life. Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
It's like, what? It's like, bro, like, what? Why are you bringing this up? Are you fucking crazy? Like, we're trying to talk about fixing, widespread economic issues in the country.
Well, he's not
Please
there when
spare
the
me.
people can't afford the medicine for their kid, right? Like, he's not around for that.
Yes.
He's only there for the joyous celebration.
I know. Jesus.
Can you imagine sitting down your kid? You're like, listen, you're not going to have a good job. You're never going to be able to afford a home. No woman is ever going to marry you.
Right.
Well, look, you can still be happy.
Yeah, you can dance with the community in the street,
Yeah.
at our whatever every Friday when we play soccer.
You can still be happy.
Yeah,
you can't stay here any longer because I want to I want to use your room.
To rent
room.
out.
Yeah, exactly.
As an
I'm
Airbnb.
gonna rent your room to a lodger.
Yeah, exactly.
But look, you can still be happy.
Right. Go, be free, frolic, and be free.
Oh yeah.
Jesus Christ. Strain sent me something, which is true. We should talk about that. Which is, it is true that when Biden became president in 2021, or 2020, but in 2021, they passed this executive order that was like really pushing DEI shit on government organizations, but then obviously that has a downstream effect because it was like, oh, if you want to interact with the government, maybe you also have to, be super woke in terms of your hiring practices and DEI and stuff. So it's definitely important to point out that yes, the government can and did exacerbate a lot of the DEI, woke, ESG bullshit that the private companies were, very invested in. But you also have to remember, again, that's once Biden was president, all this woke shit really went batshit cuckoo banana crazy starting under Donald Trump. Before he did anything, obviously he was not pushing woke ESG, DI shit on companies, and they were all picking up the mantle. All the BLM stuff was going on, started under Donald Trump.
As a reaction to Donald Trump
partially,
in government,
partially
right?
as a reaction to Donald Trump.
Like a cultural blowback.
Right. So yes, the government can definitely, again, the government can always exacerbate any problem, always make it worse. The companies were definitely trending in that direction on their own already, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I don't know why people would then turn around. And even if you're going to not accept that, even if you're going to say, no,
they
it's the
won't
governments
accept it.
that made them go super woke. It's like, well, okay, why would you trust those companies anyway? If those companies can be bullied or just into doing like really toxically destructive things, we're not even bullied. If a company is going to do a toxically destructive thing, like become super woke for its own financial benefit, because it has to play nice with the government, why do you think it wouldn't do any bad thing for society for its own financial benefit, whether the government's there or not? They're going to act the exact same way. They're going to act towards their self-preservation, because that's the whole fucking point of a company, is to act in that way, is to make money for itself and its shareholders.
Yeah.
So, and if you want to be smart, you want the government to function, the whole point is the government needs to structure things in such a way that it can incentivize pro-social behaviors that are better for everyone, right? Creates more jobs and more businesses and more products and more goods and services for everyone.
The government needs to be the Gilgamesh to the corporate Gilgamesh.
Yes.
That's the way it happens. And fascism is when the Gilgameshes team up. Well, I feel like fascism and communism are basically the same thing. Yeah.
Yes. They're both teaming up. One's teaming up in a more right-wing social conservative vibe to it. The other's teaming up in a more left-wing economic vibe to it.
Right.
Right.
I would say that communism is fascism with like a mask, because it really, under the surface, it really is just fascism.
Right.
This whole, oh yeah, we're redistributing the wealth to everyone. Wink, wink.
Right.
I mean, that's why they say they pretend to pay us and we pretend to work, because it's all just bullshit.
Right. Right.
But anyway, let's get back. I think Dave Rubin's about to make a point.
I would simply put it to you.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer.
Why? I can't stand Dave Rubin, and I don't know why. I guess it's just, I don't like the surface level commentary. And I'm not convinced he knows any of these things deeply. I think he only knows the talking points.
Concept. But
right. And well, actually,
could it be?
Strain brings up another good point too, which is like, now Trump is president. They're doing the opposite, right? They're actually saying they're going to penalize companies that are doing DEI shit. So now companies are kind of being forced into tossing it away. So that's a perfect example of like, listen, the government actually did something that you wanted to do. They actually, created a pro-social benefit for us by pressuring companies to get rid of some horrible fucking thing like DEI.
Yeah. We need to keep the government so that they do that, right?
Right.
Like I said, Gilgamesh to the corporate Gilgamesh.
Right.
Other things that have happened to you that have made you feel so angst-ridden about this, rather than actually money?
I mean, it could be.
It's just an insane question.
I mean, he's like, dude, all my friends are getting fucked. What do you want from me? What the fuck do you want from me?
I know.
He's like, I'm fucking...
He's just like... I'm surprised. I would have just... I don't even know if I would have answered this question. I might have blown up on Pierce. Are you fucking shitting me with this question?
He's like, look, why don't you just go back and work at the bank and fuck all your friends?
Right, right.
Yeah, the kids fucking notice, okay? Look, you and Piers, they're going to lose their homes. I've got friends, yeah? They don't eat, so the kids can eat, and they think the kids don't notice, yeah? The kids fucking notice, okay? Look, you and I...
No, there are more people on food stamps in this country, which is where you're so poor you have to literally queue up and get stamps for food, right? Which should never be happening in a country
Just
like
to be clear, I'm not telling anyone to be poor and happy. I want people to be as happy and fulfilled as they possibly can be. But what I'm talking...
See, even Dave is like, Pierce, that was really stupid. Why did you say that? Even Dave Rubin was like, Pierce, what are you talking about?
I'm not telling people to be poor and happy. I'm just saying, don't give them fucking my money.
This is America, okay? You be rich and happy. You don't be poor and happy. Fuck that.
Right. Yeah. But if they are poor, fuck them.
Creating the conditions that will allow people to live a life that they want to live and work a job that gives
of the 50s.
Well, no,
the conditions of the 60s.
So your solution, I completely disagree with, which is, let's just take more from those people. They have too much, and if we only give it to the government, which whether you're in this country or in my country, I think it's fairly obvious that most of our governments are completely fraudulent and backwards and doing virtually nothing right.
Who's doing the taking? Who's doing the taking? Which group in our society is getting richer? And which group is getting poorer?
So again,
who is doing the taking?
Again, so I accept that the rich are getting richer.
I'm just here to protect my people.
Poorer.
I'm just here to protect my people.
I think what you would
I
want
think we're
to
agreed
do
about
then,
the reality.
right,
What we're disagreeing about is the solution.
Is the solution, and the solution is get the government out of the way. Stop spending. Stop.
But you think the government should be much more involved?
Let me take you by a hand and lead you through the streets of London.
I really think he's messing up here by not just saying, I want you to explain to me the logistics of how what you're suggesting is going to fix the problem.
Yeah, exactly. Because he'll go to the government gets out of the way, and then we lend more money, and then he can just say, well, you're lending more money. Who's that money going to end up in the hands of?
Right. And that's going to increase the money supply again.
Exactly.
Right. It's like, what is happening?
I'll show you something.
But again, that's because your government clearly has done policies, it seems you both are in agreement on that hasn't created the conditions for economic prosperity. You might want to talk about importing people that you then had to put on the dole.
They've been slashing the state for 14 years, boss. They slashed the state, they slashed the state, they slashed the state.
So you think if the state
and now my friends' kids don't have no places to go, they don't have no local services,
if the
police barely exist,
things would be better.
The hospitals aren't working, the schools are shutting down.
So if only that system had more money, it would be better?
Listen, I don't want the system to have money. I'll tell you what I want. I want the people.
All the time. The system is corrupt.
Well, funny enough, if you take the NHS,
it needs more money.
If you take our health system, the NHS, Tony Blair, when he was Prime Minister, pumped billions more into the NHS, and it barely touched the sides. It didn't deal with the problem of the infrastructure of the NHS. And that was a clear illustration of money, just pumping money into things is not necessarily the answer. Right?
Okay, but who are we pumping money into?
Well, you are absolutely right. I think we can all agree. We have all agreed.
Well, but that's the question. It's like, okay, if we were in a situation where no one's pumping money into anything, then maybe we could have this conversation, but you're not. All the money's being pumped both by the government and by the private sector in one direction. And no one's addressing it.
Yeah.
Right. And no one's addressing the problem. It's not going to, I'm sorry, but getting rid of all the immigrants isn't going to solve the problem, right? Now you can make the argument that bringing trying to bring as many jobs back from overseas to America, theoretically, that's trying to recreate
productivity,
the working conditions, productivity of like 1950s, 1960s. So I'm not necessarily opposed to that on principle. I mean, I don't know enough about it, but a lot of people who seem to know more than I do have tried to explain in a multitude of ways that are a little bit too complicated for me to understand about why that's just not feasible or why it's not going to work in our current situation. So, like, I'm in favor of doing that. I just don't know if it's going to work.
Well, the prices are going to go up, obviously, because of the...
Well, in the short term, obviously, it's going to be devastating to people. But in the long term, would it actually produce value? I don't know.
If you have a factory that's run by 100 people and those 100 people make squat because the factory is in, South Africa,
mm-hmm.
and then you move it back to America where you've got 100 people, 100 Americans are making, $120,000 a year because it's a good job, right?
Right.
Whatever that factory makes is going to have to raise their prices to pay those wages.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
well, it's one of those things like, that alone, I guess, because people always say like, oh, the reason that the economy was so good post World War II is because, Europe had been devastated. America had been untouched. America is like this massive, production hub of the world and is rebuilding other parts of the world. Right. That's always what people say. I go, okay, that's true. But that doesn't explain why the money didn't just all get sucked up by the tippy top people. Because that's exactly what happened now. Even if you had the exact same conditions, it all just gets sucked up by the tippy top. So obviously there was some mechanism that was kind of changing things, right? That's why people always point to, the difference in CEO salaries and all these.
Right. Yeah. That's markers. The difference right there.
Right.
The magnitude of the wealth inequality was much less. Like the tippy top might have been, 10 times greater. And now it's like 1,000 times greater.
Right. But what I'm saying is like there was there's something in the structure. I don't think, listen, I could be wrong, but I don't think people were just out of the goodness of their moral hearts. Like, I'm going to, pay my workers such a better fair wage because I'm such a good moral person. And then, you know, a few decades later, they're like, fuck you, I'm evil now, right? I don't think that that's what happened. I think there was some structural tax something that existed in our society that basically incentivized that behavior.
Yeah. Brian's for $10 says the fact that Gary brings up the 1950s America because of the high tax rates of 90% shows he doesn't know what he's talking about. There was more loopholes back then and no one paid those high taxes. Well, I think the loopholes, though, were loopholes that incentivized people to actually spend the money on investing in their businesses and investing in more productivity. So I
Right.
think
That's
the
what, yeah, that's
loopholes
what,
were advantageous.
right. When people say it, because that's another argument I've heard again, repeatedly. Now, again, I'm not an expert in the 1950s, right? But my understanding, yes, everyone knows no one paid the 90% tax rate or whatever. Because again, the point, and people just, they keep missing this. The point of taxation, one of the primary points of taxation is not just for the government to say, I want to take 90% of your wealth. It's to say, I want to incentivize certain behaviors. And so, yes, you can put some exorbitant tax rate on people and then say, oh, well, you don't have to pay this exorbitant tax if you're doing whatever this behavior is that's actually really beneficial for society at large, right? And obviously that was what was going on in that time period because that's what happened.
Yeah. You get a lower tax rate if you have 10 kids, right?
Right. Or I mean, I just said, I don't know the specifics of why what was the massive, why were workers getting paid so much more versus CEOs and why is the wealth gap, massively ballooned today. I don't know all the specifics. Right. And I've never really heard anyone really lay it like all the laws out in any content. So
We may never know.
it's probably too complicated. No one can seem to agree because it's so invested in politics. Right.
You're right. The rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. So what do we do about this? I mean, there is a caveat. There is less child poverty now than there's ever been in the history of the recorded planet. People also, to make you also feel happy, people are living longer than they've ever done in history. They're living healthier because we're curing so many more diseases. Water is a lot cleaner than it's ever been. There are fewer like mosquito type diseases out there killing millions of people than there used to be, etc., etc., etc. There's a very good argument to say that in recorded history, there's never been a better time to be alive. That's why I slightly challenge, I would never say, like you say,
I mean, I think that's all true. And I've talked about that. And I think it's good to talk about that it is a great time to be alive in general. And there's lots of good things and you shouldn't be super doomerism and all these people that are like, we need to return to monkey and all this other bullshit. But there are serious economic problems that need to be addressed in our society that I don't really see anyone addressing, or at least addressing in a way that I think is going to produce positive results.
Never say being poor makes you happy. Of course not. But I've yet to see evidence.
Piers, do you think your viewers are the richest they've ever been? Is that what you're telling me?
No, but I don't. But I think that there's certainly less child poverty statistically
in the US
than there's ever been.
Your average American is
in the West generally, actually. In the West, generally.
Your viewers can make their own opinion of that.
You don't think that's true?
I want your viewers to ask themselves: do I feel the richest I've ever been? Because I'll tell you who's the richest they've ever been, me, and probably you, and probably you, and Donald Trump, and Elon Musk. And in my opinion, what I see, I'm from a poor background.
Yeah, but I think you're a great example of somebody who's made something of himself, come from a poor working class background by your own admission, and you turned yourself into the best trader in the world. You're a great example. And yet what you seem to be wanting to do is almost retreat
No,
from
listen,
your,
I don't want to
retreat
tax
from your
I
success.
don't want to tax working people more. Okay? I worked hard to drag my family out of poverty, right? And I paid 50-60% a year tax. At the same time, Duke of Westminster inherits £10 billion, more than 3,000 times what I made, pays nothing. Do you think that's fair?
No.
Do you think that's fair?
No, but again,
so let's change it. Let's change it. Let's tax working people less.
Oh my God. But he doesn't, he knows it's unfair. But what's the solution, Dave? How do we make that fair? What do you got? Give me an idea. How do you make that fair? He's like, you should pay no taxes.
Right.
Gary, you should pay zero taxes too. That's his solution. No taxes by anyone. No one should pay taxes.
Listen, obviously, we know how to solve this economic problem. You ready? Actually, Donald Trump knows how to solve this economic problem. Okay. no tax on tips and super chats. That's
There
the
we
way.
go.
If Donald Trump and the Republican Party can just pass no tax on tips and super chats, then listen, the economy will be saved. Donald Trump will be the greatest president in the history of all human civilization. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't care what else horrific things he does, doesn't matter as long as it helps me.
I'll vote for
personally.
Trump for a third term.
Yes, 100%. All will be forgiven, right?
That's
Listen,
right.
I will be there the next January 6th.
That's true. Yeah, look. Sitch and I are both going to march on the Capitol.
January 6th, yeah.
We might even throw a fire extinguisher at a police
2029,
officer.
So.
Tax the billionaires more.
I would
Well, we have all sorts
first
of
off, saying
views.
they pay no taxes isn't quite right because people pay all sorts of taxes when you're running businesses, like payroll taxes and property taxes and everything else. So the no tax thing is a total misnomer. But the basic premise of what you're saying, I think, is right. But I would also say that the answer of just throwing money at everything, the example you just laid out. I was with Bobby Kennedy a week or two before he got confirmed, and he brought up something that I thought was quite brilliant. And I think this.
Something I thought he was going to say before he got shot. I was like, geez,
I know.
Rubin's old.
I thought
And
he
I'm like,
was.
oh, wait a minute. What am I talking about?
He's name dropping. I was hanging out with Bobby Kennedy, of course.
And then he got assassinated. I was like, what?
Because I am that important.
Right. He said he gave us a pearl of wisdom. We're going to hear some pearls of wisdom. Now, I think Dave Rubin should have to say it the way Bobby Kennedy would say it. But
Bobby Kennedy and I were looking for a place to bury this bear in Central Park.
we're on our way to party, and Bobby Kennedy's like, "Yeah, we got to bury this dead bear I found."
You're getting good. That was a great Bobby.
I was like, Bobby, I'm wearing an expensive suit here. He's like, just take off your suit. It'll be fine, Dave.
It'll be fine.
I said, well, I got the best parts of the organs of the bear. Like, that's the secret to get as buff as me. You just got to eat the bear meat raw.
This is why I will take the bet that we just laid out there, which is that he said in all of his years in public service, and this is a guy that's been doing this for decades, he has never been approached more by, he said, tech leaders and industry leaders and innovators, and he did say millionaires and billionaires, who want to now help the government however they can. We have had a bureaucratic state that has just taken from the people. Suddenly we have people like Bobby Kennedy and like Elon who are volunteering, who could be doing all those other things that Elon could be doing, that he probably should be doing.
We need more Elon Musk. What struck me talking to you, Gary?
Exactly.
You know what I'd love to see someone.
I think the issue is like, I understand exactly what the problem is. If you're if people on the right, they conceptualize like three factions. There's like the people, okay. There's the business owners and the big businesses, and there's the government. And they say the government takes everyone's money and they hoard it and they make everything suck. And that's kind of like the right-wing framing. And then the left-wing framing is like the big businesses, they take everyone's money and they hoard it and they make everything suck.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And these are the two frames.
This is wisdom.
Right. And I think I'm like, everyone's trying to hoard all the money and make everything suck for everyone else. Okay. All factions are trying to do this at all times.
Right. It's true.
Right. And you got to figure out a way to balance that out. These three factions got to figure out a way to balance this all out. Okay. If you're just saying one faction is doing all the bad stuff and all the other factions are the good stuff, right?
Yeah, look, all animals are hoarders by their very nature.
Yeah.
They try to find some hole in the ground and bury shit.
Right.
My stuff.
Right.
Keep it from everyone else.
Someone like you get stuck into the NHS and make it a better economic model. You're obviously brilliant at economics, right? We don't have enough brilliant brains sorting out the big problems in this country. One of the reasons I really am excited by the Elon Musk thing in America is at least stuff's getting done at breakneck speed, which should have probably been done decades ago. Now, will it work? I don't know. But I certainly would bet on him to make a real difference for good.
Well, do you know where those...
and I would bet on you to do that, right? People like you should be getting stuck into issues like the NHS, big smart guys who can work it out.
You're saving $50 billion a day already. We're a month into this
Listen,
already.
I would love to be getting stuck into the NHS. You know, if Keir Starmer's listening, give me a call.
I'm going to
listen. I've been to Oxford and I've been to London School of Economics. Do you want me to tell you where those brilliant minds are? I'll tell you right now, the best minds, the smartest young people
Where
in this
are they?
country in America,
Finance.
they're sitting on trading floors, making $5 million a year, betting on the collapse of your society.
True.
Just like I was. All of the smart guys know. All of the smart guys know. The only difference is I'm the one who's fucking stupid enough to walk away to tell people. That's the only difference, mate.
Well, actually, I don't think
That is a big indicator of the problem is you have all this talent, right? And this is what exactly I'm talking about with incentives. You have all this talent of all these intelligent people, and it's all being wasted on moving numbers around to generate wealth.
Yeah.
It's not being used to actually produce things of value for our society.
Right. It's being moved around to compete for the assets that exist.
Yeah. It's not creating new assets, new things of value. And that's a problem. That's a big problem. Just on the brain drain alone, we should be trying to prevent that.
Are the robots going to make the problem better or worse? The robot labor.
I mean, in short terms, they're going to make everything significantly worse. But it might be one of those things where it's going to make everything so much worse in the short term that it's going to basically require a monumental fix, some kind of complete, restructuring of the way we think of our economic systems. I mean, because what are you going to do when, all these millions of people are going to lose all driving jobs are going to just disappear, right? In 10, 20 years, literally every driving job will disappear. So many so many both intellectual and manual labor jobs will be fucking gone in 10
Checkers
years.
are phasing out.
Yeah, I mean,
they got to have 50% of the checkers they used to have at the grocery store.
Right. I mean, that's the thing too. Whenever I go to the grocery store, I always use the self checkout. Always. I mean, and I always do it because it's much faster. It's usually it's usually always one open. And I even when I go when it's busy, there's usually at least they have like 6 or 8 of those things. There's usually always one open. And you go and you walk by there's only like 2 actual checkers.
Yeah.
Out of there are all these empty rows. And I mean, pretty soon you're gonna have I wouldn't be surprised. I think in the next 5 years, you're going to see fully automated fast food restaurants.
Oh, yeah, easily.
Fully automated fast food restaurants.
Well, you can have robots work
the
the fryer and shit.
Yeah, no, you have a robot working everything.
Robots are going to be stocking the grocery store.
Yes.
You have the grocery store down to 3 employees.
Yeah. And so I have no clue what that's going to look like. I have no clue. It's going to make all these. That's what I'm saying. The short term, all these problems are going to get worse. I mean, it might be good in terms of if everything starts to get worse so quickly, it's going to force something to change. Or if it's the slow decline, maybe it's like the frog boiling in the pot problem. And I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to be quick.
Well, you still have to keep capitalism because the nice thing about capitalism is money is a signal. And you still want to have that signal where people are saying, this is what we need to produce. This is what we like. This is what we want to consume. Produce more of this and less of this, right? This is not very popular. So you still need some sort of money distribution system. It's just a question of how do you get the money, because the old money distribution system was you work at the grocery store, right?
Right.
They got 20, 50 employees at the grocery store, however many when it was at its peak. Now it's down to 3. But where do you work when there's not a lot of work to be done by human beings?
Right.
There's a lot of consumption to be done by human beings, right? Food, cars, games, movies. All the things humans will still like to consume. So I don't know. I don't know how you do that.
I don't either. And I listen, I don't want to get rid of capitalism because you're right. I mean, I think but something is going to be different. Now I have confidence. I'm optimistic that we're going to figure out how to make it all work. But things are going to change dramatically in my lifetime, in your lifetime. So
it's going to be weird when you get into a bind with the law and the prosecutor is a AI and the defense attorney is an AI. How is that going to How is that going to work out? Because I mean, you'd be stupid to go with the human attorney, right?
I don't think you're ever gonna get. I don't think in my lifetime you're gonna have fully automated machine courts. Like I think the lawyers on both sides, the judges, are going to be using AI, but I think there's always going to be a person there. I don't think people are going to be comfortable with it just being like a fucking bunch of soulless, cold machines deciding your fate. People are not going to like that, and they shouldn't like that. That's scary as fuck, you know.
That's like the accused is a human.
Yes.
Like the jurors are humans, but the attorneys and the judge are all robots.
All robots, yeah.
I mean, I can imagine it. Look, people will literally have no jobs and they will still be trying to get out of jury duty.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Maybe jury duty will be the only job left.
There you go. Everyone's just being paid for jury duty, right?
Right.
It's actually like everyone's clamoring for jury duty.
Right.
The government has to go around and try to get people to commit more crimes so they can be arrested, so they can have more cases.
So that they can keep the jury duty people employed.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
I don't like this new world.
You don't like this brave new world? Okay.
That makes you stupid at all. I think it's a warning sign we should all take very seriously because you obviously understand economics very well and you've been there. I think the only quibble I have, and Dave has it, is about how we resolve this. I'm not convinced that the way you think it can be resolved would actually be as effective as the way we think it could. But we'll see, right?
We'll see.
The proof will be in the pudding. In the meantime,
I mean, listen, this is the end of the video. We're going to have to watch the rest, but I understand the feeling because it's the same as saying, it's actually interesting. It's exactly the same as Pierce saying like, hey, why don't you give your money to charity? It's the exact same feeling when you're like, hey, we should like tax your money away. Because both sides are feeling like, well, that's because both sides are feeling like that's not going to solve the problem. And I do think this is, and I think there's a lot of truth to this, is this idea that a lot of people say, and I think it's completely true, that if people had a better sense of their government being both local and federal being capable and competent, and people had a better psychological sense of being like, okay, I'm paying money to the government and I'm seeing something, come out of it, then yeah, I think a lot of people would have a lot less, would be a lot more comfortable with paying more in taxes. Because right now, a lot of people, and I'm sympathetic to it, myself included, you feel like, oh, you're just, when you send money to the government, you feel like you're just throwing in a pit or just lighting on fire. Like it's just total waste.
Or it's going to things you don't believe in, like
trans comic books. Or
trans comic book and
nonsense.
Peru, right?
Yeah, that they're talking about cutting. So,
oh my God, that can't be real.
What?
Breaking: President Trump will not restore military aid to Ukraine, even if the mineral deal is reached.
That was yesterday.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
So it is true. What?
Well, I think it was like it was leaked yesterday. I don't know if it was official. Is it official today?
I don't know. I guess it says 9 hours ago breaking. So.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah.
Maybe I'm behind the times.
A little bit, but gonna be fun. I mean, not for Ukrainians, but
yeah.
But it's funny. I had
sad.
Just briefly on that. I had my prediction on that was completely wrong. I think your prediction is going to be wrong too, because my prediction was I thought, okay, Zelensky's going to come out. He's going to say, I regret what happened. And then Trump's like, okay, here's the deal. And everything was just going to be like kayfabe essentially, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think what's essentially going to happen is Trump is using this as a leverage point to say, I'm going to hold you over the barrel because you made me look bad, or at least I'll say that you made me look bad is the leverage point. I don't know which one is accurate or not. And that precursor mineral deal that was bullshit that you were here to sign, like that's not even on the table anymore. Now you have to sign the actual financial agreement that I want you to sign. And I think that's why nothing has been signed yet. Because if they were just going to go back and sign the deal that he was there last week to sign, that would have already happened, right? That would have
Yeah.
happened as soon as Zelensky said,
Any
"Oh,
DocuSign, remember?
yeah, right." That would have happened as soon as after Trump's, State of the Union speech, and same day Zelensky's like, "Oh, so regret," right? He would have had them sign it. Maybe he would have held it up at the State of the Union speech, right, and been like, "Oh, we're going to move forward. I'm going to bring peace," right? But the fact that that didn't happen seems a big clear indication that deal that Zelensky's there to sign, it just doesn't. That's not even on the table. It's not even offered anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I suspect there's a deal between Trump and Putin already, but
What does that look like?
I have no idea. I have no idea what the outline of the deal is, but it seems
No, but I
like
mean, like,
they've
what do you
come to
mean by
some
that?
they've come to some arrangement.
Mm. I
I
think.
mean, the ultimate, he wants to get them to the negotiation table, right? The peace
Right.
negotiation table. That's like the big win for him. He has them sitting down together. So
Mhm.
I think Putin has made some offer for that to happen. And perhaps Donald Trump has taken him up on that offer.
I don't know if I don't think there's like a deal, but I think Putin is basically spinning some kind of tale of basically telling Trump whatever the fuck he wants to hear.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
that's what I mean. Yeah.
Oh, okay, right, right.
That's the kind of deal I'm talking about.
Gotcha.
Like, you just have to withdraw intelligence sharing for a short period of time, and I will force Zelensky to the peace negotiations.
I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's that direct. I don't think Putin is like literally like telling Trump like you should do this, and then Trump's doing it. Like, I think it's just more like spinning this yarn about how, oh, he really wants to come and make peace, but it's all up to Zelensky. Zelensky's the problem here, and remember why do you think the Democrats were so involved in Ukraine? And Zelensky never really helps you out with the Russia thing. And look, we're on the same side. Like, I think it's just totally like playing him like in that kind of direction.
You don't think he even brings up intelligence sharing?
I don't think so. I mean, obviously we're just talking about vibes here. I would be pretty shocked if we find out, Putin is telling Trump directly what to do and he's doing it. I don't
think he'd frame it that way. Obviously, Putin's not a dummy here.
Right.
You got to frame it so Trump thinks it's his idea.
I understand. Yeah, some sort of like super slick. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's what's going on. I think what's going on with the intelligence and military.
How do we get Zelensky to the negotiation table? That's the way he pitches it. Got any ideas?
I don't think he's talking to Putin about that. I think he's talking. I think him and his own staff are talking amongst themselves about that. And I think they're like, okay, well, we're going to do some sort of like classic negotiation strategy of like make them sweat, even though they've already, at least publicly, acquiesced to whatever the signing of the deal is. That's why I'm saying it must be off the table because they would have done it. We're going to make them sweat with this, we're going to pause military aid, we're going to pause military intelligence, which I found out, I think it was Ryan McBeth video, that can't, maybe the military aid could be somewhat ramped up by Europe, but the military intelligence cannot.
No, yeah.
Because there's like, apparently we have like, US has like, I don't know, like 200, 300 military spy satellites, and every other country has like 10 or something.
We have continual satellite coverage over the country at all times. So
right. And no one else on the planet has that.
Right. So look, the satellites move over the area. So we just click to the next satellite. We continue to watch, right?
Yes.
Europe has like 10 satellites. Okay.
Yeah,
they're like, when the satellite moves, they're like, okay, we'll be over the planet again with satellite B in 4 hours. Okay.
Right. Well, like 20 minutes. Those would be a little like.
No, I don't think they even have that kind of coverage.
Oh, okay. It's like an hour. Yeah, maybe.
Well, look, it could be 20 minutes. It could be an hour, depending upon the satellite constellation.
Right.
But I mean, they don't have a lot of satellites. They don't.
Right.
So what happens is Russia's like, oh, look, no satellite overhead. Let's launch an attack.
Yeah.
So before we would give them intelligence, we would say, oh, look, they're gassing up the jets. They're coming in. And everyone would run to the bomb shelter. Well, a bunch of people died because nobody told them to run to the bomb shelter.
Right.
That's why you lost those 5 kids. There was 5 children. That actually was on the Los Angeles local news. And I was like, oh my God, if it's on local news, that looks bad for Trump. That totally
Mhm.
looks bad for Trump because they're trying to. That'll hurt your numbers. Because if it's on local news here, it's probably on local news everywhere.
Well, I'm wondering, I don't know if this was the thought process, but like there's always like things are reported over the weekend, but they just don't seem to like catch like wildfire a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
And so, because you had like this, there's the pause on military intelligence, and then you have Russia immediately like starts bombing the shit out of Ukraine. Right now, I don't know if it's a direct correlation, but obviously people are going to interpret it like a direct correlation. Because I know
Yeah.
originally there was something about they were only going to prevent them from offensive military intelligence, not defensive. I don't know if that's actually true or not. I just know I read that
Really?
somewhere.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
I don't know if that's
Okay.
actually true because I haven't done a deep dive in it. But because obviously, I mean, there's already articles. I'm looking at an article from Time right now. It says hundreds dead inside the fallout from Trump's Ukraine intelligence pause. Right. I haven't
Mhm.
read the article, but there's already a headline here. So I'm curious if on Monday there's going to be this big explosion of stories where everyone in the media is just going to be saying everyone that all these people that died over the weekend in Ukraine are like dead bodies at the responsibility of Donald Trump, right? If
Right.
that's going to be the big framing that's going to slam down on Monday, because I feel like that would be the obvious way it's going to the turn. So I'm
Trump
not, yeah, but
Trump approached Congress about ending Russian sanctions, right?
did he? I know that they said
Or
that
modifying.
their team was talking about the future of getting rid of Russian sanctions.
Right.
Which I don't, again, if that's all in order to give the bargaining chip, I don't have a problem with that. If it's done before, because it
Well,
was
just
weird
that's
because
what makes me think they're working towards some outline of a deal with Putin.
I guess, I mean, they obviously have talked to Russia, and it's weird because like it was in that same, it was so weird because it was in that same meeting. Trump is in the Oval Office, and there was like this talk about, oh, Trump was going to put new sanctions on Russia or react negatively to Russia because they, as soon as America paused military intelligence stuff, Russia started bombing Ukraine. And so Trump, there was this talk, oh, they're going to put new sanctions, they're going to do something. I don't think anything's been done so far. So that all seemed like it went out the window. So I guess we'll find out on Monday, probably. What that's going to look like.
Yeah. I think we might be the only ones in the audience that care about Ukraine, Sitch.
You should care just because it's going to, even if you personally don't care about it, it's going to have a profound impact on the rest of Donald Trump's term, how this plays out. If this plays out very negatively, it's going to start to cause a downward spiral for Trump. And you might not want to believe that, but you're going to see it happen. If this works out well for Trump, it's going to be the opposite. It's going to be like a big boon to him. It might help him if the economy starts to go south. But if this situation just deteriorates in a way that, the American public does care about, wanting to believe that America is the good guy. They don't want to see a bunch of people die because the president basically got offended in a meeting on a personal level and paused military intelligence. That does not play well with the American public.
I don't. And on the tariffs front, I mean, I like the fact that he's trying to produce good paying American jobs. Obviously, I like that. But I just don't see how that tact is not going to negatively impact the stock market. And I'm having trouble believing that Donald Trump has the wherewithal to stomach the stock market dropping like 20%, which I think is plausible. With this manic tariffs are on, tariffs are off, I'm going to bully people into moving jobs back to America. Like I just, how does that not take the stock market down 20%? And they asked him, some reporter asked him, I don't know if you saw the clip where they said, the stock market has been down. I think it was down 4 out of 5 days last week, down 5 or 6%. And Donald Trump said, look, I'm not focused on the stock market. But you could tell he was lying. You could tell he was so.
I mean,
like,
he talks about it
shit.
constantly when it's doing good, right? He talks about it.
Oh,
I mean,
of course.
that's the classic maneuver, right? When something's in your favor, you say it's super important. Talk about it. If it's not in your favor, you say it's not important. I'm not going to focus on it. So,
But it didn't seem believable when he said it.
right.
It didn't seem
Well,
believable that he didn't care about the stock market.
it's a
It's almost
hard
like it
sell
was
from Donald Trump.
painful for him to say it.
Right,
Oh,
right.
I don't care.
You could
So I
feel it.
just, yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I'm in a good position for the market to pull back like 20%. So I'm not really,
Right.
I'm not really stressing about it. But I don't think Donald Trump is in a good position for the market to pull back 20%.
Well,
I think it
obviously
hurts
not,
him
yeah.
fucking tremendously.
Of course it does. Yeah.
Yeah. And look,
I
a
mean-
lot of people are like people like to call crypto or Bitcoin digital gold. Oh man, as soon as the stock market goes down 20%, Bitcoin's going to drop 50%. It's just
Right.
it moves in lockstep with the stock market. So,
Well, it's interesting because, I mean, I've already seen a lot of people who are Trump supporters that are pundits in the pundit class preparing for this.
mhm.
Everyone thinks this is coming. I don't know if it's going to come. I don't know when it's going to come. Everyone thinks it's coming because I see a lot of people already throwing out the messaging of like, yes, it's going to be bad, but it's going to like be for the best, right? That's
Yeah,
what
they're
the
like
messaging
tighten
is,
your
right?
belts.
Right. Yes.
We're ready for this.
Right. Right.
We're
Which is
ready for
interesting.
$25 eggs. Saddle up.
Right. Right. So I was like,
It's going to
okay,
be
we'll
good in the
see.
long run.
We'll see. Right. We'll see.
It's funny that the argument was completely different during the election, right? We're voting for Trump because he's going to get
He's
us
gonna
back
make
to where we
everything
were.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. You're
Now
right,
it's like
right.
tighten your belt, get ready.
Sure. Well, the argument will be it's going to be worse at first, but then down the road it will, be better, right? That's going to be the framing. So,
It's so funny. I mean, Trump has a massive appetite for risk because it's just I don't see how this tariff thing is how it's gonna work, especially if you're bringing back jobs just in time for. I mean, we're on the cusp of full automation, so
right. Does it even make sense?
right.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, we
Ma-
need a bunch of people in the trades, but that's not like a factory worker, right?
Right.
Plumbers, carpenters,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of thing.
Right.
Construction.
Yeah. Electricians, all that stuff. Sure. I mean, until the robots come, obviously, but.
The roofing robot. Can't
Well, then
wait for
also you
that.
have the kind of additional problem with all the tariff wars, which is that, I've also, people talking about, oh, Trump wants to end the war in Ukraine because he wants to shift his focus to China, which, listen, I'm fine with. I think China is, something that would make sense for America to focus more on China than Russia and all this stuff. But it's going to be hard to focus on China if like everyone in the world hates America. He doesn't want to work with us. So
Right.
we'll see what happens. We live in interesting times. We'll see what happens.
Stock futures fall on Sunday evening after the S&P 500's worst week since September. Boy, that's Kyle Kalinski's going to be on Twitter with that one. Oh my God.
It is funny that there's this hypocrisy for a lot of people on the left, like Kyle Kalinski, who are like, I hate, all these things, and then
All corporations.
all
Yeah.
corporations. I hate all the rich people. They're all evil.
Right.
And so you'd be like, oh, well, shouldn't you be happy that the stock market's going down?
Yeah. Isn't Donald Trump doing what you want?
Right. He's bringing jobs, trying to bring jobs back to America, and he's gonna fuck up the portfolios of all the rich people. It's not what you want, but they're gonna be like, no, look how bad it is. So.
And destroying corporate America at the same time. Look at this.
Right. Right. So, but obviously,
They don't care.
yeah, no one cares. So.
We care. What are you talking about?
That's true.
If something good can come of it.
Right.
I'm even down for tightening my belt if I think it's going to be a better situation.
Mm-hmm.
when anyone talks about tightening their belt, we live in a consumer-driven economy. What the fuck? Do you think car dealers want you to say, "Oh, I'm going to tighten my belt"? You think the grocery store wants you to tighten your belt and spend less money? I mean, this is why the malls are going empty, right? This is why businesses are shutting down everywhere.
Right.
Well, it's probably more Amazon, right? People are not tightening their belt. They're like, I'm buying on Amazon and I'm spending on credit.
Right.
All right, let's read some
Okay.
super chats. What do you say?
Yeah,
Where are we at on the $20 ones?
well, I got to refresh.
Generally, we read $20 and up super chats first, and then we read those during the show. Unless one pops up that obviously we read a couple here that were on topic that weren't $20, but
Right.
Michael, for $10, given Gary's arguments, isn't cutting spending a more effective solution than raising taxes? That would reduce the reliance on the deficit spending that he decries. First of all, Gary did not really say anything about deficit spending at all. He's talking about income inequality. So,
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be curious because he does like all these economic content, so I don't know if he's weighed in into all that stuff in terms of how much.
I've never heard that framing out of him, and it would stand
Right.
out to me because obviously I'm like, people put too much emphasis on the deficit.
Like, but to answer the question, like, yeah, if you have the government just spending money, right,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just it is if the government's just spending a lot of money and it's spending it in ways that are stupid, like, yeah, it is going to contribute to the exact problem he's talking about because it's just adding more money to that top end asset bubble, right? If it's just all this money's going out now by the government.
The thing is, though, if you're talking about cutting government spending, that is actually
productive,
keeping the middle class just alive, right?
That's when you get in trouble.
When you're talking about like interest rates, obviously Elon Musk is like, holy shit, our deficit is huge and we're paying 5% interest on it. That interest is going to bondholders. Who are bondholders? Bondholders are generally companies, rich people, like people with money, right? You got to have money to buy bonds. So you're basically increasing the money supply, government spending, deficit spending, by giving money to people who already have money.
Right.
Well, while you're cutting the services of the people who are like trying to stay alive, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I'm pretty sure. So the food stamps, the grocery store gets money from the government, right? So it's still like a purchasing power. Food stamps are kind of like UBI, but just for food.
Right. Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says Adam is completely correct. You need an economy the size of whatever government you want to fund. Can't be a small business, only money, bad, simp, and want giant government stuff to happen.
Yeah, nice.
Yes. Brian for $20 says the problem isn't the rich people bidding up houses, it's the regulation strangling the home developers from building different types of houses. That's why housing issues is a state problem, not a USA problem. So
look, go ahead. You go.
I think maybe I skipped it. I thought it was in the Piers Morgan conference. Oh, no, it must have been. There's a different video I saw. It wasn't on Gary's channel. He was being interviewed by someone. He addresses this question, and he makes the argument that asset prices and housing prices are like globally have just exploded. And so he was trying to make the argument that that should be evidence that it's definitely more the sort of macro problem in terms of people bidding up houses that way through just regulations. Now, I think that's definitely part of it. I think also the regulations are part of it because there are parts of the country where the government definitely does cut a lot of regulations and housing prices are lower. So, but I think it's got to be both those things. I don't think it's just one or the other.
Well, if you have a business, okay, and you have two products, you have the poor's house product and you have the rich house product, and you make like 90% of your business on the rich house product, like what inevitably happens? You stop making the fucking poor's house products,
Right. Yeah, exactly.
right? You
Exactly,
only
right.
make the rich house product.
Yes, of course.
That's the situation with the home builders. And it's not because the government comes in and says, oh, you have to make fucking giant houses that only rich people can afford. That's the free market.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Right. I'm just saying, like, usually, I don't know. Usually when these kind of the larger scale problem is, usually it's kind of multifactorial. So
Mhm.
I wouldn't be surprised. As I said, there are places in the country where there are less regulations and housing prices are less. I that's definitely an indicator that that those regulations have effects on housing stock, and the more houses you get, the better it's going to be. But
Yeah, I agree.
again, right. But again, if you you still are going to have the rich buying up all the housing stock at the end of the day,
At the lower
people,
prices.
at the lower prices if they can. So I mean, I guess I'd have to see if that's not true. I'd have to see what, there's got to be data somewhere. It would be, it'd be good to fact check some of the things that Gary is talking about. Is, has the amount of home owners, like what is proportion of new homes that are being built that are all being bought not by the person who's the primary person who's going to live in it, but by, multi-home, by a company, by a conglomerate, by some kind of group, to see. Because if it's actually really low, then I'd say, okay, then that's not the problem. But if it's really high and you can see the numbers just increasing, then that argument would be true. So. Grassroots Hegemon, thanks so much for the $100. Look at that. Thank you.
That's great. All of that tax free just for us.
Well, we hope, right? We're not quite there yet. But it says, no one in any business targets an extremely overpopulated market. Everyone who could would be a monopoly. What I like is someone relocating my money in a way that gives me better employees. Georgism isn't awesome, but it's at least having the right conversation. Yeah, there was this interesting chart. I don't remember if you sent it to me or I just saw it on Twitter or something.
The United States.
And they're kind of going over, I don't know, again, I didn't fact check this, so I'm just kind of freeballing here. But like, there was some group that did an analysis on how different taxation affected like future productivity of the business. And the one tax that had the least impact on making businesses less productive was property tax. So
really,
supposedly, according to this study, right?
Property tax didn't interfere with productivity.
It was the least. It was like, there were like 4. It was like income tax. I forget what there was. I forget all. There was like 4 different taxes, and property tax was the least impactful. So the argument the person was making was, you should be more heavily reliant on property tax for businesses and stuff.
Have you watched this video?
No.
Do you have the watch? Did you get rid of the watch?
I'm back in. Yeah.
Oh, you jumped back in.
Right.
This video is called "Why the U.S. Can't Build Homes Fast Enough." It's on CNBC, not MSNBC.
The finance people, yeah.
The finance people, yeah.
Right.
Isn't building enough homes.
The amount of inventory that we've seen increase has taken the level of existing home inventory to 3.8 months. Normal is 6.
Builders completed over 1.5 million new housing units in the 12-month period that ended in July 2024. That still wasn't enough to end a housing.
Well, it's interesting. You see, like, there's this man. You see, as we're this is enough interesting. You see, as we're approaching the housing collapse, right? It's like up, then just crashed down to the
Yeah, exactly.
floor, right?
So about 2006,
right?
They stopped building. Then obviously you had the 2000 crash, or I guess 2008 is right between here, so in the middle of it, and then it crashes all the way down.
Right.
So
interesting, yeah. So we're not still at the highest point yet.
We aren't, yeah.
Yeah, even though the population is obviously larger now than it was back then.
Yes.
Housing shortage that's a decade in the making.
Not only were we underbuilding for a decade, but then you get to the pandemic and there's this massive rush on housing.
That's making home prices rise fast in many parts of the country.
So if you are waiting for that market to really dip, it's not going to happen. The reason for that is that we are so underbuilt.
Both 2024 presidential candidates have ideas to fix the housing market. But neither stance seems to prioritize a key underlying issue.
A lack of competition is also contributing to the low supply of housing.
Can politicians do anything about the housing shortage? And if so, why haven't they yet?
So he's saying competition is the problem, Sitch.
The competition for like there's not enough builders, like it's become like giant monopolies or something.
I think they say that because of mergers and acquisitions, they have less companies building homes. Yes.
Interesting.
And they're also only building like the big homes because that's where their profits are.
That's where the money is.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
For years, builders in the United States have made fewer homes than the U.S. needs. There are various estimates for the scale of the shortage,
which is estimated anywhere from 2 to 8 million. Some people put it at even 20 million housing units that we are short.
Look, as a builder, you're like, look, I make less homes, I make more money, right?
I mean, do we
Because
have
price
like,
is higher.
Is it like the OPEC problem? the oil
Yeah.
countries are like, yeah, we're not going to pump as much oil as we can because then we'll get less.
Yeah,
or more,
exactly.
so, yeah.
Yeah.
The shortfall in new construction sent home prices trending higher over the past decade. The typical newly built home in the United States cost about $417,000 in June 2024, a slight decline from 2022, when home prices averaged around $430,000. But the typical household only brought in around $75,000 a year in 2022, the most recent year with data available. Purchasing a home in many major U.S. cities would require over $130,000 in household income. Meanwhile, many people have depleted their savings following the pandemic.
We're absolutely seeing a trend of consumers, home buyers, moving from California to the Southwest and Texas, moving from the Northeast to Florida and Georgia because of a lower cost of living, less state tax, better weather. About half of the new home sales in the country.
I mean, there's a lot. When I remember I looked at like Florida housing prices. Some cities in Florida are like on the top 10 list of most inflated property taxes. I mean, not property taxes, property values like going up and up and up. So I don't know, maybe there's other places in Florida that like things are still pretty cheap, but it looks like a lot of the major cities in Florida, everything's like through the roof.
Heating up again.
Yeah, I mean, I know where my parents live, like things are through the roof in terms of property values and stuff. So
are in 10 cities, and that includes 4 cities in Texas. It's much faster to get zoning and entitlement improvement. And so as that happens, then you can move it through the cycle faster.
Decisions from the Federal Reserve can affect the real estate cycle too. About 18 million.
So, okay, but so that's, again, that shows that Texas is doing something right in terms of well, we presume, like, obviously, if they're scrimping and the houses are all going to get blown away in a hurricane, then that's not really helpful. But assuming that's not the case, Texas is doing, worthwhile regulating, cutting in terms of, building homes faster than other places in the country. It seems like, right?
Yeah, the bottleneck moves from government regulation to how fast the home builders can build, right?
Right.
And that's kind of where you want the bottleneck, I think, obviously.
Yes, obviously.
Yeah.
Right.
You want to be building to your maximum capacity.
Yeah, you don't want the bottleneck to be retarded zoning issues, which obviously, like in California, are like insane. So
there is how many homes a year we can build? There is some sort of realistic constraint on due to natural resources, right? How much wood we can find, how much labor we have.
Right.
We don't want the constraint to be bureaucrats saying, "No, you shouldn't build it there."
Right.
This is where I completely agree with the Trump administration because they're like, you've got to do some impact study on some fucking crazy species of moth.
Fuck that.
Yeah. Fuck that moth.
Households were priced out of home ownership between early 2022 and October 2022 as mortgage rates rose, according to the National Association of Home Builders. That economic tightening is slowing down the development of new housing too.
In the housing sector, investment stalled in the second quarter after a strong rise in the first.
There were fewer residential building permits issued and fewer housing projects started in 2024 than there were in 2023.
The expectation, of course, is that the Fed will lower their rates in September. And while mortgage rates don't exactly follow the Fed, they are influenced by what the Fed does. So a lot of summer potential buyers were waiting till fall to see if rates would come down even more.
See, the Fed wants to do this because their theory is that if you get people to tighten their belts and not spend, the producers will lower their prices because they're sitting on a bunch of product no one's buying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you get lowering price inflation.
Some big builders have offered deals on mortgage rates.
Well, you said theory like with vitriol in your voice.
Was it? I tried to make it not as vitriolic.
Meaning you don't believe that theory is gonna work.
Well, I mean, they've been trying it for 2 years now. Has it helped? Is it are prices coming down?
Inflation did drop
Mm-hmm.
because it wasn't at like 9% now, and now it's at like what, 4% or 3% or something.
The competing theory is that the cost of money is a cost of doing business, and whatever the rate that they set it to, the Fed sets interest rates to, ends up becoming the inflation rate. So that's a competing theory.
Interesting.
That's why I constantly notice places like, I looked at Russia. Remember I said Russia has 20% inflation and 20% interest rates. Isn't that a strange coincidence?
So that would be the part of the answer for like, because before COVID, like COVID was the first time that the inflation hawks were correct, because they had been saying there's going to be inflation for like the last 30 years, and there never was, even after the big bank bailout with the housing crash and all the government spending that preceded that, and the wars and everything. I was like, there's going to be inflation. There never was, right? Until suddenly you had COVID, which was the weird supply disruption and the lockdown and all this other like very weird shit caused the situation. But through all that period where people were shouting about inflation, interest rates were super low the whole
0%.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would track, at least that argument would track. Doesn't mean it's correct, but it would definitely correlate positively with that time period. So
Japan went as far as like negative interest rates to try and get inflation.
How does that work?
It didn't work.
No, but I mean, like, what is negative interest rates? As they pay you for taking a loan? Like, what does that mean?
Well, the negative interest rates are like, so basically you're paying the bank to hold your money, right? So you would be inspired to spend that money on products and services, right? Which would drive inflation. That's the theory.
You're paying, so it's no longer when you put your money in a savings account, no longer do you get your interest rate. You have to pay the bank because the negative interest rate.
Right, exactly.
Oh my God.
Yes. The bank is literally inflating your money away.
Right, it's terrible. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Terrible. I don't like that, but
who does? I mean, geez, that's like a weird.
To help homebuyers bridge the gap. For example, the homebuilder D.R. Horton offered some buyers in the Reno, Nevada area a temporary 1-year 3.5% interest rate in 2023 before it rises to market rates over time.
Most of the big builders have their own mortgage company. It's called a captive mortgage business. They can buy down the mortgage rate. That is an advantage big builders have that private, smaller builders do not have.
Mergers and acquisitions.
There were over 400,000 businesses building homes in the United States in 2023. The industry remains fragmented, but the biggest firms have advantages that are helping them increase their control of numerous local housing markets. Just 10 builders are behind more than half of the new homes in 49 of 50 metro regions in the United States.
You're seeing cities like Tampa as an example, where today the top 10 builders have more than 80% market share. That just makes it very hard for any new builder.
Wait, let me go back to that chart for a second.
Yeah,
this is crazy.
He's like, all these cities. Sitch is like, look at all those Florida cities.
Yeah, Jacksonville. I don't know if my locations are
Orlando,
Florida.
Miami,
Palm Bay, Orlando, Naples, Tampa. That's crazy. Like, Jesus.
Los Angeles, 80% is done by these massive home builders. So
right.
Yeah.
So how do you fix that? Because then also, because they're saying if these big business, big corporations also have their own like ways of fucking with mortgage prices, right? They have a super captive audience.
They do, yeah.
Yeah. Or,
Not only that,
mortgage interest rates.
they can grease palms and get building permits easier than obviously the mom and pop
Of
shop,
course.
right?
Of course, yeah, of course.
They've got
United
some
States.
leverage over City Hall.
Right.
You're seeing cities like Tampa as an example, where today the top 10 builders have more than 80% market share. That just makes it very hard for any new builder to get a foothold.
If you look at relevant markets, well defined for housing, then you see that in many places it took the two firms that were merging from having 30% each to having 70 or 80 or 90% of the housing market. What's really critical here is the deficit.
But see, this is the problem with the whole, like, this is why I agree, like, okay, if there's like crazy zoning like, this is why this sort of like blanket attitude that Dave Rubin and people parrot is so wrong. Okay.
Why do you think I played this video?
Right. Because it's like, okay, you could say there are zoning regulations that are adding a lot of bullshit bureaucratic weight and slosh and time to the process. And if you want to get rid of those are the regulations you want to get rid of, right? Good. But if you say we're just going to get rid of all regulations, including all the regulations on business, then this is exactly what's going to happen. You're going to have all the businesses are going to merge into one gigantic super business that's going to control the entire market. So that's always what happens, because that's what makes the most sense logically to happen. And they're going to control the entire fucking market, and no one's going to be able to compete. And you're going to get fucked on whether you get your house built or not. It's going to be on their terms.
Wait till we get to the why they're building less homes. You're going to love it.
Right. But no, so this is why you can't, I get frustrated.
Where's the government?
Like,
why is
just
it,
cut all the
I thought
regulations.
it was
It's
the
like,
government.
no, there are good regulations and there are bad regulations, and you have to figure them out. Because if you just get rid of everything, you're probably going to make the situation significantly worse.
Here's the free market solution.
Right, right.
A housing market. No matter how many developers you have building in San Francisco, if you live in the suburbs of DC in Virginia, those developers in San Francisco do not constitute a competitive threat to your market.
The largest 100 home builders in the United States were behind about half of new single-family home sales in 2023, according to researchers at Johns Hopkins.
The top 10 builders combined had 10% market share. Today, only 3 decades later, the top 10 have 50% market share. And
That's
Horton,
crazy.
the biggest, has 15% market share. So the concentration has been accelerating. My team estimates that about 2/3, 70% of the unit growth that the big builders are delivering is from acquisitions.
The two biggest home builders in the United States are D.R. Horton and Lennar. Both have outperformed the S&P 500 between August 2014 and August 2024.
Their business is really going gangbusters. And if you look at the stocks, they're way up because they were able to grab such market share. A lot of the small to mid-sized builders just simply couldn't make the math work. Their borrowing costs were so high that a lot of them either went out of business or agreed to be purchased by the larger builders.
Let's see. And that's another problem when people talk about this is, like, you have these big companies and they'll be like, when they become so large, it's literally within their incentive to make housing prices, not just so much more money just because they want to make more money, because it literally makes it so their competitors can't even exist in the market anymore because it's just too expensive.
Yeah, I think the profit margin in the home builders is 28%. And I think in the grocers, it's more like 3%.
Wow.
So it's like a massive difference in profit margin.
28%. That's crazy.
So look, I think what I'm seeing here is we should buy some D.R. Horton and some Lennar. What do you think? Sitch?
Yeah.
It looks
Well,
like these
we
are
should
good
have-
investments.
We should have, 5 years ago, right? 10 years ago.
Look, according to Gary, this housing thing isn't getting any better. Okay. I don't see
Right.
why. I don't care where the stock has been. I care where it's going.
Right, right.
At the end of its 2023 fiscal year, D.R. Horton closed about 83,000 homes at an average price of about $382,000. D.R. Horton did not respond to CNBC's request for a comment.
Why not?
Lennar ended its 2023 fiscal year with about 73,000 homes delivered at an average price of $446,000. Lennar didn't provide CNBC with a comment on this story in time for publication. Both have acquired competing firms in the years after the Great Recession. For example, Lennar's 2017 takeover of WCI Communities. Lennar paid $643 million for the company, approximately a 37% share price premium. The transaction combined two of the largest home builders in Florida.
This whole structural change in competition came from a very difficult situation that started in the Great Recession. If you have a great crisis, who are the players that can withstand the crisis and actually survive? Are those that are bigger, that have more access to capital? But not only that, a lot of them were receiving a massive liquidity boost from stimulus packages in the early 2010s. The 13 largest home builders received around $2.4 billion. They could use these resources in any way they wanted.
In the intervening years, D.R. Horton, PulteGroup, and other big builders struck mega deals too. Experts believe that the industry became less productive as its lead companies consolidated.
The average builder, when I started in the early 90s, would tell the consumer that they would deliver the house in 40 or 50 days. Over the course of my career in the last 30 years, that went from weeks to months. So it's incredibly unusual that you have an industry where you have negative productivity, essentially, where it's getting longer versus shorter. To be honest, it's not like the house is super more efficient or more tech friendly than it would have been before.
They're also able to bring down their own costs because they've simplified the models of the home. There are far fewer actual floor plans and models that you can choose from.
There would be 10.
So we have less variety, less companies, more expensive houses that are being built slower by less people.
Does this sound like market efficiency to you, Sitch? Oh,
it does
man.
not sound like market efficiency to me. No.
What's going on here? What is the problem? Why is the government getting in the way?
I think the government needs to come in here and break up some of these housing monopolies.
It's so funny. Monopoly power does completely breed inefficiency. It's like,
yes.
Who are they going to buy from?
Right.
We put everyone else out of business.
Right.
It's like at one time, if it took longer than 4 weeks, they're like, look, I'm going to the other guy. He says he can get my house done in 4 weeks. Now they're like, you're going to wait 6 months, bitch.
Well, I think that's the framing that people need to talk when they talk about regulations. The framing always needs to be regulations need to exist primarily, I think, for two reasons. Number one, obviously safety for people. You know, you don't want to put you don't want to use lead paint and shit like that. You don't want asbestos in your house. But then also regulations need to exist to breed competition. You want competition, competition, competition. You got to keep all the businesses on their toes. Always be competing.
Yeah, totally. Lennar's down 25% over the last 6 months.
And I think part of the problem with the Democrats is that they only focus on the harm reduction quality of regulations. They don't really focus on the competition. Like, no, we're trying to make the market more competitive. Regulations need to exist to make markets more competitive, not less. Right.
Yeah, of course.
And sometimes you can pass regulations that do the opposite of that. Very often I wouldn't be surprised at all if these big housing companies in Florida are lobbying the local Florida government to create whatever housing zoning regulations that are preferable to, keeping the smaller companies out of the market. I'm sure that's going on. That's what always happens.
Yeah, of course.
10%
D.R. Horton is
more.
down big too. 30% in the last 6 months.
Interesting. So things are starting to make a downturn.
Everyone's like, oh my God, Kamala lost.
Well, so I was going to say,
Trump's not going to build one home.
Right. Or maybe, I don't know. Cause there was obviously there was a few, months ago, there was the talking about there's going to be some big downturn in commercial buildings, but I don't know if those companies
it's got to be the high interest rates. And now they were talking that the high interest rates were going to come down this year in 2025. Now they're saying, they might not come down until 2026. So everyone's fuck.
Oh,
You can't sell houses in this high interest rate environment.
Well, listen, if those stock prices are going down, maybe you're like, I'm going to get some of that.
I mean, I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
More
I'm waiting for
housing
the crash.
Okay. Okay.
I'm a seller
built
at this
if we
point.
had the levels of competition of 2006. Are they getting large because they want to, maximize profits? Well, all firms want to maximize profits. It's something that we expect, and that's why we have antitrust regulation and regulators. And that is where maybe the regulators should have been a little more strict.
Those Biden regulators asleep at the switch.
I know.
Lena Khan.
President Biden made competition a focal point during his time in office. His lead regulators, Lena Khan at the Federal Trade Commission and Jonathan Cantor at the Department of Justice, have taken a sharper stance on business mergers. Observers on
both those people fired
on Wall Street believe that a Harris administration could take a different approach to antitrust policy.
They feel confident at some level that she's going to maybe have a lighter touch on regulation.
The policies from the federal government especially that are aimed at increasing housing supply should also look at competition.
On the campaign trail, Vice President Kamala Harris has called for subsidies to help builders construct 3 million new homes. If approved, the tax credit would go to builders who sell starter homes to first-time homebuyers. Harris has also called for $25,000 in down payment assistance for some first-time homebuyers and rent caps on corporate landlords.
See that, some first-time homebuyers?
Yeah.
That means only the trans people.
We will take on corporate landlords and cap unfair rent increases.
Oh my God, I'm having flashbacks. Make
I
it
know.
stop.
I thought we never had to see her again. Okay.
Oh, please.
Thought we were done with her.
Everyone keeps talking about her running again in 2028. I'm like, oh, please.
What are you gonna do if you're gonna be like, I'm so happy, I never have to see Harris again, and she's like, I'm gonna run for governor of California, and then she becomes the governor of your state.
I mean, I'm going to cry, obviously. There's going to be a lot of crying, a lot of weeping and gnashing of teeth. I mean, what can I do? Because look, all the fucking idiots in California are going to vote for her. She's going to be our next governor if she does that. Yeah.
Right.
Hopefully she is planning on running for president and doesn't run for governor.
How embarrassing is it going to be if she runs for president and just gets fucking annihilated?
She's going to
she's
totally going to get annihilated.
God.
She's going out there thinking, look, I'm going to do what Trump did. I lost, but I'm back in the game.
Back. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
God, please, no.
The Biden-Harris administration has also awarded transportation grants to communities that allow more dense housing construction. And they've asked Congress to provide a one-year $10,000 tax credit for homeowners who sell starter homes to other owner occupants. That could increase the number of pre-existing homes on the...
It's just, that is so fucking ridiculous because just all the incentives are to sell your house for as much money as possible. And $10,000 is just pittance by comparison.
Yeah. That's going to do nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
You're like, I'm going to lose $50,000 so I can get $10,000 selling this to someone
for
one of
first
the
time.
poors. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
The market.
I know you don't like that term,
but also risks increasing demand for housing.
Very elitist.
The Republican Party wants to address
I'm a poor
housing affordability too. Its 2024 platform says the party will reduce mortgage rates by slashing inflation, open some federal land for home construction, and also provide tax incentives for first-time homebuyers. In his campaign, former President Trump has criticized both Biden and Harris for the inflation that occurred during their administration.
Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
What are those plans?
His Agenda 47 platform claims that a Democratic administration would abolish zoning for single-family homes, allowing the building of apartments in suburbs, and destroying property values in the process.
The alternative to all of this is, well, if you don't allow this to happen, the neighborhoods are going to change regardless. And the neighborhoods are going to be changing because now a developer comes in, purchased an old single-family detached home, and they put in place a McMansion that really changes the character of the neighborhood as well.
No matter who controls the White House, the president will need to rely on the other wings of government to address the housing shortage.
There's no reason to think...
I mean, listen, I don't own a home. Okay, so maybe I'm out of my depth here, but... Who give I don't get this shit. As long if you're living in a place and you're living in some suburb somewhere, oh, I like all my little single family homes. and you have someone wants to build a McMansion. I mean, obviously, if it's right next to you, you're gonna look like shit because it's like, oh, I'm my tiny house compared to them, right? But if someone's gonna build an apartment building, as long as it's like the people, like the quality, the cost of the apartments are like comparable to your home. So it's not like, you're getting like a bunch
The
of poor
poors.
hobos. Yeah, a
The
bunch of the poors coming to
poors.
your neighborhood, right? Yeah. So you don't have the poors filing into your like nice little suburb that you want to protect. Like, who cares? Like, why does it matter?
The unemployed drug addict apartment complex.
Right, but so I'm saying like as long as
across
it's
the
the
street from your
same,
nice house.
as long as it's the same class of people, right?
You're
Why does it
mowing
matter?
your
Why do people
lawn
get
in there.
mad whether it's like your home or an apartment or any of this shit? Like it just seems like I don't get it.
Because people assume the renters have, obviously they don't have much money. They go car shopping in your driveway.
Well, no, but I'm saying if they're like
Mm-hmm.
if they're fancy apartments that cost a lot for people to live in, that's, as I said, comparable to
Right.
the environment of whatever your home is. I don't see why it's a big deal.
When do you hear Democrats say, "Oh, we need to build a bunch of fancy apartments"? No, they're like, "We need to build affordable housing, cheap housing right next to you."
Well, obviously, yeah, people don't want that. Sure, that makes sense, but
We need to give out needles in front of the apartment complex so people don't die of a drug
but I feel
overdose.
I feel like it's sort of like it's again the issue isn't when people hear affordable housing, they think you're talking about like for the poor's, right?
Yeah.
Not like middle class
Now
working.
Sitch has completely adopted my term.
Well, no, I'm talking about something different because you're kind of using poor's to mean like everyone's not rich. I'm just saying like for actual the lowest income bracket, like that's what
okay.
people like when they hear low income housing. That's what it registers. That's how it always registers to me.
The uber poors.
Right, exactly. And so it's like when you're talking about like we need to be building housing for middle class and working class people, right? People who are not going to be taking your car and doing drugs in your driveway.
Look, listen to this. This person says it all right here.
Okay, I'm ready.
Sammy G. The apartment homes look ugly in the homey little neighborhoods.
There you go. Sammy's very big on like aesthetics, so she's like, no, can't ruin my nice aesthetic. You have all your little nice homes, and you have your big ugly apartment. What if the apartment looks nice? Okay,
You're driving through a nice homey little neighborhood, and all of a sudden there's like that big apartment where they have the overhang where the nasty cars park underneath. Oh my God, those are all over Los Angeles.
What do you mean? The nasty car? What do you mean?
They work the carport kind of like under the apartment complex.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of on stilts, and everyone parks their cars underneath there, and all you see is like,
so
you see
when
like
drive
a
up,
line of nasty junkers like right in front of the apartment complex.
So you're saying, yeah, okay, that's not like that in Florida.
Yeah,
So
they make them park in the back.
Usually, there's one of two things. There'll be like the apartments that are on top of the parking garage, but the parking garages are very like, they're not see-through. They're pretty opaque.
Right.
They have like high walls, or there'll be like apartments, and then there'll be like a spirally parking area like next to it, right?
Oh, look at this.
Or there's just, or you just have like an apartment and then there's just like a lot somewhere, right? I mean, obviously you're depending on like the size of the apartment, the cost of the apartment, all these things. So
schmancy.
Well, we have we have more space out here in Florida, I guess, than you do in LA, right? Like, I mean, you guys have a lot of space. Everything's spread out, but still super.
Yeah. We don't have a lot of density. It's not New York City.
That's true.
They're trying to up the density, but look, maybe I'll knock my house down and build one of those ugly
build an apartment. Yeah, you should build an apartment complex, right? Where
all my neighbors hate me.
No, they'll hate
you. You've ruined my homey little neighborhood.
You'll knock down your house and you'll build like a triplex.
There,
that's little like 3-person, apartment complex thing. And you'll
that's the
rent
thing
it out.
that you worry about, because you're like, my neighbor could build a 2-story house that basically their window looks right down into my yard. I'm going to be down there like, fuck you. I'm giving like the finger up at there. Get out of your window, motherfucker.
Right.
I mean, I would just set up some laser pointers that just constantly went in their window at night.
are you doing in your backyard that you're like, oh, someone's gonna be really interested in whatever I'm doing back here?
I mean, I'm growing my marijuana plants. What do you
Of
think I'm
course.
doing back
Of
there?
course. It's a good point. Excellent point.
I don't want the poors to come by and raid my garden.
Right.
Look, I'm kidding. I'm not growing. Like weed is so cheap and available in Los Angeles. Like to grow it would be completely stupid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, big hassle.
Yeah. Just buy it. It's easier. Anyway, we're almost done with this video.
Yep.
That housing supply is going to change that much. Ultimately, it's a function of the number of permits that are made available to the builders. The demand is going to keep increasing.
It's going to take time to really resolve that shortage that we have built up for decades. If the laws are complex and the land is not made available, they don't come out and build.
Okay, so they did in the very end say the permits are the bottleneck.
Right, or they're saying it's part of the bottleneck.
We have
No, I think
It's a function controls the White House. The president will need to rely on the other wings of government to address the housing shortage.
There's no reason to think that housing supply is going to change that much. Ultimately, it's a function of the number of permits that are made available to the builders. The demand is going to keep increasing.
It's going to take time.
See, she basically says, like, they'll build a house for every permit they can get. That's the thing. They should just flood them with permits. Here you go. Look, we're 20 million short. Here's 20 million permits. Go get them.
Right. No, but I mean, yes, obviously, as I said in the beginning. But she was also talking about the monopoly problem earlier. So I'm assuming she's
right.
She's the one that was talking over the big chart, right? So I'm assuming she didn't bring that up just for shits and giggles. That has an
Right.
impact on the problem.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, look, the government could give them small home permits. Give them ugly apartment complex permits and just have them wreck the neighborhood.
Right. There you go.
All right. Back to super chats.
Just make them nice looking apartments, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Make it look
Put
like
a big
that's
sign out that says no riffraff.
Make it look like a big castle. So all the other homes look like, part of the fiefdom, right?
Be great.
Yeah, there you go. People like that.
Stylish.
Mm-hmm.
Did we get all the $20 super chats?
No. Sean Sullivan for $20. Thanks so much. Says I was watching a Hank Green crash course video when I got a brand new membership from JMac. I didn't even have the live stream open in my tab. JMac generosity knows no bounds. ATM. Real wow, how does that even work?
I occasionally get stuff in my email too, and I wonder, is this someone that bought memberships, and because I've been in the chat on that channel before, that it just gives it to me even though I'm not there? I think maybe it does. I think I got one for Rob Noor recently, and I was on Rob Noor's channel because Rob Noor made a video calling you out, Sitch. Calling you a big fat. I can't really remember what he said. I can't remember what the video was about, but it was you were in the thumbnail.
Interesting.
He was whining and crying.
He
oh
was
my
big,
god!
Man. It was funny because I didn't watch the video.
I did watch it, but I don't remember.
Okay, you don't even remember.
Unfortunately, yeah.
It was so weird because it was about. I'm assuming it's about, him being butthurt on Twitter because I made some tweet about the Zelensky-Trump meeting, and he misunderstood what I tweeted.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't necessarily fault him for that because when I read his reply, I responded, I'm like, your reply doesn't contradict anything I said. What are you talking about? And then he had another reply, and I'm like, oh, he misunderstood what I wrote. And I kind of understood why he could do that, but then he was just being super salty about it. So I was being a little mean in response and kind of laughing at him.
I saw there was a lot of laughing emojis.
Yeah, I guess it butthurt him enough to make a video about the whole situation. So.
We'll do it again. That's great. That helps us with the channel. We got to get more people riled up.
Interesting. Okay.
I should
probably watch it. I should probably watch it at some point.
We should just bring him on for a visit. He hasn't been on in a while. Look, JMac gave us another 50 gifted memberships.
Thank you so much, JMac.
Gifted memberships.
Our surrogate father for the 50 gifted memberships.
Wow. That's great.
You. Right.
JMac
it was
also
about
did
I know it was about the JD Vance Zelensky. I know it was about that, but I don't know what he specifically said about him. beyond the Twitter interaction I had.
I think I think JMac, not JD Vance, JMac.
Yeah.
I think JMac actually gifted 17 comics too. Sent 17 comics to people as well.
Look at
too.
that. What
Which
a
is
beautiful
great.
man.
Yes.
Right.
So awesome. Look
Brian
at this. JMac says, "Yep, that's right. That's right. He might have a few extra too if you guys want to still hit him up.
There you go.
Only the pores though. The not.
Well, you can buy. I mean, you can buy it from. You still have copies available, right?
I do, yeah. Look, and there's a link. Obviously, I think I have a link pinned in the top. I think I have a link in the description. So even though I closed the Indiegogo campaign, you can still buy copies from me. But JMac, I think, is offering some. JMac bought, I think, like 20 copies or 30 copies or something like that, which is great. Obviously, he bought them when we didn't even know if we could do the comic. So obviously, he wanted to show his support. And so he's got extra copies and he's made them available to people who probably would like to read it but can't afford the sticker price. So it's nice of him to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Brian for $20 says this guy is coming from a European perspective. Europe has a lot of rich families that passively invest, live off of for generations. In America, we build and the wealth doesn't stay in the family beyond 2 generations. So I believe the statistic when I last looked it up was 3 generations, but it's funny because I had this exact conversation with Sammy and she made the exact same point. The issue, I mean, it's a good point, but the issue is that doesn't really solve the problem because if there is, even if the wealth goes down 3 generations, because I guess the people fucking blow it, right? That's what happens after 3 generations.
Hell yeah. Come on. Hunter Biden cracking hookers.
Yeah, there you go. Right. It does, like, even if there's churning, so whoever like that top, 1% or really the top 0.1% is, and it churns. So it's a different people. That doesn't solve the problem. It just means the people that are in that slot change, but it still doesn't really solve the problem of, the wealth all getting sucked up into that area. It just changes who exists in that area. If the slots are not increasing, right?
On their way down, they sell all their assets, right, to some other rich person.
Exactly. Right.
Right. And then they join the pores.
Russell Hitchman for $20 says passive income doesn't exist. If I take a massive pile of money and give it to a company, that's not passive income. There's nothing passive about it. Well, I mean, you know what he means, obviously, right? Some sort of, investing money in something and then you personally are not really involved in the process of it. So
yeah, he's saying tax wealth and tax work less. I mean, look, I said this before. I think working people get hosed. I think taxes on working people are way, way too high. Way fucking too high.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
Taxes on super chats are way too fucking high.
That's true. Our Hilt's hurt. Hey, what's up? For $5 says, wow, this was a black pill. LOL. I've been officially radicalized. I'm now a housing market extremist.
Good.
Oh no.
We need more housing market extremists.
Oh no, we've radicalized. Okay.
I'm a homeowner and I enjoy it. I wanted to get a condominium because I just thought, oh God, it's fucking yard. I don't want to have all this work and shit. My wife was like, no, I want to get a home, a house.
Right.
Hit me with the Sammy G eyes. Ooh. The baby eyes, a little nice little house somewhere. I'm sure you're getting it too. So, but yeah. And look, she was right. I can't imagine living in a condominium. I love living in a house. So, yeah, you got to try it. Give it a shot. The yard is like awesome. My little nature hideaway.
A little doggo, right?
Sure, you can get a little dog. I don't have a little dog, but
yeah. Grassroots Hegemon for $50. Thank you so much.
Look at that. That just came in, right?
Yes. Yep. Says people also don't know what having a ubiquitous housing apartment on every square inch of the earth looks like. You end up in Destiny World where 47 trillion people live in 4 square feet and it's fine because they're in the same molecule. Listen, I think we could have apartments without Destiny World, right? I think we can manage it somehow. But I understand what you're saying.
I did. This was like a big difference for me in New York because I lived in New York City for a while, and being a California boy,
Right.
where you can just walk outside and see the big
Trees
sky.
and
Yeah.
homes and yeah, in New York, you're like, what is this concrete hellscape?
Yeah, New York, you go months at a time, and unless you go up to a rooftop, which usually is a hike because you're talking some stairs and some work.
Right.
You don't see big chunks of the sky. You look up and you see like a little bit of the sky in the middle of the big
You have to,
buildings
yeah,
and
because
stuff.
you have to literally stop and look straight up to see the sky.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Correct.
And your entire field of vision is constantly taken up by just buildings and city and graffiti and dirt and trash. And yeah, I just count. I mean, I had a great time when I was in New York. A lot of it was because it was such culture shock and stuff like that. And me being an artist, obviously there's tons of galleries and museums and stuff like that. And I kind of bummed around the art scene and stuff like that. So, I mean, it was exciting, but I couldn't really imagine, oh my God, this is where I'm going to live for the rest of my life.
Right.
Yeah. It's just too big a culture shock for me being from California.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way. Like, and listen, I'm one of those people. I like nature scenes. I have the little nice nature backgrounds on my computer that change automatically. Like all little nice nature
Hey,
scenes.
I have those.
Yeah, I like looking at nature, right? But I'm one of those people. I like looking at the cityscape in the distance in Florida, and I feel a little swell of pride in humanity and the
Right.
fact that like humans were able to build all these amazing things. And I like seeing all the nice little, RGB lights on the light on the buildings at night and all this cool shit, right? I like all that stuff. But like you, I'm also like to exist in like these Florida city/suburb areas where you can see the sky, right? You could see trees everywhere. You can walk around. It's not like New York where you feel like you're just surrounded on all sides by concrete and it just seems awful. So
yeah,
I feel like Florida and I guess LA to some extent is a happy medium between the two. So
we got lots of wooded areas we can run off to.
right. New York. I mean, I'm gonna be real. I don't know how anyone lives in New York. I don't know what the appeal is.
There's
I
like
do feel,
Central Park.
I guess. I feel like there's this weird thing. It's funny because we talked about this in terms of like the communist, where, the USSR was so shitty that people were in the USSR were in, obviously were in competition with America. And so they kind of, even though they couldn't have all the, high quality of life that people could have in America, throughout that time period. So they would basically create like this weird cope where they'd be like, listen, we're like better. Americans are soft because they can go to the grocery store and they have like, 50,000 different types of cereal. And we have like one, we have the two cereals.
And it sucks. Yeah.
Right. But that makes us like
sand in it.
Right. Yeah. Do you want the sand flavor or do you want the gravel flavor cereal? Right. And so the Soviets, like Soviet citizens, would like come up with this copa. How well they're better, they're stronger people because they don't have like the soft luxuries of, the Americans, right?
Yeah.
And it's funny because it was kind of reflected in like a lot of early Star Trek between the Klingons and the Federation people.
Oh yeah,
but,
of course.
Yeah. And listen, no offense to any New Yorkers that are listening, but I do feel like people that live in New York City have like that same cope in their mind. They have like people have like this super swell pride that they're like live in New York City or that they're a New Yorker. And I'm like, okay, I mean, it feels like a form of cognitive dissonance of why anyone would ever want to put up with New York City.
Yeah, I mean, I lived there forever ago and it was still pretty expensive. I mean, you really had to have money to be able to do anything fun.
That's the thing too. Yeah, it's super expensive. Like the one thing that seemed cool to me whenever I visited, I'm like, yeah, if I had a lot of money, okay, like a lot of fucking money,
New York would be great.
And I could have some super high priced, fucking, skyline condo, and you could go to one of those areas where like literally there's just like rows of like amazing restaurants, and every day you can walk to a new one. I'd be like, that'd be pretty cool, right? But would I want to put up with like traffic? Would I want to put up with the subway and the crime and just the aesthetic of everything? Like, probably not. So
it's interesting that like nobody lives in a house. Just housing is not a thing. There's like
Right.
so many different styles of apartments. There's like the apartment that's on the 80th floor, with the view overlooking.
Right. Right.
There's like the shit apartment that's like 6 stories tall, right?
Right.
There's steam coming out in some rooms and stuff. There's like lofts and stuff that are obviously some sort of industrial building that's been converted into a living space. It's like everybody has these weird kind of like mutual living spaces, but nobody really has like a house. Like, this is just my house, my structure.
Mm-hmm.
So where in California, it's so much is like revolves around the house. So many people live in houses. I mean, it's houses or apartments, but there's relative mix. The density, the living density in New York, though, is just, I mean, it's insane.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, like, I've lived in both houses, apartments. As long as the house or the apartment is nice, I'm not one of these people that like feel strongly one way or the other that like one is better than the other. I'm like, okay,
But I
That's
mean,
never
you
really
you
got
hear
me.
when you live in an apartment, you hear like your neighbors and stuff.
That's true. That is
Yeah.
true. Yeah. You get to hear noises, you get to hear the bed moving, you get to hear the sex sounds, right? But that adds to like the ambiance, doesn't it? You get to hear the domestic abuse going on next door. You get to hear the dogs bark.
Wow. Oh my God.
There you go. It adds to everything, right?
You're like, my neighbor's killing his wife right now.
Killing or fucking, I can't tell, right? It's always like a game we could play. Is someone dying or are they like enjoying themselves?
In ecstasy.
Right, yeah, it's interesting. You don't get that it's true. You don't get that if you're living in a home.
Right. Yeah.
So
You get to kill people in peace.
exactly. Exactly. What I'm trying to say is we should all go back to the long. I'm just kidding. Ken Tompkins for $20. Thank you so much. Says, don't forget, Trump has his meme coin, which is completely unregulated way by which any agent, including Putin, can bribe the president. Yeah, that's not great. I mean, I don't know if Putin bought any. I do know apparently one of the guys who did buy a bunch of it, I believe he was being some Chinese guy or something, who was being investigated for doing something crypto-y. And when Trump won the election and he invested a bunch
They
in
stopped
Trump's
the
meme coin,
investigation. Yeah.
the investigation magically just went away for some reason, right?
Do you think they said that? Do you think there was like they told him we'll buy the coin and we'll talk about it?
I mean, it's one of those things you have to say it, right? Or is it just something you do?
Well, the thing is, what did he buy? Trump coin or Millennia coin or?
Says a businessman named Justin Sun who pumped $75 million into the Trump family-backed crypto token. I guess that was I don't know which one. Yeah.
Yeah,
Finds
but
himself,
if he dumps 75 million in, just random people that they gave access to the coin could have taken the 75 million. Trump didn't necessarily take it.
No, but that raises the price of the coin. So
I think it peaked at $70. I think it's down to like $7 now.
Right.
I tweeted out saying, which one of you suckers bought it 70 grand a token?
Well, people, yeah, I mean, obviously,
or $70.
I don't think Trump sold all of it, but obviously, CoffeeZilla went over it. There was a lot of people who had Trump coin before anyone had access to that were obviously Trump and Trump family members and Trump friends that were able to sell very quickly.
It's $8. It's $8.60 now. Okay, it topped out.
Oh my God! Really?
Over $70. Okay,
Oof.
so and it's never so.
That's
People,
terrible.
everyone who's bought since, I guess, like the first hour when it topped out, everyone who's bought
Just
after
lost
that has
money.
consistently lost money.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Terrible.
So, but the thing, and supposedly we heard this from the guy who got in trouble with the pump and dump by Millie. What was his name?
Malay.
Javier or something? Malay. That's it.
Yeah.
So he was saying that they had a fancy dinner at the Trump place and they let a bunch of their friends at the dinner party buy Trump token and Melania token before it launched. Okay.
Right.
So
That's exactly. Yeah. Right.
So those are the people who, when it goes up to $70 a share and they can start selling, it
Right.
goes up to $70 a share because this guy, Justin, puts in 75.
Dumped a bunch of money into it.
Right.
Yes. Right. Yeah.
But if you are going to take a bribe from Justin, like, don't you want to actually get the bribe? What if some schlep who was just so happened to be at the Trump party, like he's the one that's dumping and sucking in Justin's money?
Well, they all got to do it at the same. Listen, it's like shooting the body. Y'all got to sell at the same time, right? At the party, right? Y'all got to decide when to push the button on the computer.
Yeah, but you're going to come away with different amounts. That
Of course.
75 million is going to go in.
Yes.
You're going to be selling. Sell to Justin. Sell to Justin. And Trump is like, I only got like 5 of that 75.
I only got 5 of the 75. Listen, that's the price of doing business. Okay. Sometimes you get $10 million from your crypto scam. Sometimes you get only a pittance of $5 million from your crypto scams. And, it's sad, but that's just the reality that you have to deal with.
What if the deal was
Yeah.
they'd stop the investigation for $5 million, but he had to put in $75 million
To get the $5
because
million.
Trump kept saying, no, I didn't get it. I didn't get it.
He just keeps putting in 5, 5, 5, 5, 5.
I'm supposed to sell now. Oh shit, I didn't get it.
What? Press the button. What? You just fucking.
When am I supposed to? How does this work, Baron? I'm not getting my $5 million.
Right.
Come make the Trump coin work.
Yes. I don't know
This
why
guy's
they call it a
trying
coin.
to bribe me.
There's no coin slot or anything. Okay,
Yeah,
let me
exactly.
read a little bit more of this article.
No more super
Yes.
chats.
No, read the article. Let me read a little bit
Oh,
of this
okay.
article.
What's the article on?
The guy, Justin's son
Oh,
here,
okay.
doing the bribe. On Wednesdays, lawyers for the Security and Exchange Commission asked a federal judge to put the agency's case on Justin's son on hold, citing interests on both sides and the public interest. The pause is a 180 for the SEC, America's top financial regulator, which 2 years ago charged Sun and his companies, Tron, BitTorrent, and Rainberry, I only know one of those, with selling unregistered securities and fraudulently manipulating the prices of a digital token, Tronex. I didn't even know BitTorrent had anything to do with securities. Sun and his company sought to have the case dismissed. Sun is a polarizing figure within the world of crypto, in which he has become one of the most prominent investors in World Liberty Financial crypto project backed by the Trump family. Sun's $75 million purchase of World Liberty tokens, which he touted in social media posts, could set the Trump family up to eventually collect tens of millions of dollars, as the family is entitled to 75% of the token's revenues, according to the company. There you go.
So he just put 75 million into Trump as like a perk. He's like, I got another deal going. This is just
Right.
like, wet your whistle on this, Trump.
Right. Interesting. Well, there you go.
Maybe the deal was he just had to get the Trump coin up to $70 or something because Trump didn't want to look like a chump.
Oh, maybe it's just like a status thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I launch my token and it doesn't even make it above $50, I'm going to be pissed.
Right.
Like, oh shit, send Justin in. He's got the deep pockets and they're already investigating him.
Okay. Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thanks so much. As if I suddenly invest $200 a month in a dividend stock, so I eventually get some incentive. So I eventually get some income decades later. Why should my passive, in finger quotes, and carefully considered investment be taxed more than just buying an active business I can't afford? Well, it's because the answer to the question would be if a bunch of people beyond you, not just you, if everyone is basically doing the same thing and that's creating a problem in our society as a whole, then you're going to have to change the tax policies to disincentivize that behavior. Is the answer to that question. Now, you could do it in such a way, Mr. Ubercross, where it's like, there should be different taxation in terms of how much capital gains you as an individual get, right? Like if you, get, you as an individual who's, middle class or upper middle class, or even if you're rich, if you're not, pumping out millions of dollars from the stock market, then you're going to get hit at a different tax rate than the people pumping out millions and, hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars from the stock market every year. So
I think
grassroots hegemon.
capital gains being low is good for seniors because obviously they're a lot of times living off of
Right. That's what I'm saying.
dividend stocks and shit.
There should be different, you'd have different brackets.
Yeah.
Right. Because again, I don't mind if I don't think anyone wants or is against the middle class or upper middle class people owning stock. Right. That's not really what was being discussed or the problem. So,
right.
Grassroots Hegemon, thanks so much for the $40. Says it's really good for people to control their own space. It doesn't end at the threshold of the door either. People need space to control and they can freely use. You cannot get that if 4,000 people live above and below you. Yeah, listen, I get it. I mean, everyone's different. I get it. Everyone's, different people need different things. So it doesn't bother me. I understand it. Maybe it will bother me after some time. I'm like, fuck this place. I don't want to hear someone having sex with their dog anymore. Right. So I get it.
Oh my God. Who's having sex with their dog?
Listen,
Holy
you don't
shit.
know what the freaks are doing. Okay.
Okay. Jeez. I would move out of there. You're going to get some sort of communicable disease.
You're going to get a virus.
Look at what happened to Gene Hackman's wife. That could be you.
You die from carbon monoxide poisoning? What was that? That she fucked the
She
dog?
died from some rodent disease.
Really?
From rodents, yeah.
Wait, I thought, but they all died at the same time, didn't they?
No, she died and he had dementia or whatever, so he didn't really know what was going on and fucking starved to death. Or
what the fuck? Is that real? They know for
Yeah.
sure? Oh
Yeah.
my God. That's horrific.
it is horrific. Yeah.
That's horrifying.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I didn't been following the story. How did the dog die?
The dog evidently had some surgery
Yeah.
and was in a kennel. So it probably starved to death too, because once she kicked the bucket, she was basically taking care of everyone. But they did have 2 dogs that managed to survive. So they might have eaten a little of her and a little of Gene.
Oh my
And,
God.
Like
This is
made-
horrifying. I didn't know the
made-
story was so horrible.
Made do with what they had. Yeah, and
Jesus
supposedly he had, I think,
Christ.
$70 million. He was worth $70 million.
They didn't have a live-in maid or someone who
That's
fucking
what
checked
I
on
was
them?
thinking. I
What
was like,
the
they
fuck?
couldn't have fucking like a caretaker or something that
Yeah, what the shit,
checked
man?
on him every once in a while.
He's like 90. How do you and she was like 6 or 70, right? Like, you
Yeah,
think she'd
she
need
was-
someone to like help like pick him up out of chairs and shit if he's like has dementia.
But she cleaned out some secondary dwelling that had a bunch of rat urine in it. And I guess when you clean it
I'm
up,
so
the
confused.
rat urine turns into an aerosol and can give you some sort of
disease.
disease.
That's
And she got the
horrifying.
disease. The disease has cold-like symptoms, but
Mhm.
if you've got it, like you might think you have a cold, but then all of a sudden it hits you really quick and just fucking kicks your ass and kills you.
Hantavirus pulmonary syndrome,
That's it. Yeah.
a rare disease that killed Gene Hackman's wife.
Yes. Yeah. So just imagine you're Gene Hackman. You're like all dementiaed up. You're 95 years old. You keep waiting. When are you coming in with dinner?
This is horrifying. What a horrifying story. Jeez.
Where's the dinner? Yeah. You couldn't even call 911 or anything.
That's so terrifying. What a terrifying story. That's like a creepypasta. God, you just ruined my night, Adam.
Good.
Jerk. God.
I'm glad.
That's
I've
so
accomplished
bad.
my goal for the evening.
God, that's
Sitch is-
horrible.
Sitch is going to have nightmares.
That's terrifying.
He's good.
She died of some crazy fucking disease. He just starves to death.
The dog
Dog
has
starves to
some
death and dies.
surgery, dies in some kennel box.
The other
locked
two
up.
like eat their bodies and survive. God, this is
Well, I made that
crazy.
up. I don't know if that happened.
Okay.
I knew there was 2 dogs that did survive. So
Right. Jesus. Anyways, that was horrifying. JMac or Circa Far, thanks so much, JMac, for the 35 months of being outside the simulation. Says chat, Sitch, what would your WoW vanilla race class be? Bonus points, what build did you go for? Are you a dirty mage player? Please tell me you ran horde at least. Oh, well, okay. Back in the day, So here's how it worked. Back in the day when I played vanilla WoW, I was, and I think I've said this, I was a horrible degenerate, J-Mac. Okay, you're gonna have to forgive me. I was a dirty, dirty fucking piece of shit. Okay, I want you to get ready for this. Back when I played vanilla WoW, I played a human paladin, the worst of all things. The human.
What's the matter with that?
A PvP human paladin where you do the stun, you'd stun the person for 6 seconds. You'd hope to God you get your seal of command proc, so you fucking like two-shot somebody, hammer wrath them if they still survive. And so the reason people hated Adam is because paladins have an ability that back in WoW, it had something called a bubble. It was a shield that made you completely invulnerable to damage.
Oh, that's a convenient trick.
Right. But also the length of time, there's also something called a Hearthstone in WoW, which was a little thing that you could use to teleport yourself anywhere in the world back to an inn somewhere that was safe. Okay.
Nice.
And so but normally but normally you could never use that in combat. Because like if someone hits you when you're using the little Hearthstone, it would interrupt it, right? But if you're a paladin, you could cast the invulnerability spell, and it was the same length of time as you casting a little teleport. So you could cast it and then teleport quickly, and you would be able to escape any situation like a coward. And everyone fucking hated it. They'd be so mad. They'd be so trigger mad. Okay. That being said,
you just get out of there. You hit them and you get out.
That's what you do. Yeah, I'd kill someone, and then their buddies would come swarm me, and I'd just be like,
bye.
And as you're doing it, it's funny because as your character's doing it, you could still like type in emotes. So it's like waves goodbye, flicks you off, you know.
Oh,
like,
nice.
You could do all the things and you could spin in circles and taunt them as you're like teleporting away.
Nice.
So yes, for vanilla WoW, I was a dirty, disgusting human paladin. In Burning Crusade, the next expansion, I ditched that. First of all, I'll be real, playing paladin was awful. I fucking hated it. In
Why'd
Burning
you do
Crusade,
it then?
I don't know. It was a mistake. It was a huge mistake. When in Burning Crusade, I played an undead rogue and an undead warlock. That was tons of fucking fun. And then in Wrath of Lich King, I played an orc death knight, which was also tons of fun. I was horrid ever since after Burning Crusade. So,
how do you know what to pick?
Well, it depends. You can either do things like you can either just maximize for most efficient gameplay, or you just do something aesthetics. So,
oh, okay.
You can just decide what race you want to look like. But when we play vanilla WoW, we should play horde. We talked about it. I forget what you kind of ran through. I thought you wanted to play like an undead rogue or something, if I remember correctly.
Undead.
Yeah, if you're an undead rogue or warlock, I'll be whatever you're not. If you're a rogue, I'll be a warlock. If you're warlock, I'll be a rogue or something. So
okay,
we'll do it. We'll figure it out. It'll be fun.
April looks good for me.
Okay, good. Grassroots Hegemon for $20. Thank you so much. Says it's really good for people to control. Oh, I read that one. Yes. Oh, my chat just crashed. My World of Warcraft just crashed.
I always look up what the characters look like, and I just put sexy next to it.
Do you want to be a girl?
Warlock, wow, sexy.
That's not sexy. Undead are not sexy, Adam. If you're looking for sexy, undead are not it. Okay.
If you type in sexy, there are some that look pretty sexy.
You typed in, what did you type in?
Undead warlock sexy wow.
Undead warlock sexy wow. Okay. I mean, that's not how they look in the game. They do not look undead. Do not look sexy in the game, Ed. Okay. They're the least sexy race unless you like have a weird fetish that I don't know about. So, I mean, they all have they're like missing patches of skin and they got bones and shit sticking out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So.
Oh, that's not good.
Right. I mean, did you want to play as a chick? I assume you want to be a guy.
I mean, maybe.
This guy wants to be
a chick. It depends.
Well, in classic WoW, the only people that had hot races were the Alliance. The Horde didn't get the Blood Elves until later. So
they didn't get the hot races.
They didn't get the hot elves till later.
Oh, it was the Succubus. That's the one.
You were looking at the Succubus, yeah.
I remember I pulled up a dancing Succubus.
And you said, I want to play this class. I want the Succubus minion.
Yeah. This looks
Right.
like a good character to play.
Well, that's a it's a warlock, but any race warlock can summon a succubus.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't be the succubus.
No, you you like summon it and you control it. But you don't play
Okay.
as it.
So this is my
It's like your
sex slave, basically.
It's your sex slave minion, yes.
Okay, perfect.
And it has two abilities. It whips people with a little whip,
Mm-hmm.
or it casts seduce, where it like puts them in a trance. And the hearts
Good.
go over their head.
I
And they
like
just stand
that.
there.
I
Yeah.
use that spell on you.
Okay. It can use it when we're dueling. You'll be a warlock. I'll be rogue. We'll see.
Perfect.
We'll see what happens. Now, if I'm undead, you're going to be totally screwed. But if I'm not undead, maybe you'll be okay. So.
Why?
Because warlock's main, warlocks are very squishy because they're a caster.
Mm-hmm.
So if people get in the face, they like wreck their shit. So warlock's ability as a caster to get people away from them is they cast fear,
Mm-hmm.
which is a spell that you cast and it makes them run away. But
Oh,
undead
good.
have a racial ability. All the races have a different ability. The undead
Right.
have a racial ability that makes them, it breaks any fear or seduce effect. And
They
I
don't
don't
get
remember
it.
if in
Oh, okay.
WoW, I don't remember if it provides immunity for a couple seconds, but it at least breaks it once. So it's very powerful.
You're not even scared of the succubus, though?
No.
Oh, damn.
No.
Terrible. Okay.
Okay. Real Whole for 2 hours says, just tuning in again. Did you read my 4 Streamlabs? I haven't read I did not read your Streamlabs.
No.
I'll
We're
read them right
going back
now,
to the
since you
top.
asked.
Okay.
We'll go back, but let me read yours real quick here. Pulsator for $5, $10, $15, $20. Thank you so much. Says this is a grim thing to say, so it's totally off brand, of course, but what kind of society privileges the needs of sick people over healthy people? If we are hurting healthy people to make sick people better, then I think we have our priorities mixed up, even if it's a one-to-one trade. Here it seems like we're sacrificing 100 healthy people to make one sick person better. I feel bad for trans people, but I'm not willing to let cis people get hurt to fix them, especially the numbers we were seeing, especially with the anti-American, anti-Western views a lot of them espouse. This could also be a location bias on my part, though. I live in New England, and I know a lot of trans people IRL. They're almost all lefties, with a lot being radical leftists and communists. Maybe it's different in other parts of the world. Well, I mean, putting the political part of it aside, I mean, I agree with what you're saying in the first part, which is why my position is to basically put a moratorium on children transitioning until, because I just don't trust the science right now. I don't trust the medicine. I don't trust the science to be able to make any sort of accurate, prescription.
Safe prescriptions, yeah.
To accurately make a safe prescription. So that's my position, is that essentially I think more people that don't need the surgeries, that don't have dysphoria, are going to be harmed than people that have it are going to be helped. And it's unfortunate, but I think that's the way it has to be for any medicine, not just anything trans related, until you can actually have proper testing and proper, medicine, being able to figure these things out safely. So
that's right.
Grassroots Hegemon for $20. Thank you so much. Says, what's Adam's opinion on short stack goblins?
Short stack goblins should be in school.
Oh, okay.
Not be on Bosch's computer.
Not be on Bosch's computer, right? Okay.
Yes.
The short stack goblin, usually the short stack goblin meme does come from World of Warcraft. So.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, but from later. There's no goblins that you can play as in the original.
Short stack goblin was Bosch's excuse for why he had cartoon CP on his computer.
Yes.
He's like, oh, this wasn't bad. This was just some short stack goblin.
It was not CP. It was a goblin, right? That was the excuse.
I found the night elf that I make dance.
Oh, that you have in the bottom of the screen, right?
That I make dance on Sitch's avatar.
Right. And yes, I know as we were streaming, I believe the Sam Cedar Jubilee video came out. So I'll have to check that out, see if we can watch that next week, maybe. Even though those Jubilee videos are always like touch and go, because there's very finicky about copyright.
We cannot watch them without getting in big trouble.
Right. Real Estate for $5 says, thanks, Sitch. You're welcome. Thank you for the donation. Jeremy's crushed toe for $5. Oh my God. Hope your toe's doing better. Jagged Spades for 35 months. Thank you so much. Says, take your time today, boys. I'll be listening to this while running a half marathon on Saturday. Wow.
Wow.
Impressive.
Good for you.
Right. Good for you.
That's the way to do it. Get out there and do that marathon.
A sketch for $5 says the ironic part is that what happened with Biden Harris is exactly what the Democrats flipped out, worrying what happened in 2008 with McCain and Palin. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. Because remember, with McCain and Palin, they're like, you got to be careful with this retard VP because McCain's kind of old. And what if he dodders off or becomes enfeebled or dies? And then you get President Palin.
Right.
And that's basically, I mean, we didn't get President Harris, but that's basically what happened with the re-election. So that's funny.
Do you think if there was a vice president that wasn't a woman, that they might have 25th Amendmented Biden?
No.
Don't think so?
No, I don't think. I think it would have had to been way worse for them, the 25th Amendment Biden.
Well, I'm not sure if they would have, if it was way worse, because they wouldn't want to make the first female president for that.
I'm saying even if it was man, even if it was a guy,
right?
It would have to be, because it would just be such a it'd be such a blow to the Democrats that they would not want to do that unless it was super dire.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, it would be the first president that ever been 25th Amendmented, and it was because they were covering up the fact that the president was like enfeebled.
Well, they wouldn't have been covering it up then.
Yeah, but it's like because it only got out, right? It finally became undeniably public.
Well, he became president in 2020. I think in
Right.
2021 they were like, that's when he stopped taking meetings and shit.
Oh, you're asking me in 2021 would they have 25th Amendment him?
Well, they
If it
could
was a
have
man?
25th Amendment him later. I mean, look, once he did the debate with Trump, it seemed like he needed to be 25th Amendment.
Yes,
I mean, I
I
saw
agree.
that debate and I was like, oh my God, what the fuck are we doing here?
Yes.
We
Yeah.
don't have a president.
No, I agree with you, but I'm just saying I don't think politically I think politically it'd be very difficult to get movement on that.
Right.
So Robert feeds the machine for $5 says Hillary coded perspective, Sitch. Democrats don't need more finger wagging at leftists. They need to actually lead them, not cheerlead from behind. I mean, I guess I'm not really sure what you're talking about. Obviously, if the Democrats all they do is just say left is bad, that's not going to really accomplish anything. They need to stand for things, sure. But in order to stand for something, they do need to expel the leftists from the party. I don't know why you call it Hillary coded. If without expelling the problem from the party, they're just going to worm their way back into power. They're just going to sink their claws and they're just going to be this eternal tumor on the Democrat Party. So, yeah, you got to get rid of them and then you lead. You got to do both those things.
Kind of an
TL1
aspirational message too.
Of course, obviously. TL152 for $2 says, did you all see Cedar on Jubilee? It was a car crash. Not yet. Not yet.
Can't wait though.
Anonymous Cow for 7 months says, based on these conversations, there's no way wokeness will die without Trump winning, or would have died without Trump winning. If Kamala won, patronage would be handed out to woke operatives. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely, that would probably be likely. That probably would be likely. I do think now we can see very clearly that Trump winning is the nail in the coffin for wokeness. So, or at least beginning the steady decline. So that is true. I agree with that.
Yep, gone.
Matt Gads for 10 months says instant motivated reasoning. Not as good as instant ramen, but close. Tai Wu for £5 says, Sitch, I DM'd you about Gary's best in the world claims in the Financial Times expose, feeling harsh on the guy. I'm sure he's nice enough, but you may want to read the link. Yeah, I saw that you sent me the link. I didn't read the article. Obviously, I didn't have time to, but I mean, I'm curious. I'll look at it. I'm less curious in the claims about, whether he's the world's best trader and more just in terms of what he's talking about. Seems to make sense, at least to me, financially. So the asset prices and everything.
Well, I think they attacked his claim. Other people have come out and said he was never the world's best trader.
Right.
So people that he worked with obviously have an axe to grind because they're like, I was the world's best trader. Gary wasn't it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't really care so much about, I care less about the claims he made about his job in terms of whether he's the best trader or not, and more about the claims of what he's saying about the economy. Does it actually make sense or not?
Right. Yeah. Me too.
Liam S. for 32 months. Thanks so much. Says Gary was the best trader out of a group of coked up morons in Citibank. Well, listen, it's a small pond there. I guess at Citibank. Really? Now he says the rich being undertaxed is a cause of all life's problems. Well, I think that's a little unfair way of, little simplification of his position, but. Oh my God, for $2 says, Sitch, Adam, have you ever Frenched another man? No.
Oh, hell no.
I have not. I've never kissed another man on the lips, so.
Yeah.
Oh my God, for $2 says, Sitch, Adam, be honest, was Brad Pitt attractive? Sure, of course he was, yeah. Adam doesn't want to weigh in. He's feeling a little gay shy.
Was Brad Pitt attractive?
Yeah.
To women, yes. Of course.
I mean, I think you can look at a person and understand, like, oh, is this a person that like people think is attractive or not? Even if you're not gay. I mean, that's just something everyone understands.
I am not attracted to Brad Pitt.
Yes. I can look at him and say, like, oh yeah, like he's a good looking guy. I don't feel the desire to like touch him or anything.
Right. Yeah. If he started touching me, I'd be like, dude, stand back a bit. Okay.
I'd be like, listen, I know you're Brad Pitt, but stop.
Right. Don't try to French kiss me, okay?
Right. Messy Tenet for $2 says, can you guys upload to Spotify more often? Adam, can you? Adam?
Hell no. It takes like half the day to do. It's like a
really
huge pain in the butt. Yeah.
Why?
It's funny because somebody was giving me a hard time, I think on Twitter, and I was like, okay, well, I'll do a couple for the complainers.
Mm-hmm.
And then it took forever. It like took forever to download because these live streams are so long, and then it took forever to upload to Spotify.
Oh,
so I was like, fuck this.
Right.
Yeah. So you can thank my laziness. But I think I uploaded like a couple of them. And people in the comments were even like, yes, Adam loves us. But after this response, they're not going to be happy with
Adam,
me now.
such a hater. Doesn't want to do it. So.
Yeah, it's just, I got a lot of packages to ship.
Right.
I got a lot of shipping to do.
Mm-hmm. What happens if you listen on YouTube instead of Spotify? Oh, you can't close the screen on the phone unless you have YouTube Red or something? Is that the problem?
Yeah.
I mean, I have YouTube Red, so.
I think so.
Right.
I YouTube Red. I mean, it's YouTube Premium.
I'm sorry, YouTube Red. I'm dating myself. YouTube Premium.
Yeah, that's like
YouTube Red was
school.
like 10 years ago, something. So.
Yes.
He says please in the chat, Adam. He says please.
He did say please.
He says please.
I got too much going on tomorrow. I'm not gonna have time to do it.
Not gonna do it. Yeah.
Look, and I need to super manage my time 10 times better because I have like so much going on right now. So
it's just downloading and uploading.
Yeah. So you want to do it, Sitch? I'll hook you up. You can do it.
Eats battery life faster? Hold on. I don't know if I'm going to do this just to save your phone some battery life, Messy Tenant. Oh, God. And also, we don't get any money if you watch on Spotify, right?
No, zero.
Yeah, you know what?
It adds like an extra hour of time to
for no financial benefit for us.
Financial benefit whatsoever.
No,
Yeah,
I guess
exactly.
not. You're right. We need the views on YouTube. Sorry, Miss Tennant. Okay. You can watch on the Brave browser. Yeah, there you go. Just watch on the Brave browser. We still get the view for that. So.
Do we?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't super care about the ad revenue. Like if you want to get an ad blocker and watch on YouTube, I'm not gonna.
I care.
Do you care, Sitch? I mean, they literally carpet bomb these fucking live streams with ads. That's another.
I forgot.
thing.
I gotta go back and check. Yeah, because if you ever do the auto thing, it's all super fucked up.
No,
you gotta manually put them in.
They don't even look, and that takes an hour because they put like 10,000 ads in there. So you're like, if I'm going to take half the ads out, you're clicking through. You're like, click, delete, click, delete, click, delete.
It takes like
click,
10
delete.
minutes. Okay, it doesn't take a half an hour.
45 minutes.
Okay.
It's no fucking. I don't understand why it's a computer, right? Just go delete half ads.
Right.
You can say that to Chat GPT. Where's the AI that I can just type in, delete half the ads?
Right. It's not there yet. Messi Tennis
Upload
says,
to Spotify.
I'll give you $2 more often, please.
$2 more often.
Let's
How
say,
about
okay.
this? You upload to Spotify for us.
Oh wow!
What's the deal?
Yeah, how's that work?
Come work for us for free. You do the
Okay.
Spotify uploads.
You want to do it, Messi Tenant? You want to do it for us? How does he do
No,
it?
not for us. Listen, I'm not going
For
to listen
himself.
on Spotify. You're going to be
Right.
doing it for yourself and I think there's about 1,800 people that were watching on Spotify
Oh, there was that many?
when we just cut the feed. We were like,
I didn't realize it was that many. Well, that was like me.
now Sitch is like, what?
Well, why don't those people watching on YouTube increase our views by 1,800? What the fuck? Spotify.
I don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe they've been forced to because
Right.
we've been so insufferable about it.
Yeah.
We put our foot down.
Right.
God, they were
Interesting.
so excited. Let me see how many actually watched when we did the last one.
Okay.
I think I can log in on my computer and give you It's not on Spotify, is it? Oh wait, is it? I don't know.
Anyway. We'll think about it, Messi Tenant. Ace for $5 says Olsen is the one who said young girls can cut off their chest. Did you guys see Tiny's mostly horrid reaction to this video?
We don't fucking pay any attention to Tiny, okay? None. Zero. Zip. Zilch.
I did not see his response to this video now. So I could have guessed it would have been stupid though. I mean, he's been on the whole like, how dare you criticize, Kamala on the left train. So it makes sense. Naxless, thank you so much for $7. Says we don't want teachers privately transing kids away from their parents, but parents of children should be able to seek HRT if they're older than 18 and the doctor agrees.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I agree with that position.
I think you should be able to snort coke and smoke crack too. So
I don't think that. But
well, if you're 18,
I don't think
you
that.
can you can literally cut your genitals off, but you can't smoke a little
You
crack.
can't do crack.
Oh my god.
Oh, speaking of snorting crack.
Okay, so you're gonna love this. Hold on, I actually looked in on the numbers, right?
I'm ready. Yeah, tell me.
You take a guess. The last one I upload, so it's a 7-hour Ethan Klein nukes Hassan Piker. I figured, look, that's a show they probably like, right? I'll upload it.
20 people.
450. It's not that bad. Jesus.
Wow. Okay. There you
Look,
go.
and I ordered Destiny's Lawsuit Defense looks pretty bad with Sean.
Mm-hmm.
So one of them got 449 views. The other one got 451. Literally three.
That's weird.
Like three different views.
Right.
That's pretty crazy, huh?
Okay. So speaking of snorting crack, I've watched.
You finally tried it? Yes.
No. I finally convinced Samantha. No.
Sammy G. Nice.
I sat down. I made Sammy G watch Pulp Fiction.
Really? She's never seen
it
Pulp Fiction.
before.
Okay,
Never seen it
interesting.
before, yeah. Right.
Did it hold up?
She didn't like it.
Oh wow.
She did not like it. Isn't that sad? Isn't that depressing?
Yeah, because I mean, you're gonna have to break up with her now. So
she liked Fight Club, so I don't have to break up.
Terrible. Oh yeah.
So.
What did it hold up? I mean, I
think it still holds up. I still think it's great. It's a great movie.
Right.
Great movie. One of the best. One of the best. She said she didn't know what the point of it was. And I was like, is there a point?
The point?
Yeah. Is there a point to the movie? I'm like, I mean, it doesn't need that point.
Well, I do. I like the points in the movie where there's actual goals and stuff like that. I think the boxer storyline I think is the best because
Mm.
you have a tangible goal. So
It's the most structured throughout the movie.
yes, yeah.
Right.
It's also the part that was written by Roger Avery, which is pretty funny.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That is funny.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
Roger Avery and Quentin Tarantino got in became not friends over Pulp Fiction. Yeah.
Why?
Well, I think Tarantino kind of commandeered his script. Like Roger Avery wrote a script about a boxer that ended up in Pulp Fiction that Quentin Tarantino kind of commandeered.
Interesting.
That commandeered the idea, and then Quentin Tarantino completely blew up as a celebrity after Reservoir Dogs was a huge indie success.
Mm-hmm.
So he had all this leverage that he could easily use over his friend who was like a big nobody. And he used that leverage. So the studios rained down on Roger Avery and made him a deal that he couldn't refuse, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think that created some bad blood. They did give Roger Avery a movie. I can't remember what the movie was, but it was never very successful, and they never really pumped it like they did. So,
I mean, I was looking over his credit. He doesn't seem like he's done anything that was very exciting beyond Pulp Fiction. So,
yeah. What was the movie that they gave him? Because it was some Roger Avery kind of got sidelined by Quentin Tarantino.
I don't know what they gave. I mean, he did Beowulf, which I thought sucked, but
Yeah, I liked that. That was the animated movie, right?
yes.
You didn't like that movie?
No.
That movie's great. I don't know how you didn't like it.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Beowulf. Oh,
I mean,
you probably didn't
look,
like the male nudity, right?
To
You
be
were
fair, it didn't suck. I just thought it was kind of boring.
Mhm.
Kind of like whatever, it's whatever.
What was a movie that they gave him?
I mean,
Killing Zoe. That was it.
So I just hope the Grendel movie is good because I love that book. But
Killing Zoe. So here's his consolation prize was Killing Zoe. Like, we'll help you produce Killing Zoe.
I've never seen that.
And it's oh God, it's a terrible movie. Yeah. Who's that actor in it? I can't stand that actor. Eric Stoltz.
J Macker 5, thanks so much for the $20. Says Sitch, have you made Sammy watch Boondock Saints? I have not. I love Boondock Saints. I don't think she would like it. So I don't know if I'm gonna subject her
Boondock
to
Saints
that.
is great.
Yeah. It's a good movie, but I don't know if she'd like it.
That has the line. The line about all evil needs to advance is when good men step aside.
Yeah, but it's not from Boondock Saints. I mean, it's a very repeated line.
That's the Ukraine line right there.
There you go. That's the Ukraine line. Obviously, the Boondock Saints would have dropped down from a ceiling tile in Putin's compound and shot him.
Of course. Yeah.
So, actually,
this
you know what?
war would have never started if it was for the Boondock Saints.
There is a scene in Boondock Saints that has cross-dressing.
Oh, you're right.
Sammy G does like her cross-dressing, so I don't know. Maybe she would like it just for that one scene, right?
Yeah. It's with the Green Goblin.
It's with Willem Dafoe.
The Green Goblin is the cross-dresser.
He plays a gay detective who then cross-dresses to kill
Very
a bunch of people.
masculine. A very masculine gay detective.
He does not. I don't think he does the. I don't think he passes very well.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess it passes enough to trick the henchman.
I forgot about all that.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that movie in forever.
It was a firefight. He's like the best part of the movie. He's like Willem Dafoe, like freaking out.
Oh yeah.
It's funny. He was also a cop in completely different character, but also a cop in American Psycho, another one of my favorite movies. Josh CK for $20 $2. Thank you so much. Says behind the stream just got the part that you're out of cash on shipping internationally. Here's something to help alleviate that somewhat of mine. Keep up the good work. Looking forward to receiving mine. Well, thank you. That's very nice.
Yeah, thanks. That's nice of you.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yeah, I never saw the sequel of Boondock Saints either because I assumed it wouldn't be good. So
Did you see Children of Men? Do you like that
yeah,
movie?
it's a good movie.
Okay. It's a good movie.
I'm questioning whether Sammy will like Snatch, which is another one of those type movies, which is my favorite, one of my favorites. I think she'd like Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, which is I think super funny.
I gotta re-see that because
You gotta watch that again. It's got Iron Man in it too, so.
Yeah.
Amelia Evers for $10 says, hold on. If gender is a social construct, isn't someone's gender determined by us, society, not the individual? Why are they proclaiming their gender if it's not up to them? Good point.
True. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
it's almost like it doesn't make any sense. It's completely nonsensical, yes.
None of this stuff makes any impression on people, though.
No. Amelia
So
Evers
sad.
for $5 just now says, Adam out here looking like Stephen A. Smith.
Who's that?
You think Adam looks like Stephen A. Smith?
Who's Stephen A. Smith? I gotta look this up.
That's the black like sports guy who's now like entering politics.
Oh, look at this. Yeah.
I don't think you look like Stephen A. Smith. I mean, besides the skin color thing. So
Hold on. Let me bring up a picture. You guys can tell me if
guys can weigh in. Okay.
on the Stephen A. Smith
Right.
look. I mean, I guess, yeah, I can kind of see it.
Mm-hmm.
I can definitely see it.
Right.
Oh, shit. You had to give me the fucking... What is this?
The whelp.
AVIF. The
There's
AVIF.
a new file beyond the whelp file. That's even worse. Yeah.
Nobody knows what an AVIF file is.
An AVIF file.
The fuck?
It's an ass fucker file.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
This one might be too big. Hopefully it's okay. This one's actually a JPEG, but it's giant. Okay, here it is. What do you guys think? I mean,
The resemblance is uncanny.
Here, we'll do a side by side here.
Right. There you go.
I mean, I can see it. Yeah, totally. Okay.
Interesting. Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says, have you made Sammy G watch The Cultural Keystone? Don't be a menace in South Central drinking your juice in the hood.
Now that is a classic.
I have not, and I will admit, I have not seen that movie either.
Oh, you
so
have to
maybe
see
we'll
that
watch
movie.
it.
You've seen Friday, right?
No, he's the one you always talk about. I haven't seen
You haven't seen Friday?
No.
The fuck?
No, I haven't seen Friday.
Hmm.
I do maybe want to make Sammy watch Hot Fuzz next.
Oh yeah.
I feel like she liked that.
Hot Fuzz is great.
Yes.
I just rewatched that recently.
It's so good.
The comedy editing of that is superb.
Yes.
When he does a backflip over the fence, oh, so good. So unexpected.
I don't remember that when the main guy does a backflip over a fence.
Yeah, because he's trying to catch a duck, right? So he's running through people's backyards.
Oh, right, yes, right.
So he sees a bunch of fences, and they're like, "Oh fuck, we'll never."
He just starts
make
doing
it."
like flips,
and he's
over
like, "Come on, we can do it." So, but he does like the first 3 fences like you would do normally, but the last fence is so high.
He does a backflip. I remember that. Yeah,
and you can't like he completely goes out of view, and then he flies up in the air, like flips over the fence.
Right.
You're like, motherfucker.
Right.
God, it's so good, so good. Yeah.
One of my favorite editing jokes in that movie, right in the beginning, is when they're trying to transfer him to the small town.
Oh
and
yeah.
they're like, you want to take it upstairs to the big boss? And they just keep like moving the camera slightly, and then like the next person just appears in frame with like a teacup. And they do that like 2 or 3 times in a row.
It's great. Yeah.
How fun is
Like they're all sitting in the room.
They're like they've all been in the room the entire time, just listening.
Yeah.
Oh God.
His comedy editing is amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
For the greater good.
Yes.
Adam Unfriended for $10 says, Sitch, Sammy's a simple girl. She loves dudes with white hair and a mysterious vibe, or ones who cross-dress as maids. So, when's the maid outfit face reveal? Wow. How do you know I don't have a mysterious... Listen, she draws my avatar with white hair. I was literally an internet cartoon character that she never seen before she met me in person. That's a total mysterious vibe. What are you talking about?
How did you not heart that? It's like the best super chat ever. Jeez.
Terrible.
Kind of insulting.
I'm
Here,
glad.
I'll give it a heart.
I'm
for
glad
you.
that you're insulted.
No, I mean for Sammy G.
Right.
She's like, why didn't you heart that, Sitch?
Oh, okay.
Anyway.
Mike Hassaj for $2 says, Steve gives me chives. There you go. True.
Jeez.
Amelia Evers for $5 says, progressives don't run the party. They just don't get in trouble if they do. Filthy Casual for $5 says, Sargon said it best back in the day, but he doesn't think this anymore. I think sex is determined at birth. Gender is negotiated with society. I think the problem is like no one can really agree on how exactly to define gender. And even if you could say that sex are all the things that are like biological and gender, all the things that are, not, which I'm fine with that being the definition, but even then it's still a little complicated because we can't really, not everyone agrees on what exactly is, and we don't really know exactly how much of quote gender roles are biological, how much are social. Because I used to think everything was social. Now we know like, no, it's actually probably primarily biological in terms of personality differences among men and women.
Yeah.
It doesn't really appear to be social.
Desirability to do certain roles, right?
Sure. Right.
I mean, in the animal kingdom, different sexes do different roles.
Yeah.
I mean, is a motivation their desire to do those roles? I think probably so, right?
Right. I mean, I think in every animal, you're going to have generally somewhat of a personality. Well, maybe not all, but all animals that have like, some form of sexual dimorphism, you're going to have some sort of personality differences in the different sexes because, one's got to incubate the baby and one doesn't, right? That's going to lead to different behaviors. So, from an evolutionary perspective, of course. Harrison Jodit for $5 says, Steve's problem seems to be that he's the reason Democrats lost in 2024. Every single thing the Democrat strategists name is one of his own talking points. Exactly. True. Got the night elf there grinding up and down on the rabbit duck.
No, she's grinding on you. What are you talking about?
Okay. Aquishadox for $10. Thanks so much. As I predict, the left will splinter and the MAGA right will take populism too close to the sun, bleeding support. Time for a new party paradigm. But will this happen before or after Vance ascends? Yeah, that's an interesting prediction. I think Vance's ascension is going to be determined 100% on whether Trump's second term goes well or not. And that's that and that alone. So,
I mean, I'm 100% knocking on doors against Vance. So,
I mean, even if Trump's second term is like fantastic, there could always be someone that, some other person who's just a lot more charismatic than Vance that could steal his place. But
Vance has like completely lost me.
Right. Really?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Because of Ukraine, because of his spur gout on Ukraine.
Because of his spur gout, yeah, in the Oval Office. Yeah.
Right. It's pretty soy.
I see him as like the person that killed those 5 innocent children.
It wasn't actually the spur gout. Let's be real. It was asking for a thank you.
Oh yeah.
That's like your,
yeah,
no forgiveness for that. Asking for thanks, asking for apologies and asking for thanks are like the same level.
Big soy cuck energy.
Right. Zero Fucks, thanks so much for 30 months. Zero Fucks says, what model of gun do you think Shive's wife was pointing at him off camera? Also, he was respected enough to be on the Josiah Pisco, etc. show before. Really? Oh my God. I got to find that. That's hilarious. Steve Shives was on that shit.
Really? Wow.
I would have thought that they would have like butt heads a lot because he's, they're like kind of classic libtards, as the kids like to say, and Steve is like a socialist. So, I guess though maybe they unified for the greater good of defeating Donald Trump. Malik for $10 says leftists calling me transphobic is a badge of honor. Yeah. A lot of people find it that way. Zach Anderson for $5 says, I always find it weird that the far left always says we have no power, but the far right is always like, we're the voice of the majority. That is interesting. You're right. The framing of it's so different. The far left always says we have no power. We're just itty bitty babies. And the far right, who also doesn't have power, or just doesn't have power, but they say like we're the secret voice of the majority. Like the way that they frame it. Though to be fair, the far left does do the same thing too, and it suits them. They say, "Oh, you know, everyone, the majority of people all agree with us, and if the Democrats just became the far left, we'd win all the elections, right?" So I guess they kind of make similar arguments.
Aren't they just delusional though? Seems like that's
Well,
probably
obviously
the case.
they're delusional, right? Harrison Joda for $5 says, "Come on, boys! If you vote for the Dems, and you two could grow up to be just like Steve Shives. Who doesn't want to be like Steve?" There you go.
I'm good.
Philip Cogans, thanks so much for 26 months. Says Steve thinks Star Trek Discovery is great, so can we really be surprised when he has a dog shit take on something? Oof. I mean,
Yeah.
not surprising, but oof.
Star Trek Discovery. Ugh.
Yeah. The super woke, terrible Star Trek.
Right, that's a lame one. Steve loves it. He's like, "Oh my god, this is perfect."
I think I actually recall seeing a video where he was not only liked it, but he was complaining about people
How
like
it wasn't
hating
woke
it.
enough.
Well, no, he complaining that people were didn't like it because they're like fascists or something. So
He went organized chaos or
Oh my-
actual fandom.
right. Oh my God. Zero Fuck sent me the link. Not only was Steve Shives on their podcast, he was on their podcast on January 6th, 2025. That
No
was
way.
that was the cast. Was Steve Shives.
I bet they just complain about January 6th the whole time.
for the swearing in.
J6.
Interesting. Okay, that sounds cringe. Maybe I'll check it out. Broomy for £5 or €5. Thank you so much. Says, please stop doing the super blowout white eyes in your thumbnails. It's creepy, and I don't think it's achieving any purpose. Look at that.
What do you mean? It just got us €5 fucking euros.
There you go.
That's the purpose.
That it
Keep
accomplished
them
the
coming.
goal. Right.
Look, we'll take them out when you get to 100 euros. What do you say?
Look at this. I'm trying to bribe you into getting rid of it. So.
Look, it's also it's the creepy thing that captures your attention, right?
Right.
It's funny because some people are like, Adam, you forgot the white eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
They come in the chat and say, look, you got to get your white eyeballs in there. What are you doing?
Right.
They know it's my trademark.
Mr. Bruh for £5 says Gary has been proven to be lying about being the best trader. He was a trader, just not the best. Heron Gladiv has some good videos about this. Well, there you go. Interesting.
Yeah, because they're like, he's probably some crypto trader. You got to take this guy down a peg. He keeps saying crypto's a scam.
Right. Troy Thomas for $5 says, I got my comic this week. The naked chicks on the cover look great. Thanks, guys.
Look at that. They do look good. Sitch hasn't seen the naked ladies yet because I didn't put one in the package that went to Sammy G. So
What do you mean? I saw it when you did it.
Did you?
Of course, you showed it to me.
Okay.
You're like, Sitch, check this out. It's the naked cover.
Seems like something I had to show off to somebody.
Right.
Like a masterpiece. Of course,
I don't think we
show
can.
it off.
I don't think we can bring up this picture.
Mm-hmm.
But Chad, Gerald Hahn.
Oh yeah, we can't bring that fucking picture. Put a link in the chat. You guys can go see it.
He desecrated my personal drawing of Sitch, and he drew a big dick on horse dick on it.
He had to hear us talking about it on stream.
He did. He wrote a little note. He said, Adam, I hope you can handle my package. Love.
Oh, is that what it says on the thing? That's hilarious.
It's pretty funny. I'll put a link in the chat. I don't think we can bring it up.
So you guys can go get it.
You guys can go check out the Sitch with the horse cock if it appeases you. appeals to you.
No, this guy's I think a huge libertarian, isn't he? This Harrian guy.
Oh,
I think he
don't know.
is. Yeah.
Didn't we talk to him once, or am I thinking of someone else?
I think we might have.
Right.
I was thinking that too.
Yeah. Is that the guy that said the N-word in a stream, and we're like, oh, bro?
Yeah, it is. It
Okay.
totally is. And we're like,
Right.
kick.
Okay. But yeah, I'll watch his video though.
I think he came on and he was completely smashed. I think he was like
Okay.
super drunk. So.
No, he seemed nice. I mean, I think he likes us, so I don't have any ill will, even though he said the N-word stream, trying to get us in trouble. But yeah, I'll check out his take.
Oh, look, he does. He goes after Gary.
Yeah, I saw the video. Fair and Practical Progress for 10 Aussie bucks. Thank you so much. Says there is a great interview by Channel 4 News with Gary Stevenson where he is allowed to explain why he isn't anti-ambition and challenges other talking points. Piers Rubin keep shadowboxing. Oh, nice. I'll check that out.
I think I sent you that actually.
Oh,
Yeah,
is that the one?
It's really good.
Oh, and that's the one I watched. So, oh my God. Did you see this? You have to bring up this meme that Zero Fox made.
Another meme?
Yes. Very good.
It can't be good.
That's pretty good. It's a Dave Rubin meme.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Brian for $5 says if money is expanded by the private sector, it's infinitely better than government deficit spending.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Brian Schiffer, I didn't know if you're gonna have a reaction. Brian
Citation requested.
Right. Brian Schiffer, another $5 says that guy is wrong. There was massive transfer of money to the poor during COVID, then they spent it. Well, I mean, he's not wrong. That's what he said. He said there was a bunch of money printed, given to poor people, then they spent it, and it went all up to the wealthy. I mean, he
Right.
literally laid that out. So
He did, yeah. He said,
Right.
through the poor to the wealthy.
Right.
And the wealthy used it. The poor used it in little tiny pieces, and the wealthy accumulated and used it to buy assets.
Right.
Yeah. They bought GameStop. Okay, what's this?
I'm guessing Sitch is 40 and Sammy is freshly 18.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Disturbing.
Yappin' Dave action figure. Okay, this is pretty good here.
Wow.
Pull his string and hear him yap. Bernie said millionaires. Now he says billionaires. Oh, look. You pulled the string. Pull it again, Sitch. Okay.
Up is investigate the waste, Fuad, and abuse.
Pull it again.
But my
But
black caucus. Quackwass.
But my black caucus. Look, you've got Piers Morgan down there. Like, oh
Doing the
my
face
God.
plant. Yeah. That's pretty funny. That's pretty good. That's a good one.
This
I'm impressed.
yapping Dave action figure.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm impressed, Joe Fox. Well done. Well done.
Yappa.
I like waste, Fuad, in abuse.
Yes.
Okay.
Bernie said millionaires. Now he
Right.
says billionaires. Because he's a millionaire.
Right.
That'll solve the problem.
Jesus, people think the age gap between me and Sam is like astronomical.
Do they?
I don't know if that's good. I
That's
don't know
base,
what's worse.
though. What are you
I don't
talking?
know.
It's like a
I don't know-
20-year age gap, dude.
I don't know what's
Sitch is
worse.
the man.
People think I'm that old, or they think Sammy's that young. Like,
Sammy's like barely legal. Okay?
like I'm robbing the cradle here.
Sammy, listen, Sammy just turned 18 yesterday. Okay.
Obviously.
She's been 17 most of this time.
No. She just turned the day we started dating. It was the day she turned 18. Obviously.
No. She was like 16 then.
What the? Stop it. Stop it. You're gonna get me in trouble with the popo. Okay.
She was 16 and Sitch was 39.
Right. There you go. There you go.
Okay, look, I'm making this up, obviously.
Mhm.
Don't accuse Sitch of being a cradle robber.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yes. It's all above board. They have a very respectable age divide.
Sammy says Sitch is old. That's how he knows movies. Sammy, I mean, listen, she's not as young as to have this opinion where she says any movie with like film grain from the 90s is ancient. Okay. So I guess she's, you know, acting like a Zoomer.
She's a millennial, right?
Yes.
You're both millennials.
We're both millennials. Yeah.
See, look, they're of the same generation.
Right. I mean, now that has a lot of birth in that generation. So
Yeah.
yes, Lucifer the Doberman is correct. 100%. He says we all know Sammy seduced Sitch. True.
I have pictures. Should I bring them up?
I don't know what that means.
I have the pictures of the seduction.
Probably not.
What do you mean?
What are these pictures you're talking about?
Let me see if I can find them.
Oh, are they the Tifa pictures? Thirst trap picture?
Wait a second. The Tifa pictures are the good ones.
Those are the thirst trap pictures, yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking of the mailing the big dick box.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
how Sam seduced me. She sent me a giant dick box. A giant
was
black
like-
dick. Yes.
She was like, here you go. Here's your
Right.
present.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Little did we know she was in that box.
Well, yeah, she's small enough to fit in there and ship herself, you know,
It's true.
across
Yeah.
the state. So I didn't realize.
I guess I don't have the pictures. I thought
Right.
I did.
Don't worry about it.
That's okay.
I've got to set him up for
cares?
$20. Says I'm 18 now because Adam appreciates the masterpiece. That is, don't be a menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood.
Yeah. Sitch just has no taste in movies.
There you go. I didn't say it was bad. I just haven't seen it.
There seems to be a big hubbub going on about The Watchmen, where some people on Twitter are tweeting, oh, this is highly overrated. And some people are saying, this is the best comic book movie ever.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. I'm not. I don't. I mean, I've been pretty public and consistent. I'm not really liking Zack Snyder's Watchmen movie. So
Yeah. Crazy.
no squid, no movie. Okay, it's that
Mhm.
simple. Brian for $5 says impossible for the middle class to get price out of the stock market is mutually beneficial. I guess I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah. What's that all about?
I'm not sure what do you mean by that logistically.
I mean, you can afford some stocks. So
Sure.
stocks are not super expensive. I think it's funny because I grew up trading
What is
stocks.
this picture you brought up? Why is it all the pictures you have? You have this weird fucking picture. Looks like a Run and Stimpy picture.
You don't like this picture?
It was weird. It was creepy.
This
I don't
is a
remember who
fucking
drew it. but
Great picture.
Creepy looking.
No way. This picture's great.
Wow.
This is what happens when I visit Sitch. Sitch, let's go to the beach. No, my skin is too delicate.
I mean, I'm literally black. So like
That's
Listen,
his. That's Sitch's sunblock.
I won't tell people the dark truth I know about Adam and delicate skin and sunlight. Okay.
Oh no shit.
I won't tell people.
Sitch knows my fucking secret.
I know Adam's dark and
That's
okay.
exactly right.
His
Let's-
dark vampiric secret.
What were we talking about before this? Before you threatened to expose me to the world?
I don't remember.
I think it was stocks, right?
Oh, it was
Oh,
stock.
yes.
People getting priced out of the stock market.
Look, I grew up trading stock where you had commissions. Commissions were horrifying. Like you pay $10 to buy or sell a stock. Ugh. It's so crazy to me. Now commissions for stocks, absolutely free.
Right.
And everyone has turned to crypto where the commissions are like up the fucking wazoo.
Mm-hmm.
Why you guys want to pay commissions? Why are you trading crypto? So you can pay like ungodly commissions. Oh, I guess it's because you're like, oh my God, shoot the moon.
Right.
To the moon. I'm buying Melania token. I paid $15 to buy this trash.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't trash. Okay. It's,
We'll
it's
let
an
people
investment
weigh.
in our first lady.
Right.
Amelia Evers for $5 just now says, have you guys seen the JD Vance Kamala Harris blended pic? Pull it up.
No, but I'll get it out.
You can see if you can find it.
I'll
have
pull
not
it
seen
out real
no.
quick here.
All the advanced blended picks.
I know they're going nuts.
I forgot to do it. I should have done it. You know, when Vance made his own blended pick, or I don't know if he made it. He posted it was the meme of Leonardo DiCaprio. It's being stock markets. Leonardo DiCaprio and the Wolf of Wall Street. He's pointing at the TV screen meme.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, I should retweet that and have like he's pointing at like the people who died in Ukraine because of the
Oh yeah.
military age shut off. Potentially.
Yeah, that would be good.
That'd be pretty
Pointing
dope.
at the TV.
Yeah.
Do the second panels, all the dead kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Great. You guys
And
him
him
hegemon for
being
$10.
like, yeah, I did that.
Right. The
I
guys
can't find
hegemon
the meme, so send it to me.
Okay. You can find that someone knows where the Harris JD Vance meme is. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says the TikTok infinite money glitch just reminds me of old dirty bastard from Wu-Tang filling himself committing welfare fraud and bragging about how easy it is. Was an American hero. Wow, look at that.
Old dirty bastard.
Right.
Who was that?
The guy from Wu-Tang Clan.
Oh, okay.
Brian for $10 says wealth inequality by itself is not a problem. The question this guy should ask is everyone's life getting better? Why or why not? Bring up wealth inequality doesn't answer that. I'm gonna like half agree, but also disagree, which is, yeah, obviously people should be asking, is everyone's life getting better or not? A lot of people's life isn't getting better. But no, wealth inequality, I mean, I'm trying to remember it's another Jordan Peterson clip from like way back in the day where he was talking about how you can look at like a lot of crime it's not poverty, but you can see like people, it's like inequality because it makes everyone gets everyone all up in arms, right? Because people judge themselves by the status of everyone else around them and by the sense of fairness in society. So I disagree. Well, I mean, I do think wealth inequality does matter. I'm not sure you could have a situation where there's like just rampant wealth inequality and everyone's still like living awesomely. So Brian for $10 says people like Musk don't have passive income. Most are rich because of ownership of their business. This is a hypothetical with no truth to it. Yeah, I think that's true for Elon, maybe, but I don't think that's true of other super wealthy people. So
yeah, I mean, usually they turn the money over to some investment group, right? And they manage the money and
yeah, of course,
send them checks, passive income, that kind of thing. So it's not unheard of.
And of course, that's an entire industry of what people do.
Yeah.
So. Okay, I have to reload here. Brian for another $5 says, if anyone calls you guys conservative, you can show them this stream. No one's perfect. There you go. Look, it all worked out.
We're not really conservative, so.
No. Kyle Petty for $20, thank you so much, says it will probably take 10 years for wokeness to become the vast minority with Democrats because they need to be actively anti-woke for this to be weeded out. It's the same as the Kamala issue. No one will buy the pivot if they don't actively denounce what they previously supported. Also, because we need to know they will try to keep their own party in check, saying nothing doesn't assure that. Yeah, no, I agree with that. There does need to be, it will take a while, obviously. And there does need to be an active pushing out of it. If there's a candidate in 2028 who's actively anti-woke and they win the primary, and even if they don't win the election, if they win the primary, I think that would definitely go bounds to helping push it out faster. So
yeah, help a lot.
Right.
Probably the wokest candidate in the world win the primary.
Well, then okay, maybe not then. Brian for another $10, thank you. Says JP's argument is why the money supply should slowly increase with taxes. He's basically saying wealth inequality in our model isn't a problem, but a useful truth. So that's not what he's saying, though. He's saying wealth inequality will become a problem if you don't do anything about it. That is what he's saying. I mean, he said it. He said that exact thing. He repeated that conversation and that point in many places. That is his point for bringing it up. If you have a game where people can stack up at zero, if you don't do anything about it, people are going to all stack up at zero and one person's going to get all the money. So, but he's also saying it to be like, he's saying it twofold. He's saying you need to do something about it, but he's also saying the socialists who act like this is some property of capitalism specifically, and if you can just do some kind of socialist magic will go away. He's pointing saying that's not true. It's not capitalism. It's just nature itself.
Yeah, that's his whole hierarchy lobster argument.
Right.
Yeah.
Kyle Petty for $10. Thanks so much. Says, so the reason it will take so long is because they are sheepish to appear anti-woke, not only because they were woke, but because they don't want to align with the right. Even Newsom with Kirk did it. Yeah, no, I think you're completely correct. It will take a while.
God, it's so weird to have that conversation with Charlie Kirk, because it would be easier to kind of pivot if he was having it in with someone on the left, right?
Yeah, you're right. It is weird that he would go for Charlie Kirk to have that conversation. Unless maybe he's had the conversation, we just never didn't watch it because we didn't give a shit.
Right.
With someone on the left. Yeah. I don't know if he talked to the Pod Save America guy. I don't think he did, but Brian Shu for $5 says our economy is not a winner take all, it's an ever-growing pie. Yeah, that's true. It is an ever-growing pie. I guess the issue is if you had a time period where the pie was way more equally distributed, and even now, even though it's growing, the distribution is just getting more and more and more off. And if that trend continues in that direction, it's going to lead us down a path of disaster down the road. So
Gary makes the argument, not in this video, but in another video, that the wealthy are growing their wealth at about 5%. And if the economy is growing at 3%, obviously they're taking a bigger share of the economy in that exchange, right?
Right.
Yeah, an extra 2%. So where are they taking it from, Sitch?
they're getting it from the money elf.
Right. If everyone's taking an equal share of the economic growth, their wealth is growing at 3%, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if their wealth is growing at 5%, someone else's wealth is growing at 1%.
Right.
Right. So
yeah,
it's an ever growing pie, but people are taking bigger slices than other people.
Okay.
We need to get we need fair slices.
Right.
God, that really triggers people on the right. People need to pay their fair share.
Right.
Everyone's like, my fair share is 0.
I mean, Everest for $5 says on YouTube, Asmongold posted the pic in his thumbnail video. It's JD Vance finally responds. Okay, I found it. I sent it to Adam.
Oh, you finally did?
Fucking horrifying looking picture. This travesty of reality.
Why did anyone want us to bring this up? Okay. This should be burned
To make
at
us
the
suffer.
stake.
To make us, that's why are we here, just to suffer and look at these horrible things.
Of course.
Right.
God, I'm glad I was compared to Stephen A. Smith and not this monstrosity.
Right.
What's this? Oh my God. Oh. How are people doing these?
There's you just go to some website and you just put in 2 pictures.
Oh, really? And it blends them together?
Yeah, that's how I did mine. So, or I put them on
I've
the crying doctor, man.
I've never done one of these.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't like it.
It's easy with AI nowadays.
AI makes everything easier, right?
Back in the day, you had to use Photoshop skills, but now you just go click, clock.
Clickety click.
He looks like that picture looks like if the clown from Spawn was pretending to be a female politician.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Right. Coding Jesus, thanks so much for the 19 months. Says, can someone actually look into the best trader's background? Most of these are grifters. I work in his industry. He doesn't sound knowledgeable. Wow, shots fired. There you go.
What do you do, Coding Jesus? What do you do in the industry?
He codes for Jesus, obviously.
I mean, I read his book and he tells about working for Citigroup. So it's hard for me to imagine that no one checked. He changed the names of the people in the book. The book had to go through legal, where basically everyone had to sign off that they were cool with wasn't close enough to them that they were
Right.
comfortable.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's hard for me to imagine. I mean, it'd be like a big kind of grift. Oh shit.
Ace for $5 says, guys, you're too good faith to FD, who's a bad actor who uses nuance to hide how he's racist, who's justify the use of slurs on blacks who aren't like him.
Well, look, I've said many times that FD signifier is racist as fuck. So, but I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
doesn't mean we can't like hang
Right.
out with him, right?
Be nice, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like whenever we covered his stuff, we've always said he's like very, very extreme. I mean, it's just when we talk to him, it's nice because I feel like he doesn't hide it the way that almost everyone else we talk to on the left does. Either doesn't hide it or just is not knowledgeable enough to even understand what they're advocating for. But yeah, I mean, I know he's extreme.
Yeah, look, if Destiny can suck Nick Puente's dick, we can hang out with fucking FD signifier, right? I mean, let's put let's put this
There
in
you
the
go.
report.
That's fair. That's fair, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. You still have that picture up? Just take that picture away.
Look, I upscaled it. I used my AI upscaler.
Why would you do this?
To
What's
make it
wrong
even
with
more
you?
horrifying.
Why would you do this thing? It's so disgusting.
Because I can.
God, you're a monster. Look at this
It's
monster.
got like a
He's
little bit of a Dom DeLuise like kind of look to it.
zooming it in. God, he's gonna make everyone leave. He's gonna run in panic. Horrifying. Brian for $5 says price controls never work. Just look at rent control. Just made it worse. Yeah, I agree with that.
We agree.
Completely.
Yeah.
An alien for 15 months. Thank you so much. Says, hey guys, you probably talked about it ages ago, but is there any plans to release the comic digitally at some point? And then for another 5 Aussie bucks, would love to read it, but I don't have room on my bookshelf, and shipping to Australia is a pain.
Right. I don't think so.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing is it completely destroys the value of the actual comic. So.
I mean, you can still buy some right now. So
Yes. Yeah. Well,
Go on.
actually, you can't really buy some right now because Australia.
Oh,
Yeah.
why not?
Well, I didn't set up for shipping to Australia because Australia shipping was like $32. So.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess as long as I want to pay.
I have some Australia orders still left to go out. So.
Right.
But all those people paid like $25 for shipping.
Yeah, but if someone wants to buy it
We'll
now,
think about it. How
right?
about that?
If someone wants to buy it now and pay whatever the shipping cost is now, right? It's gonna be more.
Yeah, I guess but I would have to set it up for them to be able to buy it.
Right.
Right now, it's just set up. I set it all up with like free shipping. So one size fits all. So, but ain't nobody can ship to Australia for like.
Right. Gumball fan 123 for $10 says, have you seen the first episode of Win or Lose? It has the first Disney Christian character in 20 years. Can you believe that? They also cut a trans character storyline from the series. Wow. I heard about I don't know if it was Win or Lose. I guess it was Win or Lose. Yeah, because I did hear about the whole thing with them cutting the trans character because they leaked the scene. And I think we actually watched it, which I thought they did, like, I thought it was like really like artistically done well, but I'm also happy that it wasn't there because I don't think it's a topic that you should be really, putting in kids' minds. So I'm glad they got rid of it.
Yeah.
But I didn't know it was the first Christian character in 20 years. That's interesting. Or I guess overtly Christian. Because usually I guess it's just religion doesn't really come up in these Disney movies at all. Ace for $10 says people who lack emergency savings aren't there because of poverty. Their problem is poor financial management. To call them poor is the same to call someone who has food insecurity starving. I mean, I do think a lot of people do have poor financial management, but I don't think it's everybody. Maybe that's just my bleeding heart, but Ace for $5 says Sitch, Obama couldn't have gone after the bankers in 08 because those banks didn't commit any crimes in the first place.
Interesting.
I don't know if that's true in terms of my understanding is it would be, I guess it'd be a little difficult. My understanding is that you could probably go after at least the rating agencies who seem to be either knowingly or with reckless negligence giving these AAA ratings to the mortgage-backed securities that should not have had those AAA ratings. And I believe, I mean, it's been a long time and I've kind of lost a lot of respect for Matt Taibbi, so maybe I shouldn't trust the book I read years ago that he wrote about the subject, because he seemed to be pointing at other criminal activity that the big banks were actually directly involved in. But I can't remember because it's been so long. But he should have just gone out. He should have made up a crime. You know why? Because America would have felt better about it. So that's why. That's all that matters, right? Giving the people the security to believe in America.
They could have just made something on the fly and throw all their asses in jail. They could have been like, look, they're bankers. Obviously, they're guilty of something.
Right. Brandon McGregor for $2 says, an idiot tax, Adam. Are you trying to bankrupt me?
That's nice.
Mean. Terrible.
Look, I'll make you exempt. Just got to join the A team.
That's good. Brandon McGregor for $2. Oh, I read that one. Brian for $2 says, this guy says he's a trader, not an economist. Well, I mean, he said
he studied. Look, he went to school for economics at some hoity-toity British Ivy League school.
Right. Well, and if also if he's making his money by predicting interest rates.
Yes.
Understand something, right?
Yeah, he studied economics.
So
he went to school for economics, right?
Guess who for $10 says, I understand the thought process behind quote tax wealth more, tax work less, but if you tax wealth, it leaves along with investment. Need to incentivize the wealth being taxed more with growing the pie.
He covers this too.
Yeah.
Yeah, in other talks, he's like, look, if all of their income comes from houses in Great Britain, how exactly can they leave, right?
Right. Well, I mean, I agree. Obviously, we should be trying to incentivize as much as possible. You should be trying to use carrots as much as possible. I do think you got to use the stick somewhat. And I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't know if we have this in America. Do we have like an exit tax? If some guy's like, oh, I want to make, millions of dollars in America and then fuck off. Maybe you should be like, you can, but you have to pay a big exit tax, bitch. If that's really the concern.
Well, he uses the example of China. He's like, if you wanted to go to China and buy up a bunch of homes to rent out to the Chinese people, and you're basically extracting rent from Chinese nationals from abroad, the Chinese government would say, hey, we're going to charge you some tax on all that money you're making off of our citizens, right?
Sure.
But in America, they're like, oh, look, I'm going to go live in London, but I'm going to buy 7 houses in Southern California and just take the money and live as an expat. So he's this argument that, they can take their wealth and leave. Okay, well, sell the fucking houses. Sell the 7 houses in Southern California and leave. Take your money and go, right?
Right.
That's his attitude. His attitude is the problem is the assets are in the wrong hands. Yeah.
Right.
So if you want to take your money and go and buy assets in Somalia, go ahead.
A very good horse for 31 months. Thanks so much. Says Gary lost me when we started talking about the working class paying a lot in taxes. They pay 0. And that, when talking about the U.S., that's just ignorance. What do you talk about? I mean, I know we don't have we don't have VAT. Maybe we have sales tax. We don't have VAT tax in America. But I don't know if he was talking about America or just England or the UK, I should say. But working class people don't pay 0 taxes. I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah, what the hell does that even mean?
Yeah.
Let me look here. I'll look up the federal income tax brackets, okay?
I mean, I guess people, I don't know, maybe people have different conceptions of like, what is the exact class range of working class, right?
He's saying, look, Working class paying a lot in taxes. They pay zero taxes. You think the working class pays zero taxes? Okay. According to the federal tax brackets for 2024, I guess we're in 2025, right?
Yeah.
$0 to $1,100. Okay. Who the fuck can live off of $1,100 a year? I have no idea. But you make $500, you're going to pay, you're in a 10% tax bracket. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
10% is obviously very low, but who can live off of $11,000 a year?
Right.
So up to 100,000, you're paying 22%. Who the fuck pays zero? Who's zero? Where's the zero tax bracket on here?
Well, I mean, there's ways for, I believe there's ways for people to reduce their taxes to basically zero. Right. Like beyond, like there's a bracket doesn't start at zero. But
Like, if you have kids, you can claim
there's
deductions
like all
and
sorts
stuff
of
like that.
deductions and things people can make. Yeah.
So you've got a couple kids, so you got a couple deductions, and you're making $11,000 a year with 2 kids.
Right.
Sitch,
Not great.
Make it
Not
make
great.
work. Make it make sense.
That's not working class though. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming working class is in the. Let's see. What is according to Google?
Here's where you lost me, a very dead horse. When you said the working class pays zero taxes. Like, do you pay taxes? It makes me wonder if you pay any taxes. How do you not know that?
Maybe he's found the loophole.
And you're literally saying that's just ignorance. How is that ignorant? A very dead horse must be wealthy, extremely wealthy or something. I don't know.
We got a lot of free will, obviously.
Oh, yeah, totally.
That breeds wealth. Okay. It's like the prosperity gospel. Hawk6222 for your $10.
Is he still in the chat? I'm dying to know where the zero comes from.
I don't know. See if he pops up on the chat or not.
Like, I mean, I paid zero taxes when I was like a kid, working my first job because I, barely made $500 for a year.
Right.
Yeah. So whatever you pay and you usually get back, but according to this, I don't know.
Okay. Have to refresh.
Never refresh.
Hawk622 for $10 says, I think there's a major confusion in politics to confuse an ethnics or ethics. I think I meant ethics. Ethics issue with economic issue. We're largely suffering from a lack of ethics, not an issue of capitalism versus socialism or whatever.
I mean, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of agree. Like, obviously, if everyone is more ethical, then you don't need the government to like regulate things as much. I'm just skeptical that you can get the ethics there on its own. So
a lot of people are just, I mean, they think predatory business practices are just fine, and people are too stupid to get out of them. Should suck it and fucking, we should take their money.
Mm-hmm.
How's that not an ethics problem? It seems like if more people thought, no, that's wrong, like the politicians would adjust, right?
Right.
This is how nations fall into this trap of being complete, corrupt kleptocracies.
Mm-hmm.
Sad.
Fazimo for $5 says, Sitch, please explain how you make money correctly predicting that there's a cliff coming. Maybe he should help others get on the train. Well, there's tons of ways. Obviously, you could short things. If you see the cliff coming, I mean, that's what the movie The Big Short's all about, or the book as well is all about that, shorting the housing market. But he was saying that he was doing it by predicting interest rates. Mm-hmm. So I don't know the exact, what does that mean? I don't know what he was buying to use as the vehicle for that prediction of interest rates, but if you could predict interest rates and succeed, obviously he's making tons of money for Citibank. So
he explains it in the book, how you make money on interest rates. I'm not sure I can remember the details of
like,
it.
Treasuries or something?
No, because I mean, if you're basically loaning money out, right,
Mhm.
at different interest rates. So, and for different periods of time. So if you think interest rates are going to go up,
You loan
Or-
out if you think they're going to go down. You get you get the loan. You like
I
take a
can't,
loan.
I can't. He completely goes into every detail of it in the book.
Interesting.
But it is a kind of an arbitrage with interest rates, right? So
Right.
if you loan out money at a super low rate to people and the interest rates go up and you could have loaned it out for higher, you're going to have money tied up and lose money. But if it works the other way, you're obviously going to make money, right?
Right. Right.
So
Ace for
But
$10
yes.
says, I would bet my Jesus Christ. I would bet my life if FD saw a white girl somethinged by a black guy. He would say that it wasn't grape because power plus privilege. If you guys think I have TDS, don't forget I hate SJWs more than Trump. Wow, you really, really don't like FD signifier.
Look, this is a side of Ace I haven't seen. So
I
wow.
I had no idea.
Now we understand why Ace is actually watching our channel. Sometimes I
Or-
wondered. I'm like, holy shit.
Maybe he talked about it back in the day when we had FD on. I don't remember, but I mean, listen, I don't think that's true. I think FD signifier is against sexual assault, regardless of the races involved. That'd be my guess.
He's a pretty hardcore feminist. So,
Right.
I mean, that would be definitely some sort of contradictory
Right.
perspective.
Yeah.
It amazes me that, a black guy is so obsessed with trans issues, but whatever.
That's offensive.
Is it really?
I'm just kidding.
I'm just like, he's obsessed with it.
Right. Alex Wright for $5 says Labor gutted itself by voting for Republicans, and they have the I Fell For It Again awards to prove it too. There you go.
Labor gutted itself by
I don't know what's going on with. Oh, you're talking about America. I thought you were talking about the UK because you said Labor.
I mean, some of the labor unions are the only ones that are actually in favor of these tariffs because they're like,
Right.
hell yeah, protect my job. So,
Right. I think we read that. Yeah, we read Michael's, I think. Brian for $10 says, in my view, both Dave and the other guy are just spewing talking points. Dave says got bad. The other guy just says wealth inequality bad. Both are meaningless. I mean, I don't agree because first of all, wealth inequality, I think, is bad. It's going to breed societal problems. And he explained the mechanism in which it's happening. So that's why, to me, it's not just like saying talking points. He's saying this is the mechanism that's happening, and people can't afford shit. So I don't see that as a talking point.
Look,
unless it's untrue that people can't afford shit.
Like most people think inflation is a problem. I mean, if you have a middle class that can't afford products and services, that's like a problem, right? I don't see how that's not tangibly connected to the wealth inequality thing.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Especially when you're talking about assets like homes and cars and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Things people need. Brian again for $10. Brian, thanks. You're making us rich here. I love it. Pretty soon we're gonna be in the Gary economic sphere.
Yeah, we will. I think we read that one already. But that was the high tax rate. Blue Silver for $2 says, "What do you two want?" What do I want? I was gonna make a frisky dingo joke, and I realized no one know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay.
I wonder if we could share the script of the comic with people, and that could be like the digital version, so we're not like giving away the whole farm, but they could like read the story.
Right. Brian for $5 says the only reason on the wealth inequality is because the executives' pay structure now are paid mainly through stocks. Before this didn't happen. That is true. That is true. And I think wasn't a lot of that in response to the high tax rate on income tax versus the low capital gains tax. So it's one of those whoopsie daisy unintended consequence of the government doing something that ends up creating a problem down the road, and then that's never
that
addressed.
we just can't solve because
Yeah.
look, we can't do anything. The government
Right.
can only create problems. It can never solve them.
Right. Brian for $5 says super chats are definitely a tip, and the IRS doesn't have the manpower to say otherwise. Well, thank you. Listen,
I like that.
the problem I don't think is the IRS. The problem is Google has the manpower to declare them however the fuck they want to the IRS. So, but Lucio for 2 hours says, "I'm sorry. When was Bobby on your podcast?" Bobby.
He hasn't been on. No.
Bobby who?
Kennedy.
Oh.
Robert.
Sadly, Bobby was. Look at this, Sammy G for $5. Says, I just want to say, I like the Brian fellow super chats this stream. Very based.
Look at
funny.
this.
I sent Sammy this clip of Pierce Morgan, and then she's like, I don't like this Gary guy. We got like a 2-hour debate on the topic. So that's pretty funny. I should actually listen. Me and Sammy will have like these like very interesting 2-hour political debates, and I'm like, God, this is great content. To really be recording this stuff.
You should record it.
Yeah, put on the channel
secretly.
Right.
And upload it. So she.
Well, I think she'll see if I have like a mic, the glowing mic sitting on the table as we're talking. Why is the mic glowing? Oh, I just forgot to unplug it. Just ignore it.
Nice.
Right.
I mean, you could just do it on your phone, right?
I assume the quality would be shitty, but
phones pick up pretty good audio.
Okay.
Phones might be better than that mic just sitting in the corner of the room.
Really?
Yeah, I think the phone would be much better.
Interesting.
When I was shooting Social Justice Detective, I would always use my iPhone audio as a backup. And then a lot of times the iPhone audio would be better than the expensive sound equipment. I'd be like, what the fuck?
Right. That's funny.
I'll just use the iPhone audio.
Okay, I'll try it. Anyway.
Sounds great.
We have these great conversations, so. Vanessa points out Florida is a 2-party consent state.
That's okay. You can consent for her. She's your girlfriend.
There you go. Bob
That's
and go
how
in
it works.
At Abyss Walker. Just say Destiny enters the chat.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Sitch is Epstein arc.
We gotta, yeah. But listen, it's not for, what if it's not for sex? It's for political debate. Okay.
Right.
That's good, right?
Yeah, you want to make her look foolish on the internet.
No, she doesn't look foolish. As I said, the debates are very interesting.
You let us to be the judge of that, okay? Do you just upload the secret video?
No, because
it's secret audio.
It's always funny because like there'll be some part in the conversation where Sammy goes, "Chat would agree with me."
Does she really? Wow!
Of course.
Look at this.
Because she's usually taking the more right-wing position, so in the conversations.
She's gonna straighten you out. You're no more of this left-wing nonsense.
I don't think so. I think it's gonna be the other way around. Sammy in the chat says if Sitch record the conversations, he'd only show the world he's wrong.
Look, do it. I want to see that.
Right. Lethal Strain for $5 says 5th most super chatted YouTube channel. Better step up those numbers. Yeah,
we fell down. We were number one for a while.
Though I think it hasn't updated yet because it says for today we only made $373, which is so it hasn't updated.
How do you know? You got it open or something?
I have it open, yeah.
Do you really?
Well, he sent me the link.
He sent you the link. Okay.
Sent me the link. So you gotta step it up. So it hasn't updated yet for today. So we'll see. We'll see on the update. Maybe we'll jump up to
number
second
1.
place. Second and first place by the update time.
Nice. Sitch and I argued before the stream began on stock valuation, which is a constant argument that we have. So,
right.
Which it's funny.
Lou Silver for $5 says mergers and acquisitions is a scourge on our society. These companies should be outlawed. Monopolies are illegal. Bam. There you go.
I like that. That's based. That's a base super chat right there.
Grassy's Hegemon for $20 says the 0% is an average that includes social welfare consumed. If you make 50 grand a year in America, you probably don't functionally pay any taxes on that. I don't know if that's true, but now I understand the argument. That anyway, gotcha. But thank you. I'm curious to look into the stats of that. So.
You make 50 grand the 0% is an average that includes social welfare.
Now, I would be
consumed?
surprised.
Like, who the fuck is on welfare?
I would be surprised that if someone someone who makes 50 grand is getting back directly 50 grand in some kind of welfare from the government. I would be surprised by that. I understand the argument, but I would not think that that's accurate. So, be curious to see how the numbers break down.
Let me see. So, at 50 grand, most of your money is being taxed at 12%.
Right.
I'm turning into a fucking tax accountant here. This is crazy just so I can win the argument.
Right. There
this
you go.
is bullshit.
That's no reason to learn anything. It's just to win arguments. Okay.
50 times 12%. I mean, that's $6,000. You think you get... Look, whenever anybody is throwing one of these government programs at me, they don't give me $6,000. You think people get $6,000 in food stamps?
I don't know. I never been.
No, they get like $50. Like, go in there and buy some milk and crackers. Go feed your kids.
Bob Van Gogh for 32 months. Thanks so much. Says I saw the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Orchestra World Tour in Boston this weekend. They played a bunch of music from the new game, and I was very disappointed. Oh, sorry to hear that. Me and Sammy saw that when I was in Florida. We saw the Final Fantasy VII Orchestra. We liked it. It was a lot of fun. So we saw that, and we saw like they had an Avatar orchestra. That was pretty cool too. Lethal Strength for $2 says AI robot cops and parole officers like an Elysium. There you go. I never saw Elysium, but there you go.
I started rewatching it, and I was like, this movie's so fucking bad. Holy shit, this movie's bad. It's incredible that it's the same guy that did District 9, because District 9 totally holds up and is a great movie. I mean, it has some flaws, but you're willing to overlook
one
them.
massive flaw in it. But
It does, yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
But look, I look the other way because overall it's a great movie. But like Elysium, it's just like they're hitting you in the face with flaw after flaw after flaw.
Right.
It does have Andor Cassian in it, which
That
you're
is
like,
true.
oh look, it's Andor,
Right.
or Cassian Andor. That's his name.
Rated Horse, so he responded. Thanks so much for $20.
Nice.
Says, working is the class below middle. Currently, 31% of Americans pay 0% or get money back after the 14,600 for single or 29,600 for married deductions. EITC, child tax credit, child independent care credit gets you to 0 or receiving money. Because I wouldn't consider, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I wouldn't consider someone who's making $14,000 or $30,000 as working class, but I thought working class was
I mean, that's like working poor.
yeah, I thought working class was like 30 and up, actually. So, but I guess we're just kind of arguing about definitions. So I don't know if there's an official definition for working class.
Right.
See. Working class definition.
Currently, 31% of Americans pay 0 tax or get money back. Well, that has nothing to do with the fact, like if people earn no money, obviously they pay no tax or get money back. So,
well, I guess it'd be if you earn so little that whatever you get back is, you get back more than you would pay anyway with your 10%. So, right.
Right.
So,
but look, it's easy for me to imagine 31% of Americans don't have a fucking job, right?
I mean, that's pretty bad, though. I mean, to talk about wealth inequality, 31% of Americans are making so little money.
Well, they could be a housewife or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you're not earning money, you're not going to pay taxes.
Well, I'm assuming
maybe
it
they're
doesn't
children.
I was assuming it didn't include that, but maybe it's wrong to make that assumption.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where that number is coming from.
Right. Well,
Like I
look
just
into
looked
it.
at the federal income tax brackets,
Right.
and you don't like they don't. It's like from $0 to $11,000 is the 10% portion that you pay. So, but I guess
Mhm.
maybe if you've got deductions,
Right.
I mean, even at 10% of $11,000, I mean, that's like $1,000, right? You're going to
Mhm.
pay that. You're going to pay $1,060 at that 10% rate.
Right.
And look, I guess if you have a kid and you're doing there's like a $1,500 child tax credit, then you're going to make $500 back.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess then you are paying 0 taxes.
There's a Pew Research paper on this from 2023. Who pays and doesn't pay federal income tax? In 2020, the most recent year for which the IRS has detailed data, all groups of taxpayers with $1 million or more in adjusted gross income (AGI) had average effective tax rates of more than 25%. Average effective tax rates defined here as a total of income tax as a percentage of AGI were highest among taxpayers with AGIs between 2 million and 10 million, nearly 28%. The average effective tax rate for taxpayers with AGIs of 10 million or more was actually a bit lower, 25.5%, mainly because they tend to get more of their income from dividends and long-term capital gains, which are taxed at lower rates than wages. At the other end of the income scale, tens of millions of Americans owed little or no federal income tax, especially after factoring in the effects of refundable tax credits, such as child and earned income credits. In 2020, the IRS received nearly 5.3 million individual tax returns that showed no AGI and hence no taxable income.
They're getting paid under the table.
About 4,000, yeah, probably. About 4,600 of those people ended up paying taxes anyway, mainly due to the alternative minimum tax. Another 60 million returns showed AGIs of less than $30,000. The average effective tax rate for those taxpayers was 1.5, even before the refundable tax credit were applied. I mean, that's crazy if that's how low it is for so many.
1.5%?
Yeah. Like if people are making so little money that's what they're paying.
Right.
I mean, that shows there's a huge problem in America, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So.
Look, I think you should pay 0% taxes up to like 60 grand.
There you go.
Why are you taxing people who don't even have enough money to live?
Right. Interesting.
It's funny. So up to
it says so there's a little chart. Well, it's saying after credits. So yeah, it's saying after credit, you really don't enter into the taxable range until you make over $30,000. Anything below that, and you get
there's enough
you get more back.
rebates that you whatever
you get more back. Right.
So they basically do it. You're going to get taxed, but here's some rebates, so you end up breaking even.
Well, it says below 5K, you get about 31% back. Then it goes 13, 12, 9, 6, 3, and then it gets into 0 when you're finally at the 30K range. That's when you start, paying a little bit more.
If you make $5,000, you get money back, but
yeah,
it's a percentage of the $5,000
after your tax credit. So
okay.
So there you go. That answers the question. Interesting.
So I guess it was 0. Yeah. Look at this. That's it. Gary's fuck this guy.
Well, no, I mean, if you have a massive chunk of the country is making under 30 grand a year, I mean, that's pretty troubling, is it not?
They're all working under the table.
Okay.
Right. They're making bank.
That's not sustainable.
They're all driving Ferraris.
Okay. Gotcha.
No, I just messing around.
Anyway.
I don't know where we're at.
We're at Lou Silver for $2 says Kyle jumped the shark due to his mistress. I don't know. I wonder. I feel like he's had more an effect on her than vice versa. when I
Oh
listen to them
yeah.
both. But aren't they married? They're not. It's not his mistress, right? It's his wife.
Yeah, get it right.
Yeah. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, I don't do anything to do with housing other than live in one. I literally made money on housing inflation, and I did it all. Then I did it all of my other investments combined. Oh, I see.
Okay.
Great. Look at that. Based. Good for you. Lethal Strain for 2 hours says, I had jury due this week. I sent a DM. Oh, were you on? Is that why? I was like, why did you send me this random thing? You were on this case? That's interesting. So a murder case. Wow, look at you. You were on a jury for a murder case. That's interesting. How was that? What was that like?
Yeah, that's interesting.
It's interesting.
I had
Somebody
jury
stabbed someone in
duty.
a robbery, it looks like.
I had jury duty recently, and it was for, I think it was a domestic battery case, but they dismissed me from the jury like pretty quick.
Zero Fuck says he's on a jury right now too. Wow, look at you.
Oh
Fucking
wow,
juries
he
everywhere.
got on the jury.
Right.
It seemed like the case that they laid out seemed like complete bullshit to me. It seemed like a big he said, she said thing. I was like, oh my God, what the fuck?
I've never even got to that part of jury duty.
What do you mean?
You just go to a big room, and I've like never even got past the big room phase.
Well, I didn't get past the big room phase either, but
No, but but at least when I've been on it, you're in a big room, and they just throughout the day they'll call people, and if you never get called, then you just go home. You don't even get into the part where they tell you what any of the cases are.
Oh, really?
Right. Yeah.
I've been 2 times now, and both times they brought people into the juror boxes and started asking them questions to kind of filter out who they want to be on the jury and who they don't. The first time I went, I never made it into the jury box because some guy got in the jury box. I mean, the guy was like bragging at lunchtime about how, oh, he's going to get off this jury. He's just going to look at the guy and say, look, he looks totally guilty. So he does this. He gets in the jury box and he's like, oh man, this guy looks guilty to me. He just looks so guilty. And they're like, what? Why would you say something like that? And I was like, just look at his face. He's fucking guilty. It's written all over it. I'm like, oh my God. The guy is like turning white. He's like, all of the blood is draining out of him. The defendant, he's scared as fuck. And then
That's
the next
so
day,
evil, right?
yeah, the next day we come back and they're like, oh no, jury, he copped a plea.
Oh my God.
He took a plea deal. Yeah, exactly. And I'm
That's
like, I wonder
terrible.
why he took the plea deal.
That's so bad.
I know. I was
What a
like,
piece of
oh,
shit that guy was.
I know. I lost all faith in humanity after that.
Right.
Yeah. So, but look, I got out of jury duty. All of us got out of jury duty. It was a complete wash. So the next time I went, they called me immediately. Like I got into the jury box immediately. So they're asking all these questions and whatnot. And, I mean, it was pretty funny because like I was telling them, we're basically drifting into standards of evidence and stuff like that. And I mean, people lie. And I don't know that I am equipped enough to tell if someone is lying or not. So unless there's some sort of physical evidence, I'm not sure that I could make a determination one way or another on like who in this case is lying. That's kind of what the jury is supposed to do, to determine the facts of the situation. Facts based on eyewitness testimony. So I was just like, this, I don't know. This seems kind of like a he said, she said thing where you guys don't really have evidence for anything. And they were like, get this guy out of here. They're like, he's gone.
Right.
There was also a bunch of people in the jury box that had like run-ins with the law where they felt like they were unfairly treated, and they dismissed all of those people as well. And I was like, you know what's going on here?
Racism.
No, someone
Someone said something, or they just copying each other because they want to get off.
No. I think the case was law enforcement was completely overstepping.
Oh, I got you.
They got involved and
Right.
were fucking railroading this guy, and they're like, look, we don't want anyone on the jury that's been railroaded by law enforcement. Hell, they're probably gonna vote against us when we railroad this guy.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know what the facts of the case were at all. So, but it seemed like some sort of domestic abuse type situation.
Chat for $5 says the issue is also new building projects are all HOA developments. It really feels like housing is all controlled and sucks. Interesting. Dr. Diller, hey Dr. Diller for 35 months says, hey gang, missed the entire stream because I was busy for once. So I'll need you to go back and do it again. Sorry, I don't make the rules. There you go.
You know, we record these just for you, Dr.
I
Diddler.
know. Just for you.
Just in case this happens. We have the whole thing recorded.
Right. Lethal Strain for 2 hours says the internet for porn WoW parody is hilarious. Wow, that's an ancient meme. Yes. Really taking me back. SB Elite for $2 says, so what's the lore of how you guys met? I think Adam randomly reached out to me and said, hey, I like your content. We should talk sometime. And I said, sure. And then we talked on stream and we're like, hey, this guy's cool. And he's like, you're cool. And then we're like, hey, we should do a stream or something. I don't know whose idea it was, but
that's when we fell in love.
That's true. I don't know. Was it your
entire-
idea? I feel like it must have been. I don't think it would ever been my idea.
Look, we could probably go back in the DMs, but it would take literally
it'd
like
take
6
forever.
months to like roll back the DMs.
We probably talk about it in our first stream. I'm sure.
Well, you can find the first stream because the first stream is literally on. There's a playlist on the channel, and that is the first time that we ever talked. Yes. So our entire relationship is on live streams over the internet.
There
So,
you go.
well, not obviously we've talked outside of live streams.
I've
but
never talked to Adam outside of live stream.
the first time we talked was on a live stream. Yes. And I think I mean, I went back and listened to it.
I don't know what the fuck we talked
a couple
about.
years ago, and I was like, wow, we still talk about all this shit.
Oh, really? That's funny.
It's the same shit. We're
Right.
still talking about the same shit.
That's funny. There you
No,
go.
it is cool though, because look, we might have the longest running internet friendship. Like these internet friendships all fucking fall apart. Like we should go for the record, dude. I think we could nab it. Who else has it ain't Ethan and Hassan. They fucking blew up pretty quick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guys, let us know. We want the record, right?
No, I'm sure those fucking socialists from Cumtown, they've been doing that shit forever.
Oh my God. No way. We can beat them.
In the long, listen, we'll beat them. Okay, in the long run.
We'll see.
But not
I'm
yet.
trying to get to.
We're not there yet.
I'm trying to get. Where's our? Okay, here it is. The beginning. Oh wait, it's not. Oh, wait a second here. The first live stream is not in the playlist.
Oh no.
Because we did a live stream and then we said, oh, we should do another live stream. And that's when we did the monk commentary.
That was our first official Sitch and Adam live stream.
Yes.
The other one was just
totally.
us talking. Like, who's this guy?
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't really, that wasn't even really like an official live stream. It's funny because Sitch, at the very beginning of that live stream, Sitch is like, it's a debate. So it's like an hour and a half long. and I'm going, well, I'm going to watch till the end. And Sitch is like, well, I might leave after an
I stayed through it.
You stayed through, yeah, it's 5
Yeah.
hours long. I'm like, oh, you got to stay to the end. Oh my
The
God.
beginning, yeah.
It's who's the black guy in that debate?
Michael Eric Dyson.
Michael Eric Dyson. Yeah. I'm
That
like,
was the
oh,
mean, mad black man line. Yeah.
It is, yeah. I'm like, we got to stay till the end because it's so cringe. The after commentary is so cringe. Like Michael Eric Dyson just has this look on his face like, oh my God, I completely stepped in it. I'm going to be canceled tomorrow.
Right.
This is crazy.
It's on the channel. The monk debate one is. I don't know if this other
Yeah.
one. I don't know what the fuck our first conversation was. Is that on the channel? I assume it's on the channel. I don't know where else it would be. Oh no,
It's not.
it's
I
on
think
because
it's
it
on
wasn't.
my
It wasn't.
channel.
Yeah, it wasn't on this channel. It was on your channel. That's right.
I know. I don't. You know,
So I
it
don't
might
know.
not even be. It might
I
not
don't even know
be
what we
live.
talked about at all.
I'm gonna add it to that playlist.
We'll see if you can find it. Come Town broke up. Oh, what am I thinking?
We have the record.
There we go. What was it? I'm thinking of who's that other? There's some other socialist group I thought has been around forever. Maybe we have the record. Let's. I hope.
Of course
so.
we do.
I believe we do. Yeah,
What
exactly.
is
Remember when you
this?
guys started streaming other days because you want to have shorter Sunday streams? Ha ha ha. Let's see.
Yeah,
Well,
we should do that. We should have short. How long's this one been? 9 hours. Holy shit. We gotta go.
I
Fucking
know.
finish these super chats.
I'm trying. You keep talking about jury duty for like 10 hours.
Oh, okay. And then the third time I went to jury duty. I'm kidding.
TB for 50. Ronald McDonald says, went to bed, had a good night's sleep. The show is good ASMR. Woke up on my way to work. You guys are still alive. How is this even possible? Well, I mean, listen, if you got your 8 hours of sleep, it's possible. So glad to be the
Yeah.
background noise for you.
Yeah, I hope you had a good night rest.
Right. Oxrite for $2 says, will there be any Fed fund rate cuts this year? There better be.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking better.
Oh no, is that
Right.
the person I have the bet with?
The Fed, yeah, it is. Oxrite. Because what you were saying was going to get below 4, right?
I mean, I have a shaky memory of this.
Oh, look, it's ugly. Oh no. Oh no.
I hope
Feel
it
not so
wasn't.
confident.
I hope it
Okay.
wasn't recorded or anything.
Okay, I think it was. I
Was
don't
this
remember what
a
episode
recording?
it was on, but yes.
Nah, it couldn't have been.
Right.
Impossible.
A very dead horse for $5 says, imagine you get
What?
Imagine you get a credit. a mistype. Imagine you get a credit of $3,600 per kid under 6 and $3,000 up to 18-year-olds with no cap on the number. Then you can write off their child care. I mean, yeah, I guess depending on how many kids you got. That's true.
Need to pump out some kids.
Got to pump out them kids, get them tax cuts, baby. The Wooster for $5 says, as someone who was here since day one, keep up the good work, guys. Thank you. Look at that. Day one.
Really? Holy
Day
shit.
Crazy.
Holy fucking shit.
How many other people have been here from day one? I don't know the answer to that question.
We have to do a poll.
Let's do a poll. Who's the oldest survivor? Is it Wooster? He might be the oldest wrench. So.
Oh, fuck. Maybe
Now
I
let me
can't-
read the Streamlabs.
I know I have this stream somewhere, the first stream. I don't see it here, though. I probably deleted that shit. I was like, this guy's fucking weird. Hey, just delete this.
That's funny.
No, that couldn't be.
Solo for $2 says, an argument I'm sick of hearing is no kid would want to be trans because trans lives are so hard. As Bill Maher said, kids are dumb and impressionable. Also, who thought John Holmes loves kids would be the new Hitler?
What's that?
I don't know what that means.
I guess I didn't really understand any of that.
John Holmes. I know the first part. Yeah, I agree with the first part. John Holmes' love child. Who's John Holmes' love child?
Who knows?
Oh, you're talking about Ian Carroll. Because he looks like John Holmes. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. No, it wasn't great that he was on Joe Rogan with like, I didn't watch it, but I'm assuming with zero pushback talking about JQ shit. So for $2 says, I sent Adam an article that says the trans kid's story that launched the quote "Don't Say Gay" bill is more complicated. It says emails show the parents knew about their kids being trans, but they had a dispute over something else. Really, that's interesting because I know the original reporting, like back when it happened, they were claiming that they didn't know. So that's interesting if new information has come out. Arithmus for $4. $6. Thank you. Says, I don't buy the argument that people in my generation have no hope of owning a home. What it took for me to buy my home was not some windfall of money. It was buckling down and meticulously tracking my spending for 2 years. I felt hopeless for most of my 20s until I decided to rework my entire life around the goal. Then all of a sudden it wasn't hopeless anymore. Mindset is literally 99% of the battle. No, that's a great point. I find that like whenever, for me, what works is that whenever something seems like too confusing or complicated or too large to fixate to focus on, you just have to separate it into like small pieces and create like a little pathway. You say, okay, well, let me just make a step and see like what is step one, and then once you can like kind of like cut it into little steps, suddenly the path seems a lot easier or more clear, I should say. I'm glad to hear that.
A lot of it is like managing your time better. So much, it's so easy to waste time. So, and that becomes the asset that you need to achieve any goal. So,
Yep. Just delete X from your phone. It's just right there.
Better time management is key. Okay,
Arithmus
look
for
at this. When do you think I found it? I finally found the.
Wow. Okay, it's fine.
It's on. I guess maybe I downloaded it, re-uploaded it on my secret channel. I think I got a copyright strike for the music, so
interesting.
Maybe I took it out. Do you want to guess when the date was?
I don't want to know, actually.
The date that we fell in love.
I
for
really
the first
don't
time.
even want to know. It's gonna make me feel like I'm old and dying.
Guess.
It was like 2018, probably, or something.
2017. Look at that.
Wow. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Disturbing.
It was on October 7th, 2017.
Wow.
No, just kidding. It was November. Oh, wait, September 20th. What's the 9 month? That's September, right?
That's September, yeah.
September 20th, 1917.
1917. Okay.
2017.
Way back in 1917, me and Adam had our first stream.
Talking about SJWs with PSA Sitch. First live stream with Adam Friended and PSA Sitch.
Look at that. There you go. You can put a link in the playlist or throw in the chat if anyone.
I threw it in the chat, yeah.
I have no clue what the fuck we talked about or sounded like. So
the first comment is just found this, was curious how it all started. Less than 10 minutes in, and Adam is already talking about Jonathan Haidt. Never change.
It was that was when you were talking about Jonathan Haidt, and like I think we talked about evolutionary psychology. I was like, this is a guy that knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's just avatars.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember this was when I used my cleaned up avatar because I told you, I'm like, oh yeah, the ad apocalypse is coming, and you're gonna get nixed with your crazy avatar.
Yeah, Adam used to have like a cool blue like Watchmen avatar inspired, and then you like changed it to some like lame shit. Like Disney shit.
Totally. I went completely Disney.
Yeah, and I was like, why'd you do that? Your old avatar was better. Yeah, I forgot you had that weird argument. I was like, that doesn't make sense to me, but okay.
I was like, yeah, it's gonna be over soon. You're gonna wish that you changed your avatar when they delete your entire channel.
I was like, I'll take my chances.
Who's in the chat here? Is Wooster in the chat? I see pragmatic culture. I remember that.
Oh wow, pragmatic culture.
Brag. Jar full of love.
I remember that name.
Remember, which was just like a jar full of urine.
Yes, I do remember jar full of love. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Ancient. These are
Fun
ancient
stuff.
lore. Yes.
We're both avatars here. Neither one of us are actually
You
in
didn't come on.
this.
Did you? Were you on camera on the monk debate one?
My face reveal was Social Justice Detective, remember?
So you weren't on. I don't remember when that came out in conjunction.
I've
with
never
our stream.
gone on camera before doing Social Justice Detective.
So you were not on camera in the monk debate. Because
No, I
thought there
believe
was
I was on
Oh, okay.
after the muck debate, but that was after I did my Social Justice Detective.
No, I kind of swore we were streaming for a while before you did Social Justice Detective came out. Because I helped you like write some parts of it.
What? Get the fuck out of here. I wrote Social Justice Detective. You helped me with the edit. Don't start trying to take credit for my...
You're right. No, you wrote the original thing. You're correct. What am I saying? I'm out of my mind.
Yeah.
You wrote it, and then I was like, Harry, you should do some changes here. You're correct.
Yes,
right.
yeah.
Yes, I didn't
You
write
did
it.
help. You did help me with the edit, definitely. Yes.
That's true. Yeah.
So,
but no, but I could have swore for me to help you with that. I assume we'd been streaming for some time. I don't know. It's all mixes together in my mind.
let me see. Social Justice Detective, November 3rd, 2017.
Oh wow, I guess not. Okay, never mind. Look at that.
It was
pretty soon after.
So if we streamed
September, October, November.
Right. Yeah.
Look at that. After only talking to me for a month, you're like, Sitch, help me edit this thing. And I was like, okay. What a generous soul I was.
You were good. Yeah, you were good for feedback. So
right. Look at that.
And then we have. I'm trying to see when that monk debate was. Let's see. Monk debate was. What the fuck doesn't it? May 20th, 2018. Look at that. That's like way later.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's months later.
Months later. Yeah, totally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we didn't get this thing going until after a while. You were doing videos on your channel. I was doing videos on my channel. But we did talk to each other about various stuff. Anyway.
Monk debate commentary. SJWs are so stupid. LOL. Show number 1.
Yeah.
6 years ago. There you are.
I should put that first live stream in the I don't think we did live streams regularly.
First, see if any of these names in chat are still around.
But I am in there.
Look at that. Reed Nice Wonder was in our first.
Look, and he's still a member of the channel. Reed's great.
Maybe Reed gets the oldest wrench actually.
I sent Reed a comic very recently.
Right.
Yeah.
Reed is the second person I think to know what I look like.
Jordan the watch together. Oh yeah, because we hung out with Reed.
Yes.
We hung out with Reed and No Bullshit at a event con.
I think the third
YouTube
person
con. I don't even know.
The third person to ever know what I look like was Shoe on Head. And
oh, you're right.
She was dating Greg at the time.
Shoe on Head was totally fangirling out on PSA Sitch at VidCon.
I don't think that was true.
She was like, "Oh my god, it's PSA Sitch.
I don't think
I love your videos." Bullshit. She was. This is true.
We were just talking. I was talking to her and Greg. I don't think there was any fangirling from anybody. But
actually, there was like a million little fans.
They had like an entourage. Yeah, they had this.
Yeah,
Shoe and Greg had like an entourage that was following them around.
Sitch and I went to dinner, and Shoe was at a table with like.
And then just by happenstance,
girls like sitting around her. Oh shit!
Because they had like a Patreon perk, I think.
Oh, it
back
was?
in the day.
Oh, okay.
I believe so. That was something like
to have dinner with them.
Something like that. I think. I don't know. I could just be making this up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and then I think it was like then one of the other people, hilariously, that I met with was No Bullshit, and obviously that didn't go well. I mean, it went fine.
What do you mean? It was great.
It did go well in the future.
I mean, you stabbed him in the back like later on.
Totally.
Look at
totally stabbed him in the back.
Social Justice Detective, 97%. It's pretty tight.
There you go.
Yeah.
Interesting. Blast
Ah,
from the past, baby.
the days. Yeah, exactly. Memories.
Terrible. Makes me want to die. Okay. Enough of that. Arithmetic for another $2 says, isn't Elon's wealth all tied up in his own companies? I don't know that Elon specifically is an sample, someone who's buying up all the houses away from middle class people seems to be the case for most billionaires. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point. Fondue for Jar says, well, Adam isn't really considering logistics, getting down with the undead, for instance. The smell. That is true.
Ooh, that's a good point. Ah, that's probably awful.
Solid for $2 says, what do you think of Destiny Brownwood's view that trans care should be available on a limited basis for research? By the way, I hate how Voosh ruined the term short sack thick. You're not a pedo for liking short, thick women. That is true. Well, I mean, they're going to have to do some, like, if they want to test it, you have to do some kind of study. But I mean, I think you would start with both, puberty blockers, and you do some kind of study of different cohorts to see if it's, works or even matters or is effective. So I don't think you should be doing surgeries for research necessarily, but Fondue Fedora says, what do we get if we watch with premium? If you watch with premium, you get, I believe you get 2 perks. You get no ads, and you get to be able to watch with the screen turned off. And also we get a little bit of money.
No ads is so worth it. No ads is like, I don't know how people watch YouTube with ads. So,
well, it's funny because I mean, I've had YouTube Premium for, I don't know, 8 years longer. Like, I mean, I bought it pretty quickly ever since it came out. So I've never even experienced YouTube with ads. And I remember I was on some computer once and it was like not mine. And I turned on YouTube and I was like, what is this? It's like a completely horrible experience with ads like every 2 seconds. So I was like, what is this travesty? Because I mean, my primary source of media is YouTube. I don't watch television. You just probably watch YouTube for everything. So it's I mean, if you're like that, if you watch YouTube primarily, it's 100% worth it. And when you have a subscription and you watch someone, they get a little chunk of it too, which is nice.
oh yeah. You don't get any ads, but we get revenue from the YouTube Premium. And it shows you how much you make in ad revenue and how much you make in YouTube Premium. And it's comparable. So the YouTube Premium does pay.
Yeah. Yep.
The thing is, I don't like watching channels that have sponsored ads. Like Piers Morgan now does sponsored ads in his videos.
Kind
and
of
I'm
crazy,
like, I'm like, fuck this. I'm not watching this shit anymore.
Well, they have that nice feature now where you can if you tap the screen, it'll say like jump ahead.
Yeah, no, I
and
tap
it cuts to right
through.
where the ad stops. So,
but sometimes if I'm, outside working or
I know you
something
can't
like
touch
that,
your
I don't
phone.
wanna
You're all
fucking
sweaty or gross or something. Yeah.
pull my phone out of my pocket so I can.
Right. It sucks. Yeah.
But I hate ads. I mean, I despise them.
Well, I mean, I'm so spoiled now because since I don't watch TV and I watch primarily YouTube and I don't have ads on that, like I'm so used to just not seeing ads at all. And so if I'm in a situation where there is an ad, like my brain is like, what? Like I start raging out because I'm so used to not watching it. Like when I was younger, I was just so programmed to watch ads, all the time and television. And I've kind of grown away from that. So
now I'm programmed to hate them.
Right.
Despise people that put them in their videos.
Anyway, but you should all watch any ads we put in our videos and definitely not skip them. In fact, you should click them.
No,
right?
skip our ads.
Give us the extra nickel or whatever.
And don't put sponsored shit in your videos, Sean.
We should get a sponsor.
No.
What's
Never.
something that's like, we should get honey, right? That's a not controversial sponsor.
Oh yeah, honey.
We should get
Get
honey.
this honey browser. Steals all your ad revenue.
Internet historian, he always makes his ads really funny and actually worth watching. So he does a good job on them.
Yeah. He's a funny guy.
He's great. Arithmetic for $2 says, Adam, I don't care about this whole Spotify thing, but I'm pretty sure you can set it up to automatically upload the show to Spotify by linking Spotify to your YouTube podcast RSS feed. Well, look at that. Look at that.
Really?
Automatically.
No way.
Look it up. Google it. Type in, go to ChatGPT and be like, how do I automatically upload the Spotify from YouTube.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
Okay. Zella for $2 says, I got a confession. I like the Watchmen movie. That's okay. I forgive you.
I like it too. Look, I
Yeah,
like it. Sitch is crazy.
Which version should I show my girlfriend? The theatrical, the director's cut, or the cartoon? I don't like that they neutered my favorite line from the comic. My son's a police officer, you F-slur. I don't know if I've ever seen the director's cut. I think I've only seen the normal movie theatrical release, so I don't know what the difference is. I know there's a new I watched the motion comic, which was pretty good. I like the motion comic. But I know I haven't. Is the new cartoon done yet? I remember seeing a while ago they were working on some actual cartoon version, so I don't know if it was good. I'd assume I don't know what your girlfriend's taste is. I assume most normies would prefer the theatrical cut. So that'd be my take. Unless she likes cartoons and show the cartoon. Dr. Zilla for
Ask
two.
ChatGPT, can you make a YouTube live stream automatically post to Spotify? And it says, yes, you can automate posting a YouTube live stream to Spotify as a podcast, but it requires multiple step process. Here's how you can do it. Capture the live stream. Use YouTube to DL the live stream once the live stream ends. Look, this is how I do it. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
convert the video to an audio file. Look, you don't even have to convert it to an audio file. ChatGPT is dumb. Just upload the whole video.
It says, but you can do it. It says, you can host your podcast on a platform that provides an RSS feed, then submit that RSS feed to YouTube and Spotify. I don't know how to do all that, but I trust you to figure it out. Maybe.
Well, if the live stream automatically had some RSS feed, that would work.
Right.
I don't think it does.
It does. It says, go to YouTube Studio, click on create new podcast, and then submit RSS feed. Oh, no, wait. I don't know. Actually, I think that's if we had it on a different thing. Well, we'll look into it. Thanks for letting us know, Rhythmus. Dr. for $3 says, I'll give Trump this. He ran on change. And by God, he is changing things for better or for worse. There you go. That is true.
Mostly for worse, but
things are not boring. So things are definitely moving.
Mm-hmm.
Every day, Sammy looks at me and she says, if Kamala was
let him cook.
President,
he cooked a whole apartment complex. What are you talking about?
No, but she says if Kamala won, think of how boring it would be. Think of how boring all this stuff would be.
Oh my God.
So she always says, like, okay, I mean, it's not untrue.
So it's just like, I could go for a little boring right about now.
I think that's why people voted for Biden the first time. I wanted it a little boring, but
right. Biden just went off to nap time and
right. SB Elite for $5 says, I think it's sus elongated Muskrat is advocating to leave NATO while he has heavy investment in China. I like Trump, but Elon is sus in my opinion. Thoughts? I agree 100%.
Yeah. Yes.
I think Elon being so anti-Ukraine, so anti-NATO is weird. It's very strange to me. I'm like, why is he so invested in this issue? Personally. I mean, I know he's got maybe he's just tired of having the, what is it called? The Starlink shit in Ukraine or something. Though it's not even free, I thought. Didn't Italy say they were paying for it or something?
I don't know. He's got
lots
lots of massive hang-ups on lots of shit. So
it's weird. It's weird. But Lethal Strain for 2 hours says, I got you guys recommended after a shoe video. Nice. Look at that.
Sweet.
Based.
Yeah.
Ace for $5 says, love you guys, but I can't help to hate a guy who could justify calling me a slur, so I hope you understand why I have these negative feelings. Yeah, listen, I don't blame you. I get it. It's very extreme opinions, but
is FD calling you a slur? I mean,
I think he means justifying, like calling someone like ace a slur. I'm assuming he didn't specifically call ace a slur.
Right.
I could be wrong.
Look, I
But-
totally agree. FD's racist. Yeah.
Oh, I
So-
skipped some. I missed some. Hold on.
Did you?
There's a long Japanese name, which I don't know how to say, for 11 months. Thanks so much. Says we need a Matt Dillahunty video review. He has become a lolcow for transgender rights. You could easily pick any of his videos, please, please, please. I'll check it out.
Oh yeah.
If anyone ever has a video, feel free to send it to me. So
We don't like Matt Dillahunty.
I'm not a fan.
Yeah, he's an anti-theist. Ugh.
Adam really doesn't like him. I don't hate anti-theists the way that you do.
I know. I just can't stand him.
And I fucking believe in God. You don't. Which
Is
kinda
that
funny.
it? I know everyone
I was like, I don't care.
doesn't get that.
Right. Ace for $5 says FD is the reason. Oh my God. Can I even read this? FD is the reason why blacks score low in IQ. Jesus Christ.
Ace! Jesus!
I'm down. I can see why you had that other super chat. Uses civility politics to mask his moral intellectual bankruptcy.
Look, the whole this is the problem. This is the ecological fallacy. Just because you believe FD signifier is an idiot doesn't mean all black people
No,
will score low.
he's making a joke.
Okay, good.
Right.
As long as it's a joke.
Right. He's saying it's so low that it brings down the entire average.
I
of the
got you.
population.
Okay, I got you. I got you. He's saying that most black people score high on the IQ test.
Right.
But FD signifier
Just destroy the average. Yes.
yes, destroys the okay. That's
I don't
that
agree
is
with
good.
that. I don't agree with that super chat, but thank you for the $5.
I think FD signifier is pretty smart, but
You seems like it.
Yeah.
Disagree with him. Adam Unfriended for $10 says, I watched Captain America Brave New World. It wasn't bad or woke, but it's just okay as a Marvel movie and solid as an action popcorn flick. Where's your guys' review on the media channel? I mean, I didn't see it. I don't know if Adam's.
we didn't watch it, but I did rewatch all the Captain America movies. And I do think it's funny because I was watching Winter Soldier and I kind of thought, well, a lot of people think Winter Soldier's like super great. And I'm like, what?
I don't
did
really
not-
remember it like at all.
Yeah. I was like, this movie is so overrated, completely overrated. I was
Interesting.
pleased because I think there was a EFAP debate on it. And I thought, oh, I'll listen to what the EFAP guys say on it. And Mahler was kind of saying the same thing that I was saying about how Winter Soldier is very overrated.
Hmm.
And it was interesting because at the time that they did this debate, Mahler is like, I know this is a super controversial take because everyone has it in their mind that Winter Soldier's amazing.
Right.
But he's like, not so amazing. And it was an interesting debate too. It was him, I think Fringy and two other people. And it was recorded. They didn't do it live because it was such a controversial take. I was like, what the fuck?
That's funny.
Yeah, it was hilarious. Yeah. But I generally agreed with most of the stuff. Just,
Right.
oh man. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I remember like I saw it in the movie theater. I was like, yeah, it was a good movie. But I don't remember anything that happens in it at all. Except that it's the one with Bucky, right?
Yes. Yeah.
The robot arm. I mean, I don't really remember. Oh wait, there's
They don't set up Bucky well enough.
isn't there like
all.
a Nazi guy who like he whistles or he's a sound that makes Bucky go crazy or something?
Yeah, Bucky's brain has been washed, and he's like,
Like
it's
a
one
code
of those.
phrase or something.
It's one of those, Bucky, I know you're in there. Like he's really
Sure.
trying to save his friend.
Of course, right.
I mean, this happens a lot in modern movies. The problem is people are not making choices themselves. Like characters that other people are manipulating are they're not really interesting characters. So him being at odds with Captain America is kind of weak sauce because it's really the Nazis that are manipulating him and using him
He's
as
just
a
a
manipulation,
hostage,
right?
right? He's not.
Yeah, exactly. But they set it up like he literally falls off a train, right? And they like, I don't know, they don't go back for him or whatever.
Like, how did he live?
Well, yeah, I think they do settle that as in the Nazis go down and use him. But I mean, it's so much better if like the Nazis
He becomes embittered and
torture him, and he's like, "You never fucking even looked for me." Like, so there's we always default to like the Mountain and the Hound rivalry, right? If there's something between them that is of interest, then it's much better than this situation. You're trying to overcome this rift that's come in their relationship rather than just, oh, he's been manipulated by the Nazis and I got to get through the mind brainwashing manipulation. And I mean, who fucking cares, right?
Right.
It's like you can't really keep track. Oh, is he going to get past the brainwashing? Like, how do you get past the brainwashing exactly? What are the steps to that? Like, how do I participate as an audience member in this conversation or in this struggle, right?
Right.
I don't know the rules of this game. It's bullshit. So,
did you ever watch the animated Batman Under the Red Hood movie?
No.
It's pretty good. It feels like a better version of this.
Well, look, and I just want to say Civil War, like the last one in the series, is just full on ridiculous. Like completely ridiculous. It was interesting because I was thinking how, like, if you and I sat down together, like you can see the producers coming to them and say, listen, we want all the Avengers who are friends to fight one another, right? And you're like, well, how the fuck are we going to do that? They're all like best friends. Like, so the way that they make them fight in the movie is completely contrived. Like, it's so contrived. It's not even believable. So it completely ruins the whole movie. But I kept thinking, like, how would me and Sitch sit down and try and make a more realistic situation where they really were at each other's throats?
Yeah, because I mean, I remember, and I think we said at the time too, I didn't really like the Civil War movie.
Oh, it's bonkers.
Like,
It's
I was
so
like,
fucking ridiculous. Yeah.
because the whole thing was goofy. But then, I mean, the problem is Civil War in the comic was kind of stupid too. Like, because it was like like the concept originally in the comic was fine. It was kind of similar, I think, to the movie. There's some disaster or something, and then it kind of becomes like, should superheroes be registered by the government or not? And both sides, like, I kind of hate this because like a lot of American comics do this stupid shit where like when there's some conflict in the beginning, both sides have like reasonable points, but then one side just becomes like clearly evil at some point and is like obviously the villain, right?
Right.
So it's like when you have Tony Stark and Mr. Fantastic like creating, crazy, jails to house superheroes in like an alternate dimension. You're like, okay, well, obviously they're the bad guys now. Like it goes into this point where you're like, okay, what's like, why would you take something that's interesting, complicated, and make it like dumbed down and retarded? So
everyone in the chat was like, Civil War is the best written movie in the MCU.
They're just trolling.
You're wrong about Civil War.
The best Marvel movie, the best Marvel movies is the Infinity War was great.
Oh, of course. Yeah, look.
Infinity
Anything with
War.
Thanos. Thanos is like a great, interesting character. Yes.
Well, I mean, I think Infinity War is way better than Endgame.
Right.
Like way better. But Infinity War I thought was really good. The first Avengers is pretty good. I like the new Spider-Man movies. I think Thor 3 is fantastic. I like the first two Guardian movies is pretty good. So
I haven't rewatched Endgame or Infinity War. Like, I just was watching because I knew the Captain America movie was coming out. So I was doing this while I was shipping, so I'm like literally taping boxes for 5 hours.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you watch them again, you'll be like, oh, Infinity War is really good. And if you watch Endgame, you'll be like, oh, that was worse than I remember.
Is Endgame the one where like they travel in time?
They go to time travel. Yes.
So look, Thanos is not really in that much at all.
No, he's not.
Infinity
and at the end,
War,
he
is in quite a bit.
Right. And
at the end of Infinity War, he does the snap, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in Endgame, they snap
him.
multiverse to undo the snap thing. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, in-game is not Infinity War is the good one for sure.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And it was disappointing because I remember I remember in theaters when I sat down to watch Endgame, I sat down, I thought, like, when I realized what the plot was gonna be about time travel and everything, I thought, oh my God, it's gonna be crazy. You're gonna have, like, the Avengers are gonna go in time to get the stone, and then Thanos or one of the Thanos bad guys is gonna show up, and they're gonna have like a fight in each like different like old Marvel movie.
Mm-hmm.
But like there's gonna be Thanos in like the old Marvel movies, right? Like in that timeline, fighting the new Marvel characters to get the stone. I'm like, that's gonna be amazing. And then obviously none of that happens. And they actually just get the stones like really easily with no conflict whatsoever. And I was
This
like,
is
what?
Endgame, yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, I remember watching, I'm like, this is so weird. What is happening here?
Right.
So
yeah. God, you guys have to be trolling on Civil War. This is great writing. What?
Right.
Anyway.
Okay. Anyway.
We're almost there. I think we're just
almost there, yeah.
We're on the verge of finishing. It's been a nice 10-hour.
Hennessy for $2 says, thanks for covering the Gary Stevens versus Rubin. Thank you.
Yeah, look. A lot of people got super triggered over Gary Stevens.
Okay. Solandre for 50 months. Thank you so much. For 50 months says, love the comic. Thanks for the hard work. The dream has come true. A-Team reigns supreme and S-Class is the best class.
Everything is great when we work together.
Right. Well, I'm glad you like the comic. I'm really happy people really liking the comic.
Yeah, look. No one's come back and been like, oh, there's no fucking story here.
Right.
We've spent a long time working out a
Well,
story
one
that we
person
thought
did.
would be. Oh, that guy doesn't count. He didn't even read the fucking comic. It was pretty obvious.
He flipped through it, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. He's just a hater. Black Hat 0061 for 35 months. Thanks so much. Says, after looking at the Secret Eagle Scout book, I discovered Sitch's real name. His last name is Hess, and he was married after the musician Prince.
What?
Okay, I'm not sure I get the reference that you're going for.
But that's cool if you know his real name.
Right. My name was formerly known as Eagle Scout.
Mm-hmm.
Metalworks 41190 for $10 says, you have a choice to be an ultimate god of one of these domains. Which do you choose? Space, time, life, death, creation, destruction, freedom, unity, light, dark, heart, or mind? Wow.
I mean, let's see. If I pick time, does that include life or death? Do I get life and death in the time?
No, I'm assuming it mean like you'd have ultimate power over that thing. So if you have time, you'd have time powers, right?
Right. I'd be able to time travel. I'd be able to slow my metabolism down so I could basically live forever. Oh,
well,
wait,
no,
I travel into the future and where they have some technology to make me live for the ever. So I'm going time.
Well, I'd assume you'd be automatically immortal anyway. Because if you can control time, you could control how time flows through your body, right?
Yeah, time seems like the correct answer here, right?
Well, I mean, I feel like almost any of these would give you immortal life. Not any of them, but like obviously
destruction.
You could destroy all the bad cells in your body. You know, I mean, obviously, if you're
look
life,
at that.
If you're life,
cancer cells.
Right, exactly. If you're life, you're gonna live forever, right? If you're space, you could control reality. You could warp reality to just keep de-aging yourself.
I think time is the correct answer, Sitch.
I don't know what freedom, like, what does that mean? I don't know what
Sitch is going to pick unity.
I don't know what that would look like. If you were the ultimate god of freedom, like, what would that actually, how does that manifest? I'm not sure that would manifest. Same thing with unity or light or dark or heart or mind. I guess I'm not really sure what that would entail.
Destruction, you'd be J.D. Vance, right? J.D. Vance blended with Kamala Harris.
I don't know, being life would be cool. Life or creation would be pretty cool. You can just create anything, right?
Oh, yeah.
That'd be pretty cool. I don't know. Maybe I'd probably. I mean, time is good. Um, it
I'm gonna
depends.
make puppies forever.
If I guess it depends too. Like, am I like alone? Am I just like a guy that has creation powers, or do I have to like fight the other people? Like, is this an anime? Like all the other aspects are running around. I have to fight them, so I want to pick like one of them that's particularly powerful. So I think if I didn't have to worry about getting the fights, I think I would choose like life or creation, which I feel like would both be the same. If I had to worry about fights, I might be more inclined to pick time or space because I feel like those are better. Like,
Don't
in
copy
a
me.
fight.
Time is already taken, Buff.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, if time's already taken, then maybe
You get heart.
If I get into a fight, I might have to choose like space or something. But
You get heart. You can give people heart attacks.
well, it depends because if you take heart or mind, does that like give you power over souls or something, right?
Oh yeah, mind.
So maybe
That just
you have to
means you can
choose
do math in your head.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Calculator brain.
Right. Lethal Strain for 2 hours says, I want a Constantine Doctor Strange crossover.
That'd be
Yeah.
good.
I like the Constantine movie, even though I don't think it's that good. I still like it. Something about it, I like it, even though I don't think it's good.
Really? Wow.
It's weird. I like whenever it's on TV, I'll just sit there and watch it. Like I like it, but something tells me it's not a good movie.
What is it?
I don't know. Maybe it's what's his face. It's just not a good actor.
Yeah. What's that guy's name? I
Neo.
can't remember.
His name's Neo, obviously.
Oh. No, the other guy. Because it's got the two controversial, potentially not good actors in there.
Guys?
Who's his sidekick? The kid.
Oh, the Capture the Flag.
Yeah.
Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf. That's right.
Shia LaBeouf. I don't think Shia LaBeouf is like a bad actor.
Oh, really?
I feel like he consistently plays the same kind of role.
Yeah, same as Neo.
No,
He's playing Neo in Constantine. That's literally Neo.
No, see, I disagree with you. Constantine, Keanu Reeves as Constantine and Keanu Reeves as Neo are supposed to be different characters, and they're supposed to act differently, but Keanu Reeves can't act, so they seem the same.
Oh, okay.
That's what's going. They're supposed to be very different because Keanu Reeves as Neo is supposed to be like, I'm rebellious at first, and then I be like, I'm the rebellious hacker type. I give you the finger, but then I like become the one. I become sort of like more enlightened and like a take charge hero. And Constantine is supposed to be like the like put upon, tired, seen too much, like cynical, detective / fighter of evil.
Hell for too long.
Yeah, yeah. So
Walking the dirty streets of hell.
Right. I did like Tilda Swinton as the, weird angel, and obviously the guy who plays the
Michael?
devil was really good. Yeah. So
Was she playing a man?
I think you're supposed to
That's
be
Michael the Archangel.
It was Gabriel.
Oh yeah.
A lot of times people do angels as like kind of
Right.
like asexual. So
Yeah. It was
I don't ever
acceptable. Didn't freak
yeah, no,
me
it's
out.
fine.
Oh my gosh, she's an angel.
I don't have a problem with that. I think that always makes sense.
No angels have genitals, even if they're male or female, right?
Well,
Wouldn't
in
make
Dogma,
sense.
remember they dropped their pants and there's nothing there.
Oh yeah.
So I didn't like in Sandman when they got Brianna to be Lucifer. That was a big mistake. So Old School for 27 months says, when did the stream turn in the Incarnations of Immortality series? I mean, I guess as soon as Black Hat, or I'm sorry, as Metalworks asked that question. So.
Yeah.
That's true.
Just came up.
Right. Hold on, my thing just crashed. We gotta end the stream.
Again?
No. It crashes like every 30 minutes.
Abyss Walker for $5. You guys gonna get together with the EFAP crew again? Love seeing you guys collab. Also, I'm both S-Class and A-Team. I'm a double agent. Oh no.
Look at that.
Oh no, look at this. We got a double agent, a secret agent. I mean, we haven't been on EFAP in a while, but I mean, I'm not opposed to going on EFAP.
Sure.
Yeah.
Metalworks 41190 for 2 hours says, look up Ultimate God Redux version 2 if you're interested.
Yes.
I'll check it out.
Old school for two.
$2 says Jenna Coleman as Constantine was the best. There you go. Anyway.
All right, look at this. We finally made it. No more super chats, please. This is the end of the night. We will not read it. We'll read it on Monday or Tuesday. Or Tuesday.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. You who have made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai protagonists. You are the true individuals that when you make millions of dollars, you will only make sure to spend it on job creating, adventures, and everyone will be happy, and you won't sit on it and swim around in it like Scrooge McDuck in a pool of gold. And you're great people, and I love you all, except for the people I don't love, and you know who you are. Take care. I will see you all on Tuesday.
Good night. Bye-bye. Don't be weird. Sitch, you motherfucker. I can't believe you did this fucking